My Son is a Reborn Villain Chapter 38 to Chapter 79. It was a good night's sleep. Early the next morning, Xiu turned on the livestream and entered the livestream room to watch with great interest. He was concerned about 11th's situation for a while. Then, he looked at the mutated boss and listened to the host's pleasant voice. Xiu suddenly arrived. He had always felt that Fu Yunruo's voice was vaguely familiar, and he faintly connected the dots. However, before he could think too much about it, there was a knock on the door. Xiu thought it was Aunt Mei, so he got up to open the door. However, a large camera lens shot over. Surprise! Good morning, Brother Yu. Wen Huaibei stood outside the door with the cameraman and said exaggeratedly, "This is Brother Yu's morning photo." Hey! Brother Yu is so handsome when he just woke up. Xiyu's hair was a little messy. He was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and loose pants, but it didn't detract from his good looks. Xiyu had never expected the production team to do such a surprise attack. He frowned almost imperceptibly. What was the production team doing? Usually, variety shows would have scripts even if they were live streaming to ensure that they wouldn't say anything wrong or do anything out of line. If there was any surprise, the guests would be notified in advance. However, this time, no one had informed him. The first thing he thought of was Chang Zhuyu. The young master of the Chang family couldn't pressure him, so he came personally to the production team to mess with him. How confident must he be to believe that he could do whatever he wanted? Brother Yu, can we go in and take a look at your room? Wen Huaibei pointed inside and chuckled. The audience is looking forward to it. Xiu calmly made way for them to enter and take photos. Anyway, he was very private outside. If they could take photos of what they wanted, he would respect them. Xianxia heard the commotion in the room next door. He opened the door and walked in. He immediately said, "You guys are too biased. I want to protest. Why didn't you give me a surprise?" Wen Huaibei said, "Don't you have to give the surprises one by one? What surprise do I have?" Xianxia opened his eyes wide and looked at Wen Huaibei happily. Wen Huaibei pretended to be mysterious. "You'll know in the future." With Xianxia's interruption, the group quickly left Xiyu's room. Wen Huaibei said to Xiyu, "I'm here to deliver today's mission card." He handed the card with the program's logo to Xiyu. Xianxia looked over curiously. What mission? The word harvest was written on it. Wen Huaibei didn't stay for long and quickly left with the program crew. Xianxia was worried about the words mission card. What did the production team mean by this? Xiyu said meaningfully, "It's already the season of harvest." Ah? Xianxia only understood what Xiyu meant when Uncle Mei and Aunt Mei returned. The rice grains in the village gradually matured and needed to be harvested. Uncle Mei and Aunt Mei had already gone to help another family in the village today. That family didn't plant a lot of rice. With the help of the 4 families, they finished harvesting the rice in one day. It was also the busiest time in the village. Everyone in the village was helping each other. A few families had discussed that they would harvest the rice from one family today and harvest the rice from the other family tomorrow. The more people there were, the faster they could harvest the rice. Their program for the next few days was mainly about participating in the harvest. In other words, they had to help the villagers harvest rice. The 4 groups of the program crew each had their own mission. One group was to raise chickens in the mountains, another group was to raise ducks, and the last group was to raise fish. Originally, Xiyu and Xianxia's group was the most leisurely. However, from today onwards, they could no longer do their mission casually. Their main mission after today was to help the villagers harvest the rice. The rice fields in the village were almost all in the shape of hills. Each field was very narrow, so the harvesters couldn't be used here. They could only harvest by hand. The Mei family's rice harvest began on the 4th day. Fu Yun had brought Wenwen back the day before to prepare to help. It was a busy time in the village. Although she didn't know how to harvest rice and Uncle Mei and Aunt Mei didn't want her to do such hard work, she could help prepare 3 meals. Because the summer was too hot, the days were long and the nights were short. The villagers basically harvested rice early and late. In the morning, before the sun rose, they got up early and set off. When the weather was completely hot at 10 o'clock, they finished work and went home. After 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, they started work again. They worked until the sky was completely dark before they went home. Early in the morning, Fu Yunrua made 2 baskets of steamed buns and steamed buns. At 8 o'clock, with the help of another woman in the village who was 5 months pregnant, she put everyone's breakfast and tea into the cart and pushed it to the fields. It was Wen's first time participating in such a big event. He wore his small straw hat and carried a small and exquisite basket on his back. He excitedly followed Fu Yun into the fields. Fu Yun arrived at the field and looked at the group of people working in full swing. She raised her voice and shouted, "It's time to eat." Fu Yun looked and saw that more than half of the rice had been harvested in 2 hours. This efficiency was amazing. Not long after, everyone stopped what they were doing and walked towards Fu Yun. Fu Yun immediately noticed 2 people who were particularly eye-catching in the crowd. There were only these 2 young and strong men in the fields. They were doing all the physical work of harvesting rice and carrying rice. Even though Siyu and Xianxia were wearing straw hats and ordinary clothes, they were still the most dazzling existences in the crowd. Fu Yun looked around them and did not see any live broadcast equipment. She was puzzled. Wen stood beside Fu Yun and said like a little adult, "Uncle, it's been hard on you." "Granduncle, it's been hard on you." Her cute voice was so sweet that it reached their hearts. They laughed happily. "Wen, it's been hard on you too." Wen shook her head, "Mom, it's been hard on you too." "Yes, yes." The villagers were not so particular. They wiped their hands and went to get the steamed buns. Ruoro's culinary skills are really good. These steamed buns are delicious. Yes, it's even better than the ones sold in town. Fu Yun smiled, "I filled 2 big pots of tea. If you need it, come and fill them up." Working on such a hot day would consume the most tea. Okay. Xianxia stood beside Fu Yun and ate without caring about his image. After a few days of being exposed to the sun, his image of a handsome young man had long collapsed. He had turned into a handsome man with wheat-colored skin. Fu Yun poured him a cup of water with a clean cup and asked, "Are you still broadcasting the program?" It was really hard work. Fu Yun sympathized with them. It was probably the first time they had done such hard farm work in their lives. Xianxia waved his hand, "It's been stopped for a long time. It was only filmed a day or 2 ago. Originally, this was no longer part of the program." "Then what about you?" "Brother Yu and I are here to help." Xianxia grinned. His neat set of white teeth was especially eye-catching against his tanned skin. Brother Yu felt that they had disturbed the Mei family for a long time. Now that their family was so busy, he would feel bad if he did not help, so he took the initiative to help. Anyway, they had already learned how to do farm work for 2 or 3 days. It would not delay anything if they worked for another 2 days. So when Brother Yu mentioned it, Xianxia immediately agreed. Fu Yun was immediately full of admiration. Not long after, Siyu walked over. He looked at Fu Yun and touched Wen's little straw hat. "Uncle Yu." Wen shouted happily. Her eyes were sparkling, "You've worked hard." "It's not hard." Siyu's lips curled into a smile. Fu Yun hurriedly poured him some water and asked him to take the steamed buns that she had specially set aside. Siyu's skin did not obviously darken. Perhaps it was because he was not fair-skinned, so it was not particularly conspicuous. He was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and trousers. The moment he approached her and reached out to take the steamed buns, a vigorous heat attacked her. Fu Yun instantly felt the temperature rise. She could not help but take a few more glances. Siyu had a towel around his neck. Sweat kept flowing down his face. He was dressed very simply. Fu Yun felt even more amiable. She did not expect the great best actor to be so casual. Siyu drank a full cup of water first before starting to eat the steamed buns. "Young man, not bad. You're young and strong." The villagers were very friendly towards Siyu and Xianxia. They spoke much more casually. Xianxia looked at Siyu's firm muscles and was extremely envious. He actually had those too, but compared to Siyu, he was instantly weak. Seeing that they were eating happily, he was even happier. The villagers' tanned faces smiled honestly. "This year's harvest is good." The smiles on Uncle May and Aunt May's faces did not fade. Yes, we'll plant another batch in the second half of the year. We won't have to worry about our lives anymore. They chatted and ate breakfast quickly. Soon, they were full and continued to harvest rice. Siyu was left for last. At this time, he slowed down his eating speed and chatted with Wen. Fu Yun looked at the breakfast she brought. She brought a lot of food, but she was almost finished. There were only 3 steamed buns left. Fu Yun looked at Siyu, who was still eating with relish. If she did not count wrongly, he seemed to have eaten 5 steamed buns. Siyu finished the last bite and picked up another steamed bun. Wen watched from the side. Although he was full, he wanted to eat again when he saw Uncle Yu eating so happily. Siyu saw Wen's thoughts and tore off a small piece to feed him. Wen narrowed his eyes and ate with relish. It was sweet. Siyu looked as if he was ready to eat the rest of the steamed buns. Fu Yun watched as he finished eating. She thought to herself, is his appetite so big? Hence, she asked worriedly, Mr. Yu, are you full? I'm full. Siyu stood up and drank half a cup of water again. Then, he patted Wen's head and said to Fu Yun, I'm going to work. Fu Yun was not in a hurry to leave. After she packed her things, she immediately went to help Siyu and the others harvest rice. Wen also played, and went to work. He followed the older children to harvest rice in the fields. Rice would sometimes fall from the harvested areas in the fields. The children's fun was to harvest rice in the fields after the harvest. Of course, the adults did not have any other requirements for the children. They picked up the rice and played with it. Wen was very happy with this task. After filling the small basket, he happily ran to Fu Yun and Siyu to show it to them. After receiving praise, he proudly handed the rice to them and continued to harvest rice. When it was 10 o'clock, everyone went back together. Uncle May and Aunt May's family had a lot of rice. It took them 3 days to harvest all the rice. Fu Yun made a big pot of mung bean soup every day. She drank it at noon and at night. In the morning, she went to deliver breakfast and help out. After the rice was harvested, it was not finished. They still had to dry the rice. Because there was a lot of rice, they transported a few big bags to the old house to dry on the ground. The children at home also had a task. They had to be at home from time to time to dry the rice. They also had to pay attention to the changes in the weather. The weather in summer was changeable. 1 minute, the sun might be high in the sky, but not long after, dark clouds would press down. If they did not pay attention, they might not be able to harvest in time. The rice at the old house had been exposed to the sun for 2 days. It seemed that they would be able to harvest soon. Fu Yun was making pastries in the kitchen. Recently, everyone was busy and tired. Fu Yun wanted to make some delicious food to reward them. She learned a lot of skills from the internet and could already skillfully pinch pastries in the shape of small animals. Wen was playing under the shade of a tree. Suddenly, he pricked up his ears and heard someone shouting outside. Wen looked up. The blue sky and white clouds had unknowingly been replaced by dark clouds. He immediately ran into the house with his short legs. Mom, it's going to rain. When Fu Yun heard this, she quickly walked out and looked at the sky. It seemed like it was going to rain. The villagers outside reminded them that it was going to rain very clearly. She quickly went to harvest the rice. Wen also took his small broom and helped to clean the rice. Not long after, the courtyard door was suddenly pushed open. Siyu walked in. He looked into the courtyard and immediately took over the work from Fu Yun. Fu Yun wiped her sweat. She did not have time to say anything. She quickly took a basket and a bag and hurriedly packed the rice. The heavy rain came quickly and quickly. They had just packed all the rice. There were still 3.5 bags of rice that they had not carried back to the house when bean-sized raindrops started to fall. Fu Yun was anxious. She quickly carried the half bag of rice with both hands and quickly walked towards the house. She walked too quickly and did not look at where she was going. She tripped on a protruding ground and instantly lost her balance and fell forward. Fortunately, she was caught at the crucial moment. Fu Yun did not fall down in a sorry state. Before she could react, her hand loosened and the heavy bag was taken away. When Fu Yun looked up, Siyu had already walked into the house with a bag of rice in each hand. Fu Yun's mind flashed. She seemed to have been hugged just now? And it couldn't be that she was hugged, right? Siyu was trying to pull her up. If it wasn't for his help, she would have fallen. Wen ran out of the house and asked with concern, "Mom, are you all right?" He saw the scene just now and was very worried. "I'm fine." Fu Yun saw that there was nothing to bring in from outside. She hurriedly held Wen's hand and entered the house. At this time it was already raining heavily. The sound of rain hitting the tiles could be heard clearly in the house. Fu Yunruo liked to hear this kind of voice. It gave her a feeling of peace and tranquility. "Luckily, you came over to help." Fu Yunruo saw that Siyu was sweating and handed him a tissue to wipe his face as she spoke. If not for Siyu's help, she and Wen would not have been able to collect the rice in time. If they were wet, they would have been exposed to the sun for 2 days for nothing. Siyu said, "Uncle May, Aunt May, and Xianxia are over there, so I came over here." Fu Yun was relieved when she heard that. There were 3 people over there, so they should have collected the rice. Wen felt her neck and hands itchy. She could not help but scratch with her hands. Fu Yun saw this and hurriedly stopped her. "You can't scratch with your hands." Wen acted coquettishly and said, "Mom, it's itchy." "It'll be fine after you wipe it with a towel." Fu Yun brought Wen to the bathroom. The rice dust would cause the skin to itch when it touched the skin. It would be fine after wiping it with a wet towel or taking a bath. With this thought, Fu Yun also felt that her hands and neck were a little itchy. The bathroom was in the kitchen. Fu Yun brought Wen in and wanted to help him wipe his body. Wen saw his small bathtub and said coquettishly, "Mom, I want to take a bath." Fu Yun said, "You can just take a bath." "Why do you need to take a bath?" "No." Mom Fu Yun could not stand Wen's pestering. In the end, she filled the bathtub with hot water and mixed it with cold water. Siyu, who had walked over, took the bathtub from her hands and said, "Let me do it." Fu Yun looked at Siyu and saw that Wen was already circling around him. She could only say, "Then I'll have to trouble you." She hesitated for a moment and continued, "If you don't mind, you can also use Wen's towel to wipe yourself." Fu Yun knew how uncomfortable it was when the rice dust touched the skin. Siyu responded. Fu Yun saw that the 2 of them were getting along well, so she did not bother about them and continued to make pastries in the kitchen. Not long after, Fu Yun heard the noise they were making. It was very clear through the wall. Wen's laughter did not stop. Occasionally, she could hear Siyu's low laughter. She did not know what they were laughing about. With this thought, Fu Yun's lips curled up into a smile. Wen and Siyu fooled around in the bathroom for a long time before they came out. Wen's little face was red. He sat on Siyu's neck and supported his head with his 2 chubby little hands. Wen laughed and said, "I'm going to hit the ceiling." He was so tall. If it were not for the old house's high structure, he would definitely hit the ceiling. However, although he could not hit the ceiling, he could hit the top of the door. Siyu brought Wen around the old house. Their speed was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Wen's laughter almost broke through the roof and covered the sound of the rain. Siyu also had a smile on his face. His clothes were a little wet. It was obvious that he had gotten wet when he bathed Wen. Fu Yun did not have any suitable clothes for him to change into. It was still raining heavily outside. Seeing that he was having fun with Wen, she pretended not to see anything. Taking advantage of the free time now, Fu Yun invited Uncle May, Aunt May, and Xianxia over to have dinner together. When Yuan Xian heard about the commotion, he rushed over from the town and brought Uncle Gua along with him. Yuan Xian brought fish and various kinds of meat from town. Uncle May and Aunt May generously slaughtered a big rooster and a duck. Fu Yun, Aunt May, and Uncle May were in the kitchen and in charge of cooking. Uncle Gua, Siyu, and the rest were outside with Wen. As the only child, Wen was the most popular. She was teased by the adults until she could not stop laughing. Dinner was lively until 9 o'clock. Other than the driver, Xiao Wu, all the adults drank. After dinner, Fu Yun felt a little dizzy. She was too happy tonight and could not help but drink 2 glasses of wine. Now, she was drunk. As for Wen, she was already fast asleep. Her cheeks were flushed, and no one knew what she was dreaming of. Her small mouth was open, and she would occasionally let out a laugh. Fu Yun resisted her sleepiness and hurriedly went to take a shower. Then, she lay on the bed and instantly fell asleep. That night, it could be said that everyone slept very well. At this moment, the internet was not calm. After midnight, a post suddenly appeared and exploded with night owls. Did everyone feel that this Miss Sang-mu looked a little familiar? Did she look like a vicious stepsister? The netizens still had an impression of Miss Sang-mu. Not long ago, everyone was still licking her face. The topic was trending for 2 days before it died down. Everyone clicked on the post one after another and saw that the original poster was voicing his own conjecture in a questioning tone. The netizens were puzzled. Who was he talking about? Why didn't they know? What vicious stepsister? Miss Xianxia? Then, many related posts sprung up like bamboo shoots after a rain and quickly dominated all the major social media platforms. The netizens realized that something was wrong. It was as if they were being targeted. Suddenly, a lot of specious news appeared. Many insiders said that this was a joke in the circle. A good-for-nothing rich young lady with a vicious temper. The rich madams in the circle all looked down on her. The real socialites also did not want to play with her. The netizens were puzzled. What they described was completely different from what they knew. Was there a misunderstanding? A village fairy from a remote area was a rich young lady from some family in the capital? What kind of joke was this in the middle of the night? Although some netizens had their doubts, the discussion section was quickly led by a voice and slowly changed direction. Not long after, a photo of a woman with heavy makeup appeared in the trending topic. Her eyes were filled with hatred and resentment. In an instant, the internet was filled with photos of Fu Yunrua. Fu Yunrua was woken up by the incessant ringing of her phone. Before she opened her eyes, she reached out to grab her phone. Hello? Fu Yunrua sat up and turned around to look at her son, who was not woken up by the commotion at all. She turned around and walked out of bed, yawning silently. Rua, you've been tricked. Tiantian's angry voice sounded. Oh. Fu Yunrua went to the table to pick up the kettle and poured herself a glass of water. The warm water soaked her throat, and Fu Yunrua felt that her thirsty throat was a little better. Tian quickly told Fu Yunrua about what had happened on the internet. She did not sleep last night because of this matter, and she was so conflicted that her hair fell straight out. Tian was a pure night owl. She was active at 11 or 12 o'clock. When the topic related to Fu Yunrua popped up on the trending searches, she noticed it. At first, she thought that Fu Yunrua's alias had been exposed. But when she clicked on it, she saw that it was all bad comments. She sensed that something was wrong and quickly contacted the people in the studio to suppress the negative comments. However, no matter how they suppressed it, the news still emerged from all directions. It was Tiantian's first time dealing with such a large-scale organized and planned water army activity. She panicked for a while before launching an orderly counterattack. But she clearly felt that the situation was not optimistic. She wanted to contact Fu Yunrua, but she remembered that she was sleeping at the moment. If she was woken up, she would not be able to sleep well. Moreover, this was the public relations responsibility of the studio, so they could settle it. She and the people in the studio fought online for an entire night, but this clarification did not have much effect. Their voices were drowned out in the sea of internet, and the public opinion was almost one-sided. After dawn, Tian could not help but call Fu Yunrua. Because the person involved was a popular female celebrity with more than 50 million fans, after her fans left the scene, Fu Yunrua instantly became an existence that everyone on the internet hated. If Fu Yun was at a disadvantage, she would be at a disadvantage because she did not have many fans to speak up for her. 2 days ago, those fans were at most passers-by. If they did not know Fu Yun well, they would be easily misled. If her identity in the live broadcast was announced, the public opinion would not be so one-sided. One had to know that Fu Yun was also a live broadcast host with tens of millions of loyal fans. Tian said a lot and felt Fu Yun's calmness. Only then did she calm down a little. Ruoruo, why aren't you worried at all? It's fine. Don't worry, it won't affect me. Fu Yun was already awake at this time. Her head was still a little groggy, perhaps because she had not drunk for a long time. She had only drunk 2 glasses, but she already had a hangover. After a moment of silence, Tian felt that Fu Yunrua didn't seem to take the things on the internet to heart. She felt relieved and asked carefully, Ruoruo, is what the internet said about your background true? You're the real eldest daughter of the Fu family? After Tian extracted the information on the internet, she was really shocked. She did not expect her boss to have such a complicated background. For a moment, her impression of Feng Shuirua fell to the bottom. Tian was the assistant assigned to the live broadcast room by Panda streaming platform at the beginning. After getting familiar with each other, she thought that Ruoruo was a dusty pearl that the platform had dug out from the corner of the mountain. After meeting her later, Tian always felt that her temperament did not seem like she was raised in the mountains, but she did not ask much. In the end, she was the eldest daughter of a rich family. When she thought about how she lived in a remote mountain village with her child, and the messy information revealed on the internet, Tian had already imagined a big drama. She doted on Ruoruo even more. How badly had she been hurt in the past that she had to live in a remote place with a different name? Fu Yun did not know Tian's inner thoughts. She confessed to Tian, if you ask me if I'm President Fu's daughter, if I'm Feng Shuirua's stepsister, if I've snatched a man from Feng Shuirua, and if I often go against Feng Shuirua, then yes. Tian's heart ached even more when she heard this. Ruoruo, don't be sad. We all believe in you. Those things are in the past. The future is worth looking forward to. Tian comforted Fu Yun for a moment, then said in an excited voice, don't worry, we will never let them hurt you again. Fu Yun was confused. What was Tian thinking? Why was she so excited? After hanging up the phone, Fu Yun hesitated for a moment, then wanted to look at the comments on the internet. She opened the social media platform. After looking at it for a while, she knew that Feng Shuirua was behind it. Her topic was still firmly on the hot search list. When she clicked on it, the comments were foul, especially after Feng Shuirua's fans also came down. Snowball is here to take a look. I heard that this is the woman who bullied my Shuirua since she was young. I heard that this woman is shameless and wants to snatch a man from Shuirua. That's it? Little fairy? I'm going to laugh my head off. These comments were considered good, but most of them were insults and personal attacks. Fu Yun took a look and felt that it was unbearable to look at. She could not imagine that there would be people who could speak in such a dirty way. Fu Yunrua glanced at it and didn't continue looking. Although Fu Yun did not care, her mood was still slightly affected when she saw that she was being attacked wantonly on the internet. However, that was all. After turning off the internet, no one knew each other. She had once thought of the worst situation she would face. The current situation was not the worst. She was mentally prepared. Fu Yun saw that it was getting late, so she went to the kitchen to make breakfast. She had just finished washing the rice and put it into the pot. Just as she pressed the timer, her phone rang again. Fu Yun took the phone and saw that it was a call from Qi Weiqing. As soon as the call connected, Qi Weiqing's concerned voice was heard. Yunrua, are you okay? Fu Yun heard Qi Weiqing's concerned greeting and smiled slightly. I'm fine. I saw the news on the internet. Yunrua, don't worry. We all believe in you. Thank you. After Fu Yun hung up the phone with Qi Weiqing, she received calls from some of her business partners who had seen her before to express their greetings. In the past 3 to 4 years, she had unknowingly made many friends. There were also many old friends introduced by Uncle Gua and elders who were very close to her. They had all met Fu Yun before and had kept in touch all these years. They were all active users on the internet. Even if some of the elders were not young anymore, they were still keeping up with the times. Now that news about her was everywhere on the internet, how could they not see it? Furthermore, some of her friends, such as Qi Weiqing, were in the entertainment industry and were even more sensitive to these things. Fu Yun's heart was warm. The gloominess caused by the malicious comments in the morning had all disappeared. Wen rubbed his eyes and walked out. Mom? His black hair was curled up like a strand of hair. When his little head shook, the hair that was standing up also shook. Fu Yun carried Wen and leaned over to kiss him with a face full of smiles. Wen instantly woke up. Mom was so enthusiastic early in the morning. He was so shy. Wen held his chubby face and leaned over to kiss his mother's face. Then, he could not help but laugh happily. The mother and son played for a while, then went to wash up and eat a delicious breakfast. Last night, there was a lot of fish and meat. This morning, it was lighter. Fu Yun only cooked a pot of sticky porridge. However, the rice was homegrown. Even if it was porridge, it still had a strong rice fragrance. There was no need to add sugar and it had its own sweetness. Today's weather was sunny, and the ground was quickly dried by the sun. Fu Yun prepared to carry the rice out to continue drying it. Aunt May and Uncle May came over to dry the rice. They did not need Fu Yun's help at all. It was done very quickly. Rua, you've been tired these days. Have a good rest. Aunt May said with heartache. Fu Yun had helped them a lot these days. They did not have to worry about anything other than the matters in the field every day. Aunt May looked. Rua had lost weight. Fortunately, he did not turn black. You guys are the ones who have it harder. Fu Yun said. We're all used to it. Aunt May waved her hand. It rained yesterday. It definitely won't rain today. These grains can be stored in the warehouse after 2 more days of drying. Fu Yun smiled and nodded. Aunt May and Uncle May did not stay for long before they left for the fields. Although the rice was harvested, the work in the fields was not done yet. It had rained yesterday, so they needed to turn the rice pile over to dry it. Otherwise, they could not start a fire. Wen was called by the children. Not long after, he could not help but run out. Today, they changed to a new amusement ride. There was a family in the village who was preparing to build a new house. They transported a pile of sand and placed it on the ground in front of the house. This pile of sand became the children's new playground. Children naturally liked sand. They could play with sand for an entire day and not get tired of it. Many children even brought their own toy shovels and small buckets to shovel the sand and store it. There were even children who ran up and down happily and rolled all over their bodies in the sand. Wen also unconsciously played until his cheeks were red. When he stepped on the fine sand, his small feet sank into it. It was soft and very comfortable. He ran up and down and stepped on it happily. Siyu was originally passing by a village path not far away. When he heard the laughter of a group of children, he keenly sensed that Wen's voice was among them. Thus, he turned and walked towards the source of the sound. Not long after, he saw a group of children playing happily. He saw Wen at a glance. Her small face was smiling brightly. She was innocent and carefree. Siyu watched for a while before turning to leave. He was ready to find Fu Yun. He drank a little last night and slept a little soundly in the morning. It was rare for him to wake up a little late. He hurriedly ate some breakfast and went to film as usual. Unexpectedly, during the break, Xianxia, who was playing with his phone, suddenly exclaimed, Sister Ruoro is on the hot search list. Xianxia was playing with his phone as he exclaimed, What the hell? What's the internet talking about? Then he looked at Siyu. Sister Ruoro and Feng Shui are sisters? Brother Yu, when did you find out? Siyu was speechless. He picked up his phone and saw the comments on the internet. Basically, the internet was dominated by the Internet Water Army and Feng Shui's fans. He couldn't see any comments other than these people. Especially when Feng Shui suddenly posted a status 30 minutes ago, Don't hurt my sister. This pushed the matter to a climax. Her fans felt even more indignant for their idol and attacked Fu Yun even more viciously. He frowned. What the hell was Yuan Xian doing? Didn't he tell him to keep an eye on Feng Shui? How could he let her cause so much trouble? Siyu got up and walked to a corner to call Yuan Xian. When the call connected, he immediately asked, What's going on? When Yuan Xian heard this, he immediately said, You're talking about the internet? No problem, everything is under control. Last night, after drinking, he went home and fell asleep. His phone vibrated for half the night until it ran out of battery. He only found out about the news after he charged it and turned it on. Without Yuan Xian's orders, his subordinates didn't dare to act rashly. Hence, they only kept the situation under control and didn't do anything else. After Yuan Xian understood the situation, he immediately came up with the best public relations plan. Siyu clicked his tongue. I told you to keep an eye on the internet so that there won't be any negative news. This way, it won't be so lethal. Yuan Xian said calmly, the more negative rumors there are now, the better the effect will be when the situation turns around. From a manager's point of view, he knew very well what to do to maximize the benefits. We all know about Fu Yun's past. Overall, there isn't anything bad about her. The comments on the internet are the result of malice. As long as we tell the truth, rational people will be able to see who the real victim is. Yuan Xian thought about it. He had never seen a rich girl living a more miserable life than Fu Yun. Normal people might have preconceived notions, but a stepdaughter from an ordinary family who followed her mother into a rich family definitely didn't have a good life in a rich family. After all, strictly speaking, they weren't related by blood. On the surface, it was true that the first wife's daughter was bullying her stepmother and stepsister, but on the inside, the first wife's daughter was living a more miserable life than the stepdaughter. Yuan Xian couldn't help but pity Fu Yun. It was bad enough that she was teamed up by her stepmother and stepsister to torture her, but she didn't even have a good reputation. Instead, she helped someone else's reputation. Tragic. It was too tragic. Haven't you always disliked feng shui jumping around in front of you? Maybe we can take advantage of this situation to do something to her, Yuan Xian said. Even if they couldn't kill her, they could still make her suffer a great loss so that she wouldn't be able to jump around in a short period of time. Disliking feng shui was one thing, but it was also another. With such a good opportunity to attack their opponent, they wouldn't let it go. Siyu frowned in annoyance. Of course, he knew how to achieve the greatest effect, but he was unhappy to see Fu Yun being attacked like this. Deal with it as soon as possible. There are many ways to deal with feng shui. If they really wanted to investigate that woman, they would have a lot of dirt on her. Yuan Xian was surprised for a moment. He didn't expect Siyu to say that. It seemed that Fu Yun was quite important to Siyu. Yuan Xian thought that they had only known each other for a few days. Or was it just because she was Wenwen's mother? Okay, I'll deal with it as soon as possible. Yuan Xian regretted missing such a good opportunity, but since Siyu said so, he could only do as he was told. Siyu hung up the phone. He was a little hesitant. He didn't know how that silly woman would react when she saw the news. Would she be unable to take the shock? He imagined Fu Yun hugging Wenwen and crying if she couldn't take the shock, and Wenwen crying helplessly as well. He hesitated for a moment and still felt uneasy, so he decided to take a look. After Siyu watched the children play happily for a while, he prepared to leave. He didn't expect Wenwen to see him. Uncle Yu. Wenwen crawled out of the sand and ran towards Siyu. As she ran, sand fell from her body. Wenwen ran to Siyu's side and looked up at him. She asked cutely, Uncle Yu, aren't you filming the show anymore? Wenwen looked around and didn't see any cameraman or live broadcast equipment. Uncle Yu was the only one there. Siyu said, there's no need to film for now. Siyu bent down and lifted Wenwen onto his shoulders. Then, he walked towards the old house. He didn't mind that he was covered in sand. As he walked, fine sand fell onto him. Wenwen sat on the high throne. She tiptoed and looked around happily. Fu Yunrua was cleaning the house. Her long black hair was wrapped in a cloth. She was wearing an ordinary checkered shirt and trousers. Her trousers were rolled up to her calves, revealing half of her fair ankles. She took out the trash and dumped it in the trash can outside the house. Just as she was about to go back, she heard an excited voice behind her. Sister. Fu Yunrua turned around instinctively. Then, she saw a delicate woman in a light-colored knee-length dress standing behind her. She looked at her in surprise. Sister. It's really you. Feng Shui ran towards her with tears in her eyes. I've been looking for you for a long time. Why didn't you contact us? Even if Uncle Fu cares about you. Fu Yunrua saw the tears in her eyes. When she saw her surprised look, she felt a chill in her heart. She was indeed the best actress. Her acting skills were ingrained in her bones. Siyu walked over with Wen. Before they turned the corner, they heard Feng Shui's soft and weak voice from the other side of the wall. It was very clear. His expression changed. Just as he was about to turn and walk over to stand up for Fu Yunrua, he heard Fu Yunrua say indifferently, "I can't afford to be called sister." Siyu stopped in his tracks. Why was her voice so calm? She didn't have a bad temper like the information about her. You. Wen was about to speak, but Siyu shushed her. Then, he held Wen in his arms and openly eavesdropped on them. He wanted to see how much Fu Yunrua had changed. From his previous investigation, Fu Yunrua seemed to be a hot-tempered person who would get angry when provoked. She was easily led by the nose. Now, she seemed to have some intelligence. Siyu wanted to see how Fu Yunrua would face the person who had bullied her so badly. When Wen's eyes darted around, he recognized the voice of that annoying woman. She knew his mother? Wen pricked up her ears and tried to listen to the sound. "Sister, why are you here?" Seeing that she reached out and wanted to grab her hand excitedly, Fu Yunrua waved her hand to avoid her. Feng Shui staggered back and looked at her with grievance. Fu Yunrua raised her eyebrows. According to the routine, there might be someone or some live broadcast equipment recording her. She wanted to see how her stepsister viciously bullied her stepsister. If it was the original owner of this body, she would have exploded from being teased. Unfortunately, she was the one standing here now. Fu Yunrua looked at her indifferently. "Why am I here? Isn't it because of you and your mother? Why are you pretending?" Feng Shui bit her lower lip. "How can you say that? Even if there is a misunderstanding between us." "You've misunderstood. There is no misunderstanding between us." Fu Yunrua smiled. "Oh, right. I haven't congratulated you yet. You've finally gotten what you wanted. You're officially together with my ex-fiancé, Chang Zhuyu." Feng Shui's eyes trembled. "No." Fu Yunrua said slowly, "You don't have to explain. I know. Because he was my ex-fiancé, you couldn't help but restrain yourself from destroying the relationship between my stepsister and my future brother-in-law. My ex-fiancé had always pitied you. He felt bad that you had a hard time living in a wealthy family. He despised me for being rude to you and often called you a slut. In the end, he wanted to be with you and insisted on breaking off our marriage." Feng Shui's face turned pale. She was on the verge of collapsing and her eyes were filled with tears. Fu Yunrua comforted her. "Don't be in such a hurry to cry. I don't mean to blame you. I still remember that you had tears in your eyes too. You were so weak, but you told my ex-fiancé that you were my brother-in-law and that we couldn't let my sister down. You asked my ex-fiancé to treat me well. When he was still my fiancé, you never crossed the line. I know that. After all, you're so kind. Why would you do something like snatching your brother-in-law away? Don't worry, I have nothing to do with him now. I saw on the internet that the two of you are a match made in heaven. I think so too. The two of you are really compatible. Congratulations." "I'm not. You don't have to worry about me snatching him away. Oh, not only your fiancé, but also your position as the young mistress of the Fu family. Ever since your mother married into the Fu family with you, you are the young mistress of the Fu family. This is a marriage alliance between the Chang family and the Fu family. I heard that the outside world now thinks that you are the young mistress of the Fu family. Even your mother has become President Fu's first wife. What are you worried about? My late mother and I, the young mistress of the Fu family, have already given up their positions to you. I'll just plant flowers here and live the rest of my life peacefully." "Why? Do you think that I'm an eyesore to you now? Do you want me to disappear from this world?" "Sister, how can you say that?" Feng Shui said in pain. "My mother and I have never thought of replacing you and my late mother." "Then what you did was exactly what you said," Fu Yun said with a smile. "You're really good at expressing what you think you are. The outside world is not completely blind. Aren't you the ones who slowly diluted my existence and replaced my position?" Aren't you the ones who are subtly influencing others' perception? Now go outside and ask who the young mistress of the Fu family is. See what other people's first impression is. Fu Yunhua did not hold back and directly tore apart her face. No, I didn't do that. Feng Shui's pale face was covered in tears. I never said that. You don't have to say it yourself. All you need to do is to show an awkward expression, and others will follow your train of thought, and you will be a pure and innocent white lotus. Oh yes, I read online that your fans are disgusted by your name. I'm also disgusted by it. Why don't you change back to your original name? Fu Yun suggested sincerely. I think your original name suits you better than your current name. Right? Fu Yun smiled. Feng Shuilian? From the depths of Fu Yun's memory, before Mother Feng married into the Fu family, Feng Shui's original name was Feng Shuilian. Later, Mother Feng wanted her daughter to change her surname to Feng Shui. Even though she could not enter the household register, Fu Yun did not agree no matter what. Feng Shui was also very stubborn and did not want to change her surname. In the end, she settled for the second best and changed her surname to Fu Yun's. It was easy to tell that they were sisters. Fu Yun thought about it and felt very disgusted. On the surface, Feng Shui was very noble. If Fu Yun did not want to change her surname to Mother Feng, she also did not want to change her surname to Father Fu. Even when she changed her surname, she accepted it with an aggrieved expression. It was a request from her elders and she looked very helpless. No wonder the original body's temper became more and more irritable. A soft knife was the most torturous. Feng Shuilian. When Feng Shui heard the name that she had deliberately forgotten, her expression changed. She looked at Fu Yun's indifferent and distant face. She clenched her fists and said bitterly, "Sister, do you have to be like this?" Feng Shui's face was pale and weak. Her lips trembled. No matter what, you are still my sister. Fu Yun looked at her and raised her eyebrows. My mother only gave birth to me. I don't remember having a sister. There's no third person here, so you don't have to pretend in front of me. Oh, how could I forget? You fused the word acting into your bones and blood. You've been acting for more than 20 years, and your acting skills have long been trained to the peak. You're worthy of the title of Best Actress. Feng Shui lowered her eyes and her lips trembled. Fu Yun, you evil woman. What do you want to do to Shui'er? Chang Zhiyu suddenly appeared out of nowhere and roared at Fu Yun angrily. Then, he took Feng Shui into his arms tenderly. Chang Zhiyu glared at Fu Yun angrily. However, when he saw Fu Yun's appearance, his eyes flashed with surprise and amazement. Was this Fu Yun? This thought flashed through his mind. In his memory, Fu Yun was a hysterical crazy woman. When he thought of this woman's evil nature, his gaze turned to disgust. Brother Chang? When Feng Shui saw Fu Yun, she was both surprised and happy. She suddenly thought of something and looked at Fu embarrassedly. She looked at Chang Zhiyu. She moved her body, she wanted to escape from Chang Zhiyu's embrace, as if she was afraid that she would agitate Fu Fu. Chang Zhiyu held her in his arms domineeringly, unmoved. Don't hurt Shui'er anymore. Give up. I won't like you, he said with disgust. I only have Shui'er in my heart. Where's Yun? Do you think everyone likes you just because you're rich? When Fu Yun saw how intimate they were, she felt that her eyes were tainted. Which eye of yours saw me hurting her? If you maliciously slander me, you'll have to pay for it. Of course. How many times have you bullied Shui'er since you were young? Chang Zhiyu said in disgust. Oh. Fu Yun lifted her eyelids and said sympathetically, delusion is also a kind of illness. Don't hide it for fear of treatment. I know a psychiatrist who can take a look at you and treat your brain. Of course, you'll have to pay for it. What did you say? Chang Zhiyu was furious. He took a step forward. Fu Yun, this evil woman, dared to call him a lunatic? He was so angry that his nostrils flared. Fu Yun instinctively took a step back. She wondered if this scumbag was going to hit her since he couldn't win an argument with her. She lowered her head to look for a weapon beside her. She saw a wooden stick on the ground 2 steps away from her. She quickly walked over and picked it up. Just as she straightened her body, her vision blurred. A tall man was already standing in front of her. Fu Yun saw his broad back. She looked up and recognized Siyu. She heaved a sigh of relief. She lowered her head to look at the wooden stick in her hand. Then, she threw it away as if nothing had happened. She was actually a weak woman who didn't know how to fight at all. Siyu looked at Chang Zhuyu. His expression was calm, but his eyes were full of pressure. What are you trying to do? Wen also ran out. He stood in front of Fu Yun and opened his arms to protect her. He glared angrily at Chang Zhuyu and Feng Shui. You're not allowed to bully my mother. Wen was small but had a strong aura. He looked like an outstanding little guardian angel. When Chang Zhuyu heard the childish voice, he lowered his head and looked at Fu Yun. You have a son? He was shocked. He couldn't believe it. Who is that man? So you've been hiding here all this time? You're... Feng Shui exclaimed. Then, she realized that she had said something inappropriate and covered her mouth. Young Master Chang, who are you to question me? My ex-fiancé? Fu Yun deliberately emphasized the word ex-fiancé. She carried Wen and poked her head out from behind Siyu. Who is that man? Why don't you ask your beautiful and kind Schwerer? Also, I don't want to be harassed by you. Please be more self-aware. Don't always appear in front of me. I feel disgusted. After speaking, Fu Yun carried Wen back to the courtyard. She closed the door but didn't lock it. Then, she leaned against the door to listen for any sounds. With Siyu around, she was relieved. She couldn't get rid of them, so she could only rely on Siyu. What do you mean? Chang Zhuyu was about to chase after them, but Siyu blocked his way. He narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Siyu, don't be so shameless. Chang Zhuyu hated Siyu so much that his teeth itched. No matter what he did, it didn't work on him. Those who went against him in the past, which one of them didn't end up in a miserable state and beg him to let them go? Yet, he was the one who met his Waterloo. Siyu stood there casually, but he didn't seem to be at a disadvantage in front of the domineering Chang Zhuyu. In fact, he seemed to be even more imposing than him. Young Master Chang, you must be joking. You don't even have the face yourself. Where did you get the courage to say that you're giving face to others? Feng Shui walked over and said, Brother you've misunderstood. We're just concerned about sister. Siyu said, I think respecting others is a basic act of courtesy. As a polite person, you naturally wouldn't say whatever you want to say and force your will on others, right? Ruoruo, I don't think I need to explain her meaning, right? I think you can understand her with your IQ, right? Feng Shui, Miss Lian? Siyu looked at Feng Shui with a half-smile. Feng Shui's expression changed. Siyu was obviously here, but she didn't know how much he had heard. Ruoruo? Fu Yun Rua? What's your relationship with her? Chang Zhuyu asked aggressively. He looked at Siyu with even more hostility. It seems like I've overestimated your IQ. Siyu sneered. He thought to himself, if it wasn't for his inexplicable good luck, how could he survive in the business world with such a low IQ? He reminded him sincerely, although it's not easy to treat your brain damage, don't give up on treatment. Chang Zhuyu was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He couldn't help but throw a punch at him. A mere best actor actually dared to mock him? Siyu raised his eyebrows and took a step back to avoid the punch. Chang Zhuyu's posture was good, and his taekwondo was standard. However, in front of Siyu, who had undergone military training, he was just a weakling. Fu Yun Rua saw that the scumbag actually dared to hit her. She couldn't stand it. She looked around the yard and saw a broom in the corner. She quickly rushed over to get it. Before she went out, she told Wen not to come out. Then she opened the door and rushed out. How dare you hit me? I'll kill you. Fu Yun Rua saw that Chang Zhuyu was being stepped on by Siyu. She rushed over with the broom and hit him as if he was a cockroach. This scumbag had teamed up with that B*TCH to bully the original owner of her body. He had caused her to be in such a miserable state. How dare he appear in front of her to disgust her? Now, he even dared to bully her friends? Siyu saw Fu Yunrua, who was as beautiful as the bright moon and had an elegant temperament, transform into a violent woman. She wielded the broom with such vigor that he was so shocked that his feet loosened. Chang Zhuyu, who couldn't move, wanted to seize the opportunity to retaliate. However, Siyu reacted and exerted more force with his foot. He was instantly pinned to the ground. Not long after, Wenwen ran out with a small stick and rushed over to hit Chang Zhuyu's legs and buttocks. He saw that Uncle Yu was being bullied and his mother, who was a weak woman, ran out to help. How could he just sit there and wait for his death? He ran to the kitchen and found a thin and tough stick. He happily hit Chang Zhuyu. How dare you bully my mother and Uncle Yu? I'll hit you. Siyu was speechless. As expected of this woman. She didn't inherit the good things but inherited the bad things. She couldn't even hit him where it hurt. To him, her strength was like scratching an itch. Feng Shui, who was standing not far away, seemed to be stunned by the scene in front of her. She didn't come back to her senses for a long time. When she came back to her senses, she hurriedly ran over. However, she was worried about the broom and stick. She said weakly, "Stop hitting him, stop hitting him." She was so anxious that tears flowed down her face. Stop hitting him. Fu Yunrua saw Feng Shuirua and waved the broom in front of her. Feng Shuirua was shocked. She thought that she was really going to hit her. She subconsciously took a few steps back. However, her heel hit a rock and she lost her balance. She staggered a few steps and fell to the ground. Fu Yunrua was elated. She had pushed Wenwen once before. This time, they were even. Shuer. Chang Zhuyu saw that Feng Shuirua had fallen to the ground and was struggling to go over. Siyu took the opportunity to let go of him. Chang Zhuyu got up and staggered over. He helped Feng Shuirua up and hugged her. He asked with concern, "Shuer, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" Feng Shuirua frowned slightly. She seemed to be in pain. However, she comforted him. "I'm fine." "You." Chang Zhuyu was so angry that his face contorted. He glared at them. He wanted to rush over and teach them a lesson, but Feng Shuirua stopped him in time. "Brother Chang, let's go." Feng Shuirua grabbed Chang Zhuyu's hand and looked at them timidly. Fu Yunrua glared back at her. What, were they trying to see whose eyes were bigger? Chang Zhuyu glared at her for a long time. After Feng Shuirua persuaded him to stop, he reluctantly looked away. "Brother Chang, forget it." Feng Shuirua sounded like she was about to cry. She was afraid that Chang Zhuyu would be hit again. "Let's go." Chang Zhuyu was in a sorry state. His eyes were bloodshot and he looked very scary. He turned to Siyu Rua and said hatefully, "Just you wait." Then, with Feng Shuirua's help, he left in a sorry state. Siyu sneered. He was indeed a brainless person. He couldn't do anything to him in the past. What could he do to him in the future? Even now, he still thought that he was an award-winning actor with no background and could be trampled on. They were finally gone. Fu Yunrua placed the broom vertically on the ground and wiped her sweat with one hand. She felt refreshed. The sky was so blue and the flowers were so beautiful. It felt so good to vent her anger. Then, she met Siyu's deep and cold eyes. Fu Yunrua was speechless. She looked down at her posture and instantly moved the broom to her front. She held it with both hands and regained her elegant and otherworldly aura. She pursed her lips and smiled. She lowered her eyes slightly and said, "Actually, I advocate peace. Hitting people is very bad behavior. I don't advocate using this method to solve problems." Wenwen was still holding the Jingubang vertically on the ground with one hand and her other hand on her waist. She hugged the Jingubang with both hands and looked up happily. "Mommy is a gentle and kind fairy who loves world peace." Fu Yunrua smiled and praised Wenwen. "Baby is a smart and cute fairy." Wenwen raised her chubby chin proudly and reminded her. "I don't like to hit people." Yes, yes. Baby is also a fairy who loves world peace. Hee. Siyu, who was listening to the mother and son praising each other, was speechless. He held his forehead. Their words were too unconvincing. After chasing the bad guys away, Wen, Fu Yunrua and Siyu entered the house. Fu Yunrua poured tea for Siyu. Thank you so much for what you did just now. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do. Oh yes, he didn't hurt you, right? Fu Yunrua looked him up and down with concern. Although Siyu had already subdued Chang Zhuyu when she came out, what if he had been hit during the fight? Siyu felt a little uncomfortable under Fu Yun's scrutinizing gaze. He coughed softly. I'm fine. He can't hurt me. Wen hugged Siyu's thigh. Uncle Yu is so powerful. Uncle Yu is tall, strong, handsome and invincible, the most powerful god of war. Siyu was instantly comforted by this little bootlicker. He said modestly, I'm just so. I'm just a little bit more powerful. Then she praised Wen. Wen is a brave, smart and adorable little boy. You know how to protect your mother. The little boy, Wen, proudly stuck out his little belly and laughed happily. Mom, who are they? Wen recalled what he had heard and asked with concern. His mother was actually Feng Shuiruo's older sister. He was extremely shocked. He had always thought that his mother was at most from a well-off family. He didn't expect her to have such a relationship with Feng Shuiruo. Fu Yunrua didn't want to tell Wen these annoying things. He just wanted to enjoy life. Wen, when you see these people in the future, just ignore them. Wen pursed his lips unhappily. He felt that his mother was hiding something from him. He was very worried. That woman, Feng Shuiruo, was bad and not to be trifled with. Even though she was still young, he believed that she must have been rotten to the core. His mother was so innocent. She must have been bullied badly. Wen thought of the possible scenario and was furious. He wished that he had been reborn 20 years ago. That way, he could protect his little mother. Mom, tell me. Wen said coquettishly. He thought of the reason why his mother was here. She had also been reborn. She wanted to avoid death 2 years later, so she had been living here. Could it be that his mother was killed by that woman, Feng Shuiruo? Wen immediately thought of the reason why Feng Shuiruo targeted him in the future. It was because she recognized that he was his mother's son. After all, they looked so similar. So the reason why she had been suppressing him and not letting him stand out was because she was afraid that he would find out about the past and have the power to take revenge on her? Wen carefully recalled the first time he had met that woman. He only remembered that she had looked at him with disdain. He couldn't remember the initial scene. Wen's breathing became unstable. He had never doubted his background. He had never doubted that he had a relationship with them. At that time, he had believed the director's words. He had thought that he had been abandoned. His mother's murderer had always been right in front of him, but he didn't know. Even though he had been fighting with them in his previous life, Wen's eyes were bloodshot with hatred. He shouldn't have given up on his life so easily in his previous life. Even if he died, he would drag them down to hell with him. Siyu immediately noticed that something was wrong with Wen. He immediately shouted, Wen. Fu Yun also noticed that Wen seemed to have fallen into a trance. She was shocked and hurriedly carried Wen. Baby, what's wrong? Are you frightened? Fu Yun carried Wen and walked around while patting his back. Don't be afraid. It's okay. Wen is the best. She thought that Wen was frightened by what had happened just now. Although he had acted very bravely, he was still a child after all. It was normal for him to feel scared after the incident. Wen hugged Fu Yun back and buried his face in her shoulder. Mummy. Siyu looked at Wen and frowned unconsciously. He tapped his knuckles on the table, deep in thought. Fu Yun was afraid that Wen would think too much, so she didn't dare to hide it from him. She told him about their complicated background. She knew that her son was very intelligent and could understand the meaning of these words. There was a saying that goes, extreme wisdom is bound to get hurt. Fu Yun was afraid that he would think too much, so she repeatedly comforted herself that everything was fine. When Wen found out that the predecessor of Feng's enterprise was actually Fu's enterprise, she was even more certain that her mother had been killed for money. Only when his mother was no longer around could they rightfully take over the Fu family. He clenched his fists. This time, he would not let them have their way. After Feng Shui and Chang Zhiyu left Xianxia village, they did not return to the set. Instead, under the care of Feng Shui, they asked Chang Zhiyu's driver and bodyguard to send them to the hospital in town to treat their wounds. The bruises on Chang Zhiyu's body were all superficial wounds. With some medicine, he would recover in half a month. On the other hand, he had been punched in the abdomen by Xiyu. Until now, he was still in so much pain that he arched his back. However, there was nothing wrong with him and there were no visible wounds on his body. Feng Shui sprained her ankle and it only hurt for a while. Soon, she was fine. Under Feng Shui's persuasion, the driver drove Chang Zhiyu out of town and to the hospital in the city for a checkup. Feng Shui wanted to accompany him, but she would rather not film the show, even if there would be rumors about her acting like a big shot. Chang Zhiyu did not want to affect her filming, so he insisted that she not accompany him. Recently, Feng Shui had no choice but to leave and return to the set. After she smiled and sent off the Chang family's driver, Feng Shui's face instantly darkened. It had only been 4 years. How did Fu Yun's temper change so much? In the past, she only needed to be slightly agitated to make her fly into a rage and do stupid things. Now, she was not agitated at all. Instead, she was so eloquent. She thought of Fu Yunruo's attitude towards Chang Zhiyu. There was no trace of love or reluctance. Did she have no feelings for brother Chang? When did she become so close to Xiyu? That man. While she was upset, a phone call came in. After Feng Shui picked up, a young voice said, "What should we do with the video?" Feng Shui said coldly, "Destroy it. The price will be doubled." Then, she hung up the phone. She wanted someone to inadvertently film her being bullied by Fu Yun to confirm the rumors online. However, she did not expect that she would not take the bait. Instead, she would mock her. The video was completely useless. She narrowed her eyes and revealed a trace of viciousness. Fu Yunruo. She would not give her a chance to make a comeback. The young man who was hung up on put his phone away carelessly. He sat in a secluded corner at the foot of the mountain and looked at the camera in his hand. He thought to himself, what a pity. This is a shocking piece of news. If he sold it, he would make a lot of money. He was tempted for a moment. However, he thought of that woman's methods. He had worked with her for so long. She was his financial backer. Moreover, she had something on him. Just as he was about to destroy the video, a hand suddenly reached out to stop him. The young man was shocked. He jumped up and looked over warily. He looked at the 2 people who appeared in front of him and tried to calm down. "Who are you?" "Don't be nervous, young man." The short and fat middle-aged man smiled. "Let's have a good chat?" "I don't think we have anything to talk about. I still have something to do. I'll take my leave first." He pressed the brim of his baseball cap and turned to leave quickly. However, his path was blocked in an instant. The messy news on the internet was still circulating. Originally, the people around Fu Yunruo did not know about it, such as Uncle Gua, Uncle Mei, and Aunt Mei. They did not go online and the news would not report these messy things, so they did not know about these terrible things on the internet. Therefore, Fu Yunruo's life was not directly affected. However, it did not take long for them to find out because most of their children who were working outside called back to ask about the situation. Only then did the villagers find out about what had happened on the internet. However, they did not believe a single word that was said online that Fu Yunruo was a vicious woman. After interacting with Fu Yunruo for so long, how could they not see a person's personality clearly? Just like what their children had said, Ruo was prettier than many celebrities and was even popular on the internet. Therefore, people were jealous and slandered her. The villagers thought angrily, why are those people outside so evil? Just as the villagers were about to learn how to surf the internet from the young people and speak up for Fu Yunruo, a video spread on the internet in the middle of the night and quickly became a trending topic. The video of Fu Yunruo insulting Feng Shui Ruo was circulating on various social media platforms. The passers-by who saw it said that there was indeed a reversal. There was too much information and they needed to take it slow. Feng Shui Ruo's fans quickly emptied their bottles and occupied the trending topic. You don't have the ability to keep your man, but you blame others for snatching him away? In the world of love, the one who is not loved is the mistress. When Xianxia Rua and young Master Cheng were together, they had already broken off their relationship. Xianxia is not a mistress. Xianxia is not a mistress. Some people are really disgusting. Why don't they take a look at themselves? However, the public opinion was not one-sided. Some people expressed sympathy for Fu Yunrua. As for Feng Shuirua's fans' comments, the passers-by said that their worldview was F***king destroyed. The netizens expressed one after another that it was no wonder they said that fans would be boiled over. If their idol could do such a strange thing as snatching her own sister's fiancé, it was not difficult to understand her fans' thoughts. They sincerely congratulated them for having such a good sister like Feng Shuirua. Her worldview shocked my whole family. I sympathize with this little sister. A mistress is a mistress. No matter how she cleans up, she is still a mistress. Oh my God. The dog food I ate in the past is stuck in my throat. Is it expired or has it gone bad? This is a pair of scumbags and sluts. The little sister is right. A scumbag and a slut. They are a perfect match. Congratulations to them for being together forever. Don't harm others. Because of this video, the public opinion on the internet was no longer one-sided. Many passers-by spoke up for Fu Yunrua. However, there were also Feng Shuirua's fans who tried their best to clear her name. The two sides were fighting fiercely. At this moment, there was a sudden update on the livestream platform. Did you team up to steal a child today? There was a lot of melons today. I ate them with relish. I never expected that I would eat them. I threw the melons when I was peeing. What kind of experience would it be to eat your own melon? Ding Chocho, a veteran fan of the first-tier streamer Yunshu in the livestream industry, who was also a netizen with the username "Are you teaming up to steal babies today?" expressed that this was really confusing behavior. Ding Chocho was a hand control fan. After inadvertently watching Yunyan's livestream more than 3 years ago, she was deeply attracted by the streamer's flawless hands. Even if the content of the livestream was not something she was interested in, she still happily followed the livestream every day and even shared it with many of her fellow fans. They didn't have to do anything and only had to look at those hands. For a hand control fan, this was the greatest benefit. Later, Yunyan's cute baby appeared, and Ding Chocho's adorable nature was stimulated. While licking her hands as a benefit, she chased after the baby and screamed. Her fondness for the baby was just like her username. Every day, she wanted to steal the baby and raise it at home. She was one of Yunyan's first fans. It could be said that she had watched Yunyun grow from a young and inexperienced streamer to a famous streamer with millions of loyal fans. She also had the mentality of a mother towards Yunyun. And as a veteran fan who had fallen into the trap because of her hands, it could be said that she remembered the lines, shapes, and characteristics of Yunyan's hands clearly. Perhaps she was not as familiar with the uniqueness of her hands as she was. Ding Chocho usually only hung around in the forums. Occasionally, she would go to Weibo to watch the trending topics and gossip. A few days ago, when Miss Xinyan's photos were circulating on the internet, she was busy working overtime and did not pay attention to the news online. Tonight, she finally had some free time and found that the internet was so lively these days, so she watched with interest. She saw a lot of netizens' comments criticizing her, but she did not express her opinion. She only felt that the comments made her think that she had done something heartless. Halfway through watching, she was too sleepy and fell asleep. When she woke up the next day, she remembered this news and immediately picked up her phone to watch it. In the end, the direction of the situation changed overnight. It was obvious that the situation had reversed. When she clicked on the video on the trending topics, her first reaction was to look at the hands of the person in the video, and then Ding Chocho was instantly stunned. This was her family's Yunyun. She was eating her own melon. Ding Chocho was a big fan among the fans. He was also very active and had a lot of followers on the forum. At the same time, he was also the manager of several fan groups. As soon as her status was posted, the other fans started to tease her about whether she had secretly climbed the wall. Ding Chocho did not reply. Instead, he took screenshots of the video and uploaded them to the group chat. Then, he dug out the photos and short videos that the netizens had taken from the previous hot searches and placed them in the group. The group was silent. Then, countless exclamation marks and a few curses filled the screen. This must be Yun Yun. It's really Yun Yun. I had a vague feeling when I saw the video, but I'm not sure. Me too, F***ck. Yun Yun is indeed more beautiful than I imagined. What a beauty. I knew Yun Yun was a great beauty. I can do it. I announce that from today onwards, Yun Yun is my wife. Thank you, everyone. Even though Yun Yun had only shown her hand during the live broadcast and occasionally showed her figure, it might be difficult for ordinary people to associate the little fairy who often appeared on the hot searches during this period of time to be Yun Yun. However, the angle of the photo that Ding Chocho took from the video was inexplicably similar to the one they were familiar with. They used their spirit to search for the truth to compare. This hand was exactly the same. Everyone immediately came to the conclusion that this was their family's Yun Yun. The photo was circulated in several thousand people in the group chat. The netizens were all excited and licking her face. Most of the fans said that they had become husband fans and wife fans. Yun Yun had been unwilling to show her true face, causing them to only be able to imagine. Now, the heavens were on their side. They were really happy about this. Today was destined to be a carnival for Yun Duo fans. They licked her beautiful face. As they licked, someone suddenly realized that something was wrong. Wait, is this the time to lick her face? Countless comments flooded the screen. Only then did everyone remember. F***ck, their Yun Yun was being bullied. Why were they still in a daze? Roll up your sleeves and go. Fu Yunrua had also encountered anti-fans on her way to fame. However, the composition of her fans was not the same as the composition of other streamers. It might be related to the content of Fu Yunrua's live broadcast was about orchids. Orchids had been a symbol of elegance and nobility since ancient times. Since ancient times, famous people also loved orchids. Therefore, people thought that raising orchids was an elegant act. Other than those who truly loved orchids, only those who had money and time would raise orchids. Therefore, a considerable portion of Fu Yunrua's fans were rich. Among these rich people, one was richer than the other. From the fact that Fu Yunrua's fans often left messages in her private messages that they wanted to buy orchids at a high price, or the photos that she took showed an independent greenhouse that raised orchids. Although Fu Yunrua repeatedly emphasized that they rarely spent a lot of money in the live broadcast room. However, once there were anti-fans who had the rhythm to slander Fu Yunrua, they did not waste any time and directly threw the person to the front page of the popularity rankings. Most of Fu Yunrua's fans were workaholics, and there were even retirees from the generation of grandparents. These people were independent financially and had their own judgment. They would not be easily misled. When the anti-fans posted a comment, there would be a row of reasonable rebuttals below that left people speechless. The anti-fans were so angry that they doubted their lives. Other than those who would reason with you, there were also those who would find hackers to hack their electronic devices and plant viruses. There were also those who used the law to speak and directly sent their own legal team to appear. In the end, the anti-fans would rather return the money than accept this order. These fans were too scary. They actually had a legal team, and there were more than one or two of them. After that, the streamers in the live broadcast world did not dare to offend Fu Yunrua. Their attitude was to take the initiative to befriend her. No matter how brainless the fans of other streamers were, they did not dare to be headstrong. Of course, Fu Yunrua kept a low profile and did not cause trouble. The fans of other streamers would not provoke her fans. They were all very elegant and easygoing. But now, their Yun Yun was being bullied in a place that they did not see, and she was being bullied so miserably. In an instant, the fans with well-developed connections directly asked people to inquire about the situation. The rich ones asked their subordinates to investigate the truth of the matter. In less than 30 minutes, Fu Yunrua's basic information was presented in front of them. When Fu Yunrua was a streamer, her information was kept very confidential. They did not take the initiative to investigate. Now that her real identity had been exposed, she seemed to be in the same circle as some fans. Some fans had heard of this name before, but they were not familiar with it in the past. Once they integrated the information, they found out about Fu Yunrua's life in the past 20 years. Then, they compared the amount of information in the video. They were all thousand-year-old foxes. How could they not see the problem? It turned out that their Yun Yunrua had led such a miserable life in the past. They were instantly furious. In the past, Yun Yun was bullied by others because no one protected her. But now, it was different. If they wanted to bully Yun Yun, they had to ask for their permission first. Not long after, a series of hot searches suddenly appeared. Hashtag flourishing snow lotus. Hashtag if feng shui is not a mistress. Hashtag feng shui rua chang zhuyu is a natural couple. Hashtag feng shui rua bullied by vicious stepsister. Hashtag miserable life of mother and daughter who married into a rich family. Hashtag the first 19 hot searches were all about feng shui. It was very impressive. Only one video firmly occupied the first spot on the hot search list. Yun Duo's fans said, "You sent our Yun Yun onto the hot search list to increase Yun Yun's fame. We will repay your kindness by sending you onto the hot search list for free and returning the favor tenfold. We will definitely not let you suffer a loss." Just looking at the trending topic, it was really a trending topic for feng shui. However, the comments under the topic didn't seem right. Hashtag flourishing snow lotus. Hashtag oh ho, her original name is actually feng shui lotus. I'm laughing so hard that I'm looking for her everywhere. Ha 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 ha, hashtag flourishing snow lotus. Hashtag this name is really too appropriate. Hashtag feng shui rua chang zhuyu is a mistress. Hashtag how can you say that feng shui is a mistress? She just couldn't help it because of love. Too cruel, and unreasonable. Hashtag feng shui rua chang zhuyu is a natural couple. Hashtag today is another day of envy for the love between a famous female star and a rich man. Hashtag miserable life of mother and daughter who married into a rich family. Hashtag to be honest, I also want to live such a miserable life. Feng shui rua and chang zhuyu had been on the hot search list many times in the past. For example, chang zhuyu did something for feng shui rua. However, when they clicked on it this time, they, who were prepared to eat dog food, felt that something was wrong. Today is another day of crying for beautiful love. Please be together and don't come out to harm others. Sister Xianxia is really like her name. She's as pure as a snow lotus. In this world, only Chang Zhuyu is worthy of you. They're a natural couple. They're a perfect match. This scumbag man and B*TCH. No, this golden couple is a perfect match. Please be together. They scrolled through the comments and looked at the video at the top of the hot search list. This video contained the ethics of a stepmother and a stepdaughter, the two stepsisters fighting over a man, the gossip of a rich family, and the movie queen feng shui rua. The amount of information in the video corresponded with the hot search list below. It was a stark contrast. So the Fu family had a daughter? Feng shui rua's mother was a stepmother. Feng shui rua married into the Fu family, and Feng shui rua was just a stepdaughter. It turned out that Chang Zhuyu was the fiancée of the real daughter of the Fu family. Later on, he hooked up with Feng shui rua. With a stepmother, you have a stepfather. The ancients didn't lie to me. Like mother, like daughter. The original daughter was bullied by the stepmother and hid in the deep mountains and forests, but she still didn't let her off. Everyone loved to talk about the secrets of rich families. Many netizens dug up the secrets. The past that the mother and daughter of the Feng family deliberately avoided was dug up. It was said that the daughter of the original wife was very vicious and bullied the mother and daughter of the Feng family for many years. Everyone in the circle said that the mother of Feng shui rua was a good wife and a good mother. Only Fu Yunrua was extremely vicious. But you say she did something evil? She bullied her stepsister and stepmother. If not, why would her ex-fiancé scold her for being stupid and vicious and take pity on her poor sister? However, the so-called bullied person was enjoying the life of a rich lady and had a good reputation. The other had the support of the Fu family and the Chang family and was doing well in the entertainment industry. The so-called bully could only live in the remote countryside and rely on planting flowers to survive. I have an idea. Everyone looked at the name that was hanging on the hot search list for a long time and felt that the golden couple was nonsense. The dog food that they had eaten in the past was stuck in their throats, and they were so disgusted that they almost vomited. A large number of snowballs came to empty bottles, but in front of the cloud powder, they were weak and vulnerable. Xianxia is not a mistress. She is young Master Chang's true love. True love is not guilty. That's right, how can you say that she is a mistress? You are too unreasonable. Xianxia is so pure and kind. How can you slander her? Oh, I hope your boyfriend can find another true love. When the time comes, you must bless them and fulfill their wish. True love is not guilty. Upstairs, you must be joking. How can someone like her have a boyfriend? Oh right, if your father brings his true love to your mother one day, you must persuade your mother to fulfill their wish. That is not a mistress. That is your father's true love. True love is not guilty. There were a bunch of replies and likes below. The passers-by were amazed. Where did these fans come from? Their words were so sharp. 666. The passers-by ate the fresh and juicy melons and watched with relish. They couldn't stop watching. The incisive and sarcastic comments in every topic were an eye-opener. When did Weibo have such smart netizens? Oh, so they were from the livestream industry. What? So the eldest daughter of the Fu family was planting flowers in the deep mountains and forests to survive and earn money through livestreams. In the end, she became popular. Fu Yunrua was the first-rate streamer in the livestream industry. She was the one who made the video that became popular a while ago. She was the one who raised the flowers. Fu Yunrua was the little fairy from a while ago. She was so beautiful. Her words were so smart in the video. Indeed, fans were cooked with steam. The onlookers surged into the livestream industry curiously. In an instant, Fu Yunrua's popularity soared. Fu Yunrua's fans were divided into 3 groups. One group had sharp words and argued with 10 people online. One group was the rich fans who spent money to smash the trending topics for their Yun. The last group was the middle-aged and elderly fans who were unknown but called their juniors or old friends to get Feng Shuirua's resources. Of course, Feng Shuirua still didn't know that her resources in the entertainment industry had shrunk infinitely. She was still enraged by the news online. No matter how much money she spent on the trending topics and the video, she couldn't take it down, even if she used the Chang family and the Fu family to pressure her. She almost went crazy. She called the person who took the video that day but couldn't get through. She was so angry that she smashed her phone. He actually dared to post the video instead of destroying it. How dare he? Since that was the case, he couldn't blame her. Feng Shuirua picked up her phone and was about to make a call when her manager called. She lost her cool and said, "The information in the safe is missing." What? Feng Shuirua's expression changed instantly. She trusted that person so much because she had something on him. She wasn't afraid that he would betray her. It turned out that he had sided with someone else. No wonder. Feng Shuirua's first thought was Siyu. Other than him, no one else would go against her. The trending topics and the paid posters definitely had something to do with Siyu. Feng Shuirua said coldly, "Can you find out who did it?" Check Siyu. Feng Shuirua was halfway through her sentence when another call came in. She looked at the caller ID and immediately said to her manager, "Okay, check it out and let me know the results. I still have something to do. I'm hanging up." Feng Shuirua hung up her manager's call and called out, "Mom." She sounded a little sad. Then, she heard something and her eyes lit up. Fu Zonghong felt that the employees in the company were a little strange. In the past, when he walked past the office, the employees couldn't wait to avoid his gaze, afraid that they would be noticed. But now, he always felt that the employees' gazes were subtly drifting over. Fu Zonghong turned around and glanced at them. Everyone hurriedly avoided his gaze and lowered their heads to focus on their work. Fu Zonghong walked to the elevator in confusion and his assistant pressed the button. Fu Zonghong looked down at himself and asked his assistant, "Is there anything wrong with me today?" His assistant pushed up his glasses and answered, "President Fu, there is nothing wrong with you." Fu Zonghong frowned and deep wrinkles appeared on his forehead. He didn't say anything else. The elevator door opened with a ding and he and his assistant walked into the elevator. After the elevator door closed, one of the employees put down the documents in her hand and asked the colleague next to her, "Hey, do you think the rumors on the internet are true?" "I think it's very likely." Another colleague leaned over and said, "I really couldn't tell." When Mrs. Fu came to the company, she seemed quite friendly to Wenwan. "I always thought that the current Mrs. Fu was the first wife. I thought that President Fu only had one daughter, Best Actress Fong." The employee who had just joined the company for 2 years said. She had envied President Fu and Mrs. Fu for being a loving couple. If Feng Shui was in the entertainment industry, she would have taken her mother's surname. So there was another daughter in the Fu family. She was the real Miss Fu. An old employee who had been working in the company for more than 4 years knew a little about the past. She recalled and said, "President Fu didn't like that Miss Fu. Every time she came to the company, she would quarrel with him." Another old employee added, "Yes, every time Miss Fu was mentioned in front of President Fu, he would get angry. After a while, no one dared to touch her." In fact, if the rumors hadn't spread widely on the internet, they wouldn't have remembered that there was such a person. When they saw this Miss Fu online, they were in a daze for a while. It took them a long time to dig out memories of this person from the depths of their distant memories. But the image of the Miss Fu in their memories was already blurred. It was just like when a person grew up, they would forget the people they met when they were young. They had only met Miss Fu a few times. Now that it had been more than 4 years, it was normal that they couldn't remember her. Now that they thought about it, they could only remember that they hated Miss Fu very much. They could still imagine the hatred they felt at that time. So this was what this Miss Fu looked like? Only now did they remember him clearly. They were a little dazed. They actually hated this Miss Fu in the past. Why? It seemed to be an unexplainable hatred. Was it because she was always hysterical? Was it because she was always entangled with young Master Chong? Was it because the kind and weak Miss Fong couldn't get married with the person she liked? Huh? It seemed that young Master Chong was Miss Fu's fiancé at that time. Something didn't seem right? One of the employees said weakly, "I think so too." Ahem. At this moment, a cold-faced female supervisor coughed and the office instantly quieted down. They lowered their heads and sat in their seats obediently, working seriously. Everyone felt very guilty after being caught gossiping about their boss in public. The female supervisor glanced at them and left in her high heels. They didn't talk anymore, but secretly used their phones to browse the news online. The more they read, the more they felt that their worldview had been changed. Fu Zonghong arranged to meet with the chairman of his partner company. After some small talk, they finalized the cooperation after 2 hours. After the business discussion, Fu Zonghong invited him to play tennis to relax, but President Jiang declined. President Jiang sized up Fu Zonghong and suddenly said earnestly, "President Fu, everyone knows that you are a workaholic, but to a man, family and career are equally important. You can't neglect your family for the sake of your career. That's not good." Fu Zonghong was confused, but he still replied seriously, "I'll remember that." Fu Zonghong didn't have any business meetings in the afternoon. He wanted to go back to the company, but he suddenly thought of President Zhang's words and asked the driver to send him home. Mrs. Fu, also known as Fong Wanting, was taking care of the roses in the yard. When she saw Fu Zonghong's car driving in, she was surprised. She immediately turned on the sprinkler in her hand and went over to greet him. "You're back so early today?" Fong Wanting took off Fu Zonghong's suit jacket and hung it on the hanger at the entrance. "Yes." Fu Zonghong replied and walked towards the sofa. Fong Wanting poured him a cup of tea and asked with concern, "What's wrong? You don't seem to be in a good mood. Is there something bothering you?" Fu Zonghong said, "Nothing." He rubbed his eyebrows. His work today was going smoothly, but he was inexplicably frustrated. Fong Wanting stood behind him and massaged his shoulders. "No matter what, you have to remember to take care of your health. Otherwise, if Shui Rua finds out that I didn't take good care of you, she will nag at me for a long time." Fu Zonghong relaxed his body and relaxed his frown. Shui Rua is so filial. How is her filming going? Fu Zonghong didn't like the entertainment industry, but if Feng Shui liked it, he couldn't interfere too much. The Fu family didn't have any entertainment businesses and he was in the business sector, so he couldn't help too much. Fortunately, the Chong family had shares in an entertainment company. With the Chong family taking care of him, he was relieved. Fang Wanting hesitated for a moment. When Wan said, "Very good. It will be over in a few days. You have to ask her not to take on any jobs so soon. She should stay at home and accompany you." Fu Zonghong noticed that the hands on his shoulders had stopped. He turned his head and asked with a frown, "What's wrong? Did she get bullied?" With the Chong family and the Fu family around, who would let her get bullied? Could it be that kid from the Chong family? No. You know how well that kid from the Chong family treats Shui Rua. Old Fu. Fang Wanting hesitated for a moment and said, "There's something I need to tell you." "What is it?" "Didn't Shui Rua go to the countryside to film a show? She saw Yun Rua there. Shui Rua wants to persuade Yun Rua to come home so that she can give us a surprise. When she called me just now, I scolded her. This child is already so old, but she still doesn't know any better. She should have told us immediately when she found her sister. We could have picked her up personally." Mr. Fu was stunned when he heard Yun Rua's name. However, when he heard the last sentence, he immediately said angrily, "Pick her up personally? Is she still a 3-year-old child? She doesn't even know to come home herself after so many years. Do I have to go and invite her?" Fang Wanting patted his hand gently and said, "What are you talking about? Are you still angry with the child? Yun Rua hasn't heard from her for so many years. Aren't you the one who misses her the most? You know that the child has some misunderstandings about us. No matter what, she is still your daughter. You can't let her suffer, right?" "Did I let her suffer? Didn't she ask for it?" Fu Zonghong snorted coldly. "Did she bully Shui Rua again? What a waste of a year. She still doesn't know any better." He waved his hand and left angrily. He went upstairs directly. "Old Fu." Fang Wanting called out to him from behind. Then, she shook her head helplessly. Fang Shuirua thought that the image she had painstakingly built for so many years had collapsed overnight. She was already unlucky enough. She didn't expect to be even more unlucky. Her manager called again. They were originally negotiating for a brand endorsement, but just as they were about to sign the contract, the brand company backed out and said that Fang Shuirua's image didn't fit their brand's requirements. They even pointed out what had happened on the internet. This endorsement was originally in the bag, and the fans online had been bragging about it for a long time. Now that they had changed at the last minute, and it was Xiao Wanning, who had always been suppressed by Fang Shuirua, one could imagine how ridiculing the netizens would be when this news came out. That wasn't all. Several brands that Fang Shuirua had already endorsed came to her and said that Fang Shuirua's negative image had affected their brand, and she had to compensate them according to the contract. Fang Shuirua's eyes turned cold when she heard this. What did the company say? The company will definitely do their best to protect you. They are now appeasing the brand company and promising that this matter will be resolved soon and the rumors on the internet will be clarified. The Chung family was a major shareholder of the company, and Fang Shuirua was the fiancé of the Chung family's young master, so they could only try their best to protect her. However, the company couldn't think of a way to suppress the rumors on the internet. Other than a few people who took advantage of the situation to fish in troubled waters, there were two groups of people who were secretly adding fuel to the fire. They knew one of the groups, and the other party didn't hide anything. It was Fu Yunrua's fan club. Even the Chong family had to respect some of these people. With so many people working together, even the Chong family and the Fu family couldn't afford to offend them, let alone the company. They could only negotiate with them and ask for peace. However, they didn't give them any face at all. They only wanted justice for Fu Yunrua. As for the other group, they still hadn't found out who they were, so they didn't know how to negotiate. From Fang Shuirua's words, it seemed like Siyu was behind it. The manager didn't believe it. Didn't Siyu say that she came from a well-off family? How could she be so capable? She was more inclined to believe that Apple Entertainment took the opportunity to do this. They were competitors because they had similar development models and had always been at odds with each other. It was normal for them to take this opportunity to step on them. The company had the same idea. But now that things were getting out of hand, their public relations couldn't handle it at all. Before Feng Shui could say anything, someone knocked on the door. She opened the door and saw the landlord. A trace of impatience flashed through her heart. She asked softly, "What can I do for you?" However, the owner of the house, who had always been kind and warm, had a ferocious look on his face at this moment. He said in a rough voice as if he was chasing a duck, "Go go go, my house doesn't welcome you." Feng Shui was stunned. What? However, the owner of the house disdained to talk to her. He roughly packed up her things and pushed her out of the house with her luggage. He spat and slammed the door. "You black-hearted bastard." Feng Shui stood in front of the closed door, his face livid. "Shui'er." Feng Shui shuddered when she heard a shout behind her. She turned around, surprised and in disbelief. She couldn't help but run over and throw herself into the arms of the person who came in. "Brother Chong." "Shui'er, you've been wronged." Chong Zhuyu's heart ached. He had done several checkups at the hospital in the city. His abdomen was really painful, but they couldn't find anything. He wanted to sue Siyu for injury, but he didn't have any evidence. However, he didn't expect Shui'er to be attacked so viciously on the internet. He was furious and asked his subordinate to speak up for Shui'er. He also reprimanded Fu Yun, this vicious woman. Then, he rushed over. Shui'er was so weak that she couldn't stand being attacked so viciously. Feng Shui buried her head in his arms and shook her head silently. Her eyes were cold. Lowly people. How dare they treat her like this? She had never been humiliated like this in her entire life. "Brother Chong, let's go, I'm not welcome here." Feng Shui looked up. Her eyes were filled with tears, but she looked weak and determined. "What? How dare they treat you like this?" Chong Zhuyu was furious. He went forward and was about to kick the door open. "Brother Chong. I don't want to stay here anymore." Feng Shui pulled on Chong Zhuyu. Her face was extremely pale. Chong Zhuyu turned around and hugged her. "Okay, I'll take you away." "Okay." Fu Yun was shocked by Wen Wen's abnormal state yesterday. She focused all her attention on Wen Wen. It wasn't until Tian Tian called that she realized the situation online had changed. The moment the call went through, Tian Tian's voice came through. "Ruoruo, your disguise has been exposed." She said in a complicated tone, "Let me say this first, we didn't expose your information. It was the fans who recognized you." Fu Yun didn't react for a moment. Oh. She only cared about Wen Wen yesterday and didn't have time to pay attention to the news online. Naturally, she didn't know that Feng Shui was on the hot search list. She also didn't know that her fans were fooling around outside. "Don't worry, we're very good at this. We have the upper hand. No one will be able to unscrupulously slander you anymore." Tian Tian felt that their studio was useless. After Ruorwo's fans appeared, they were all full of verbal attacks. If she was a troll, she would have cried. When it came to personal defamation rumors, the fans had asked their own legal team to send a letter. Oh, the studio was still useful. The fans contacted the studio and asked for a letter from the authorized lawyer. Fu Yun listened to Tian Tian's explanation and was a little distressed that she had been caught off guard. She didn't want to disguise herself to go shopping one day. However, since her fans recognized her, she couldn't lie to them and say that it wasn't her. Moreover, she knew that her fans were very good. Since they had already confirmed it, it meant that they had evidence in their hands. Fu Yun asked Tian Tian to keep an eye on the situation online. Wen Wen definitely couldn't appear on the internet, especially at this time of chaos. Tian Tian told Fu Yun not to worry. The fans knew their limits. Moreover, all the videos about Wen Wen on the internet had disappeared. Wen Wen had appeared on variety shows before, but now, all the videos about him were gone. There was no trace of him on the internet. Fu Yun was relieved when she heard this. She looked at her own activities. Many of them were written descriptions. Even if there were short videos, they only showed her back and she didn't care about them. Fu Yun went to the internet to look at the news. The negative comments about her had disappeared. She took a look. Many of the netizens' comments under the trending searches had familiar IDs. It was obvious that they were from her fan group. Fu Yun took a look and was amused by their comments. She thought that although there were many weirdos in this world, there were even more people with good values. Compared to the fans who scolded people with sharp words without using vulgarities, she was still far from them. She took a look. The fans were still very rational. Although Feng Shui was on the trending searches, she also read their comments. There were no rumors or slander at all. Everything they said was the truth. Compared to the so-called facts that Feng Shui had distorted in the past, what the fans pointed out was the truth of the matter. Now, on the internet, it was equivalent to publicly executing Feng Shui. It was rare for her to take the initiative to search for her account. Only then did she see the sentence that made her feel extremely disgusted. This hypocrisy was almost overflowing from the screen. However, the comments below were not from her fans. Instead, it was a bunch of mocking comments. Fu Yun saw that the fans knew their limits, so she didn't care too much. Perhaps it was because her fans were generally older and had already formed their values. Most of their interactions with her were from an equal point of view. They treated her like a friend and treated her like a junior. Fu Yun always felt that her fans were more fans of the 11 pots of orchids she raised and Wen. The way they spoke to those flowers and Wen was more like a fan. Those flowers and Wen's popularity in the live broadcast was not low. She deeply suspected that they were not only raising flowers but also her son. Moreover, they all knew that she was a low-key person. They rarely mentioned her name in public and deliberately downplayed her existence. Fu Yun thought to herself that they really understood her. They knew that she didn't like to be mentioned together with Feng Shui, so they didn't bring her into the discussion. Logically speaking, the matter of her exposing her identity would cause a lot of attention in the live broadcast circle. However, she looked around the forums and saw that there weren't many discussions about her. It seemed that the fans were very self-aware and helped to suppress the popularity. However, some of her colleagues and friends on the platform sent messages one after another. Firstly, they were teasing her. Secondly, they were concerned and showed their support for her. What made Fu Yun the happiest was that Wen was not brought out. Fu Yun also joined a fan group. It could be said that this group had been around not long after she started live streaming. They had already discovered that the Wen in the variety show was their Zai Shui. The messages on the screen kept refreshing. Basically, they were all shouting that they wanted to steal Zai Shui. There were also a lot of crying and shouting that they didn't see the video. They didn't see Zai Shui's cute, smart, and cute little face. They could only look at the proud descriptions of other fans who had seen it. Fu Yun had a puzzled look on her face. Why did it seem like they weren't the ones who contacted to take down the video? However, she couldn't figure out who was so capable. She could only suppress her doubts in her heart. Not long after, Tian sent a message with a bold exclamation mark. F***CK. That scumbag actually dared to publicly support the B***TCH on Weibo. He actually dared to say that about you. He's simply shameless. Tian seemed to be very irritable. After a while, she disappeared. It seemed like she had personally gone to tear that scumbag apart. Fu Yun went to take a look. She found that not only did the Chung family publicly express their support for Feng Shui, but also the artists under Orange Entertainment. They hinted that the rumors on the internet were all rumors and hoped that someone would stop before going too far. In addition to Feng Shui, Orange Entertainment had several A-list celebrities and some so-called famous directors and brands. After they publicly supported Feng Shui, the originally one-sided public opinion turned into a tug-of-war. The flames of war instantly spread everywhere. The entire internet was in a state of frenzy. No one in the fan group said anything. They must have seen the comments on the internet. They rolled up their sleeves and rushed to the battlefield again. Fu Yun was very touched to be silently cared for and protected by so many people. She posted on Weibo and the forum at the same time. Everything I had in the past has been taken away by you. I'll protect what I have now. Then, she replied to Chang Zhuyo's Weibo. Don't misunderstand. I chased after you in the past because you were my fiancé. I didn't want what belonged to me to be taken away. As for now, I don't want it anymore. Since I've already thrown it into the trash can has to be properly packed. Don't let the trash fly out and pollute the environment. Fu Yun thought that since her fans were so stubborn, she couldn't embarrass herself. She wasn't the original owner of the body who had nothing. Her friends, family, and all the people who supported and loved her were her source of confidence. Less than a minute after she posted, Xiu reposted her post. Everyone has a responsibility to protect the environment. Then, she liked another post on Weibo. Like a signal, her Weibo was quickly reposted and liked by many famous people in various circles. They also encouraged her. God is fair. He gave you the hardships of the first half of your life, but he will also give you the happiness and sweetness of the future. Good luck, little girl. The Orchid Association and the Queen of the Music Lu Ji, who she had worked with before, also reposted her post. They said that only a person with a pure heart could cultivate the most spiritual flowers. Even the famous streamers in the live streaming circle reposted and liked her post. There were even some who she had only heard of and had never interacted with before. Even the official account of Panda live streaming platform and Apple Entertainment's official account reposted her post. Other than that, there were also many rich second-generation heirs who were active on the public platform. There were even some people in the circle who directly apologized to her on the platform, saying that they hated her because of a misunderstanding. They even said a lot of overboard things and hoped that she wouldn't mind. Fu Yun was stunned. Was she that impressive? She touched her little heart that was overly frightened. Wenwen kept sticking to Fu Yun's side and looking at her eagerly. Seeing that she was busy, he was anxious and wanted to look at her, but he also knew that he couldn't disturb his mother. He thought to himself that if he had the chance, he must secretly take a look at his phone. He really wanted to know the news on the internet. Fu Yun noticed that Wen, who was beside her, was wholeheartedly sticking to her side. She couldn't help but say gently, Wen, the children have already asked you to play with them. Aren't you going to play with your friends? Since the morning, the children had already called twice, but Wen refused to go out. Fu Yun realized that Wen seemed to have returned to the clingy state when she was young. She was like a little tail, following her wherever she went. In the past, when the child didn't stick to her, she felt disappointed. But now that she stuck to her, she felt her heart ache. Even if Wen was smarter and braver than the average child, she was still a child after all. She would definitely be frightened when she saw the repulsive adults. Look at how scared she was. Fu Yun's heart ached. She hugged Wen and rubbed her, comforting her again and again. Wen shook her head and said seriously, I want to accompany my mother. He had to keep a close eye on his mother. If that woman Feng Shui was still here, what if she had any bad ideas and he didn't protect his mother well? He had seen too many dark sides. Sometimes, some people were really scary. Just a word, a look, or a seemingly careless action could destroy a person. Wen didn't have a cell phone, so he didn't know the situation online. But even Grandpa Mei, Grandma Mei, and the other elders in the village knew about it. This meant that the situation online was very serious. If Feng Shui was a movie queen, she would definitely have a lot of die-hard fans. Some die-hard fans were really irrational. As long as their idol showed an expression of being bullied or wronged, some extreme die-hard fans would do cruel things for their idol, such as disfiguring her or even murdering her. He met a lot of such people in the future. One of his friends in the entertainment industry expressed her dislike for Chang Shui AI in public because Fu Wen hated Chang Shui AI. She didn't expect that Chang Shui AI's die-hard fans would splash sulfuric acid on her and attack her viciously. In the end, she had to leave the entertainment industry and go abroad. Although she repeatedly said that she didn't blame him before she left, he couldn't get over this hurdle in his heart. Even after he heard from others that she was living well abroad. Like daughter, like mother. His mother was so innocent. If she was targeted by Feng Shui's die-hard fans. Wen didn't mind speculating about them with the greatest malice. Wen was extremely worried. Mom, let's get a bodyguard? No matter how careful one was, there would always be a time when one overlooked something. He looked at his small arms and legs and was even more worried. With his small body, he couldn't protect his mother well. Fu Yun saw that Wen was like a little adult who was full of worries and couldn't help but pinch his puffy cheeks. This is an adult's matter. Don't think so much with your little brain. Baby, don't worry. Mom will be fine. She thought that Wen was really frightened. He actually said that he wanted to hire a bodyguard. But how could it be so easy to hire a bodyguard? She thought that she didn't go out much. Other than in the village, she was in the flower garden. Even if there were bad people, someone would come to help as long as she shouted. There was no need for her to be afraid all day. However, Fu Yun felt that she needed to think about hiring a bodyguard. She was worried that Feng Shui would do something to her child. Fu Yun was worried when she thought about this. Baby, don't take or eat things from strangers. If you see someone you don't know talking to you, don't pay attention to them. Immediately run to a crowded place or run into the house to look for adults. Don't go to dangerous places, such as rooftops, highlands, or by the water. Do you understand? Sigh, she really shouldn't think too deeply. The moment she thought about it, she felt that there was danger everywhere. In the past, she could let her child run around without worry. The more Fu Yun thought about it, the more worried she became. She suddenly didn't want her child to go out and play anymore. Yes, it was good for him to stay by her side. Due to the influence of Feng Shui's scandal, the production team stopped filming. Siyu was free and had the time to pay attention to the happenings on the internet. At the same time, he saw the news on the internet and suddenly realized something. No wonder he always had a vague sense of familiarity with Fu Yun. However, he didn't think too much about it and thought that this sense of familiarity was because of something that had happened in the past. Siyu went to the forum again and found a video of the little brat that had been posted a long time ago. Although he didn't see the boy's face, the chubby and round little figure was so likable. Siyu couldn't help but watch it over and over again. Siyu regretted not being able to participate in Wen's growth from a baby to a child who could run and jump. If he had paid more attention back then, he might have realized that he had a son earlier. Wait, Siyu suddenly thought of a problem. Then, wasn't his 11 also in Fu Yun's hands? When he thought about how he had brushed shoulders with 11, he suddenly felt a little heartache. As Siyu scrolled, he suddenly saw Fu Yun's post on the platform. The first thing he did was to forward it and like it and comment on it. He didn't seem to care about how his actions caused an uproar among his fans. Siyu sat for a while and couldn't help but want to go over to the old house. When Xianxia saw this, he also wanted to go over. I wonder how Sister Ruoro is doing. Was she affected? Xianxia felt that inviting Feng Shui to the show was the biggest mistake. Perhaps the show would be disbanded because of her. The impact this time was too bad. The world's tolerance for a mistress was no different from a celebrity taking drugs or having an affair. Once it was confirmed, the only path left was to be banned. However, if Feng Shui was the future daughter-in-law of the wealthy Cheng family and was protected by the company, it was very likely that her reputation would be cleared in the end. Xianxia was extremely worried about Fu Yun. Siyu saw that Xianxia was sincerely worried about Fu Yun, so he didn't reject him and the two of them went to the old house together. At this moment, the courtyard door was tightly shut. Siyu knocked on the door and a voice came from inside. Who is it? It's me, Siyu replied. Xianxia hurriedly shouted from the side, and me. Then the door opened. Fu Yun smiled and said, Why are you guys here? Then she turned sideways to let them in. Uncle Yu. Wen was also in the courtyard. When she saw Siyu and Xianxia walk in, she instantly threw away the stick in her hand and ran over happily. She hugged Siyu's leg and looked up at him happily. Siyu bent over and picked Wen up. He hugged her with one hand and walked into the house. Xianxia said enviously, Wen, there's still me. Even if he wasn't as tall or handsome as Brother Yu, he was still standing there so obviously. How could they ignore him? Wen looked over and smiled cutely. She shouted loudly, Uncle Su. Yes. Xianxia instantly smiled. After Fu Yun closed the door, she saw that her son had instantly regained his vitality. She relaxed a little and couldn't help but smile. Then she went into the house and poured tea for Siyu and the rest. Why are you guys free to come over? Weren't they usually filming during the day? Sigh, the show was paused, Xianxia said nonchalantly. Fu Yun thought for a moment and realized that the incident on the internet must have affected the show. She immediately said apologetically, "I've implicated you guys." "How could we?" Xianxia waved his hand. "You're also a victim. Sister Ruoruo, don't worry. We're on your side." With that said, Xianxia touched the back of his head in embarrassment. "Sorry, I can't support you in public for the time being." He had no choice in the management company. Every word and action had to be approved by his manager before he could express his views. Fu Yun expressed her understanding. "It's okay. It's good that you can trust me." Of course, she knew that as a public figure, she had no choice. Then she looked at Siyu. "Mr. Yu, thank you for speaking up for me." You're welcome. It's what I should do." She actually wanted to ask if this would affect him, but seeing that he didn't seem to care, she felt that it would be pretentious of her to ask. Wenwen looked up at Siyu's chin and suddenly thought of Uncle Yu easily stepping on the big bad guy. Her black eyes turned. "Uncle Yu, can you be Mommy's bodyguard for the next few days?" Fu Yun immediately looked over and said disapprovingly, Wenwen. Mr. Yu was a big movie star. How could he be a bodyguard? He couldn't be so insensible just because Mr. Yu liked him. Wenwen pulled a long face and said sternly, "This is a conversation between us men." "Mommy, don't interrupt." Fu Yun was speechless. Siyu said with a smile, this is a conversation between us men." Xianxia held his stomach and laughed. This child's words were too funny. Wenwen immediately looked over and looked at Xianxia unhappily. What was so funny? He was very serious and serious. Cough, cough, cough. Xianxia choked on his own laughter and quickly turned around. He didn't laugh out loud, but his shoulders moved up and down. It was obvious that he was secretly laughing. Fu Yun was speechless. How could Mr. Yu indulge Wenwen so much? Siyu asked Wenwen seriously, "Then how do you want to hire me?" Wenwen was about to speak when she noticed that she was sitting in Siyu's arms. This would ruin his manly image and not be beneficial to the negotiation, so she asked him to put her on the table first. Wenwen stepped on the table. Her small body was not as tall as Siyu, so Siyu sat on the stool. The two of them were barely at the same height. Wenwen pulled a long face and said seriously, "We will hire you, for 5 days." He calculated. 5 days was enough to find a suitable bodyguard. After we find a bodyguard, the deal will be over. Siyu pondered for a moment. Then what can you give me in return? Wenwen looked at Fu Yun and calculated the assets in her hands. With your current value, we will double your salary. You will be paid as much as you deserve for 5 days. Siyu shook his head. I don't lack money. Your reward is not enough to move me. Wenwen frowned. The only thing they could afford was money. Then what do you want? Siyu looked at Wenwen and smiled. Let me pinch your face 3 times a day for no less than 3 minutes each time. Then I will accept your employment. How about that? Wenwen immediately covered her face when she heard that. Her fair and chubby face trembled. It was so cute that it made one's heart tremble. He widened his eyes. He knew that Siyu had always been craving for his face. How about it? Siyu threw out his conditions and waited for Wenwen to make a decision. 3 minutes is too long. Wenwen hesitated. Siyu wagged his index finger. I don't accept any bargaining. Wenwen. Then, okay, I agree. Wenwen thought deeply. Sigh, he had sacrificed a lot for his mother. Siyu smiled. Deal. I want to go down. Wenwen looked at the ground and said. Siyu carried Wenwen and put her down on the ground. Wenwen immediately ran into the room to get a pen and paper. I want to sign the contract. In order to prevent Uncle Yu from going back on his word, they had to sign the contract. Wenwen was very smart. Xianxia heard and quickly ran into the room. I will help you write the contract. Only Fu Yun and Siyu were left in the living room. Fu Yun said awkwardly, don't take Wenwen's words to heart. She is a child and doesn't know any better. Fu Yun really didn't know what Wenwen was thinking. She actually thought of hiring Siyu as a bodyguard? Siyu took it seriously. I have already promised Wen. Of course, I can't go back on my word. Fu Yun. She suddenly felt that Wen's current state had something to do with Siyu. She laughed dryly. Wen is still young. Siyu said, even if she is, since I have already promised her, I can't go back on my word. Otherwise, how can the elders set a good example in front of the children? Fu Yun. It seemed like she had to put the matter of finding a bodyguard on the agenda. Wen ran out of the room with a red face. She was holding a pen and paper in her hands. On the paper, there was a contract that Xianxia had written. Fu Yun glanced at it. If it wasn't for the fact that the client's remuneration was to pinch the client's face a few times a day for 3 minutes, this would be a very serious contract. Sign it. Siyu took the pen and paper and glanced at the contract. He saw Wen scheming. The employment period was clearly for 5 days, but the contract stated that before the client found a suitable bodyguard, he still signed his name without hesitation. When Wen saw Siyu signing the contract, she instantly grinned from ear to ear. He. Siyu teased, Wen, do you know how to write your own name? Wen proudly stuck out her belly. Yes, I do. Then, he picked up the pen and signed his name on the client's side. Fu Wen. Although the words were very big and crooked, he didn't lose any limbs. Okay, I'll keep this contract. Siyu folded the paper and kept it properly. Wen felt a little guilty when she thought about her own scheming on the contract, so she agreed. Fu Yun was speechless. Mr. Yu knew how to play with her again. Fu Yun sent Siyu and Xianxia away and then had a friendly conversation with Wen. Wen, please reflect on your actions. Where did you go wrong? Wen turned her head and said loudly, I didn't do anything wrong. Was it wrong for her to want someone to protect her mother? That's right. He thought about it. Most of the villagers were old and young, and they had families to feed. They weren't suitable to protect her mother. Only the powerful Uncle Yu was the most suitable. Yes, his underlings had to be mobilized too. They had to pay attention to whether there were strangers in or out of the village. Is your Uncle Yu a bodyguard? He actually dares to let someone else be our bodyguard? But he agreed. You still think it's reasonable? Fu Yun snorted and was about to continue lecturing her when the courtyard door was knocked again. She stood up and was about to leave when she saw Wen move from the corner of her eye. She instantly turned her head. Stand still. Don't move. Wen stood against the wall and pouted. Her mother really didn't understand his painstaking efforts. Sigh. Fu Yun let Wen off for the time being. She walked out of the door and asked who it was before opening the door. Siyu appeared again. He was standing alone in front of the door with a suitcase in his hand. Fu Yunrua? Fu Yun was puzzled. Mr. Yu, what are you doing? Siyu walked in with his luggage and said calmly, I'm being a bodyguard. Fu Yun was speechless. She almost choked on her own saliva. She said with difficulty, Mr. Yu, Wen's words can't be taken seriously. You really don't have to do this. Siyu raised his eyebrows. Was this the prelude to living under the same roof? She felt extremely awkward and could only say clearly, it's really not suitable for an outsider to live with us. Even if she had a few mouths, she couldn't explain it clearly. She didn't want the villagers to misunderstand that she was getting married. Siyu spread his hands. Then I'll be living too far away from the Mei family. If I can't protect you in time, then I won't be a competent bodyguard. He said righteously, we're upright and upright. A few words from others won't affect anything. Fu Yun was extremely distressed. She didn't want Siyu to live with them. Of course, it wasn't that she didn't welcome him, but it was really inappropriate. However, he had Wen's golden token in his hands. Fu Yun felt a headache when she thought of the naughty child facing the wall to reflect on his mistakes. When Wen heard Siyu's voice, he immediately pricked up his ears to listen outside. He wanted to run out, but he was still being punished. His short little legs moved around, but in the end, he stood obediently. Sigh, he had sacrificed a lot for his mother, but he still had to stand as punishment. Siyu walked in and saw the little guy standing against the wall with his head drooping. He raised his eyebrows slightly. Wen, what are you doing? Wen looked at him with an aggrieved expression. Uncle Yu, I'm facing the wall to reflect on my mistakes. Fu Yun thought that this big trouble was caused by Wen and immediately had a headache. Don't bother about him. He has to be punished for his mistakes. Otherwise, he would be sent to heaven without the sky-piercing cannon. Nodding her head, Xiu consoled, then you should reflect on your mistakes and try to appease your mother. Wen immediately pulled a long face and looked pitiful. She thought that Uncle Yu would speak up for her. Xiu put her hand on the handle of the suitcase, turned her head and asked Fu Yun, where am I staying? Fu Yun's head hurt even more. How could she forcefully refuse? Stay? Wen instantly raised her head and looked over, her gaze scrutinizing. Why did Uncle Yu want to live here? For a moment, Wen felt a sense of crisis, as if her territory had been violated. Xiu noticed Wen's line of sight and pondered. This little guy looks so obedient, but he's actually a wolf cub? Xiu remained calm and collected. If I don't live here, how can I fulfill my duties as a bodyguard? If your mother is in danger at night, I won't be able to make it in time. Wen tilted her head and thought hesitantly, it seems to be true. Mother is in danger 24 hours a day. If I only protect her during the day, there is still a loophole. But a child's possessiveness made him instinctively dislike another person intruding into his and his mother's lives. It was enough to have only him and his mother at home. But his mother's safety was also very important. Wen fell into a dilemma. If it was a hired bodyguard, he could get someone to build a small house beside the old house. But wouldn't that be bad for Uncle Yu? Fu Yun suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, Mr. Yu, if the news of you living here is exposed on the internet, there will be scandals. Fu Yun remembered that ever since Siyu's debut, there had been no scandals and her resume was clean. If this news were to spread, wouldn't it be a hot search? Siyu said, it's okay. The innocent will know. Fu Yun braced herself and said, then, if you live here, it won't be convenient for you to film the show, right? This was a live broadcast. She didn't want to be on the hot search again. Siyu said, the show's filming has been suspended. There was a bloody storm on the internet. It was like a fight between gods. Regardless of whether they were willing or not, the production team could only suspend the show's filming. Moreover, he heard that Feng Shui had been chased out by the local villagers and could only temporarily live in the house rented by the production team. Among the local villagers, there were many in-laws between the villages. The relationships between the villages were complicated, and they were very particular about interpersonal relationships. And Fu Yun was recognized by Xianxia village as a family member. If their family member was bullied, the villagers would tell their relatives. Then, the relatives would tell their relatives. In this way, wouldn't they know that these people who came to film the show bullied their family member? He heard that the other guests were not doing well in the other villages. Although they were not chased away, they did not cooperate with the show. Only Siyu and Xianxia were not treated coldly because they had a good relationship with the villagers and Siyu had protected them before. It was still unknown whether the production team could continue filming. He looked at the mother and son and seemed to realize that he was not welcomed. Then, he took a step back and said, if you really mind, I remember that there is a woodshed not far from the old house. I can live there. Fu Yun knew that the reason for the show's suspension was her and Feng Shui's quarrel. She was also one of the main culprits. Then, she thought of the woodshed. It was an old house made of yellow mud bricks from a long time ago. After the original owner made a bright tile house, he moved away. That place became the place where the owner stored the firewood. The house had been abandoned for a long time and was in disrepair. How could anyone live in it? He had good intentions. He agreed to Wen's unreasonable request and kept his word. How could she let him live in the woodshed? Even when it rained, he had to use a basin to collect rainwater. Fu Yun's brain twitched. She immediately said, how can I let you live in the woodshed? Just stay at home. There are plenty of empty rooms. As soon as she finished speaking, she wanted to bite her tongue and commit suicide. She had clearly rejected him. How could she say that out loud? Siyu curled his lips and smiled. If that's the case, then I'll have to trouble you. Then, he turned his head and looked at the only male in the house who was being punished to stand. He asked for his opinion. Wen, do you welcome me? Wen hesitated. He thought that it was not good to let his idol sleep in the woodshed. In the end, he nodded. Siyu said seriously, then I'll have to trouble you. Being treated as an equal made Wen feel like an adult. He subconsciously stuck out his little belly and nodded seriously. I'll leave the house to you. Okay. Siyu promised seriously. Don't worry. I'm here for everything. Fu Yun was speechless. She was defeated. She compromised and led him to the house. There's a guest room here, but we have to tidy it up before you can move in. I'm sorry. It's okay. The layout of the old house was quite big and there were many rooms. Fu Yun specially chose the room furthest away from their room. Although it was usually cleaned, it still had to be tidied up if they wanted to move in. Siyu followed Fu Yun into the room. Wen stood on her tiptoes and looked at their backs as they left. In the end, she could not hold back and quietly chased after Siyu. Fu Yun opened the door and a stuffy wave of air rushed over. She said embarrassedly, there's no air conditioner in this room, so we can only have an electric fan at night. But don't worry, the temperature is not so high at night. The room was stuffy now mainly because the temperature outside was high during the day. The windows were not open, so there was no ventilation. There was also sunlight shining in through the windows. When the night breeze blew in at night, it would be much cooler. Siyu put his luggage aside and looked around the room. The room was very empty. Other than the bed frame, a cabinet, and a table, there was nothing else. Fu Yun opened the cabinet and wanted to take out the mattress and quilt inside to dry. It was still morning. She could use the quilt after drying it in the water until evening. She was about to do it, but Siyu reached out and took the quilt in his hand first. Fu Yun turned around. Siyu said casually, tell me, I'll do it. Me too. Wen raised his chubby hand and said loudly. He could help too. Fu Yun lowered her head and saw the eager chubby boy. She said with a straight face, what does it have to do with you? Continue to face the wall and reflect on your past. Wen's face fell. He still had to face the wall? He could not help but look at Siyu and send a pleading look. Siyu replied with a helpless look. Wen turned around dejectedly and walked away step by step. Sigh, women were unreasonable. He clearly did not do anything wrong, but he still had to face the wall and reflect on his past. Siyu took the initiative to take over the work and took the quilt out to dry. He carried a bucket and a cloth and wiped the bed frame and table in the room. Fu Yun was not idle either. She washed the bed sheets and quilt and hung them up to dry. Wen thought about it again and again. He finally finished facing the wall and followed Siyu around like a little tail. Siyu wiped the top of the cabinet and he used a small cloth to wipe the bottom. He was very active in his work. Because Siyu was around, Fu Yun had already opened the door to the courtyard. She had to admit that with an adult in the house, the sense of security was different. At least in the daytime, she would not think of closing the door. After Fu Yun finished washing the quilt and drying it, she saw that it was almost noon and went to the kitchen to cook. When Wen smelled the aroma of the food, he immediately abandoned Siyu heartlessly and ran to the kitchen. He ran around Fu Yun. Siyu, who was suddenly all alone, scoffed. In this little rascal's heart, was food more important than him? After Siyu wiped the room clean, he carried the bucket and poured the dirty water into the ditch in the courtyard. He then went to the sink to rinse the bucket and wash the cloth. There was a knock on the door. He turned around and saw Yuan Xian's round body standing at the door. Yuan Xian looked at Siyu's manly appearance and clicked his tongue in wonder. He walked in and gave him a thumbs up. Impressive. You've reached a higher level so quickly. When Yuan Xian went to the Mei family to look for Siyu, he was told by Xian Su that he had gone to the Fu family to be a bodyguard. He was very envious. He also wanted to be a bodyguard for the young lady and the cute children, but he was too embarrassed to say it. Although he had not been professionally trained, he would not back down if he encountered danger. When Yuan Xian heard this, he immediately thought, is this dog finally making a move? Yuan Xian immediately went to the old house. He did not expect to see Siyu pouring dirty water to wash a dirty handkerchief. Is this still the same clean freak Siyu? Siyu glanced at him indifferently. What's the matter? Hurry up and leave if you're done talking. I won't stay for dinner. Yuan Xian scoffed. Dog, I'm not a legitimate member of this family. Do I have the right to make decisions? Yuan Xian looked around the courtyard. Although the owner of the house had not come out, this was not the place to talk. Siyu washed the handkerchief and hung it on a bamboo fork to dry. He then washed his hands and walked out of the courtyard. Yuan Xian followed him out. The two of them stood under a tree by the fork in the road. Yuan Xian did not get straight to the point. Instead, he sized up Siyu. What are you planning? Does he only want the child, or does he want both the child and the adult? Yuan Xian had been with Siyu for so many years, but sometimes he still could not figure out what this man was thinking. Initially, he thought that Siyu only wanted the child. Later on, he treated Fu Yun differently because she was the child's mother. Now, he was not so sure. This dog had actually schemed to enter the house. Based on his character, if he only wanted the child, there were many ways. He had actually chosen the easiest way to get involved. Could it be that this D*MN man had developed feelings for her because he had been protecting her for so long? Siyu cast a sidelong glance at him and sneered, "What can I be planning? Take care of your own messy business first." Yuan Xian was an average-looking man with a plump figure. He was also very capable, but his private life was a little messy and could not settle down. He was already so old and still had no wife or children. He should take care of himself first. There was so much gossip. Yuan Xian chuckled. You're just a pile of cow dung. Can't I ask about it? Siyu frowned and looked at him with disdain. Can't you think of a better description? Was there a pile of cow dung that was tall, handsome, and rich? Oh. Yuan Xian was expressionless. Then you're just a shiny pig trying to steal someone else's fresh cabbage. Siyu calmly changed the topic. How's the matter? Yuan Xian chuckled. Don't worry, I'm handling it. It's all settled. They were good citizens who abided by the law. When they discovered injustice, they would naturally call the police and let the police handle it. Of course, they were true to their word. After getting the video, they would still pay. However, they happened to find out that the person who took the video had been involved in a hit and run, so they called the police. They were the ones who had uploaded the edited original video online. The part where the person was beaten up and the child scene could not be uploaded. Otherwise, wouldn't they be providing evidence for the other party to intentionally hurt someone? How good would it be if things were as they were now? Chang Zhuyu had been taught a lesson and had no evidence to sue them. But you don't seem to be of much use. Yuan Xian gloated. He had only found out that Fu Yun was actually a popular broadcaster after reading the news online. He also knew that she was the broadcaster that Siyu had been following for a few years. To a certain extent, Siyu was Fu Yun's fan, even if he did not admit it himself. As Siyu's manager, how could he not know that Siyu would definitely follow the livestream whenever she was free? She would even tip from time to time. She was the only one on his secondary account that he followed. Yuan Xian could not help but wonder if it was because he knew that Fu Yun was the broadcaster that he had been following. His favorability towards her had increased and broken through the favorability level, so he started to have designs on her. However, Yuan Xian gloated. She was not interested in him at all. Even a D*MN man would have such a day. There's no chance of you being a hero and saving the damsel in distress online, Yuan Xian chuckled. Fu Yun's fans were much more valiant than Siyu's fans. Other than adding fuel to the fire behind the scenes, they were completely useless. Yuan Xian believed that if they got together one day and the fans on both sides did not recognize each other and started fighting, his hundreds of millions of fans would definitely not be able to win against the tens of millions of fans. Those were werewolves who could fight against 100 people alone. Siyu did not mind at all. His secondary account was in the fan group. Although he rarely appeared, based on his status as the #1 pay-to-win big shot in the livestream, he still had the status of a manager. He was also a senior manager of the fan group. This time, he had silently provided a lot of help to the fans behind the scenes. Of course, there was no need to tell his manager this, lest he started to doubt himself and his life. Her image has taken a big hit this time. She won't come out and cause trouble for a while. However, with the Chang family and Orange Entertainment around, it's impossible to stop her from jumping around. Orange Entertainment was very determined to protect Feng Shui. In order to divert the public's attention, they took the initiative to release a lot of negative news. They even revealed the secret marriage of a famous actor under their company. This caused quite a stir, and the netizens' attention shifted a lot. Even so, Fu Yun's reputation as a black-hearted first wife had been cleared. Feng Shui's image had taken a big hit, so she might not be as popular in the entertainment industry in the future. Siyu was not surprised. He felt that given Feng Shui and Chang Zhio's extreme luck, they were already much luckier than those who had gone against them in the past. They had successfully kicked her off her pedestal without suffering any backlash. Siyu was deep in thought. Did this mean that their good luck had come to an end? Siyu thought for a while and finally decided to take it slow. Keep an eye on it. Let the video go down after one more day. Those who should have seen it had already seen it. If the video stayed up for too long, it would trigger the netizens' rebellious mentality. They had to stop before they went too far. Moreover, the popularity online was only one of the consequences. The more fatal consequences were in other places. They would be in a mess for a while. Okay, Yuan Xian responded. Is there anything else? Siyu began to chase him away. If there's nothing else, hurry up and do your work. Yuan Xian refused to leave. I haven't said goodbye to Yunrua and Wenwen yet. Without waiting for Siyu to speak, he quickly ran into the courtyard. Wenwen was sitting on a stool by the door, holding her chubby cheeks and sighing like a little adult. Was he still his mother's favorite baby? He wanted to help his mother taste meaty, but she didn't let him try. Wenwen decided to be angry for 10 minutes. Maybe 5 minutes. The kind that couldn't be coaxed. Yuan Xian nimbly scurried into the courtyard and saw the little dumpling. He immediately beamed. Wenwen, do you still remember Uncle Yuan? Wenwen looked up and immediately said happily, Uncle Yuan. Yes. Yuan Xian squatted in front of Wenwen and magically conjured a transformer. Take this and play with it. Wenwen looked at it curiously. Wenwen, don't you like this gift? Uncle is so sad, Yuan Xian frowned and said dejectedly. Wenwen immediately took the gift. I like it. Yuan Xian was happy. After he carried Wenwen, he didn't want to let go. Why was Wenwen so lovable? Siyu came in and saw Yuan Xian coaxing his son and being affectionate with him. He snorted. If he liked children, why didn't he have one himself? He only knew how to covet other people's children. Fu Yun heard the commotion and came out to take a look. She saw her son and Yuan Xian having fun. Brother Yuan is here. Wenwen turned his head and saw Fu Yun. He happily ran over and said, Mom, Uncle Yuan gave me a transformer. He completely forgot that he had sworn to ignore his mother for 5 minutes. Fu Yun patted his furry little head and smiled at Yuan Xian. I've made you spend money. Wenwen has a lot of toys. You don't have to buy them next time. Then, she smiled and said, I made lunch. Let's stay and have a meal together. Fu Yun thought to herself that it was a good thing that she had estimated Siyu's appetite and made more. Otherwise, she would really be worried that there wouldn't be enough to eat and it would be awkward. Then I won't stand on ceremony. As Yuan Xian spoke, he cast a subtle glance at Siyu. The mistress of the house was ultimately in charge. Wenwen took a full nap after eating and then went out to look for her friends. He had to tell his underlings to report to them immediately if they saw a stranger. He had to eliminate the danger as much as possible and not let his mother get hurt. Siyu followed the high-spirited children out, but Fu Yun was not the only one at home. Aunt May specially came over to talk to Fu Yun. In order to speak up for Fu Yun, Aunt May learned how to surf the internet and found out about Fu Yun's past. Her heart ached even more for Fu Yun. No wonder he left his hometown and came to such a remote place for a young girl. There was no way to survive if she stayed in that so-called home. No wonder she cried so sadly. She felt that Ruorwo's biological father was blind and deceived. He didn't even want such a good daughter. Aunt May was so angry that her heart hurt. She scolded Uncle May for a few days, but when facing Fu Yun, she didn't mention the past at all. It's good for you to come and stay with you. Aunt May also knew about this. After all, Siyu used to stay at her house. If she wanted to leave, she would always inform her. I'm worried that the villagers will gossip. In any case, Fu Yun felt strange and uncomfortable. She didn't have the experience of being in the same room with the opposite sex at the same age, especially since her situation was special. People on the internet said that as long as they didn't dance in front of her, she could ignore it. However, she didn't want to experience the same thing as when she first came and was discussed behind her back by the villagers. Aunt May raised her eyebrows. Who dares to say it? I'll tear her mouth off. You can't let him stay next door, right? Fu Yun thought about it. That's right, why didn't she think of letting him stay next door? But on second thought, she felt that it wasn't appropriate. Although there were people living next door to the old house, it was even more inconvenient with a pregnant young daughter-in-law at home. When, that child. Fu Yun was helpless. Forget it, she had to quickly ask Tian Tian to help find 1 or 2 female bodyguards who were willing to come over. After all, it was inconvenient for a male bodyguard. Fu Yun felt that their worries were groundless, but Wen's previous state still scared her. Even if it was for the sake of a child's heart, bodyguards were indispensable. Aunt May knew Fu Yunruo's worries. She thought for a while and said, then why don't I stay here too? Fu Yunruo's eyes lit up and she immediately nodded. Okay. Aunt May actually felt that Siyu and Fu Yun were quite compatible, but Siyu was a big star, so she must know many outstanding girls. In her eyes, Ruorwo was the best. However, she still had a child with her after all. Many people minded this point. Therefore, Aunt May suppressed the thought of matchmaking and changed the topic. In the village, Wen gathered the children of the village and the neighboring Shaha village. She stood in the middle with a serious face and gave a speech. The group of children, of different heights, all looked at Wen with their clear eyes. Wen's chubby little face was stiff, and she said in a serious voice, "Did you hear me clearly?" "Yes." The children answered in unison. "Repeat it again?" Zhuang raised his hand and was the first to say, "Don't eat candy from strangers." Dian said loudly, "Don't talk to strangers. If you see a stranger entering the village, report it to your parents. If you see danger, run quickly." Wen heard that they had all memorized the main points and nodded in satisfaction. Dashan said, Wen, don't worry. We will definitely protect you and Sister Ruoro. Dashan patted his thick chest and then said to Wen, my aunt chased that bad woman out. He saw it with his own eyes. Wen was surprised. He did not expect this. That woman was actually chased out of the village? Wen felt a little happy. That woman had probably never been treated like this before. After feeling happy, Wen became worried. That woman was so narrow-minded. What if she held a grudge? No matter how united the village was, they might not be able to fight against her. Moreover, they came here to film the show. They had originally signed a contract to donate to them, right? Could they still get the charity money in this situation? The children did not know Wen's conflicted thoughts. They surrounded Wen and asked, Wen, let's go play? You can play whatever you want. Without Wen, they could not play anything. The children looked at him eagerly. Wen hesitated for a moment and finally said reservedly, all right then, let's play for a while. Siyu kept looking at Wen. Seeing that his son was so popular, he was very proud. As expected of his son, he did well everywhere. Wen, who said that he was only going to play for a while, unknowingly played until evening. When Fu Yun came looking for him, the group of children dispersed and went home. Fu Yun and Aunt May chatted for the entire afternoon and tidied up the other empty room. Aunt May only went back after 5 o'clock. Aunt May only came over to stay at night. During the day, she still had to go home to cook for the old man. She would come over then. Fu Yunrua brought the warm bedsheets into the room and helped to make the bed. She even placed the mat on top of the bed. She looked at the sky outside. The sun was about to set. After the little guy went out, he had not returned. It was as if he had left. She could only go out to look for him. On the way, she met the villagers and chatted for a while. After asking where the children were playing, she went to look for them. Fu Yun went to the destination and did not see the children. Instead, she saw Siyu sitting under the shade of a tree. Fu Yun was puzzled. Was a celebrity so free? Didn't she have to rush for work? Didn't she have to film television, movies, and advertisements? He could even take care of the children for the whole day? Siyu saw Fu Yun and stood up. He said very naturally, "Are you here to take the children home?" Fu Yun nodded. She hesitated for a moment and could not help but ask again, "Mr. Yu, will it really not disturb your work?" Siyu said casually, "No." Seeing that Fu Yun was still very worried about his work, Siyu said, "Now is the time for me to rest. My original intention of taking on this variety show was to relax." However, he did not expect that there would be so many accidents. Although he was unhappy that someone he did not like was jumping around in front of him, he was pleasantly surprised. "Mom." Wenwen inadvertently saw Fu Yun and immediately ran over happily. His exquisite and cute cheeks were covered in a thin layer of sweat and his cheeks were flushed red. "Mom." Wenwen rushed over and hugged Fu Yun's thigh. He smiled and showed his little baby teeth. "Let's go home." Fu Yun smiled and held Wenwen's warm little chubby hand. Siyu walked over and naturally held Wenwen's other hand. It's time to go home." Wenwen walked in between the two adults. Both of his hands were held. He turned his head to look at Fu Yun and then turned to look at Siyu. He suddenly felt very happy. Fu Yun was originally looking at the road, but suddenly her hand dropped. She subconsciously tightened her grip and lifted it slightly. Fu Yun turned his head and looked down. Wenwen's two short legs were hanging in the air. His whole body swayed like a swing. He was smiling so widely that his teeth could not be seen. "Ka ka ka." Siyu saw Wenwen playing so happily. He raised his eyebrows and then shook his hand. Wenwen was swayed like a swing. He smiled even more happily. Fu Yun saw this and quickly stopped him. "You can't shake like this. What if your arm dislocates?" Fu Yun remembered the things that needed to be taken note of at every age. Such a young child's bones had not developed well and were very fragile. He could not swing his arm. Otherwise, it would easily dislocate. If it was serious, it would affect his future bone development or cause habitual dislocation, so he had to be careful. Wenwen said coquettishly, "Mom, just shake a little." He felt that it was very fun. "No. Mom, I love Mom. I love Mom the most." Siyu, who was at the side, saw Wenwen clinging to Fu Yun and speaking coquettishly. He pinched Wenwen's chubby body and carried him with both hands. Then, he placed him on the left and swayed back and forth. Wenwen was still acting coquettishly with Fu Yun. Suddenly, he was suspended in the air. In an instant, his little arms and legs were facing down. His head was also facing down. Then, he was swayed around as if he had hit a big bell. Siyu swayed for a while. Then, he looked at Wenwen with a smile on his face. "Do you love Uncle Yu the most?" Wenwen. Wenwen looked at Siyu expressionlessly. "No, thank you." Fu Yun burst out laughing. Then, she held back her laughter and said, "All right, he's already swaying. Let's go home." Siyu looked at Wenwen, who suddenly had a little mood. He was confused. Didn't he want to be swayed? Why was he unhappy again? When the three of them reached home, Wenwen immediately wanted to get off the ground. His little body twisted. When he landed, he immediately ran into the house. Siyu was confused for a long time. He turned to Fu Yun and asked, "What's wrong with Wenwen?" Fu Yun's lips were still smiling. When she heard this, she only said, "It's nothing. Children will be fine after being awkward for a while." "Siyu." "So, what was the little guy being awkward about?" Fu Yun thought for a moment. "Why don't you help Wenwen bathe?" Siyu had helped Wenwen bathe before. He thought that it would be no problem to help again. Siyu agreed as expected. Then, he went to the bathroom to turn on the hot water. Fu Yun tidied up the little guy's clothes and brought them over. When she looked up, the two of them who were at loggerheads had made up again. Otherwise, why would a child's face change so easily in June? Wen, who was still at loggerheads, instantly circled around Siyu. He wanted to take a bath. He wanted to swim. However, because the little kid had played crazily, he had to rest for a while before bathing. At the same time, he also had to dry the hot water. Fu Yun ignored the two of them and prepared dinner in the kitchen. Wen's laughter constantly came from the bathroom. The whole house seemed to be bustling with noise and excitement. At night, they had a peaceful and lively dinner. Siyu and Wen played in the courtyard. Fu Yun rested for a while and went to take a bath. After she came out, she washed her and Wen's clothes and hung them under the roof to dry. Siyu hugged Wen and threw him up. Wen's laughter almost broke through the sky. Fu Yun saw that Wen was thrown so high, and she was worried for a moment. However, she saw that Siyu could catch him steadily every time. He looked like he was handling a butcher's cleaver. At the same time, she was relieved and impressed. Sure enough, there was a huge difference in physical strength between men and women. Although Wen was half a head shorter than his peers, his body was full of meat. Her hands were sore after carrying him for 10 minutes, let alone tossing him around like this. Fu Yun noticed that they had been playing for at least 10 minutes. She couldn't help but say, "Alright, Wen, stop pestering your Uncle Yu." Wen wanted to continue, but he knew his weight. They had played for a long time and couldn't tire Uncle Yu out. Hence, he said to Siyu, "Uncle Yu, put me down." Siyu placed Wen on the ground. Wen immediately ran over to Fu Yun's side and coaxed her. Fu Yun coaxed him for a while, then said to Siyu, "Mr. Yu, you can go and take a shower." Siyu nodded and entered the house. Fu Yun sat on the chair. Wen also climbed up and squeezed into Fu Yun's arms. After he sat down, the phone was above his head. Hence, he said to Fu Yun in a childish voice, "Mommy, I want to see it too." Fu Yun pinched his face, "Little clever boy." In the end, she still showed him the screen. Fu Yun just started to video chat with Tian. When Tian saw Wen's face on the screen, she instantly greeted him excitedly and her voice became gentler. "Wen, have you eaten? What did you eat? What did you play today?" Auntie Tian Wen shouted at the screen and then answered her childish question. The two of them chatted for a while through the screen. Only then did Fu Yun have the right to video chat with her. Tian was reluctant to leave, but she still got to the point. She told Fu Yun the latest news on the internet in detail. The internet was almost evenly matched. Although that incident was still popular, because of the impact of other breaking news, the popularity dropped a lot. Because of Orange Entertainment's crazy actions, everyone in the entertainment industry was in danger. Except for a small number of people, which well-known big shot in the entertainment industry did not have a private matter. Orange Entertainment was exposed one after another. It was hard to guarantee that the next one would not be themselves, so everyone hoped that this matter would pass quickly. Fu Yun had already vented her anger, so this matter was over for the time being. However, Tian was still indignant. She felt that Fu Yun had been wronged. Fu Yun changed the topic and talked about finding a female bodyguard. Tian had never come into contact with this level, so she did not know much. She did not know who was trustworthy. However, Panda live streaming platform had a security company working with, so Tian said that she would contact the platform to ask. After Fu Yun agreed, they chatted for a while before hanging up. Then, she logged into the platform of the live streaming account and looked at the private messages and comments. The private messages lagged for a while before the number of unread private messages was calculated. It had already exceeded 9,999 plus. She could not read all of them at all, so she randomly picked a few to reply to and then read all of them. She had not live streamed for a few days. Fu Yun thought for a while and posted a status update, telling her the time of tomorrow's live stream. Fu Yun heard the commotion and looked up. She saw a shirtless man with wet hair wearing only a pair of loose pants walking out. He was still holding wet clothes in his hand and asked Fu Yun where to dry the clothes. Fu Yun's face turned red. She pointed casually. You can dry the clothes over there. Siyu responded and turned to walk over. Seeing that there was an empty clothes rack, he took it over to dry the clothes. Fu Yun realized something that made her even more embarrassed. Her undergarments were still drying there. She did not think too much about it just now and only noticed it now. She should have taken it back to her room to dry it. It was too embarrassing. Wen's attention was all on Siyu. He was extremely envious. Her figure was even better than his future. Would he be able to have such a good figure in this lifetime? Wen's eyes turned red. After his jealousy subsided, he thought about it again. In 20 years, he would be in his prime. And when he was in his 40s or 50s, he would probably have put on weight. Wen was happy. In this way, Uncle Yu could not compare to his future at all. He was no longer jealous in an instant. Fu Yun saw that Siyu had no intention of putting on her clothes, so she could not help but say, You put on your clothes. She almost could not help but cover her face. She could not help but look over. One had to know that it was not only women who were beautiful, but men were also beautiful. Siyu looked down at himself, then looked at her fair and exquisite face that was flushed red. It's hot. He had taken a cold shower, but perhaps because he had just exercised a lot, his body was still hot. Although he said that, Siyu still put on his clothes. Fu Yun felt more at ease. Siyu brought out a chair and sat in the courtyard to enjoy the breeze. He held his phone and looked at the screen. Wen was very curious. She did not know what Uncle Yu was looking at, so she slipped down and ran to Siyu. Then, she hugged his knees and climbed up to sit on Siyu's lap. Wen looked up and asked, Uncle Yu, can I watch? Wen thought, what kind of acting videos is Uncle Yu watching to enrich himself? Or is he reading a script? Siyu looked down at his sparkling eyes. He pressed a few buttons on the screen and showed it to him. It was playing a cartoon that children loved to watch. Wen said, Uncle Yu, you're so childish. I don't even want to watch this cartoon. Why don't you watch it? Cats are so stupid. They can't catch mice. If it was a big flower in Zhuang's house, they would have caught it immediately. Really? They're so good? Yeah, look. They already caught it, but they let it go. They're so stupid. Wen looked at the video and complained to Siyu while watching it with great interest. Not long after, a voice came from outside the courtyard. Ruoruo? Aunt May, we're here. Fu Yun answered and quickly got up to open the door. Aunt May walked in with a smile. When she saw Siyu and Wen sitting together affectionately, her smile deepened. After Fu Yunrua locked the door, she turned around and walked over. Grandma May. Wen greeted Aunt May happily when she saw her. Aunt May, why are you looking for Yunrua? Siyu asked. It was already 9 o'clock. The countryside worked and slept very early, especially for people of Aunt May's age. She went to bed before 9:30. He was quite curious. Nothing much. Aunt May chuckled. Fu Yun said, Oh, I forgot to tell you that Aunt May will be staying over too. We can take care of each other. See you. Aunt May sat in the courtyard for a while. Fu Yun saw that it was already 9:30, so she said to Wen, It's time to sleep. Wen was awake at this moment. When she heard this, she was not too happy. Wait a little longer. I haven't finished watching this episode. Fu Yun said, You won't grow taller if you sleep late. Siyu said, I'll coax the child to sleep. When Wen's eyes lit up. She immediately turned to Fu Yun and said, Mom, I want to sleep with Uncle Yu. You'll disturb. Before Fu Yun could finish her sentence, Siyu said, It's alright. Fu Yun saw that the adult and child were very willing. If she stopped them, she would seem like an evil person. She could only say, Then don't make trouble in the middle of the night by saying that you can't sleep. I won't. Wen shook her head like a rattledrum. Siyu carried Wen back to the room. Fu Yun reminded from behind, You can't sleep after 10 o'clock. Aunt May looked at them with a smile. After they left, she said to Fu Yun happily, Look at how well they get along. Fu Yun nodded in agreement. That's right. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, Fu Yun would not have known that her son would get along so well with someone else. When Siyu left this place, Wen would probably cry. Aunt May saw that Fu Yun did not think of anything else, so she did not say anything else. Instead, she smiled meaningfully. Not long after, Fu Yun and Aunt May returned to their respective rooms. There was no small heater on the bed. Fu Yun was really not used to it. However, after tossing and turning for less than half an hour, she finally fell asleep. Early the next morning, Fu Yun cooked breakfast and prepared to go to the flower garden. Siyu heard the commotion and walked out. When she saw Fu Yun preparing to go out, she asked, "Are you going to the flower garden?" "Yes, the work there is quite busy. I can't leave it all to Uncle Gua." The old man was old and she was worried. It was time to go back. "Has Wen woken up?" "No." Siyu replied. Then, she said to Fu Yun, "Wait for me for a while. I'll go too." Fu Yun hesitated. "We are very safe there." The flower garden was surrounded by iron nets and there were surveillance cameras. Ordinary people could not enter. She basically did not take a step out of the flower garden. It was very safe. Fu Yun went to wake Wen up and carried the sleepy little fellow out. She did not know what time they played. If Fu Yun did not hear any movements, she did not care. She believed that Siyu knew what to do. Siyu went to wash up and even packed a set of clothes. She looked like she did not want to abandon her. Fu Yun hesitated. "Mr. Yu, why don't you stay here? There are no empty rooms over there." Siyu did not care. "It's okay. I can stay with Wen." "Fu Yun." Wen rubbed his eyes. His eyes were still sleepy. He said to Siyu in a childish voice, "Uncle Yu, I'll sleep with Mummy." "Siyu." He thought that Wen already had a separate room. Siyu looked at Wen who was leaning in Fu Yun's arms. He was almost 4 years old. He was not young anymore. Why was he still like a child who had not been weaned and wanted to sleep with his mother? He had a separate room since he was born. He had never slept with his parents. It was time to train his independence. In the end, Siyu still followed them to the flower garden. After Fu Yun handed the child to Siyu, she rushed to the flower shed. She had been delayed for a while in the morning. It was almost time. She could not be late. Fortunately, she entered the livestream room 1 minute before the livestream started and turned on the livestream equipment. There were already people waiting in the livestream room. As soon as she turned on the livestream, the gifts started flooding in. There were also many people who sent comments. Yun. I've finally waited for you. I miss you, Yun. Will you show your face today, Yun? Good morning, everyone. Fu Yun greeted them and saw the layers of comments from the fans. Many people wanted to see her in person. Fu Yun thought that her alias had been exposed, so it did not matter if she showed her face or not. Her fans had helped her so much. She should satisfy their requests. Hence, Fu Yun adjusted the angle of the livestream equipment. After a while, Fu Yun's face appeared in the high-definition camera. It was a beauty attack. At such a close distance, they could see the fair and flawless face under the camera even more clearly. Her looks were actually so good. She was so close to the camera that she didn't have any flaws. Instead, she was so beautiful that it took people's breath away. This delicate facial features, this delicate skin that could be broken by the slightest touch. It was simply too beautiful. How did she maintain her looks? Didn't they say that Yun lived in a remote village? Why was she in such a good state? One couldn't tell that she was already a mother. Where did this peerless beauty come from? My heart melted when she smiled. So sweet that it reached my heart. The most beautiful scenery in the world is the moment you look up. Ozzel, I can do it. The girls licked their faces and then looked at their big faces in the mirror. They were envious. They also wanted to be exquisite and beautiful young ladies. But if the young ladies didn't mind, they could do it too. Fu Yun looked up and saw the audience's fancy praises on the screen. She felt a little embarrassed. She felt that the fans were looking at her through a 100-meter thick filter. The screen ushered in another wave of bullet screen comments, and her popularity increased explosively. She thought to herself, how curious are they about her looks? At the same time, the gift-giving notifications kept rolling. In the blink of an eye, she saw several seas of flowers. Fu Yun hurriedly stopped them. There's no need to spend money. If you want to give gifts, you can just give Little Bamboo. Little Bamboo was a free gift given to users by the platform every day. It could be used to give to the streamers they liked. Of course, the streamer and the platform did not benefit from this kind of free gift. Fu Yun saw that the audience's enthusiasm did not decrease and that the gifts were still flying, so she simply set the live stream to not allow gifts. Yun, we were wrong. Hurry up and remove the permissions. I promise I won't give gifts anymore. We'll only give one flower at a time. Fu Yun saw such comments and pretended not to see them. She knew that they would not be so obedient. The audience could not express their love with gifts, so the comments exploded again. They were so dense that they covered the entire screen. Fu Yunrua was dazzled, so she decided not to look anymore. Then, she started talking to the audience. She looked at the screen and said sincerely, I've read all the information on the internet in the past 2 days. Thank you very much for protecting me. Fu Yun bowed to the screen. The bullet screen was filled with comments saying that there was no need to be polite. It was only right. Bullying my mother is the same as bullying me. I can't tolerate it. If you want to bully my Zai, you'll have to ask for my permission first. That's right. You're my son's mother. Who else would I protect if not you? Upstairs, it's clearly my son who smashed his mother. Come and fight. Come on. Waiting for the fisherman to reap the benefits. 2333, the fans were fighting intensely to announce their position as the main wife. Suddenly, several malicious comments appeared on the bullet screen. If Fu Yun did not say anything, the audience who were causing a ruckus immediately shook hands and spoke in unison. Which family's mad dog got loose and ran out to bite people? Don't you know whose territory this is? How dare you behave so atrociously here? I respect you for being a man. Have a safe trip. I won't send you off. Not to mention on Weibo, they could fight 1 against 10 and not be at a disadvantage at all. Now, they came to their territory to behave atrociously? Wasn't that like a little lamb running into a pack of wolves? Not to mention anything else, they could drown these haters with a mouthful of saliva. When the haters came, they were aggressive and were chased away dejectedly. Soon, the bullet screen returned to harmony. They even comforted Fu Yun and told her not to take these comments to heart. If Fu Yun was under their protection, no one could bully her. Fu Yun thanked them again and had a more intuitive understanding of the fans' fighting power. So, when can Zai appear on screen? The audience was still not satisfied after seeing Fu Yun. They still wanted to see Zai. This sentence attracted a wave of agreement. Then, the screen was filled with countless bullet screen comments that wanted to see Zai. Fu Yun looked slightly embarrassed. She did not want Wen to be exposed to the public so early. It had not been easy for Wen's video to disappear on the internet. She did not want Wen's appearance to be leaked again. The audience understood Fu Yun's thoughts and did not insist. They only expressed that it was a pity that they could not see her in the video. Then, they took a step back and said that it was fine if she did not show her face. They just wanted her to say a few words to them. Fu Yun thought about it and felt that this was fine. Hence, she pointed the screen at the pots of beautiful orchids and told the audience that she was going to look for the baby before walking out of the greenhouse. In the morning, when the 3 of them arrived at the flower garden, Fu Yun handed the child to Siyu and ran away in a hurry. Siyu and Wen looked at Fu Yun's back view as she left in a hurry and looked at each other for a moment. Wen waved her hand calmly. Mommy is rushing to work. Mommy had to support the family. It was hard on her. Then, Wen said excitedly to Siyu, Uncle Yu, let's go plant the orchids. Wen still remembered that she and Uncle Yu had agreed to change the environment to continue planting the orchids. Since they had time now, they could fulfill their promise. When Siyu heard this, he thought, sure. He had not planted orchids in a long time. Maybe it would work this time. Hence, the two of them hit it off. Wen brought Siyu into a room in the bungalow to look for tools. He also brought his own set of tools and excitedly went to plant flowers with Siyu. When Fu Yun came over, the two of them were planting orchids on the roof of the bungalow. They had already planted 2 stalks of orchids. The 2 seedlings were planted on a flat piece of soil. The plot of land was quite large, but other than these 2 stalks of orchids, the surrounding area was empty. It made these 2 seedlings look pitiful. Wen pointed at one of the less robust orchids and said, "This is yours." Then, he pointed to another seedling that was obviously taller and thicker than the one beside it. "This is mine." Wen was a little scheming. He claimed the orchid that looked easier to grow first. Even if the two of them failed again this time, it must be Uncle Yu who failed first. This way, he could save his face. This was Uncle Yu's flower that died first. He had been growing it for a longer time. Siyu saw through his scheming. He did not say that he would give in to him because he was still young. Instead, he said, "But I also want that orchid." Wen widened his eyes in surprise. "Uncle Yu, are you going to fight with me?" He could not believe it. "I'm so young. Won't you give in to me? What happened to respecting the old and loving the young? What happened to modesty?" Siyu said, "I'm so old. Shouldn't you give in to me?" Wen was stunned. Siyu crossed his arms. "You don't want to give in to me. Why should I give in to you? You think that others should give in to you now. When you grow up, will others give in to you no matter what it is?" Wen was speechless. He looked at Siyu and said faintly, "Modesty is a virtue." Siyu said casually, "Correct, modesty is a virtue. You can't give in without principles." Wen was speechless. He was still a child. Why did he have to reason with him? "Then what do you want?" Wen decided. He did not treat Siyu as his idol anymore. How could he bully a child? "If you don't give in to me, I'll cry for you to see." Wen threatened fiercely with his hands on his hips. Siyu was speechless. Did he think that he would be threatened? Yes. Wen looked at the orchid that he had planted again. It belonged to him. His heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. He and Uncle Yi had exchanged planting experiences and learned from each other's strengths. He believed that they would succeed this time. Although Siyu did not get the orchid that looked easier to take care of, he was still quite happy. He felt that if they changed places, they might really be able to succeed. Fu Yunrua walked up to the roof and saw an adult and a child looking at the freshly plowed soil in front of them. He did not know what they were thinking, but they looked happy. At that moment, Fu Yunrua inexplicably felt that the two of them looked similar. It was true that one was marked by the company one kept. After hanging out with Siyu for so long, he consciously imitated him. Wen. Fu Yunrua shouted. Wen turned his head and was very happy to see Fu Yunrua. Dong. 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 Mommy. Wen Rua looked up and asked, "Are you done with work so soon?" "What if I'm not?" Wen Rua blinked. He thought that a long time had passed. Seeing that Siyu was there, Fu Yunrua was too embarrassed to say anything, so she held Wen Rua's hand and walked down the stairs. She said in a low voice, Wen, the fans want to talk to you. Do you want to go?" Wen Rua tilted his head. Almost without thinking, he nodded his head and agreed. Okay. Wen Rua was actually very curious about his mother's live broadcast, but his mother did not want him to be exposed to the public so early. He was a sensible child and had always been very obedient. Therefore, Wen Rua had never seen what Fu Yunrua was like when she was live broadcasting. Wen Rua had always wanted to be a real child, so he did not take the initiative to come into contact with things that he should not come into contact with at his age. He now knew that his mother had been scolded by others online because her fans had helped his mother fight back. Therefore, he also wanted to thank them for helping his mother. Seeing that Wen Rua agreed readily, Fu Yunrua hesitated for a moment before deciding to respect her wishes. Seeing that Wen Rua's hands and feet were covered in mud, Fu Yunrua brought him to the tap to wash his hands, feet, and face clean. At this moment, Siyu Rua walked down the stairs. When Rua saw him, he said loudly, "Uncle Yu, I have something to do. I'll leave the rest of the work to you." When Rua puffed up his chest and said proudly, "I'm going to work." From today onwards, he was going to open for business too. Then, he pulled Rua and ran towards the flower shed excitedly. I haven't done a live broadcast in so many years. I suddenly miss it." Rua nodded at Rua and smiled as a greeting. Then, he quickly walked towards the flower shed with Wen. Rua heard a few words. Were they going to do a live broadcast? He didn't follow them. Instead, he took out his phone slowly. He opened the app skillfully and entered the live broadcast room. The live broadcast room showed that it was in the middle of a live broadcast. The camera was focused on the boss of the 11 orchids. The boss had successfully mutated, and it had also successfully promoted to the #1 favorite of the audience. However, there weren't many people discussing the orchids in the bullet screen. Instead, there were a lot of nervous and expectant comments on the bullet screen. Not long after, he heard some movement in the live broadcast room. After a while, Rua's figure appeared on the screen. Rua lowered the camera and fixed it properly. After making sure that the camera only filmed Wen's neck and below, he said to Rua, "Baby, you can come in now." Rua walked unhurriedly into the camera with her short legs. Then, she sat on the chair that Rua had specially prepared for her. The bullet screen was filled with screams. The audience kept on calling her old and little, Zai, and so on. Then, they fancily confessed that Mama loves you and Papa loves you. You're my Zai. At that moment, a dense barrage of bullet comments flooded the screen like an avalanche. Rua almost thought that the live broadcast room wouldn't be able to support such a huge amount of data and would go offline. After confessing to Zai, there were fancily praising her. From her chubby little chin to her little legs, they praised her from head to toe. Even her appearance, which didn't appear on the screen, made the audience jump out of their skin. When Rua looked at the camera and greeted in a serious manner, "Uncle, Auntie, brothers, and sisters, hello. My name is Wen." She introduced herself in a serious manner, but in the audience's ears, she sounded so cute that it made their hearts tremble. In the bullet screen, the audience screamed non-stop. They were so cute and adorable that they flooded the screen. "Thank you, everyone, for liking Mama." As she spoke, Wen made a heart gesture to them. "Love you all." At that moment, the audience from all over the country seemed to have been hit by a little red heart. Their minds went blank for a moment, and they couldn't help but scream in a low voice. How could Zai be so cute? The audience asked for Zai to speak more. They loved his childish voice. Rua looked at the live broadcast and subconsciously opened the gift box to reward her. In the end, she realized that the gift couldn't be sent out. Typed out a sentence. Why did she turn off the right to send gifts? Rua saw the dazzling and obvious question, so she explained, "I'm sorry for making you guys spend so much money. If everyone likes me and supports me, please leave more messages and praise me." In the beginning, Rua needed gifts because she lacked money. Now that she didn't lack anything, she didn't want the audience who liked her to spend too much money. Her main source of income now wasn't the rewards from the audience, but commercial value. The additional value brought about by fame. She could accept advertisements to do publicity, cooperate with others, and occasionally help Uncle Gua sell some ordinary orchids. She would occasionally emphasize in the live broadcast a few times, but the fans rarely gave her gifts. Most of the people gave her gifts for free or a few yuan, so she didn't turn off the right to send gifts. However, she felt that the fans didn't listen to her. Perhaps they felt that she had suffered, so many fans silently gave her gifts in support. Rua thought about it and decided to turn off the right to send gifts in the future. In the future, she would only accept small bamboos and flowers worth 1 yuan. Yu frowned, but didn't say anything. He thought to himself, how can this be? I'll tell the platform later to set his account to the highest authority and give him special privileges. After knowing that Rua was the host of the live broadcast, he also knew that the main reason why Rua started the live broadcast was to earn money to raise the child and buy milk powder. Siyu looked at his status as the #1 reward big shot in the live broadcast. After rounding it up, he was the one supporting the mother and son. This knowledge made Siyu feel satisfied. Sure enough, he had foresight. Now that their relationship hadn't been exposed, Fu Yunrua would definitely not accept his alimony. With this live broadcast, it was different. He could send gifts every day, and it could be considered as a form of support for the family. Wen chatted with the audience for a while. Fu Yunrua saw that he looked like he was doing it, so she watched silently from the side. When she was almost done pondering, she let Wen say goodbye to the fans and then carried him out of the live broadcast. The audience let out sounds of disappointment. They still wanted to continue talking to Zai. That cute and serious little voice was simply too adorable. Fu Yunrua didn't care about the wailing of the fans. After carrying Wen out of the live broadcast, she continued her live broadcast. She had already satisfied the audience's request. Then, when Fu Yunrua started her live broadcast as usual, the audience saw that they couldn't stop the old and young, so they soon turned their attention to the other children. Then, they began to discuss how their son had changed today. They hadn't seen him for a few days, and they missed him quite a bit. Siyu watched the live broadcast for a while. He wanted to go to the flower shed to take a look, but he was worried that if he rashly barged in, it would affect Fu Yunrua's live broadcast. Also, if he showed his face here, there would be a topic of discussion on the internet. He wanted to see his 11. Siyu anxiously looked forward to it. His heart was itching. In the end, Siyu couldn't resist the temptation in his heart. After leaving the live broadcast, he walked towards the flower shed. He stood at the door and looked inside. He didn't hear any obvious movements inside. "Why are you poking your head out here?" Siyu turned around and saw Uncle Gua standing behind him with a straight face. Siyu stood casually by the door like a cool breeze. He thought to himself, "When did I poke my head out to look around? I was just wondering if I could go in." However, Siyu did not say anything to the obviously unhappy Uncle Gua. He pointed inside and asked, "Can I go in?" Uncle Gua frowned. Before he could say anything, Siyu said, "I won't spoil your flowers." Uncle Gua scrutinized him for a while before he nodded reluctantly and emphasized, "You're not allowed to touch my flowers." Siyu promised again and again. He was just short of swearing before he finally stepped into the flower shed with Uncle Gua's permission. When Siyu walked into the flower shed, he saw Wen playing with toys quietly in an area surrounded by the flower shed. Siyu had an impression of this scene. He remembered that the first video was shot in this area. Siyu walked over and saw Wen playing with building blocks. This time, he was building a wooden house. Wen looked up and was very happy to see Siyu. "Uncle Yu." Wen saw Siyu and stopped playing with the building blocks. He walked over. "Are you building a house? Shall I accompany you?" Siyu thought to himself. This was a parent-child interaction. Even if it was childish, he was fine with it. Wen tilted his head. Actually, he had stopped playing with these toys a long time ago. He had played with them many times, but he was bored and wanted to wait for his mother to come out before he could play with them again. Was Uncle Yu so childish? Not only did he like to watch cartoons, but he also liked to play with these children's toys. Could it be that Uncle Yu had a hard time when he was young? He didn't have any toys to play with and cartoons to watch, so he wanted to make up for it when he grew up. Did he want to regain his childhood? Wen looked at Siyu sympathetically. Not everyone was as lucky as him to have a second chance. "Siyu? ? What kind of look was that?" Wen patted the long legs in front of her and comforted her. "Okay, I'll play with you." Then, he pulled Siyu's pants and walked into his little world of fun. Siyu walked in, sat down cross-legged, and started playing with building blocks with Wen. Uncle Gua was originally observing his precious orchid. When he saw the interaction between Siyu and Wen, he couldn't help but frown. It was true that Wen was loved by everyone, just like his students. Which one of them didn't love him as half a son? However, none of them gave him a strange feeling like Siyu. It was as if he was trying to make up for something. His gaze unconsciously became scrutinizing. Siyu seemed to sense Uncle Gua's gaze. He looked up and gave Uncle Gua a friendly smile. Then, he lowered his head and continued to help Wenwen build the house. Uncle Gua sneered, looked away, and continued to take care of his orchid. If Fu Yun came out of the live broadcast, she would see such a warm and friendly scene. She thought about it and didn't want to disturb them. Instead, she went to Uncle Gua's side and helped him take care of the orchid. Wenwen and Siyu worked together and finally built the wooden house. He clapped his hands happily and felt a sense of accomplishment. He turned to look at Siyu. Uncle Yu. Siyu responded and praised, Wenwen, you're awesome. Wenwen was so happy that he squinted his eyes and praised, Uncle Yu, you're awesome too. Wenwen wanted to share it with his mother. His gaze shifted and he saw Fu Yun standing beside Uncle Gua. She was carefully tending to a blooming orchid in front of her, and Uncle Gua was guiding her from the side. Wenwen was about to shout when he suddenly stopped. He covered his mouth and rolled his black eyes. He didn't want to disturb his mother while she was working. Siyu also noticed that Fu Yun had come out of the live broadcast. He couldn't help but turn to look at the room in the flower shed. Fu Yun was doing the live broadcast inside. This meant that all the flowers she raised during the live broadcast were inside. Siyu became restless and wanted to take a look personally. He wanted to take a look at not only Little 11, but also the other orchids. However, he didn't get the owner's permission, so he could only suppress his thoughts for the time being. When Wenwen saw that Fu Yun was done with her work, he ran over and pounced on Fu Yun. Mom. Fu Yunrua answered and turned around. Did you have fun? Wenwen nodded. Then, he pulled Fu Yun's hand and walked forward. The house is ready. Look. Fu Yun looked over and praised, Wenwen is really amazing. You built the house so beautifully. And Uncle Yu. Wenwen said happily. Yes, yes. Uncle Yu is also amazing. Fu Yun said casually. Her smiling eyes inadvertently looked over and happened to meet a pair of deep and charming eyes. Siyu stood casually. His posture was straight and his aura was extraordinary. There was a smile on his handsome face. Fu Yun was stunned. Suddenly, her cheeks were a little hot. She pursed her lips and smiled at Siyu. Then, she naturally looked away. Siyu walked over and asked familiarly, Can I go into the room over there to take a look? Fu Yun didn't hesitate and nodded in agreement. There was nothing that couldn't be seen in her live broadcast greenhouse. Usually, she didn't let Wenwen in because she didn't want him to suddenly barge into the live broadcast room. Now that the live broadcast had been turned off, he could naturally enter and leave. Fu Yun held Wenwen's hand and led Siyu to the greenhouse. There weren't only orchids in the greenhouse, but also live broadcast equipment. Siyu naturally recognized it. Fu Yun noticed that he glanced at it and explained, I usually do a live broadcast of growing flowers on the platform. She saw that Siyu only nodded and didn't ask further. Fu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. She believed that Siyu had heard about her identity being exposed previously. However, in front of a superstar who had more than 10 times more fans than her, she was embarrassed to introduce herself. Thinking about it, Siyu thought that she was just a small-time live streamer, so she skipped the topic. However, she never thought that a superstar would be one of her fans in the live broadcast room. Seeing that Siyu walked in front of the orchids and sized them up seriously, she said, These are the orchids that I grow. Although she also grew orchids outside, she only used the orchids in the greenhouse for her live broadcast. The first one that Siyu saw was his 11th, the Golden Emperor Bronze Sparrow. Although the species wasn't special among the orchids and was relatively common, it was the species that he had personally raised. In his heart, this was the most important species. His 11th was already budding and would fully bloom in a few days. Siyu didn't expect that he would be lucky enough to see his orchids bloom this year. Siyu thought to himself that he was probably the first person in the live broadcast room to see these orchids with his own eyes. Thinking of this, he was extremely happy. No one else had such an honor like him. This uniqueness made him forget himself for a moment. Siyu saw the watering device at the side and picked it up. Do you need me to water them? I can help. Don't. Fu Yun thought about how he and Wenwen were both killers in growing flowers. Her first reaction was to refuse. No need. Siyu looked over with a puzzled expression. Fu Yun walked over and took the watering device, and placed it in a corner far away. Then, she smiled and explained to Siyu, I've already watered them all. If I water them again, I'll overdo it. Fu Yun thought to herself that Mr. Yu's physique was so special. What if the flowers and plants he watered died? She didn't dare to take the risk. These were all her painstaking efforts. If any of them were gone, she would cry to death. All right. Siyu looked at the orchids regretfully. He couldn't water his son himself. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He didn't know if he would have the chance tomorrow. Wen was looking at the big lotus petal orchid with eyes full of amazement and love. He didn't know when he would be able to grow such beautiful flowers like his mother. Siyu and Wen had been lazing around in the greenhouse. It was unknown when they got together to look at the flowers together. They could even squat in front of a pot of flowers and whisper for a long time. Fu Yun wanted to do something, but she didn't feel at ease leaving the two of them in her greenhouse. She was afraid that they would ruin her flowers if she made a mistake. Fortunately, it was soon noon. Fu Yun used the excuse of making lunch to take Wen away and let Siyu come out with her. Fu Yun brought the two of them back to the bungalow. She wiped her sweat and felt relieved. After lunch, Wen was sleepy and wanted to take an afternoon nap. After Fu Yun coaxed the child to sleep, she also took a nap. Siyu left the flower garden after lunch. Fu Yun thought that he had thought it through and returned to the village. She didn't expect that Siyu would come back at around 4 in the afternoon. And he was holding bags of things in his hands. Fu Yun? Siyu didn't hide his aura as he carried the bags. He said to Fu Yun, this is a tent. Fu Yunrua. Was he going to settle down here? Siyu walked around the bungalow. The living room couldn't fit the big tent, so he could only find a place outside. However, other than the ground in front of the door, there was no space to accommodate the tent. Fu Yun had no choice but to help clear an area in front of the bungalow and set up the tent together. Perhaps it was because of Siyu's height and long legs, the tent was similar to a yurt. Siyu could enter by lowering his head slightly. He could even stand up straight inside. The space was very spacious and was about the same size as her small room. Wen was very curious. He took off his shoes and ran into the tent. He walked back and forth and was curious for a long time. Fu Yun also took a few more glances at the tent. It was her first time seeing such a yurt in real life. She didn't know where Siyu got it from. She didn't remember such a tent being sold in the small town. Siyu asked Wen, do you want to sleep with me tonight? Wen hesitated. He was tempted, but then he nodded happily. He had never slept in such a house before. He would sleep with his mother tomorrow. Fu Yun. Forget it. The little boy had grown up. She should prepare a room for Wen. When Uncle Gui came out of the flower garden, he saw the extra things in the empty space of the bungalow. It was obvious that they were going to stay in the flower garden for a long time. His face immediately darkened. Uncle Gui snorted and said in disdain, why are you still here? He looked unhappy and pulled a long face. Siyu's expression was natural. It was obvious that he didn't care. He even chatted nicely with Uncle Gui. Siyu said seriously, Wen is worried about his mother's safety. He wants to hire me to protect her, so I can only come here. Uncle Gui's place was truly isolated from the rest of the world. He didn't go online and stayed in the flower garden all day long. He didn't interact much with other people and only had eyes for these precious orchids. Therefore, no one told him about the things that happened to Fu Yun on the internet, so he didn't know about it. When he heard Siyu say that he was here to be a bodyguard, his first reaction was to ask, what happened to Ruoro? If nothing happened, why would she need a bodyguard? Siyu briefly told Uncle Gui about the things that happened on the internet. Uncle Gui frowned as he listened. What kind of nonsense was this? How could his student, who he treated like his daughter, be bullied like this? Other people didn't want to give this daughter to him. He wanted her to be part of his household register. After Uncle Gui calmed down, he looked at Siyu and was even more annoyed. I don't have a place for you to stay here. Siyu said, it's okay. I've already prepared it. He pointed to the luxurious tent not far away. Uncle Gui was speechless. Uncle Gua scolded, "I've never seen such a shameless rascal like you." Siyu raised his eyebrows. He didn't care at all. Sometimes, one didn't have to be thick-skinned. In the end, Siyu settled down in the flower bed and spent 2 peaceful days there. However, it was noisy outside. The production team had already stopped filming for 3 days. They had to decide if they wanted to continue filming. Although the guests were mainly filming the variety show during this period, they also had other activities. If they didn't continue filming, they would have to leave to catch up with other events. If the production team didn't give them a clear answer, the guests didn't dare to leave. What if they said that they wanted to continue filming the moment they left? The road to get here wasn't easy. Apart from having to transfer many buses, it also took a long time. Wouldn't it be torturous to go back and forth? The guests of the production team temporarily left the villagers' houses and gathered in the house rented by the production team. The staff who originally lived here had to stay in the town's hotel. Because the production team had a conflict with the villagers, they were not treated as well as before. Although they weren't chased out like Feng Shui, they were treated coldly. That kind of feeling didn't feel good, so they decided to return to the production team first. Xianxia was living well at the Mei family's house. He didn't want to squeeze with the guests of the production team, but they had all gone over. Xianxia couldn't leave them, so he could only reluctantly pack his bags and leave. As for Feng Shui, after she was chased out, she was taken away by Cheng Zhuyu. However, she didn't go too far. She temporarily stayed in the county's best hotel. Director Peng tried to contact Feng Shui several times, but Cheng Zhuyu tyrannically hung up on him before he could say anything. Director Peng wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Were they going to continue filming or not? They should have given a definite answer so that the production team could make a follow-up decision. He should have stood firm and rejected Feng Shui firmly when she wanted to come on the show. He shouldn't have been greedy about Siyu and Feng Shui's conflict. Although the traffic exploded, the production team was also destroyed. Don't ask him how he felt now. If you did, he would regret it very much. The assistant director asked Director Peng, "What did Siyu say?" Siyu's manager said that the show can continue, but Feng Shui can't be involved. Director Peng had a complicated look in his eyes. Judging from how protective Apple Entertainment was, he knew that Siyu had offended Feng Shui from Orange Entertainment and the Cheng and Fu families. His manager, Yuan Xian, had come all the way here to help him. A busy man was staying in this remote and desolate place. He didn't care about anything else and only stayed here to keep an eye on Siyu. He was afraid that they would bully Siyu. Would the production team dare to bully a big star like Siyu? They couldn't afford to offend her. The assistant director slapped his thigh. That's easy. If Feng Shui leaves the show, we can just find another guest. In any case, Feng Shui's image had been damaged. Although the storm was slowly subsiding, there would still be negative news. The assistant director didn't want a celebrity with negative news to appear on the show. Director Peng said faintly, "The problem now is if Feng Shui doesn't say anything." He called her manager but she didn't pick up. He called Feng Shui but she hung up. If they dared to announce that Feng Shui had left the show, wouldn't they offend Feng Shui and the Cheng family? The assistant director was speechless. They couldn't afford to offend either side. It was too difficult for them. Siyu didn't care about the crisis the production team was facing. He was enjoying himself in the flower bed. When Yuan Xian came to look for him, Siyu was still unhappy and didn't want to be disturbed by the outside world. Siyu let Yuan Xian in and asked casually, "Why are you here?" Siyu's casual pants were rolled up to his knees and he was holding a ladle in his hand. Yuan Xian watched as he walked over to the wet vegetable field and worked with Wen. When Wen saw Yuan Xian walk over, she shouted happily, "Uncle Yuan." Yuan Xian responded. He lowered his head and looked at the obviously overwatered vegetable field. The vegetables in the field were already wilting. He looked at the father and son who were happily watering the field and wanted to say, "Let these poor vegetables go." When Yuan Xian saw the clear water flowing from the soil into the gully, he couldn't help but ask, "Is this enough water?" Wen raised his head. Under the delicate straw hat, a pair of sparkling eyes blinked. He said seriously, "The sun is so hot that the vegetables are all wilted." If you water them more, they won't be dried so quickly. Just the right amount. That's enough. Xianxia wiped his sweat. In just a short while, he was already sweating profusely from the sun. But the vegetables are wilting. Obviously, we haven't watered them enough. Wenwen widened his eyes and looked at Siyu. Isn't that right, Uncle Yu? Xianxia was speechless. Didn't it occur to him that the vegetables were wilting because they had been watered too much? Unexpectedly, Siyu nodded in agreement. Yes. After confirming with their eyes, they were father and son. Is this how you raise flowers? Xianxia asked. He felt that he understood why they would die if they raised flowers. How is that possible? Wenwen widened his eyes. Orchids are very delicate. They need specific amounts of moisture and nutrients in the soil. It's very difficult to raise them. Siyu added, I told you to raise flowers when you were free, but you always said that you weren't free. Asking such a naive question doesn't suit your elite temperament. Xianxia was speechless. Haha, so he should buy a few books on agriculture so that he could learn the correct way to grow vegetables? When Wenwen saw that he was almost done watering, he shouted for Siyu to stop. Only then did Siyu stop watering. The two of them came out of the vegetable field and rinsed the bucket and ladle clean before washing their feet. Wenwen loved the feeling of cool water washing her bottom. She couldn't help but step on the water. Then, she and Siyu stepped on each other. When Xianxia saw Siyu's childish behavior, he was so shocked that his eyes almost fell out of their sockets. It took him a long time to close his mouth. After having a child, would people become so childish? After Siyu and Wenwen were done playing, they returned to the living room. He noticed that Xianxia was looking at him strangely. Frowning, he asked, What's with that look? Xianxia said, I'm trying to see if you've been possessed. How could this person change so much in just a few days? Xianxia realized that he couldn't remember Siyu's arrogant attitude. Siyu. Was there something wrong with his manager's brain? Xianxia chatted for a while before he got to the point. He briefly explained the program team's plan to Siyu. Wenwen cupped her chubby little face and listened to them attentively. Perhaps they thought that as a 3 or 4-year-old child, no matter how smart he was, he wouldn't be able to understand the conversation between adults, so they didn't avoid him. Xianxia took out a cattail leaf fan from somewhere and fanned himself. If it were up to me, I'd rather not film this program. Siyu was a capable actress. She had acting skills, looks, and willfulness. She didn't need to rely on variety shows to solidify her popularity. Xianxia's original intention of letting her take on this variety show was to relieve her boredom. Now that things had come to this, it didn't matter if she quit. Siyu didn't care about this. He didn't say anything about quitting because he wanted to use this as an excuse to stay. Before long, Fuyun came over. When she saw Xianxia, she greeted him and asked about the program team. Xianxia didn't hide anything, so he roughly explained. When Fuyun heard this, she worriedly confirmed, so it's very likely that this program won't be filmed anymore? Fuyun felt rather guilty. She felt that it was her personal matter that had caused the program to end prematurely. She had caused the other guests on the program team to suffer an undeserved calamity. She wasn't familiar with the other guests, but she had interacted with Xianxia before. She had ruined their program, but Xianxia had never vented his anger on her. Siyu seemed to sense Fuyun's guilt, so he said calmly, This matter has nothing to do with you. After all, you were implicated. On the contrary, it's because of my relationship with you. Apple Entertainment will provide appropriate resources to the guests as compensation. As he spoke, he glanced at Xianxia. Xianxia agreed, That's right. No matter what, this matter is related to Siyu. The company will provide appropriate compensation. When Fuyun heard this, she felt a little better. She didn't have any resources in the entertainment industry, so she couldn't provide compensation. Now that Siyu's company had stepped forward, she was very grateful. However, she said, This has nothing to do with Mr. Yu. Siyu looked at her and said, It has nothing to do with you. You don't have to blame yourself. Even without you, this program wouldn't have been filmed. Fuyun nodded hesitantly. Previously, the program team seemed to have an agreement with the local government to donate. Did this still count? Fu Yun thought to herself. If this charity was gone, how could she secretly donate money? There will be donations too, Siyu said with certainty. Even if the program team didn't donate, he would still donate. Siyu pondered. He liked the simple and honest people here. Furthermore, they had taken care of Fu Yun and her son a lot. The best way to repay them was to promote the economic development of this area. When Fu Yun heard this, she felt relieved. She calculated the assets in her hands and secretly wondered how much she could donate. Not long after, Siyu excused himself and left. Yuan Xian stayed behind to play with Wen. Fu Yun thought that since they weren't filming the program, Siyu might have to leave soon. Hence, she sent a message to Tian and urged her to hire a female bodyguard as soon as possible. When the bodyguard arrived, Siyu could leave and Wen wouldn't say anything. Yuan Xian looked at the vegetable field outside the house. Even though it had been exposed to the scorching sun for half a day, the soil was still wet. It was obvious that Siyu and Wen had watered it a lot. Fu Yun noticed that he was looking at her. Brother Yuan, what are you looking at? Yuan Xian pointed at the field. They are ruining the vegetable field. Aren't you going to scold them? Fu Yun nodded and said, it's okay. As long as they didn't harm the orchid field, they could do whatever they wanted. Siyu enthusiastically wanted to help her water, fertilize, and take care of the plants. Fu Yun rejected him with great difficulty. Later, she had an idea and asked him to help Wen water the vegetables. Fu Yun had actually taught Wen how to water the plants appropriately. However, children had their own logic. He felt that when people were thirsty, they would want to drink a lot of water. It was the same for the vegetables. If he watered them less, they would be dry by noon. Wouldn't he be thirsty in the afternoon? In her opinion, Wen wanted to play with the water. There weren't many places for children to play in. Furthermore, Wen had always been very sensible. Fu Yun couldn't bear to be too harsh on him, so she turned a blind eye. Fu Yun thought that Siyu would stop when he saw Wen. She didn't expect that he would play with Wen and do whatever she asked him to do. Yuan Xian. Behind every naughty child, there was a willful and pampering parent. This sentence was not wrong. Siyu went out for half a day and only came back in the evening. After Siyu came back, Yuan Xian left without asking them to stay for dinner. Fu Yun didn't ask him what he was going to do, but he took the initiative to ask, when are you going back to the village? Wen also looked over eagerly. Fu Yun hesitated for a moment. She felt that it was quite good to stay in the garden. However, Siyu and Wen both seemed to want to go back to the village. They didn't have anything to do here, so they were bored? Tomorrow? Fu Yun originally wanted to say 2 days later, but when the words reached her mouth, she changed her mind and said tomorrow. Wen clapped happily. That's great. He actually missed his underlings a little. Fu Yun couldn't help but laugh when she saw Wen so happy. Forget it. Anyway, the sun rose early. If she woke up early, it would only take 10 to 20 minutes to drive the electric scooter. She could rush back and forth. Fu Yun glanced at Siyu and thought that it was not safe to sleep in a tent all day. It was better to sleep in a room. With this decision, Fu Yun brought the adult and child back to the village the next evening. Siyu had already learned how to drive an electric scooter and asked Yuan Xian to push one back from town. The two of them drove the electric scooter back to the village. Fu Yun couldn't help but take a few more glances. When Siyu rode the electric scooter, the visual effect instantly became classy. The electric scooter stopped at the entrance of the courtyard. Wen immediately jumped down and ran to the door. Fu Yun went to open the door and then pushed the electric scooter. Wen, who couldn't wait to push the door open and run in, suddenly exclaimed. Fu Yun quickly pushed the door open and entered. What's the matter? She looked up and saw something extra under the tree at the side of the courtyard. It's a swing. Wen stood not far from the swing and looked at it. Then, he turned around and shouted excitedly to Fu Yun, Mom, it's a swing. Siyu then walked in and asked the mother and son, do you like it? Fu Yun turned around and asked in surprise, it's you? Siyu revealed a faint smile and nodded. I made it myself. Ever since he found out that Wen liked to play on the swing, Siyu instructed his subordinates to find the materials to make the swing. He spent almost an entire day making it himself just to give them a surprise. However, due to the conditions, the size of the swing was relatively small. Fu Yun didn't expect Siyu to be so thoughtful. She was really pleasantly surprised. She said gratefully, "Thank you. Wen likes it very much." She looked at Wen's cheerful little back view and her eyes were as gentle as water. What about you? Siyu asked. Me? Fu Yun was stunned. Then, she revealed a smile. I like it very much too. Siyu's expression was gentle. It's good that you like it. Wen had already run to the swing. He stood on his tiptoes and clung onto the board of the swing. The swing swayed slightly because of Wen's clinging movements. His chubby little body was lying on top of the swing. His two short little legs were almost off the ground as he swung them a few times. The swing was too high for Wen. He climbed for a long time but still couldn't sit properly. Fu Yun and Siyu parked the car and walked over. Siyu took a step with his long legs and carried Wen to sit properly on the swing. Wen finally sat properly. He struggled to hold on to the thick rope on both sides of the swing. The length of the swing was a little long for Wen. He tried his best to straighten his two hands, but he could only barely touch it. Fu Yun stood not far away and noticed a thick layer of fine sand under the swing. Siyu was very meticulous. He had even predicted that the child would fall from the swing. With this layer of sand as a buffer, there was a high probability that the child would not be hurt. Ruoruo, come here. Siyu waved at Fu Yun. Me? Fu Yun walked over with a puzzled expression. Siyu smiled. Sit. Wen happily invited her. Mom. Let's play on the swing together. I'll play too? Fu Yun saw Wen's little chubby hands holding the thick rope. She could only hold it to one side. She was worried that Wen would lose his grip on the swing and fall, so she sat down. She thought that Mr. Yu was very thoughtful. He was worried that it would not be safe for such a young Wen to play on the swing alone. He specially found a longer swing so that the adults could accompany him. Siyu went behind them. Are you ready? Fu Yun held the rope with both hands. One of her hands covered Wen's hand. She asked Wen, are you holding on tight? Wen's other hand grabbed Fu Yun's clothes behind her back and said loudly, hold on tight. Siyu pushed them up. At first, he did not push hard and the angle of the swing was not big. Slowly, the angle of the swing became bigger and bigger. Wen soon laughed out loud. Fu Yun could not help but laugh. She had not played on the swing for many years. It was quite interesting. The two of them played for a while before Fu Yun shouted to stop. She then changed people. Mr. Yu, come sit too. I'll push. No need. Siyu refused. He made this swing for the mother and son to play. He would not play such a childish game. Fu Yun looked at the time. I should go make dinner. She could not continue playing with Wen. Wen had not played enough and was still sitting on the swing. When she heard this, she looked at Siyu. Siyu immediately changed his words. Then I'll play with Wen. Fu Yun saw Siyu sit down and put her long legs on the ground. After the swing swayed, Wen instantly smiled and went back to the kitchen to cook. Because of the addition of the swing, the old house became a new playground for the children. They had never played on a swing before except for seeing it in school. When they saw that Wen's house had an additional playground, they were extremely envious. Did your mother make it for you? A child asked. Wen proudly stuck out her belly. It was made by Uncle Yu. Wow. Yi blinked and suddenly asked in a childish voice, does Uncle Yu want to be your stepfather? I heard from Grandma that you're going to have a stepfather. Will your stepfather beat you, scold you, and not give you food? Zhuang was extremely worried. It was as if he could imagine Wen's miserable days without food. His eyes suddenly moistened and he wanted to cry. Wen? He waved his hand. Of course not. Uncle Yu likes me and specially gave me this gift. Although his mother was perfect in his eyes, Uncle Yu and his mother were not from the same world. How could they be together? It was impossible. When the children saw that Wen was so certain, they nodded as if they understood. Then, they lined up to play on the swing. The children in and out of the village came in the morning and at 2 or 3 in the afternoon. They played until sunset before going home. As there was only one swing, each child could only line up to play. Moreover, there was a limit to the time they could play, so the children were not satisfied and reported on time in the morning and afternoon. "Brother, I want to play again tomorrow." Xiaoshan sniffed and said to his brother, "Dashan." "Got it. Let's go again tomorrow." "Okay." Xiaoshan nodded happily. Dashan also brought the children from their village to line up to play on the swing. They went home in groups at sunset. The children chased and played by the roadside. Suddenly, 2 black cars drove slowly on the country road. They approached them, then passed them and continued to drive forward. Dashan and the others saw the cars and stood by the roadside to take a look. The cars seemed to be going to the village. Their village rarely saw cars from outside the village all year round. It was only recently that outsiders came in and out of the village frequently, so they were a little surprised. Not long after the black cars passed, a van stopped not far in front of them. After a while, a few young men carrying machines got out of the van. "Are we close?" "We're almost there." The young men looked around. The car they had been following was nowhere to be seen. Their car could not get any closer. It was too noisy and they could not be found. The navigation system showed that they were only 800 meters away from their destination. They just had to walk there quietly. Pay attention to the camera later. When we get the first-hand information, we'll be rich. "This place is really remote," a young man said. He almost could not help but rub his buttocks. After sitting in the car for so long, he felt that his buttocks were not his anymore. "Let's hurry. We won't be able to make it in time." The short man was unconsciously excited. When they got the hottest insider news of a rich family, they would definitely become famous in the industry. Xiao Gang had already noticed that a group of village children were looking at them without blinking. Their companions were still using their phones to search for navigation. Xiao Gang thought for a while and walked toward the group of children. He smiled kindly at them. "Children, may I ask if Fu Yunruo's house in Xianxia village is this way?" Dashan and the others looked at the stranger warily and did not speak. Xiao Gang fumbled in his pocket for a while and took out a lollipop. "This lollipop belongs to whoever shows me the way." The children did not speak. They were even more alert. Dashan suddenly carried his brother and shouted to the group of children, "Run." The group of children turned and ran towards Xianxia village. Dashan ran at the back and looked back at them from time to time. After a while, the group of children disappeared. "Eh?" Xiao Gang was confused. He looked very kind. Why did the children run away in fear? Did the navigation system arrive? "Yes, it's here. Xianxia village is just ahead." It did not show the location of Fu Yun's house. "We'll ask when we enter the village." The 2 cars had caused such a big commotion. Many people must have heard it. "Let's go." The 3 young men carried their equipment and rushed forward. On the other side, Dashan and the group of children ran back to Xianxia village. Before they entered the village, Dashan shouted, "Bad people are coming." The children's shrill voices rang out one after another in the village. The adults who were on their way home from the fields heard the commotion and ran over with their hose. "Where are the bad guys? Are they human traffickers? Where are they? Where are they?" Regardless of whether they were working inside or outside, they locked the children in their homes, picked up the nearest weapon, and ran out to look for the children who were shouting about the bad guys. Dashan called the adults over and shouted, "There are bad guys who want to catch Sister Ruoruo." "Oh no." A middle-aged woman suddenly slapped her thigh. "I saw 2 cars enter the village. I thought they were from the production crew, so I didn't think much of it." The cars were similar to the ones that had passed by the village. They were all black and shiny, so she thought they were going to look for the village chief. Seeing the children shouting about the bad guys, they were worried. They couldn't let their family members be bullied in their own territory, so they hurried to Fu Yunrua's house. The two cars stopped by the roadside. The front door opened first, and a tall man with long legs got out. After closing the door, he walked around the back of the car to open the other side. A woman in a plain dress got out of the car and stood beside the man. She looked up at him and their eyes met, full of affection. "Brother Chang, let's go over." The woman broke the sweet atmosphere. "Okay." The man reached out and held her hand. He promised, "Shui'er, don't worry. I won't let you suffer." This couple was Feng Shuirua and Chang Zhiyu. They had stayed in the county for a few days, but before they left, Feng Shuirua's mother, Feng Wanting, and stepfather, Fu Zonghong, came to visit them. Then, under the request of the two elders, they stepped into the village again. Feng Shuirua leaned over slightly and said to the quiet car window, "Mom, Uncle, we're here." The car window rolled down, revealing a well-maintained and elegant face of Wenwan. He resembled Feng Shui a little. Feng Wanting turned her head and said gently to Fu Zonghong, who was frowning, "Let's get out of the car too." Fu Zonghong did not say anything. "We've already taken 99 steps. One more step won't make a difference." "Old Fu, there's no overnight feud between father and daughter. Talk it out. Yunrua will understand." Fu Zonghong looked irritated. He did not want to make this trip at first, but under the persuasion of Mother Feng and Shuirua, he decided to come personally. However, he felt that he had lowered his head in front of Yunrua. Since he was here, shouldn't he come out to meet him? After some persuasion, Fu Zonghong got out of the car with a straight face. Feng Shui pointed at a farmhouse in front of him. "My sister used to live there." When Fu Zonghong saw the courtyard, his brows furrowed even more tightly. For the past few years, she would rather live in such a dilapidated house than go home? Feng Wanting looked at her and felt sorry for her. This child, why is she so stubborn? "Old Fu, let's take her home." "It's up to her," Fu Zonghong said angrily. However, under the persuasion of Feng Wanting, he walked forward unwillingly. Feng Shui hesitated. Chang Zhiyu immediately asked with concern, "Shui'er, what's wrong?" The two elders who were walking in front of them stopped and turned around to look at them. Feng Shui forced a smile. "Uncle, my sister might not be happy to see me. Why don't I wait here?" Feng Shui did not want to make this trip, but she hoped that her uncle and sister could resolve the misunderstanding as soon as possible, so she came to lead the way. Chang Zhiyu immediately felt sorry for her. "You didn't do anything wrong. Why do you have to avoid her? You're giving her face by coming here." Feng Wanting hesitated for a moment. She looked at Fu Zonghong and said softly, "Old Fu, these two children have been fighting recently. Why don't we let them meet after we resolve the misunderstanding?" Fu Zonghong immediately raised his eyebrows. As an older sister, she's so narrow-minded and doesn't have any tolerance for others. She only knows how to bully her younger sister. What else can I expect from her? "Shuirua, don't worry. With me around, she won't dare to bully you." Fu Zonghong walked over angrily. "Uncle." Feng Shui anxiously walked forward. Chang Zhiyu quickly held her. "Shui'er, slow down. Don't fall." However, before Fu Zonghong could open the door, he was stopped by a shout. "Who are you?" Siyu was helping Fu Yun in the kitchen. Wenwen was circling around Fu Yun. Fu Yun loved to think about food when she had time. With another person in the house, she was in the mood to cook a feast. Wenwen was a carnivore, and Siyu was no different. Wenwen was a greedy little kitten. She suddenly pestered Fu Yun to eat braised meat. She was in a rush and didn't manage to buy any meat. How could she make it? She quickly went to Aunt May's house and caught a duck that she had asked Aunt May to help her raise. She slaughtered it and made a braised duck. It was also fragrant. Wenwen didn't mind at all. After the duck was braised, the aroma overflowed. Wenwen wasn't in the mood to play. She was eagerly waiting to eat. Siyu was tending to the fire when his phone vibrated. He took it out and glanced at it before putting it aside. Fu Yun noticed and asked, "Mr. Yu, is something the matter?" Siyu said, "Nothing. If Mr. Yu has something to do, you don't have to worry about Wenwen. He will understand," Fu Yun said. She saw that Siyu's phone had been ringing a few times. If he had something to do, he should go and do it. Wenwen wouldn't be unreasonable. It's really nothing. My friend's family has a dog. He is so excited that he keeps sending photos to share. Just ignore him. Fuyun heard this and said, then your friend must love dogs. Yes. After all, we are all single dogs. We have a lot to talk about. Fuyun was speechless. She glanced at Siyu and thought to herself, is this a bad friend? Siyu stared at Wenwen for a long time. When the little guy had enough, he sat on the stool and his little head moved and swayed around with Fuyun. From his angle, he could see the curve of the baby fat on her little face. Siyu thought for a while and said, speaking of which, I haven't received my payment yet. Wenwen was speechless. Wenwen looked over warily and subconsciously covered his face. Siyu raised his eyebrows and said, why? Are you not going to fulfill the agreement? Wenwen's eyes drifted and then he said self-righteously, you forgot. He didn't forget. At most, he didn't remind him. Wenwen was prepared to be pinched on his face every day. However, there were no signs of pinching on his face on the first and second day. He was secretly happy and thought that Uncle Yu had forgotten. In the end, he remembered. Let bygones be bygones. Don't bring up old scores. Wenwen tried to act cute to get away with it. Siyu looked at him and smiled. There is no time limit on the payment in the agreement. I have saved up a few days. It felt good to pinch so much at once. Wenwen was speechless. He felt his face ache. Come, let me pinch. Siyu gestured for Wenwen to come over. Wenwen asked Fuyun Rua for help. Mom. Fuyun Rua held back her laughter and said seriously, Wenwen, you have to do what you promised. If you break the agreement, then the agreement is invalid and Uncle Yu doesn't have to be your bodyguard anymore. Wenwen was speechless. Alright, he couldn't break the agreement. Wenwen took the initiative to move his face closer and said, go ahead. Wenwen closed his eyes and his long eyelashes fluttered. He opened his eyes slightly and said, be gentle. Siyu smiled and agreed. He went to wash his hands before sitting at the side and reaching out to pinch. Although he said he was pinching, he was actually using his fingers to scratch. It had to be said that this soft and smooth bouncy feeling was really good. Fuyun Rua laughed silently at the side and held her stomach. While they were fooling around, they suddenly heard a commotion outside. Fuyun Rua walked out to see what was going on. It was so noisy. Outside the courtyard, a group of villagers with weapons in their hands stopped Fuyun Rua's group at the door. The person who asked the question was Aunt May. She scrutinized the group of people. What are you doing in Xianxia village? Feng Wanting saw the villagers' stance and frowned slightly. Then, when Wan said, hello, villagers. We are Yun Rua's family. Thank you for taking care of Rua all these years. Feng Wanting's voice was filled with gratitude. The villagers still did not let down their guard. Rua's background had been circulating on the internet, and the villagers already knew everything. They even imagined Rua to be a pitiful little girl. Having a stepmother meant having a stepfather. Wasn't she a pitiful little girl? Oh, Aunt May said softly. Her sharp gaze scrutinized the beautiful woman. You're Rua's black-hearted stepmother. Feng Wanting looked helpless. People's hearts were biased. They had been with Yun Rua for a long time and were closer to her. They understood how they felt about protecting Yun Rua. Since ancient times, it had always been difficult to be a stepmother. No matter how she tried to explain, she would only be seen as quibbling. Fu Zonghong glared at the old woman in dissatisfaction. How can you say that? Fu Zonghong had been in a high position for many years. He had an imposing aura that made people tremble. Did that unfilial daughter go around bad-mouthing her stepmother? And who are you? I'm her father. Aunt May placed her hands on her hips and said loudly, our Rua is gentle and beautiful. She never badmouths people behind their backs. She has never said anything bad about you in front of us. Just based on your current attitude, I know how much Rua has suffered here. Feng Wanting patted Fu Zonghong's hand, indicating that he should not be calculative. Even if Fu Zonghong pointed at her nose and scolded her, she still kept a low profile. As her elders, we are also at fault. We didn't communicate well with our child and caused her to run away from home for more than 4 years. It's our fault. No matter what, Yun Rua is Elder Fu's daughter. I hope that the villagers can let us see her and have a good talk. For the past 4 years, seeing how Elder Fu has been so worried about our child, I also feel bad. Fang Wanting said sincerely, as long as she can understand her father, I will apologize to Yun Rua properly. Aunt May scoffed. You speak as if you have been wronged. Who is the one suffering here? What do you mean by running away from home? Aren't you the ones who forced her to leave? If she doesn't leave, she will lose her life. Fang Wanting frowned. We didn't know that Yun Rua had such a misunderstanding about us, but this is a society ruled by law. Who dares to harm other people's lives? This is a crime punishable by imprisonment. A middle-aged man hesitated and said to Aunt May, sister-in-law, is there some kind of misunderstanding? Rua's stepmother didn't look like someone who would torture her stepdaughter. Hey, did you forget what happened to Yinko 7 years ago? After being reminded by the villagers, everyone remembered. Yingzi had also been tortured by her stepmother for many years. In the beginning, she treated her stepdaughter very well in front of outsiders. The neighbors were also deceived. Later, when the matter was exposed, they were all shocked. That stepmother also looked gentle and kind in front of outsiders. Later, she found out that Yingzi was poked with needles by her stepmother every day. Behind closed doors, she was either beaten or scolded. She did all the work. However, when the truth was revealed, Yingzi had already jumped into the river. She couldn't be saved. After an autopsy, she was found to have needle holes all over her body. The police said that she had been abused for many years. That stepmother's image was too good to outsiders. They didn't expect her to torture her stepdaughter like that. Occasionally, the neighbors would wonder why a child in her teens was so thin and small. To outsiders, she said that the child was picky about food and wanted to lose weight. Her relatives and neighbors also saw that her stepmother was kind enough to give her chicken drumsticks and meat. However, she didn't eat them and only ate vegetables. Because of this, they felt that Yingzi was immature and kindly told her not to go on a diet. It wasn't until she died and the police came to investigate that this evil behavior was exposed. Didn't Rua have the same experience as Yingzi? They didn't know if Rua had been abused, but this stepmother's face was very similar. Moreover, Rua's father didn't look like he was here to look for his daughter. Instead, he looked like he was here to seek revenge. In an instant, everyone's hostility towards Fang Wanting's group grew. Fu Zonghong's expression was impatient. These villagers were too unruly and unreasonable. However, they had the numbers advantage. Fu Zonghong didn't bring many bodyguards with him. He could only be passive. If Fu Yan came out at this time. She opened the courtyard door and suddenly saw a large group of people outside. Her heart skipped a beat. What's wrong? She looked around and then saw a group of people surrounded by people. It was a very conspicuous group of people. Fu Yun was in a daze for a moment before she remembered this face. Wasn't this the original owner's father? Fu Yun was surprised. However, when she saw the few people standing beside her father, she didn't feel surprised. Fu Zonghong saw the woman who walked out of the courtyard door. When he saw that face, he was in a daze. At that moment, it was as if the scene had reappeared. He saw Xianxia walking towards him. Xianxia was his first wife. They were in love. When they were young, they were also passionately in love. They entered the palace with longing for the future. Unfortunately, later on, Fang Wanting saw Fu Yunrua and went forward in surprise. Are you Yunrua? It's really you. I've finally found you. You unfilial daughter. You've left home for so many years. Are you looking down on me? Fu Zonghong shouted a few words. He was already prepared to quarrel with Fu Yunrua until his face turned red. However, Fu Yunrua, who used to quarrel with him every time, just looked at him calmly. Her eyes were clear and cold. Fu Zonghong's mind went blank for a moment. He didn't know why, but he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. Fu Yunrua looked indifferent. What are you doing here? Fang Wanting said helplessly, Yun Rua, no matter how angry you are with me, you can't joke about yourself. After you left home for so many years, your father thought about you day and night. Is that so? Fu Yunrua raised her eyebrows. I thought that without me being an eyesore, your family of 3 would be living a happy life. What are you talking about? Fu Zonghong shouted. Fang Wanting smiled bitterly. There's no overnight feud between father and daughter. If there's any misunderstanding, let's talk about it. There's no misunderstanding. Fu Yunrua smiled. If you really care about me so much, you should have come to look for me in the 4 years that I've been away. Parents who care about their children will be very anxious if they can't contact their children for 3 to 4 hours. If they can't contact their children for 24 hours, they will call the police. What about you? I've been away for more than 4 years, but you didn't come to look for me. Huh. She felt that it was ironic that he thought about her day and night. He probably treated her as if she didn't exist, right? Although Fu Yunrua deliberately hid, if this father really cared about her, he should have at least called the police when he couldn't find her, right? At that time, she scrolled through the news every day. Chairman Fu still went to work as usual. The entire Fu Corporation was peaceful, as if nothing had happened. No one looked for her, and at that time, her tense nerves did relax. But sometimes, when she thought about it, she felt that it was unfair for the original body. Fu Zonghong was so angry that he was trembling. You're the one who ran away from home, and you still think you're in the right? I'm just too good to you, so you don't know the hardships of the world. Without the Fu family, look at how you're living. Fu Yunrua felt sad for the original body. This was her father. He lost contact with a weak woman, but he wasn't worried about the danger she might encounter. Instead, he felt that he could let her experience the hardships of life. Looking at it this way, the situation she was worried about when she first came here might be true. He didn't care about his biological daughter for so many years, so it wasn't strange that he would chase his daughter out of the house. No wonder the original body's personality was getting more and more extreme, and even her biological father was so cruel. I'm fine now. She couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with them. The more she talked, the worse she felt. What exactly do you want to do by lowering yourself to come here? Fang Wanting looked worried. Yun Rua, we're here to take you home. You've been angry for so long, so it's time for you to calm down, right? Fu Yunrua said, that's not my home, so why should I go back? Aren't I just looking for trouble? Sister, uncle, really wants you to come home. Fang Shuirua said in a low voice, looking a little timid. I can go back if you want, as long as these 2 eyesores don't appear in front of me. I don't like them. Oh, if you can't bear to part with them, you can go with them. Fu Yunrua said indifferently. What kind of attitude is that? Fu Zonghong was so angry that his face turned red. This is your mother and sister. Fu Yunrua looked up. My mother has been buried for many years. Is this woman my mother's reincarnated body? She even gave birth to a sister for me? Mr. Fu, what are you saying about my mother? No wonder people are saying that this Mrs. Fang is your first wife, and that Miss Fang Shuirua is your only biological daughter. So it was your idea? Aren't you afraid that my mother will climb out of the ground and look for you? What nonsense are you talking about? Fang Wanting felt a chill run down her spine. She forced a smile and said, Yun Rua, I don't mean to replace my sister. It's all a misunderstanding. Then it's true. Mr. Fu, what about you? Did you know? Fu Zonghong was in a daze. It seemed like someone had said that before. How did he respond at that time? He probably didn't care. Do I have to explain myself over such a small matter? In Fu Zonghong's opinion, this small misunderstanding didn't affect anything. The truth was the truth. Huh. When Wen's face was pinched for a long time. His small body exuded an aura of hopelessness. He didn't feel any pain, but his white and tender cheeks flushed as the slightly calloused fingertips gently caressed his face. Wen sighed like a little adult. He had sacrificed a lot, but it was all meaningful. Noticing that his mother had gone out for a long time and hadn't returned, Wen couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up and was about to run out. However, Siyu grabbed him by the back of his collar in time. When short legs were still running in place. He turned his head and looked. Uncle Yu, I want to go out. Don't run around. I'm not running around. I'm going to the courtyard. Wen said anxiously. I'll be back soon. Uncle, look after the meat. Don't burn it. Siyu pulled out the half-burnt firewood and left only a small flame. Then, he led Wen out. When they reached the courtyard, they didn't walk out. Instead, they stood behind the door and listened to the group of people talking outside. When Wen heard that so many people were surrounding his mother, he couldn't take it anymore. He quickly broke free from Siyu's hand and ran out to stand in front of Fu Yunrua. He opened his arms wide and glared at the group of people in front of him. Don't bully my mother. Fu Zonghong looked at the child who looked exactly like Fu Yunrua. Whose child is this? Fu Zonghong was so angry that his face turned red. His whole body was trembling and he felt dizzy. Feng Wanting stepped forward and held his hand while trying to calm him down. Who is that wild man? Fu Zonghong was furious. When Fu Yunrua saw Wen running out, she couldn't be bothered to scold him. She quickly pulled him over and let him hide behind her. After that, Siyu also walked out. Fu Zonghong flew into a rage. It's this man? Siyu looked at the group of people and smiled. It's none of your business, Fu Yunrua said coldly. If there's nothing else, then take care. I won't send you off. It's not convenient to keep guests at home. Fu Yunrua didn't want this matter to be mentioned again and again. She also didn't want her son's background to be discussed. When she turned to the villagers, Fu Yunrua's expression was gentle. Thank you all for today. It's okay. It's what I should do. Don't worry. If anyone dares to bully you in our village, I'll teach them how to behave. Fu Yunrua thanked the villagers and led Wen into the house. Fu Zonghong shouted angrily, "Stop right there." He went forward to stop Fu Yunrua, but was blocked by Siyu. Chairman Fu, please have some self-respect. Sister. Feng Shuirua bit her lip and raised her voice slightly as she shouted at Fu Yunrua's back. If my leaving makes you happy, I'll leave. Fu Yunrua pretended not to hear and didn't give any reaction. Siyu waited for the mother and son to enter the house before she went in and closed the door. Feng Shuirua lowered her eyes sadly. Chang Zhiyu hugged Feng Shuirua and shouted at the courtyard, Fu Yunrua, you evil woman. Don't be so ungrateful. The villagers were just watching the situation unfold, but when they saw their attitude, they couldn't stand it anymore. What's wrong? There's strength in numbers. So many of you ganged up to bully a weak woman. I think you don't care about us at all. Is this the younger sister who stole her stepsister's husband? She's a celebrity. How shameless. He's not her husband yet. I heard that he's her fiancé. People in the city love to use such titles. If she were here, she would have been drowned in everyone's saliva. How could she still have the face to stay here? The father is so biased. His stepdaughter stole his biological daughter's husband, but he's still on his stepdaughter's side and scolded his biological daughter. Indeed, with a stepmother comes a stepfather. This pillow talk is really powerful. This woman is really scheming. I couldn't tell. The villagers booed. That's not all. The first wife's daughter and the first wife's deceased wife have been squeezed out of this family. This is the first time I've heard of this. Yes. The villagers didn't bother to hide their loud voices. Everyone present heard them clearly. Chang Zhiyu saw that Feng Shuirua's face was red and her eyes were filled with tears. He immediately said hatefully, "What do you bunch of unruly people know?" Aunt May said disdainfully, "We don't know any great principles, but at least we know what etiquette, honor, and shame are." That's right. She still claims to be a well-educated tycoon. She doesn't even have morals. Pfft. Like daughter, like mother. If her daughter is such a trash, her mother must not be a good person either. This man is also a piece of trash. Poor Ruoruo. How could she be so unlucky to meet such despicable people? If I were her biological mother, I wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Fu Zonghong and the others' faces were contorted. They wanted to defend themselves, but the villagers didn't listen to them. They only cared about talking loudly. In the end, Fu Zonghong left with an ashen face. Old Fu. Feng Shui wanted to chase after him worriedly. Only after the group of people left did the villagers disperse. Not far away, 3 young men were lying in a corner. They were trembling with excitement as they watched the camera footage. Breaking news! Siyu was there too. They were going to be famous. Fu Zonghong returned to his car and waited for Feng Wanting to get in before instructing the chauffeur to leave. Feng Wanting did not look too happy either, but she still comforted him gently. Old Fu, don't be angry. We will come again tomorrow. We sincerely invite Yunrua back. We haven't found her for so many years. It's normal for her to be angry. It's also my fault. I should have insisted on finding her. Feng Wanting sighed. What does it have to do with you? If the news of the Fu family's daughter running away from home gets out, won't we become a joke in our circle? Fu Zonghong said subconsciously. He frowned. She did something wrong and is too ashamed to face others. I still want to save my face. Old Fu. Feng Wanting shouted in disagreement. Then she said helplessly, in the end, Shui Rua is also in the wrong. No matter what, she should not have agreed to Ayu's pursuit. After all, she was engaged to Yunrua. The world did not look at the process. They only knew the outcome. The person who was engaged to the elder sister ended up with the younger sister. What's wrong with the 2 children loving each other? When the 2 families were engaged, they were still young. If I knew this would happen, I would not have arranged their marriage. Feng Wanting said softly, after all, Yunrua likes Ayu too. Obviously, she felt helpless that the 2 sisters liked the same man. Now the internet is saying that Shui Rua came between the elder sister and her future brother-in-law. Sigh. Feng Wanting sighed softly. Fu Zonghong frowned and said directly, the news on the internet cannot be trusted. Once people open their mouths, there will be all kinds of nonsense. I will get someone to suppress it. Fu Zonghong spent most of his time and energy on work. He did not read the entertainment news on the internet. He only watched financial channels and financial magazines. Fu Zonghong's chest was full of anger. He leaned against the back of the seat and closed his eyes to rest. Feng Wanting saw this and considerately did not disturb him. She turned her head to look at the car window. The scenery outside the window flashed by, and it was reflected in her eyes like a flash of light. Fu Zonghong closed his eyes and slowly calmed down. However, a pair of cold eyes kept appearing in his mind. They had lived together for more than 10 years in the past. Whenever they met, they would quarrel with each other. When she was still underage, she started to put on heavy makeup and had a bad temper. She turned the house upside down. It was only now that he realized that his daughter looked so much like Xianxia. The memories buried in the depths of his mind surfaced at this moment. It had been a long time since he thought of Xianxia. Siyu closed the door and shut out all the noise outside. Fu Yun instantly felt that her ears were much quieter. Wenwen hugged Fu Yunrua with concern in his eyes. He said in a childish voice, Mommy, don't be sad. Baby loves Mommy the most. Fu Yunrua listened to the little darling's cute comforting words and the gloominess in her heart disappeared. She squatted down and hugged the warm and soft little Sunday. Mommy is not sad because Mommy has Wenwen, this big darling. Mommy loves Wenwen the most. Wenwen's little mouth could not help but curl up. Yes, he would not admit that those who hurt his mother were his relatives. Wenwen already knew that the person outside just now was his biological grandfather. But so what? The only person he accepted was Fu Yunrua. Fu Yunrua also had the same thoughts. Wenwen was her only relative. If Father Fu treated the original owner of her body well, she would fulfill her responsibility as a child. However, Fu Zonghong really could not bear to be a father. She could not treat him as an elder. Wenwen loves Mommy the most too. Fu Yunrua rubbed his tender and smooth cheeks. She was extremely grateful to herself for making the right decision. If it was not for Wenwen, she did not know how she would be living in this world where she had no one to rely on. Wenwen took the initiative to rub against her and even kissed her face. His heart ached for his mother. He had more or less guessed what had happened in the past. In the future, with him around, he would definitely not let them bully his mother again. Siyu looked at the mother and son pair being affectionate and stood at the side without saying a word. Suddenly, Fu Yunrua thought of something. Ah, my beer duck. Could it be that it was burnt? Fu Yunrua hurriedly ran into the kitchen. Wenwenrua ran with his short legs. His fragrant meat. She opened the lid of the pot and a rich fragrance wafted out. Fu Yunrua used a spatula to stir-fry it. She was collecting the sauce now. Fortunately, it was not burnt. Wenwenrua smelled the fragrance and salivated. Mommy, is it done? Is it done? Wenwenrua tried his best to stand on tiptoe. With his height, he could not see the surface of the stove, let alone the meat in the pot. Mommy, I can try it. Wenwenrua blinked his big eyes. His small mouth unconsciously opened wide, as if he was waiting to be fed. Wait a little longer. It will be more delicious if it stews for a while. Fu Yunrua looked at the stove. There was only a vigorous spark left. She only added a thin piece of firewood and extinguished the fire to simmer it slowly. Wenwenrua was extremely disappointed. Sigh, he wanted to eat fragrant meat. Fu Yunrua looked at Siyu Rua. Mr. Yu, can I ask you for a favor? Siyu looked over and gestured for her to speak. Can you invite Uncle May and Aunt May over? Although he had already told Aunt May before, if he did not invite them, they would definitely not come over. Siyu Rua agreed and then left the kitchen. The duck meat was stewed for a while. When Fu Yunrua saw that the sauce was almost done, she put it on a plate. Mom. Mom. Wenwen jumped up and down at the side. Wait a little longer. Fu Yun took out Wenwen's small bowl. I want duck feet. I want duck neck. Eat a piece first. Fu Yun placed a duck's foot in his small bowl. Let me say this first. You can only eat 3 pieces of meat tonight. This is the first piece of meat. Although there were no spices, the beer duck was still considered to have a strong taste. If Fu Yun strictly limited his appetite, he would not be able to eat it. Wenwen nodded. He loved to eat the fragrant meat, but he still had to listen to his mother. Moreover, as long as he had something to eat, it was fine. He couldn't eat too much at one time, but he could eat more. Fu Yun made a light vegetable soup. At the same time, she steamed an egg custard for Wenwen in a small pot. This was his main dish. Not long after, Siyu returned with Uncle May and Aunt May. Grandpa May, Grandma May. Wenwen hugged his small bowl and gnawed on the duck's foot with relish. When he saw the 3 adults raise his head and call for them, there was some sauce on his fair and tender cheeks. Aunt May immediately smiled and said a few words to Wenwen before entering the kitchen. Siyu saw Wenwen like this. His fair and tender little claws were grabbing the duck's foot and eating until there was sauce around his mouth. He went to the living room and took a few pieces of tissue paper to wipe his mouth. Wenwen consciously raised his head and let Siyu help wipe his mouth. After that, he continued eating. Siyu looked at the juicy little mouth that had just been cleaned. When Wenwen was still unsatisfied, Siyu brought him to wash his hands and face. This time, it was clean. Wenwen ran over to act coquettishly with Fu Yun. Uncle May and Aunt May watched with a smile. At this moment, the sky outside had already darkened. When the lights were turned on, they seemed to be coated with a layer of warm light. When Siyu saw this scene, a corner of his heart softened. This was the so-called atmosphere of the human world. Uncle May and Aunt May saw that Fu Yun did not take the previous incident to heart and acted as usual. They did not mention it at all, so the atmosphere was harmonious for the entire night. Aunt May and Fu Yun were cleaning up in the kitchen. Siyu and Wenwen were playing in the courtyard. Uncle May sat under the roof and watched. Aunt May said, I've asked around about the kindergarten for you. Wait until September and you can register directly. When the time comes, your uncle will accompany you. There are only 2 kindergartens in town. The children in our village are sent to Little Angel Kindergarten. We will also be sent there. Okay, thank you. Fu Yun hesitated and did not say what he wanted to say. After Uncle May left, the 4 of them finished washing up. It was already 10 o'clock. Aunt May had already returned to her room to sleep. At this moment, only Fu Yun, her son, and Siyu were in the living room. Fu Yun looked at Wen Wen, who was nestled in Siyu's arms and muttering, and said, "Wen Wen, it's time to sleep." Wen Wen reached out to Fu Yun. "Hug." Fu Yun walked over and leaned over slightly to carry Wen Wen. The fragrance of the same shower gel was faintly discernible. For some reason, Siyu felt that this woman's body smelled better. "Mr. Yu, good night." Wen Wen hugged Fu Yun's neck and turned to look at Siyu. "Uncle Yu, good night." Siyu said, "Good night." Only Siyu was left in the living room. He sat for a while before returning to his room. Siyu took out his cell phone and tapped on the screen to open a series of unread messages. Yuan Xian had sent over dozens of messages. He read them from beginning to end, and the last sentence was that the matter had been resolved. Siyu replied to the message and then received a voice call request. After Siyu answered the call, Yuan Xian's voice was heard. "The Fu Corporation has suppressed all the news that is unfavorable to Feng Shui. What needed to be clarified had already been clarified. Now that the Fu family and the Chang family had joined forces to pressure them, Apple Entertainment had to think twice. They simply suppressed the news and did not slander Fu Yun. They simply allowed them to spend money to suppress the news." Siyu raised his eyebrows. "Keep an eye on the internet. Don't let anyone make an issue out of Ruoruo." This Chairman Fu was really speechless. If he had not investigated thoroughly, he would have suspected that Feng Shui was the illegitimate daughter of Chairman Fu and his true love. How could a person who could run his family's business so well not be able to see through the people around him? "Understood." Yuan Xian said, "The few young men who came to secretly film today have confessed that someone leaked the news to them. However, they do not know who leaked it to them. We have tried to trace it, but we can't find the source of the information. Ask them to keep their mouths shut." "Understood. The news of you being there will be exposed sooner or later. You should prepare to leave. Anyone who wanted to investigate would be able to find out where Siyu and the rest were filming the show. They could not stay there any longer. I have a plan." After coaxing Wen Wen to sleep, Fu Yun lay in bed and did not feel sleepy. Although she said that she did not care, in the dead of the night, she could not help but be affected. These people had a great influence on the original owner of her body, so much so that she felt irritated. If it were not for her gentle personality, she might not have been able to suppress her anger and scold Fu Zonghong. Fu Yun lay in bed and thought about it. The more she thought about it, the more irritated she became. Old memories flashed through her mind. She tried to control herself not to think about it, but the more she thought about it, the more energetic she became. She did not dare to toss and turn as she was worried that she would wake Wen Wen up. In the end, she quietly got out of bed and walked out of the room in the dark to the courtyard to clear her head. The lights in the living room were dimly lit, and there was a little light in the courtyard. Fu Yun quietly moved a small stool to sit under the eaves. She looked at the night sky and fell into a daze. "Can't sleep?" A low voice suddenly came from behind her. Fu Yun Rua turned around and saw Siyu standing behind her. She whispered apologetically, "Did I wake you up?" When she came out, her movements were already very light. She did not expect to wake him up. Siyu said, "I just came out to drink some water." He shook the cup in his hand. What he meant was that he was not woken up by her. Moreover, at this time, he was not asleep yet. Siyu put down the cup and used another clean cup to fill half a cup of hot tea. With his other hand, he brought a stool over and sat down beside Fu Yun Rua. Siyu handed the cup to Fu Yun Rua. Fu Yun Rua took it and thanked him. The stool was very short and small. After Siyu sat down, he had nowhere to place his long legs. He stretched his legs casually. The two of them were silent for a moment. Fu Yun Rua held the cup with both hands and felt the temperature that was not boiling hot. Then, she took 2 sips. It was very quiet in the courtyard and outside. It was so quiet that only the sound of cicadas and frogs could be heard. Fu Yun Rua's mood also calmed down. Siyu suddenly asked, "Are you going to stay here with the child?" "Of course not." Fu Yun Rua said, "After all, the education resources here are not as good as those in the big cities. Wen Wen has grown up and also needs to study." She had already asked Tian Tian to help her find housing resources. However, after considering all aspects, she could not go out for a while. Previously, Fu Yunrua chose to look for housing in the capital mainly because she had more acquaintances. It was not necessary to go to a completely unfamiliar city and blindly search. If there was anything, they could take care of each other. Considering this, when she first opened her studio, she also opened it in the capital. Now that these old friends had appeared one by one, if Fu Yun thought that they were also in the capital, wouldn't she be disturbed every 2 to 3 days in the future? It was always annoying to have flies flying around in front of her. But on second thought, there was no need for her to hide from them. She also did not have the time to block her all day long, right? It seemed as if she was afraid of them. If Fu Yun felt that she would be at a disadvantage if she gave up such a superior environment like the imperial capital for them, wouldn't she? Fu Yun had originally considered whether she should change cities. Now that she thought about it, she had not done anything wrong. Why should she give up a more familiar and superior environment for them? See you. His eyes flickered and he pretended to ask casually, "Are you going to the capital?" Fu Yun nodded. "I'm going to take a look at it at the end of the month." "When are we leaving?" "There's no hurry. If we really go there, it'll be after the new year." "Well, if you have any difficulties, you can tell me. I can still help." Fu Yun's eyes curved into crescents. "Alright, if there's really a need, I won't be polite." Of course, she didn't think that she would encounter any trouble that was difficult to solve. "If you don't want to see those people again, I can help." See, you thought that these people would be of some use. After he helped to resolve this matter, Fu Yun would no longer have to worry about anything. In the end, she already had a plan. Siyu felt that what he had done previously was extremely stupid. Fu Yun looked at him in surprise and shook her head. "I can solve my own problems." Although Siyu had the support of the company, the outcome of going against the Son of Destiny was not too good. Fu Yun didn't want him to ruin his bright future because of her. "You've already done enough for us." Fu Yun thought to herself. Siyu really liked Wen. He could actually go to this extent. Siyu didn't say anything for a moment. After a moment, he asked, "What do you think of the Fu family?" "Ah?" Fu Yun didn't react for a moment and there was a hint of confusion in her eyes. "What do you think of Chairman Fu?" This concerned his attitude towards his son's biological grandfather. He had to act according to his son's mother's mood. Fu Yun hesitated. "If I say that he's not my father in my heart, will you think that I'm cold-blooded?" Her father in the other world couldn't be more outstanding compared to the one in this world. Although he didn't spend much time by her side when she was young, he was like her mother and doted on her very much. He would remember her birthday and give her gifts. He would also try his best to be by her side on special occasions. She couldn't agree with this father in her heart. However, she also knew that blood ties couldn't be cut off. If she took the initiative to sever ties, the world would only condemn her and point fingers at her from the opposite side. She wasn't afraid of these rumors and slanders, but she was worried about Wen. Wen could make her fearless in her armor, but he was also her only weakness. She couldn't bear to let him face even the slightest bit of rumors. "Sometimes, I really don't know what to do." She couldn't ignore everything that had happened to the original body. One day, she would have to resolve it, no matter how. "No." Siyu looked at her and said word by word, "You've already done very well. No matter what you want to do, I'll support you." Fu Yun looked up at him. Inexplicably, she felt that Siyu was especially dazzling at this moment, so she didn't dare to look directly at him. She responded softly and felt much more relaxed. "Forget it, everything will be fine when it comes to it." She would take her own steps and take it slowly. "It's very late. Go back and sleep." Fu Yun thought that she had been out for a long time. It wouldn't be good if Wen woke up, so she stood up and said, "Then I'll go back to my room." "Mr. Yu, thank you. Good night." "Good night." Siyu watched Fu Yun go back to her room. He also went back to his room and immediately summoned Yuan Xian. He asked him to find out if Fu Yun was going to buy a house or rent a house, if there were any movements, if there were any difficulties, and if necessary, he would provide assistance. Yuan Xian said in surprise, you managed to convince her? Yuan Xian clicked his tongue in wonder. It was really not easy to convince someone so quickly. See you. He thought of many persuasive words, but he didn't say a single one. She had already planned to do so. There was no need to say such a shameful thing, but who was Yuan Xian? As a manager who had been with Siyu for 10 years, even if he didn't fully understand Siyu's temperament, he could occasionally understand some of it. When he noticed Siyu's unusual silence, he immediately thought of many things. Hence, he probed, did she change her mind? Siyu. I'm hanging up. Goodbye. This manager was always smart in areas where he shouldn't be. Before Siyu hung up the phone, he heard Yuan Xian suddenly burst into laughter. His eyebrows twitched. Wasn't it just a miscalculation? What was so funny? However, even though there was a small error in the process, the final result was what he wanted. Hence, Siyu was in a very good mood. In the next 2 days, those people did not come to look for her. Fu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that they didn't come to bother her. However, even though they didn't come, the production team did. When she heard the production team's request, Fu Yun didn't react for a long time. You mean you want to invite me to participate in the show? Yes, Miss Fu. We hope that you can consider it carefully. Our production team will pay you an additional 20% of your value, Director Peng said sincerely. Also, you don't have to re-record from beginning to end. We just hope that you can finish recording the remaining 5 days of the show. The production team was very sincere. They really had no other choice. When they received news that Feng Shui was coming back, they specially went to stop her. Finally, they received an affirmative answer. Feng Shui was not filming anymore. The production team could also find someone else to save the show. However, the A-list male and female celebrities' schedules were very slow recently, so they couldn't find the time. As for the celebrities who had the time to save the show, they weren't as famous as Feng Shui. Even though her image had collapsed recently, she wasn't someone that B-list celebrities could step on openly. To replace Feng Shui's position? Not only was her backing not to be trifled with, but they also didn't dare to provoke her crazy fans. They weren't afraid that if the celebrities with backing Feng Shui couldn't find the time to save the show, and if the celebrities with the time to save the show were worried about offending Feng Shui, the consequences wouldn't be worth it. As a result, they couldn't find anyone to save the show. Was this show destined to end prematurely? Just as he was having a headache, an assistant from the production team suggested that they look for Fu Yun. Director Peng's eyes lit up. This was a great idea. Because of the past dispute with Feng Shui, Fu Yun had gained some recognition among the public. And Fu Yun was also one of the A-list streamers in the live streaming industry, so she had some fame too. Furthermore, her fans had only seen her face recently, so it was a rare moment. Before her identity was revealed, she was already on the hot search list based on her looks. This showed that she was very popular. And she was here in person. As long as she nodded, they could start filming immediately. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was a good idea. Director Peng brought his assistant and hurriedly found Fu Yun to tell her his request. Fu Yun found it unbelievable when she heard it. The production team invited her to do the show? No matter how she looked at it, this matter had nothing to do with her, right? Miss Fu, only you can help us. If the show doesn't continue filming, the production team will be scrapped. Director Peng pleaded. We thought about it and only you are the most suitable for our production team. Director Peng's voice kept crackling, and Fu Yun felt a little dizzy from the shock. I'm sorry, but I can't agree. Why don't you find someone else? Fu Yun didn't want to participate in the variety show, let alone replace Feng Shui. She felt disgusted. Miss Fu. When Wen's little head popped out of the door. He leaned against the door and blinked his bright eyes. Grandpa Director, are you inviting my mother to participate in the show? When Wen's black eyes rolled around. Was his mother going to enter the entertainment industry? Director Peng said with a smile, yes. Little kid, do you want to see your mother on TV? Director Peng had a good impression of this lively child, and his voice couldn't help but sweeten a few degrees. Fu Yun looked at the mischievous child and said helplessly, children shouldn't interrupt when adults are talking. Wenwen's chubby cheeks suddenly puffed up. I'm not a child anymore. I'm an adult. He pattered in and straightened his small body. He said seriously, my mother doesn't work in the entertainment industry. The entertainment industry was so deep. He hadn't grown up and didn't have the ability to protect his mother. He didn't want his mother to get involved. Why? You can earn a lot of money if you enter the entertainment industry. You can buy a lot of candy and toys. Director Peng. Fu Yun frowned. The child is still young. How could she tell him so many things that a child shouldn't hear? Money? A light bulb lit up on Wenwen's little head. He had been a normal child and enjoyed a carefree life. However, the appearance of Feng Shui and her mother, the Fu and Chang families, made Wenwen feel a sense of crisis. Compared to those people, his mother was too weak. He wanted to protect his mother and let her have someone to rely on. However, he was too young. His small arms and legs couldn't fight against those huge assets. Since that was the case, he could only grow up in advance. The first thing he had to do when he grew up was to earn a lot of money and accumulate wealth. Only then could he fight against them. No one wanted him to do other jobs with his small body. The only thing that could make him earn money at this age was being a child star. He wasn't afraid of the slanderous words on the internet. Wenwen raised his little hand and asked loudly, "Can I participate?" Director Peng looked at Wenwen and thought about how popular he was on the internet. He was very tempted. If his mother didn't want to participate, his son could too. Director Peng immediately replied, "Sure. I'll pay you according to your mother's current net worth." "Sorry, my son doesn't want to participate either." Fu Yun frowned and refused. "I still have something to do. Forgive me for not being able to entertain you. Please help yourself." Director Peng was chased away. He looked at Wenwen. This child didn't have the right to speak. He had to get Fu Yun's approval first. He could only say, "Whether it's Miss Fu or Mr. Fu, or both of you together, our production team will agree. I hope you can reconsider. I'll come again tomorrow." After Director Peng left, only Fu Yun and her son were left in the living room. She looked at Wenwen, who was tiptoeing and drawing circles. "Fu Wenwen, filming a show is not for fun. It's for adults. You haven't even gone to kindergarten, so you can't participate in an adult show," Fu Yun said sternly. Wenwen retorted, "I know there are child stars. He wasn't a real child. It's very tough being a child star. After you become a child star, you can't eat too much meat and you can't play with your friends. Even if you want to sleep in the afternoon, you won't be able to sleep. Then you'll be very tired every day." Wenwen. He hesitated. He could endure hardships, but he couldn't eat meat. Wenwen endured the pain and said, "It's okay, I want to earn a lot of money." He wanted to save money early. In the future, when he competed with the Fu Corporation for resources and forced them to go bankrupt, he wouldn't leave anything for them. Wenwen was ambitious. In his previous life, he wasn't able to bring down the Feng Corporation. This time, he had more than 10 years of accumulated money and connections. He didn't believe that he couldn't bring down this giant. Is there a shortage of food or entertainment at home? Do you want a little child like you to go out and earn money early? Wenwen saw that his mother didn't want to give in. He knew that she didn't want him to be exposed to the public too early. But he also wanted to protect his mother. In the end, Wenwen used a child's trick. His small body lay on the ground and he rolled over and over. "I want to film a show, I want to film a show, ah." "Fu Yun. What's wrong?" When Siyu returned from outside, the living room was bustling with noise. Loud noises reverberated in the air. Wenwen was rolling around on the floor, making the floor clean. His chubby hands and legs waved at the sky from time to time. He was like a little fat turtle that was trying to turn over but could not. Fu Yunrua face-bombed. Where did Wenwen learn to throw a tantrum like this? She did not know whether to laugh or cry. Wenwen held from time to time. He kept glancing at Fu Yunrua and 2 drops of crocodile tears came out from the corners of his eyes. Why wasn't his mother's heart softening? He was also tired from rolling around. Siyu looked at the white and chubby little ball rolling around. Coupled with the child's sharp but not ear-piercing voice, he sounded like a little pig squeaking. Siyu squatted at the side and poked the little chubby leg that was like a lotus root. He smiled and said, "Roll around, little fat pig." Wen. Feeling offended, he suddenly became angry. "You're the fat one. This is baby fat. It'll be gone when you grow up." Yes. Siyu nodded perfunctorily and pinched the flesh on his little chubby leg. Wen snorted from his little nostrils. After being interrupted by Siyu, Wen couldn't continue howling. He crawled up from the ground, and when he passed by, he stretched out his little foot and stepped on Siyu's foot. Then, he ran to Fu Yunrua's side and hugged her thigh. He complained, "Mommy, Uncle, you bullied me." Siyu raised his eyebrows. His foot was being stepped on and it felt like an itch. The little guy was becoming more and more rude to him recently. He said calmly, "Little tattletale." Wen looked up. "Humph. Siyu." He looked even more like a little pig. Fu Yun squatted down and patted Wen's clothes. After rolling on the ground, her clothes were covered in dust. Wen looked at Fu Yunrua with a puzzled expression. Why couldn't he act coquettishly? When he saw that his underlings wanted to eat candies and buy small toys, he could get his way by rolling on the ground a few times. Thus, she changed to another way to act coquettishly. "Mommy, just promise me." Mang's cute little voice sounded as if it was mixed with sugar. It was so sweet that Fu Yun also felt sweet in her heart. However, he still had to be firm in his stance. "No. Mommy baby loves you the most." Fu Yun allowed him to act cute and coquettishly, but she remained unmoved. "No." Siyu looked at the mother and son. He had only been out for a while. What had he missed? Siyu asked, "What is Wen trying to do?" Fu Yunrua briefly told him about the program's director looking for her. Then, she said helplessly, "He wants to participate in the program." "Siyu." He lowered his head and looked at Wen who was hugging Fu Yunrua's thighs and looking at him with a pair of big eyes. His little eyes were constantly sending out signals. "Quickly help me say something. We are good friends. This isn't fun." Wen retorted angrily, "I don't want to play. I want to earn money." Uncle Yu was too inconsiderate. What happened to being willing to sacrifice himself for a friend? He didn't even help him with a small favor and even slandered him for wanting to play. He was a man who wanted to earn big money. This friend didn't understand him at all. He didn't want him anymore. Wen stared at Siyu with condemnation. Siyu could only say, "I misunderstood." Only then did Wen retract his gaze in satisfaction. Then, he looked up at Fu Yunrua. "Mommy, just agree." Wen. Fu Yunrua patiently reasoned with him. "If you go to film a show, there will be many people who don't know you who will see you. Some of them might not like you and scold you. If Mommy sees someone scolding you, she will be very sad." "I'm not afraid." Wen's voice sounded like he was about to cry. "Mommy." He had experienced an overwhelming amount of ridicule, abuse, and curses. At worst, it would be as dark as his previous life. He could bear it, but he couldn't bear his mother being surrounded by evil intentions. Wen thought that he would perform well on the show and let more people like him. Then, he would like his mother as well. This time, he would take good care of his reputation. He would not let his reputation be mixed, and he would not let others have the chance to slander him. Seeing this, Siyu carried Wen, who was about to cry. My little friend is under my protection. Naturally, he can do whatever he wants." Siyu looked at Fu Yunrua and said seriously, "Don't worry, I will protect Wen." Wen looked at Fu Yunrua expectantly. Fu Yunrua hesitated. Siyu promised, "With me around, no matter if Wen wants to film a television series, a movie, or participate in a show, there won't be a problem. He won't be hurt at all. Otherwise, you will hold me responsible." "Thank you, Uncle Yu." Wen was so happy that his eyes narrowed. He hugged Siyu's shoulder and leaned over to rub his face. This friend was really loyal. He didn't let him down. Fu Yunrua suddenly remembered that in the original novel, Wen had been in the entertainment industry since he was in his teens. Could it be that Wen loved acting? If that was the case, should she stop him? Baby, do you like acting? Fu Yunrua's expression was a little complicated. In the original novel, he could become a top celebrity without anyone protecting him. This time, with someone protecting him, he would have a smooth journey, right? Fu Yunrua had heard of Siyu's status in the entertainment industry. He was also the only person in the original novel who retired after achieving success. Even 20 years later, he was still a legendary figure. With Siyu protecting Wenwen, he wouldn't be so bumpy, right? Otherwise, she would still be around. The wall between the live broadcast industry and the entertainment industry was not thick. If she worked a little harder and had more connections, she would be able to let Wenwen have a smoother journey, right? They wouldn't end up like the original novel. When Wenwen heard his mother's question, he was stunned for a moment. He looked hesitant. He had never thought about whether he liked acting or not. In his heart, acting was just a way for him to make a living. Did he like acting? He thought about how he would spend the entire night thinking about a role, just to act it to the best of his ability. He thought about how he was an extra, lying on the ground for 3 to 4 hours under the scorching sun. Even if he didn't have any scenes, he still worked hard to complete it. He thought about how he wanted to hone his acting skills. When Wen's eyes became brighter, and at that moment, they were as bright as a flower. I like acting. Yes, he liked acting. He liked to play different roles and live different lives. He liked to be in the limelight and be the center of attention. Fu Yunrua wavered. Let me think about it. Should she agree? But the child was still so young. Siyu put Wenwen down and patted the back of his head. Go and play with your friends. Wenwen looked up at Uncle Yu, then at his mother. Mom, I'll go out first? Go ahead, be careful. Wenwen hesitated for a moment, then ran out. When the child's small figure disappeared from sight, Siyu looked at Fu Yunrua. I understand your concerns. Don't worry, with me around, he won't be disturbed in any way. Fu Yunrua hesitated and said, Mr. Yu, I know you treat Wenwen well and have always tolerated Wenwen's willfulness, but we've already troubled you enough. We really can't give you any more trouble. It's no trouble at all. Siyu smiled. Wenwen is very clever. If he wants to develop in the entertainment industry, he can sign a contract with Apple Entertainment. The company will protect him. In order to increase his credibility, he continued, I'm one of the shareholders of the company. Moreover, with Yuan Xin and Qi Weiqing around, they should believe me, right? One was recognized as the #1 manager in the entertainment industry and loved Wenwen as his own son. The other was a top manager and had a close relationship with Fu Yunrua. He was also Uncle Guo's student. Fu Yunrua was not worried. With these connections, wouldn't Wenwen be doted on in Apple Entertainment? Moreover, Fu Yunrua had a very good impression of Apple Entertainment. The way he protected his son was really reassuring. Oh, so Siyu also had shares in the company. Fu Yunrua was surprised for a moment, but she did not find it surprising. Siyu was the #1 in the company, so it was normal for him to have shares in the company. No wonder he did not open his own studio. She herself had almost been persuaded by Brother Qi to join Apple Entertainment. Although it did not work out in the end, she had to say that it was really fate. You can sign an agreement with Apple Entertainment. Of course, you won't force Wenwen to act or do other things. If he wants to act, he will act. If he doesn't want to act, he won't act. If he wants to leave the entertainment industry, he can leave at any time. When he grows up, he will prioritize Apple Entertainment. You can consider whether to let Yuan Xin or Qi Weiqing be the manager. I personally lean towards Yuan Xin. Qi Weiqing has 3 first and second-tier artists under him, but Yuan Xin only has me as an artist. His private life will not be disturbed. He will be like an ordinary child, living a carefree life. The last sentence hit the spot that Fu Yunrua was most concerned about. She was hesitant because Wenwen was too young. She was worried that after he became a child star, he would not be able to live a carefree and happy life like an ordinary child. She was worried that he would come into contact with the complicated world of adults too early. If he could really do what Siyu said, she would not reject him. Fu Yunrua thought that perhaps after filming this variety show, Wenwen would not be interested in these things. There was no need for her to think too much. With her and Brother Qi around, they would be able to protect a child no matter what. She thought about it for a while, then thought about it for a while. In the end, she gritted her teeth and said, "Okay." Siyu smiled and said, "I'll get someone to draft a contract later." Since she had already agreed, Fu Yunrua was straightforward and said, "Okay, but I have a request. I want to be there when Wen is filming." No matter what, she had to see it with her own eyes to feel at ease. Of course. Siyu called Yuan Xian and explained the matter clearly in front of Fu Yunrua. The contents of the contract were very detailed. Fu Yunrua thought about it. She had never seen such a preferential contract before. On one hand, she felt a little embarrassed and felt that she was taking advantage of him. On the other hand, because it was Wen, she thickened her skin and accepted this kindness. Wen was playing outside absent-mindedly. He kept thinking about whether Uncle Yu had persuaded his mother. In the end, he could not help but reject his friend's invitation and ran home alone. When he reached home, his mother and Uncle Yu were chatting peacefully, but they were not talking about him. "Is that so? I haven't been back to the capital for a long time. So it has changed so much. To be honest, I don't have much memory of the capital. When we return to the capital, I'll take you there. I definitely won't disappoint you. Once your face is exposed, you'll probably be surrounded and unable to move. Are you sure you can take me there? Of course, my disguise skills are very good. I'll let you see it then. Then I'll look forward to it." Wen tilted his head. For some reason, he felt that he was a little extra, as if he should not have come back. Wen shouted, "Mom." Then, he rushed over like a small cannonball and threw himself into Fu Yunrua's arms, announcing his strong presence. Fu Yunrua carried Wen up and sat him on her lap. "Why are you back so early?" "I missed Mom." Fu Yunrua pinched his little face. "Your little mouth is so sweet. Did you eat honey?" "Hee hee." Wen twisted his little body and said cutely, "I love Mom the most." Siyu looked at the mother and son who acted as if there was no one else around and narrowed his eyes slightly. He sized up the little guy who was acting coquettishly against Fu Yunrua and thought to himself, "I shouldn't have spoken up for him just now. Look at how he's kicking me to the curb after I've outlived my usefulness. Is he going to throw me away after using me?" Wen glanced at Siyu from the corner of his eyes. His little eyes were filled with pride. Mom was his. Mom wouldn't neglect him. Wen coaxed Fu Yunrua until she was beaming with joy. After a long time, he asked carefully, "Mom, did you agree?" Fu Yunrua saw the little hope that could not be hidden in his eyes and did not beat around the bush. "Yes, I agreed." Wen's little face instantly lit up. He leaned over and kissed her face softly. "I love Mom the most." "Thank you, Mom." Fu Yunrua deliberately put on a straight face. "Don't tell me I won't love Mom if I don't agree. I love you. I love you so much." As he spoke, he even made a heart with his little chubby hand. Fu Yunrua was amused by Wen's words. Ahem. Siyu Rua, who was at the side, could not help but cough lightly. He looked at Wen. He was the one who had contributed greatly. In order to persuade Fu Yunrua to agree, he had spent a lot of effort. Wen turned to look at him. She blinked and said with concern, "Uncle Yu, have you caught a cold? Remember to take your medicine. Otherwise, if it gets serious, you'll have to get a butt injection." Fu Yunrua could not hold back. "Pfft. See you." He looked at Wen's innocent and harmless little face and secretly gritted his teeth. This brat. While they were chatting and laughing, Yuan Xian rushed over with a head full of sweat. He held a briefcase in his hand and his face was flushed red. "Hey, from now on, I'll be Wen's manager. Little Wen, please take good care of me." Yuan Xian beamed with joy. He never expected that before Siyu retired from the entertainment industry, he would be able to do such a great thing. It was great that he had brought his son into the entertainment industry. He could still continue to show his enthusiasm. Siyu, this man, was sometimes a little obnoxious, but he would still inform him of important decisions. For example, before filming that movie, he had already expressed his intention to retire from the entertainment industry. Xianxia understood. After all, this ancestor had entered the entertainment industry mainly out of interest, but it was more of a hobby. There was still a huge business waiting for him to take care of. Xiyu had not filmed much in the past few years, mainly because he had already taken over the family business. 2 years ago, he had already taken over the family business completely. In the future, he would definitely not have enough time to film anymore. Xianxia had taken care of a few celebrities. Although they had all achieved great success, they had all left the entertainment industry at the top of their careers or for other reasons. He felt mentally tired and had already decided not to take care of any more celebrities. He had already decided to retire behind the scenes. But now, he could. Xianxia looked at Wenwen with sparkling eyes. What a good seedling with spiritual energy. He could still do it. He could definitely turn Wenwen into a top child star and let the whole world look forward to his growth. Wenwen blinked and was so shocked that she could not react. Manager? Uncle Yuan? Xianxia? Did he hear wrongly? What did Mom and Uncle Yu discuss? Wasn't it just filming a show first? Why did they even discuss signing a contract with a manager? Fu Yunrua was confused when she heard Xianxia's words. She did not seem to have said who would be her manager. Xianxia could not wait any longer. He took out a stack of papers from his briefcase. Miss Fu, take a look at this contract. If there are no problems, you can sign it. Fu Yunrua picked it up and read it carefully. Xianxia could not wait for Fu Yunrua to sign it immediately. He did not disturb her and it was quiet for a moment. Xianxia looked at Wenwen and smiled amiably. Wenwen had a serious expression on her face as she read the contract with Fu Yunrua in a serious manner. It was as if she could understand it. He wiped his sweat and gave Xiyu a flattering look. Although Xiyu had a domineering personality and was very picky and hard to please, he was really good. He was actually willing to hand his son over to him. What kind of trust was this? He was so touched. Xiyu's hair stood on end when he saw Xianxia's mushy look. He could not help but glare at him and then looked at the adult and child. Their extremely similar faces had the same expression. It was as if they were cast from the same mold. Fu Yunrua finished reading the contract carefully. The contents were basically the same as what Xiyu had said. There were no loopholes in the contract. It was a contract that was completely biased towards them. Fu Yunrua felt that Xiyu and the rest were at a disadvantage. She was too embarrassed to let them suffer too much. Fu Yunrua pointed at the remuneration. This percentage. Wasn't it too much? Xiyu glanced at her. You think that 30 to 70 is too little? I think so too. Why don't we change it to 19 to 90? Xianxia also nodded in agreement. Anyway, Apple Entertainment was one of Xiyu's subsidiaries. Wenwen was Xiyu's biological son and could be the future heir of the Xi family. It would not be too much even if all the remuneration went to him. The entire company had to treat him like an ancestor. Fu Yunrua. You didn't see wrongly. It's Apple Entertainment's number 1, Wenwen's number 9. No, no. Fu Yunrua waved her hands. Let's do 30 to 70. Fu Yunrua was afraid that if she continued to talk, it would be too ridiculous to change it to 19 to 90. She quickly signed the contract. Xianxia quickly put away the contract. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Brother Yuan had already volunteered to be Wenwen's manager. If Fu Yunrua did not have any objections, she would not have to trouble Brother Qi. It was also quite good. I'll give you the contract after the company stamps it and sends it back in 2 days. Fu Yunrua was actually a little doubtful. Would the company be willing to sign such a generous contract? However, when she thought about Xiyu's status as the number 1 in Apple Entertainment, she threw this little doubt to the back of her mind. Xianxia came in a hurry and left in a hurry. After knowing that Wenwen wanted to participate in the variety show, he went to look for the production team aggressively. Time passed quickly and it was soon time for dinner. Fu Yunrua went to the kitchen to cook. Wen's seat had been moved. At this moment, he was sitting on Siyu's lap. Even though he saw the contract with his own eyes and his mother signed it as his guardian, he still could not believe it. He felt that he was dreaming. In his previous life, even if he became a top celebrity, he would not be able to sign such a generous contract. At this moment, he was still a 4-year-old kid who had not debuted. The legendary manager in the entertainment industry had become his manager. He was considered an artist of Apple Entertainment? It was Apple Entertainment. Why did it feel so unreal? He lowered his head and looked at the big hand in front of him. He hugged it with his small hand and bit the muscle at the base of his thumb. Then, he looked up and asked foolishly, "Uncle Yu, does it hurt?" "See you." He lowered his head and looked at the circle of teeth marks at the base of his thumb. There was still wet saliva on it. Whose family was this silly child from? Xianxia was very efficient. It didn't take long for him to sign a contract with the production team and join the show as a special guest. He would only be filming for 3 days. A special guest would receive the same treatment as an A-list celebrity. In order for the filming to go smoothly, Xianxia required that Wen had to team up with Siyu. Children would only feel safe around familiar people. This way, they wouldn't have to worry about not being able to continue filming. The production team was also burning their boats. No matter what, this show had to be successful. Director Pum knew that if the show died, his career as a director would come to an end. Therefore, after signing the contract, he wrote the most eye-catching script without stopping. However, the special guest was still too young, so they couldn't ask for more. As long as he could interact with Siyu, the show would be stable. After signing the contract, the production team immediately made an official announcement online. Of course, they said it beautifully. The general idea was that if Feng Shui left the show for some reason, the production team would sincerely invite a special guest and hope that the audience would support them. The world would always be more tolerant of children. It had to be said that the production team played a beautiful hand. Even if Feng Shui's fans were unfriendly to the special guest, the passers-by would still stand on the special guest's side. Moreover, this special guest was so delicate and cute. After all, the production team also explained the reason for inviting the special guest. The celebrity they wanted to invite couldn't find the time. Wen wasn't unknown. He had a group of Papa and Mama fans. In order to invite this special guest, the production team had to persuade his parents to agree. Fu Yun also posted on her social media platform that the special guest was going to be on the show. She hoped that everyone would take care of her. Yun Duo's fans were happy to see this. Yun Yun is so helpless right now. 23333, I guess the production team used a lot of candy to tempt Zai Zai. I just want to say, well done. Ah, my child is going to be on the show. Mama is so proud. My child. Aha. Countless fans jumped around and spread the news under the official announcement of the show on the platform's forum. After confirming that he would be on the show, Wen had been thinking about what kind of persona he should create to attract fans. He wanted a lot of popularity so that his mother could bask in the limelight. What kind of special guest was the most popular? Mischievous? Smart? Cute? Adorable? Wen recalled the adults' attitudes towards children with different personalities and found that most adults liked sensible and smart children from other families. Wen clenched his fists and made a great wish. He wanted to be someone else's child. Early the next morning, when the sky was only slightly bright, the extremely excited Wen woke up Fu Yun. Fu Yun looked at the time. Oh my god, it was only 5 o'clock. Wen jumped up and down on the bed. Mommy, it's time to wake up. Fu Yun Rua. She laid on her back on the bed and looked at the bouncing little one. She said helplessly, baby, the show starts at 8:30. It's still early. It's getting late, Mom. Wen said seriously, I still have to do my hair. It'll take a long time. Yo, you even know how to style? Fu Yun could not help but laugh. Of course. Wen proudly stuck out his little belly. I'm an adult. Baby, why are you so cute? Fu Yun Rua could not help but carry Wen up and rub him. After such a commotion, Fu Yunrua also became energetic and got out of bed. Wenwen got off the edge of the bed and put on her little shoes. His little face was flushed red. He thought to himself, I'm already so big, but my mother is still so childish. But who asked her to be his mother? He could only tolerate it. Sigh. The big and small movements also woke Siyu and Aunt May up. The old house instantly became lively. After washing up, Fu Yunrua went to the kitchen to cook breakfast. Wenwen had already run into the room, opened the wardrobe, and rummaged through the clothes to wear today. He changed a few sets, but he always felt that there was nothing new about them. They were not eye-catching and could not show his handsome and cool side. Wenwen's upper body was in the wardrobe, and only his 2 little feet were dangling outside the wardrobe. He found a cool military green imitation uniform from last summer, and his eyes lit up. He had only worn this uniform a few times, and it was 80% new. At that time, it was still very loose for him. He should be able to wear it this year. Wenwen took out the uniform and quickly changed into it. The length of the clothes was still suitable, but it was a little tight. Wenwen did not grow much taller, but he had grown a lot horizontally. The military green shirt of the same style was a little tight. Wenwen lowered her head and saw the outline of her belly that was very obvious. How could this be? Although he was still young, he still needed to be in shape. Wenwen took a deep breath and tried to shrink his stomach, but it was not very effective. It was still round. Wenwen, it's time for breakfast. Coming. Wenwen ran out. Fu Yunrua saw Wenwen come out in a new set of clothes and exclaimed in surprise. Wenwen, why are you wearing this? Last year's clothes obviously did not fit this year. Fu Yunrua did not expect that he would still be able to find last year's clothes. People with fair skin wore military green clothes that complemented their skin better. Wenwen looked more exquisite and cute, but it was not suitable to wear out. Wenwen said, it looks good. Fu Yunrua came out with a bowl of meat porridge and placed it on the table to cool. Io, Wenwen is really a spirited child. Aunt May praised. Wenwen said sweetly, Grandma looks good in this flowery shirt too. Really? Aunt May smiled and lowered her head to touch the smooth shirt. Your mother bought it. Aunt May only gave birth to a son. She did not expect that she would still be able to enjoy the blessing of having a daughter when she was old. My mother also bought mine. Siyu walked out of the kitchen and glanced at Wenwen. He was full of youthful energy. Fu Yunrua did not expect that Wenwen would like this set of clothes so much. He had never shown any special preferences when it came to wearing it. Instead, he liked to wear different styles of clothes. Wenwen smelled the fragrant porridge and secretly swallowed his saliva. He subconsciously touched his small stomach and refused. Mom, I'm not hungry. Fu Yunrua turned his head and looked over. You don't want to eat breakfast? I'm not eating. Wenwen replied crisply. If you don't eat, you'll be hungry. Fu Yunrua carried Wenwen onto a small high stool and stirred the porridge in front of him with a small spoon. The fragrance seemed to be stronger. Wenwen hesitated. He lowered his head and looked at his small stomach that was more obvious when he sat down. If he ate, it would be even more obvious. Fu Yunrua noticed his small movements and knew what he was thinking after thinking about it. The child wanted to save face. He felt that his chubby body was too obvious on the show and wanted to lose weight. Fu Yunrua said gently, Wenwen, this set of clothes doesn't fit you anymore. Let's change to another set, okay? Don't tell me you want to wear clothes that don't fit you on the show? Wenwen hesitated. Fu Yunrua said firmly, no matter what Wenwen wears, he will be the prettiest child in the village. Wenwen said proudly, of course. He thought about it and agreed. If he wore something that didn't fit him, it would also damage his handsome image. I'll change into another set of clothes later. After being comforted by his mother, Wenwen also changed his mind. Hence, he held the spoon in his chubby hand and happily ate his breakfast. In the end, Wenwen changed into a pure white t-shirt and denim pants with suspenders. He even wore an exquisite little straw hat on his head. Then, Fu Yunrua held his hand and accompanied Siyu and Yuan Xian to the location where the production team would gather. This was Fu Yunrua's request. She did not want her home to appear on camera. the production team had already gathered. When they arrived, they were already busy inside and outside. The production team had set up a few shelters under an old tree at the entrance of the village. The guests were resting and putting on their makeup inside. Xianxia was already talking to Director Peng at the production team. When he saw them coming over, he hurriedly said, Wen, you're here? You're here? A woman wearing a light-colored suit and exquisite makeup walked out of the shelter. When she saw Wen, her eyes lit up. Wen, this is Auntie Xiaoyu. She will be your exclusive makeup artist from now on. Wen looked up at her and called out clearly, Sister Xiaoyu. Pu Xiaoyu was instantly overjoyed. What a cute child. Pu Xiaoyu could not help but hold her face. She had already thought that he was cute in the video. She did not expect him to be even cuter in person. She looked at the woman beside him who looked very similar to the child. When the two of them stood together, she felt that they were a pair of siblings. She had seen many female celebrities who had given birth and spent a lot of effort to recover. However, she was the only one who could recover so well. She was even more envious. Go on, the show is about to start, Xianxia urged. Miss Yu, I'll leave Wen to you. Don't worry, Miss Fu. I'll definitely dress Wen up beautifully. I'm older than you. Just call me Sister Yu. Okay, Sister Yu. You can call me Yinrua too. The two women quickly became closer and then brought the child into the shelter together. Siyu, who did not seem to exist at the side, was speechless. She felt neglected. Siyu asked Xianxia, why did you let her come? Didn't you say that it's just a variety show and that we can use the production team's makeup artist to appear on camera? Xianxia said matter-of-factly, how can the production team's makeup artist compare to our team's personal makeup artist? It's Wen's first time on a show. Naturally, she has to be in her best condition. How can we just let it be? Siyu, who had been the only one on the set without an assistant, was speechless. Siyu felt a little jealous. Could it be that this little brat had caused everyone around him to betray him? You're a man. Why are you jealous of a little kid? Xianxia glared at him unhappily. He wanted to ask what kind of attitude this D*MN man had. How could he be jealous of his own son? Considering that there were too many people around, Xianxia spoke vaguely. In the shelter, Pu Xiaoyu was putting on Wen's makeup. His skin was fair and rosy, tender and smooth. His little mouth was also rosy. Pu Xiaoyu openly took advantage of him for a long time before saying, you don't have to put on much makeup. Just put on some powder and it'll be fine. Fu Yunrua watched as Pu Xiaoyu gently patted Wen's face and applied a light layer of natural color to his little lips. It's done. Fu Yunrua carefully sized him up. He didn't look any different without the makeup, but he seemed to be more spirited and bright. Pu Xiaoyu saw that Fu Yunrua only patted some water on her face and didn't even apply sunscreen. She immediately said, Yunrua, don't you know how to take care of your skin? Huh? Fu Yunrua touched her face. No. In such a remote place, dressing up would make her look strange. She had always been barefaced. What a waste. Pu Xiaoyu lamented. If I had your face, I wouldn't have to do anything. I would just have to take care of this face every day. She pressed Fu Yunrua down on her seat and opened her makeup box to take out a set of skincare products. How can you ruin such a beautiful face? If you don't take care of your skin when you're young, you might not be able to tell the difference when you're young. But when you're older, it'll be obvious. The condition of your skin can't compare to your peers who have taken care of themselves for years. Is that so? Fu Yunrua kept listening to Pu Xiaoyu talk about the benefits of taking care of one's skin and the serious consequences of not taking care of it. After all, which woman didn't want to be beautiful? If she could make herself beautiful, she wouldn't want to grow old and ugly. Pu Xiaoyu observed her face and felt even more heartache. If she took good care of her skin, it would be even better. Wen listened from the side and was very concerned. I'll make sure Mom takes care of her skin in the future. This set of skincare products isn't the most suitable for your skin. I'll recommend another set. Although it's a little expensive, the effects are really good. It's also suitable for your age. Fu Yunrua and Pu Xiaoyu added WX and promised that they would take good care of their skin in the future. Wenwen glanced at the price link sent by Pu Xiaoyu. It was so expensive. He thought to himself that he had to earn more money. After Pu Xiaoyu gave Fu Yunrua some good skincare products, Xiyu sat down and did a little makeup. At this moment, the production crew's guests came over to greet Wenwen and Fu Yunrua and express their goodwill. Wang Huibei was a little embarrassed. He was the first one among the guests who had said something bad to them in person. Only Xianxia was more at ease. Fu Yunrua had a polite smile on her face as she led Wenwen around to exchange pleasantries. After a round of greetings, she felt that her face was about to turn stiff from smiling. Not long after, the production crew was about to start filming. Fu Yunrua said a few words to Wenwen, telling him not to be nervous and to treat it as a game. Then she handed Wenwen over to Xiyu and walked away from the camera to stand with the production crew. Wenwen looked at the camera of the live broadcast equipment and felt a sense of nervousness that he hadn't felt in a long time. But after a while, he calmed down and didn't cower. He had seen bigger situations before. As usual, the guests opened the show to liven up the atmosphere and then brought out the special guests. The director and production crew nervously looked at the data dynamics backstage. The moment the show started broadcasting, its peak popularity immediately increased explosively. Even though Feng Shui's fans had clamored to not watch the show and not contribute to the show's traffic during the official announcement yesterday, the current figures were not much different from before the show stopped broadcasting. In fact, there was even a slight trend of increasing. Only when Xiyu joined the production team would there be such an explosive increase in viewership. Everyone in the program crew was grinning from ear to ear, unable to contain their joy. This variety show had not been going smoothly from the start. During this period, there had been ups and downs, and it had even been stopped broadcasting. But who knew if it was a blessing in disguise? Their show was destined to be a hit. It couldn't be stopped. The villagers' enthusiasm for the production crew was reignited. When they heard that Wenwen was going to film the show, they all followed behind and prepared to see how Wenwen would film the show. The production crew didn't have any requirements for Xiyu and Wenwen's team. The mission cards were super simple. They had to ask Wenwen to go to the Dong family's house to borrow rice and vegetables from the Shi family's house. Then, Xiyu would cook lunch for the two of them. They didn't expect it to be such a simple task. The audience watched with relish. The popularity of the live broadcast room was still steadily increasing. Wenwen thought about his own character. As a smart and sensible child, he would be considerate of the adults and help them as much as he could. The production crew only gave him a cabbage and asked him to use this cabbage to exchange for a carrot from the Shi family's second uncle, an egg from the Dong family's Grandma Lin, and a pig bone from the village's butcher. How could he use this cabbage to exchange for the requested items? This time, he would have to display his intelligence and wisdom. Wenwen expressed that this was a small matter. He would first use the cabbage to exchange for 4 eggs, then use 1 egg to exchange for 2 carrots, and then use 2 eggs to exchange for a pig bone. Wenwen told Xiyu his idea seriously. Xiyu expressed that he was really smart. Wenwen tried hard to keep the corners of his lips raised. Yes, I have to be steady. I can't be arrogant. I just have to silently praise myself for being quick-witted. Xiyu carried the basket. Wenwen was considerate and wanted to help. However, with his small body, he couldn't carry both sides of the basket. He could only use his small hands to support the bottom of the basket. He was very familiar with the river village. He directly brought Xiyu to Grandma Lin's house. When they reached their destination, Wenwen knocked on the door and said cutely, "Grandma Lin, can I use this cabbage to exchange for 3 eggs?" Grandma Lin responded kindly, "Sure, Wenwen, wait." Grandma Lin walked steadily into the house and came out with a basket in a short while. Wenwen carried the cabbage. This cabbage was very heavy and Wenwen had a hard time carrying it. Then, he passed it to Grandma Lin. Grandma Lin took the cabbage and put it aside. Then, she lifted the cloth on the basket, revealing round and delightful eggs. Wenwen carried the basket and looked up at Grandma Lin expectantly. Grandma Lin grabbed the eggs in 2 hands and quickly placed them on Wenwen's basket. In the blink of an eye, there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 12 eggs. These are purebred free-range eggs. Take them back and let your mother stew them for you. They're very fragrant. Wen hurriedly refused. That's enough, Grandma Lin. I only want 3. How can 3 be enough for a glutton like you? Take more. Grandma has a lot at home. Grandma Lin wanted to take more. Wen had already placed the basket gently on the ground. Then, he grabbed one in each hand and put it back. With a serious face, he said, Grandma Lin, I'm filming a show. I've calculated that I only need 3. Oh. Grandma Lin remembered and nodded. I understand, I know. I have to cooperate with you, right? Alright, I'll only give you 3. As she spoke, Grandma Lin even blinked. Wen nodded. Grandma Lin asked softly, Wen, why did you think of filming a show? Will you be a big star in the future? I'm not a star yet. Wen puffed up his chubby face and said in a serious voice, I want to earn money to buy cosmetics and skincare products for Mom. After being reminded by Sister Xiaoyu, Wen also thought of this serious problem. He could talk about earning money and saving capital in the future. The most important thing now was to buy skincare products for his mother. She doesn't know how to dress up and maintain her looks. Wen expected better from her. He always remembered that more than 20 years later, if that Feng Shui still maintained her looks like a 30-year-old woman, his mother could not lose to her. Of course, even if she did not maintain her looks, his mother would still be the most beautiful woman. If she only maintained her looks, wouldn't she crush her opponent even more? They thought that they were whispering, but in fact, it had already been recorded in the live stream. The audience also heard it and became even more excited. My child, how can he be so cute? This is my child. Sob sob sob. Mama is so happy. I'm suffocated by his cuteness. I also want to have a son who will buy cosmetics for me. Please give me a dozen such sons. Thank you. Trying to trick me into having children again. Wen's basket was only left with 3 eggs. The first mission was considered completed. He wiped his sweat. It was really not easy. Then, he lifted the basket and showed it to Xiyu. I've completed the mission. Xiyu gave him a thumbs up. Wen, you're awesome. Wen almost laughed out loud. Fortunately, she remembered that she had to maintain a stable image. She quickly pursed her lips, but her big eyes curved into crescents. Next, it was time to go to the second place. Wen also knew where the second uncle's house was. She led Xiyu through the alleys and small paths, then walked to the second uncle's house. He explained the purpose of his visit to the second uncle and especially emphasized that he only wanted 3 carrots. There was a harmless accident just now, but it definitely wouldn't happen this time. The second uncle was originally sitting on the doorstep smoking a pipe. When he saw Wen coming over, he smiled and put out the cigarette. You want carrots? Sure, the vegetable garden is over there. You can pluck whichever one you like. Thank you, second uncle. Wen gave an egg to the second uncle. Then, she entered the vegetable garden with Xiyu and found the carrots. The second uncle's house had already plucked a lot of carrots to eat. The carrot sprouts in the vegetable garden were slightly sparse. Xiyu was about to pluck the carrots. Wen sensibly said, Uncle you, let me pluck them. Wen thought that since he was so sensible and considerate, the audience should like him very much, right? Xiyu raised his eyebrows, straightened his body, and nodded. Okay. Wen looked around carefully and found 3 carrots that were obviously larger. Then, she stood in front of one of the carrots. She grabbed the sprouts with both hands and tried her best to pull them up. An orange-red carrot appeared in midair. Wen smiled happily and looked at Xiyu. After receiving a look of approval, she excitedly plucked the second one. He plucked. He plucked. Why isn't it moving? Wen plucked for a while. She used all her strength and her face turned red. Wen suddenly fell upside down. Her small body leaned back and she fell on her butt. Her 2 feet were facing the sky, and her hands were still holding on to the carrot that she had worked so hard to pluck. Pfft! Wen's little eyes were in a daze. He didn't realize what had happened for a long time. It was only when Siyu helped him up that he realized he had fallen. Wen's face turned red. He was so embarrassed. Wen looked up at Siyu with uncertainty. He seemed to have heard mocking laughter. Did he hear wrongly? Wen turned his head to look for Fu Yunruo's position and saw a familiar figure not far away, smiling at him. Siyu looked serious as he gently patted the dust off Wen's body. Are you hurt? Wen shook his head and explained seriously, it was an accident. I don't usually fall. It was just a small mistake. His image was still very mature. Yes, I believe you. Siyu nodded seriously. Wen heaved a sigh of relief. If Uncle Yu believed him, then the audience would believe him too. His image was saved. Which carrot do you want to pull? Let's do it together. Wen pointed at the carrot he wanted. He was afraid that he would lose his balance again, so he let Siyu pull it out. Second Uncle Yu walked over with his hands behind his back. When he saw that they had only pulled out 3 carrots, he said, pull out a few more. No one will eat them if they are left in the field. They will be old after a long time. As he spoke, he walked to the vegetable field and prepared to pull out more carrots. Wen's eyes widened. Uncle Yu. Siyu placed the 3 carrots neatly and scooped up Wen. He strode out with his long legs. Second Uncle Yu, we have something to do. We'll leave first. Wen hung in Siyu's arms with his butt facing forward and his head facing backward. He looked up and waved at Second Uncle Yu. Second Uncle Yu, I'll come and play with you when I'm free. After leaving Second Uncle Yu's house, they went to the pork shop in the village. Wen sat on Siyu's shoulder and said solemnly, what happened just now was an accident. It won't happen again. Yes, I believe you. Siyu's voice contained a hint of a smile. After walking for a while, Wen said, Uncle Yu, put me down. He had walked for a long time since the morning and his feet were tired. But as a mature and steady child, he couldn't let the adults get tired, so after a while, he had to get down from the ground and walk on his own. Siyu did not refuse and put Wen down. After walking for a while, a few children emerged from the alley. When they saw so many people around Wen, they shrank their necks. However, he still mustered up his courage and shouted at Wen, come quickly. Great-grandma will make cold cakes. The adults were worried that the children would disturb the filming of the show, so they repeatedly ordered them not to get close to Wen for 3 days. They had to wait for the strangers to leave before they could find Wen to play. In order to keep an eye on this group of naughty children, she specially invited the oldest woman in the village, who was 90 years old, to make her best cold cakes, which were the children's favorite. But were they the kind of people who ate alone? The children were kept in the village's great-grandmother's house, so they slipped out under the adults' watchful eyes to find Wen and ask him to hurry over. Great-grandma's cold cakes? Wen's ears perked up. Great-grandma was a cook in a rich family when she was young. She was good at making pastries, but now that she was older, she rarely made them. Although she was still eye-catching now, she was old after all. In recent years, she would only occasionally make the easiest cold cakes to make. Wen was lucky enough to eat 2 pieces last year. He could still remember the taste. No one else could make it that way. Great-grandma's cold cakes. Wen swallowed his saliva. His eyes sparkled as he ran happily to his friends. Siyu, who was suddenly forgotten. The children seemed to have forgotten that they were filming a show. The cameraman's assistant was laughing so hard that he almost passed out. The audience in the live broadcast room was also laughing like crazy. Siyu was so pitiful. He was abandoned, ha ha ha. Where did this clown come from? He was so funny. The cameraman chased after him. Wen had already mixed with his friends. They squatted in a row outside the great-grandmother's kitchen and anxiously looked inside. Wen's heart and eyes were occupied by the cold cakes. Like the other children, he swallowed his saliva from time to time. Wen had only eaten it once. Because it was so delicious, when he finished 2 pieces and wanted more, the great-grandmother had already distributed them. He didn't leave a piece for his mother. This was because he had been thinking about it for a long time. This time, he definitely wouldn't eat it alone. He wanted to share it with his mother. The cameraman didn't get too close, and Siyu didn't disturb him. Instead, he chatted with the audience in the live broadcast room. When a hunchbacked old woman walked out of the kitchen, she saw the children at the door and smiled kindly. Great-grandma made a lot this time. Everyone can have 3 pieces. Her granddaughter-in-law was helping in the kitchen. She was old and didn't know if she would have another chance to make pastries in the future. This time, she would make more and let the children eat more. Thank you, Great-grandma. Great-grandma has worked hard. The children were so happy that they jumped on the spot, thinking about how to eat. Wen was also thinking. If there were 3 pieces, he and his mother would each have half a piece. Divided 3 times, it would be equivalent to him and his mother eating 3 times. They would eat a lot and feel much better. He was really a quick-witted child. The children waited for half an hour and stood in a row to receive 3 pieces of cold cakes. He was the only one who received the biggest piece of cold cake. Wen was so happy that his eyes couldn't be seen. Then, he ran to Fu Yunrua with the cold cakes. Mom. Delicious cold cakes. Fu Yunrua smiled. Yes, have you thanked Great-grandma? Yes. Wen took out a piece and stuffed it into Fu Yunrua's mouth. As he stuffed it, he swallowed his saliva. Mom, eat first. It's so delicious. Fu Yunrua didn't refuse to share with her child. She took a small bite. It's so delicious. Wen smiled and said happily, Mom, eat half. I'll eat the other half. Hence, Fu Yunrua took 2 small bites. Okay, Mom has eaten half. Wen looked at the large piece of pastry in his hand. His mother was coaxing him. He continued to hold it up. It's not half. Okay. It wasn't until Wen felt that his mother had eaten half that he leaned against Fu Yunrua and ate in satisfaction. This was the taste. It was too delicious. Wen finished the half piece in his hand and still wanted more. Do you still want to eat? Fu Yunrua asked. No, I'll eat it later, Wen said reluctantly. Good things should be enjoyed slowly. 3 pleasures were better than 1. Then Mom will keep it for you first. You can continue filming the program. Filming the program? Wen was thunderstruck. His small body froze. He suddenly remembered that he was filming a program earlier. Wen turned his head and looked around. He saw Siyu standing not far away. He had his arms crossed and was leaning against a tree trunk while looking at him. His expression seemed to say, let's see when you can remember. Noticing Wenrua's gaze, Siyu walked over with his long legs. Seeing this, Fu Yunrua stepped back to let them continue filming the program. Wenrua squatted down and looked down at the bare yellow ground. His small back view was bleak and extremely desolate. What's the matter? Siyu walked over and squatted down to ask. Wenrua's eyes were filled with tears. I want to be a smart and sensible child. But it failed. Wenrua thought about how after filming the program, things kept happening. He was very sad. This time, he could not attract any fans. How could he have forgotten about his character setting while doing it? The audience would definitely think that he was a gluttonous, lazy, and playful child. Siyu patted his head and comforted him. You're already very smart and sensible. 3 or 4-year-old children were at the peak of their energy. It was normal for them to not let go. They came up with ideas. It was normal for a goldfish to lose 3 seconds of memory occasionally. Uncle you don't have to comfort me. I'm very strong. Wenrua held back his tears. Uncle Yu was just comforting him. It was okay. It was only the first day. He still had 2 days to redeem his character. Lol, this program is actually called Movie King's Daily Life. Siyu will definitely be a good father in the future. Ha 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 ha. Isn't this too unfair? We're both children. Why are you so cute? Fu Yunrua looked at the scene and did not forget to enter the live stream to look at the comments on the screen. They were all fancy praises for Zai and other normal comments. There was not a single negative comment. Her eyebrows relaxed. The situation was not as bad as she thought. Fu Yunrua thought of the contract she signed with the program team. When Yuan Xian negotiated with the program team, he had clearly stated the program team's obligations. One of them was that there could not be any negative information about Wen in the live stream or the comments on the program team's official account. After all, the child was still too young. He could not bear the unwarranted abuse and malice at such a young age. Most of the audience were rational. They were mainly wary of Feng Shuirua's group of brainless fans. As for the social media platforms outside the program team, Apple Entertainment's public relations department took action, and the marketing accounts all ceased their activities. Regardless of whether it was because of this reason or not, Fu Yunrua would be quite happy if she did not see anyone talking bad about her child. She looked at Wen in the camera. She had to admit that he was born with a good sense for the camera. He really had no blind spots from 365 degrees and was very likable. When Fu Yunrua saw that Wen was having a good time, she could not help but smile. She had never seen how others recorded a program before, but now that she saw it, wasn't it similar to playing? It seemed that the program team was quite humane. Previously, she did not like this program team because of Feng Shuirua. She had misunderstood. Her phone vibrated. Fu Yunrua looked down and saw that it was a call from Tian. She looked at Wen, who was talking to Siyu. She walked a little further away and picked up the call. Tian? Rua, I found a female bodyguard. Fu Yunrua's eyes lit up. Really? That's great. There's only one, but don't worry. This is a really powerful person. You'll know when you see her. She definitely won't let you down. I'm on my way to your place. We'll meet tomorrow morning. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Fu Yunrua looked at Siyu and could not help but touch her face. The hired bodyguard was coming. Siyu could leave successfully. Wen would not have any objections. But how should she bring it up? No matter how she said it, it felt like she was burning the bridge after crossing it. But the bodyguard would be coming tomorrow. If she stuck her head out, she would also be stabbed. Fu Yunrua decided that she would find an opportunity to talk to Siyu about this at night. The program went smoothly. Although there were many small accidents, the overall situation was very good. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, their group finished filming. Mom, how was my filming? Wen ran over happily, her little face glowing. Wen, you're awesome. You're so good. Fu Yunrua praised. Wen was even happier when she heard that. She raised her head proudly. He hugged Fu Yunrua's thigh and said coquettishly, Mom, hug me. Although he could see his mother when he looked up, he could not stay by her side. He felt that he had not been close to his mother for a long time. Fu Yunrua carried Wen and walked home. Siyu was still talking to the program team. The mother and son left first. Although it looked like they were playing, it was still very tiring. Fu Yunrua's heart ached for her child. Wen was abnormally excited, chattering non-stop all the way, as if he had endless things to say. Fu Yunrua kept watching. Listening to the person involved was another form of enjoyment. Hearing Mang's voice, her heart also softened. When they reached home, Wen was still following Fu Yunrua around like a little tail. Fu Yunrua gave him some water and then went to the kitchen to cook. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat a piece of cake? In the village, Fu Yunrua was very assured of Wen. She took the time to go home, put the cold cake on a plate, and cooled it with cold water before returning the bowl to the grandmother's house. When Fu Yunrua came to the grandmother's house, she was stuffed with a packet of cake wrapped in oil paper. Because the grandmother was old, the villagers would not disturb her because of this. If the children went, they would not say anything. Moreover, the children were also sensible. They would only swarm over when the grandmother took the initiative to make it. The adults did not have the fortune to eat it. No matter how much they made, the children would not be able to eat it. Fu Yunrua did not expect that she would have more. Fu Yunrua refused for a while but could not refuse. Thinking that Wen liked to eat it so much, she finally accepted it shamelessly. Fu Yunrua had not told Wen about this matter yet. Therefore, when Wen saw Fu Yunrua take out the plate and saw the 2 pieces of cake on it, she cherished it very much. Then, eat one piece first. The last piece was to be eaten before bed. Eating sweet cold cake before bed, she could have a good dream at night. Wenwen broke it into 2 halves and compared it. Then, he gave the big piece to Fu Yunrua. Mom. Fu Yunrua thought that there was still more and that the cold cake could not be kept for long, so she did not refuse. Eat the other piece. 2. Wenwen was reluctant, but he was hungry. The more he ate, the hungrier he got. Fu Yunrua said casually, "You have to share it with Uncle Yu." She thought that since Siyu treated Wenwen so well, it was only right for him to return the favor. However, Wenwen thought that Fu Yun was talking about sharing the piece in his hand. He was very reluctant. It was the last piece, and he had not eaten enough. He rolled his eyes. If he finished it before Uncle Yu came back, wouldn't there be no need to divide it? But Uncle Yu treated him so well, wouldn't he be too stingy if he didn't differentiate? Wenwen thought for a moment. He first broke it in half, then broke the other half in half. After thinking for a while, he broke off a small piece. The pastries on the plate were divided into several pieces of distinct sizes. Wenwen moved the smallest one to the side, and the rest belonged to him and his mother. This piece is for Uncle Yu. He pointed to a small piece on the side. If Fu Yun did not notice, she, who was picking vegetables, responded without raising her head when she heard Wenwen's voice. Siyu, who had just stepped into the house, paused. What did he hear? His gaze shifted to the pastry that Wenwen was pointing at. It was not even the size of a fingernail. When Wenwen saw Siyu, he quickly retracted his hand and said cutely, "Uncle Yu, you're back." Fu Yunrua put the vegetables that she had chosen into the sink, looked up, and walked into the living room. She saw the plate in front of Wenwen. The pastries were crushed piece by piece. Thinking of what he said just now, she could not help but say, "You child, you crushed the pastry so much. How are we going to eat them?" Fu Yunrua took out the pastries wrapped in oil paper from the fridge. "Great-grandmother secretly gave us a packet and left a few pieces for you to eat tomorrow. The rest will be shared tonight." It was summer, and food could not be stored for too long. Otherwise, it would not be fresh. These were enough for Wenwen to satisfy his craving. When Wenwen saw the oil paper packet, her eyes lit up. She jumped down from the stool and ran over. Wow! The temperature of the upper floor of the fridge was not very low. It was only used to preserve freshness. If Fu Yun removed the oil paper from the table for a while, the temperature would return to normal. Wenwen leaned on the table and counted. There were a total of 16 pieces. It was a lot. Wenwen moved the plate in front of her and pointed at the oil paper packet on the table. She said generously, "Uncle Yu, you can eat it. It's delicious." "See you." Don't think that he did not know that he only had a small position in Wenwen's heart. He had seen through it. Siyu picked up a piece. Wenwen looked at him with sparkling eyes. "Is it delicious? Is it delicious?" Siyu was surprised. He had eaten countless delicacies since he was young. He did not expect to be able to eat such delicious and unique pastries in this mountainous area. It seemed that this mountainous area was full of hidden talents. Siyu nodded. "Not bad." Wenwen looked as if he had been praised and raised his head proudly. Then, he ate the pastries on the plate in small bites. Dinner time was lively. Fu Yun saw that Wenwen's head was nodding like a chick pecking at rice not long after he finished eating. She carried him back to the room to sleep. Lying on the bed, Wenwen did not seem to be sleepy anymore. He rolled around on the bed. Fu Yun hugged him and took out her phone. "Come, mommy will read to you how the brothers, sisters, uncles, and aunties on the internet praise the baby." Wenwen stopped rolling and buried himself in Fu Yun's arms like an ostrich. After a while, he quietly revealed his eyes and asked carefully, "Are they all praises? Were they not scolding him?" Actually, it did not matter if he was scolded. He did not care at all. Wenwen knew that he did not perform well. He had not established his image yet. He was so clumsy. He could accept it. Fu Yun looked at Wenwen's expression and felt a little heartache. It seemed that Wenwen cared a lot about what others thought of him. Of course. Mommy took a lot of screenshots. They are all praises for the baby. Mommy will read it to you. Wenwen was bashful for a while. Then, he shifted his small body and leaned his head on Fu Yun's shoulder. He mustered his courage to look at the screen. Mommy took a lot of screenshots. Look, they are so dense that I can't see them clearly. Let's watch them together after the live broadcast is uploaded online. Then, Fu Yun read it to Wenwen and pointed it out to him. This comment. Zai Zai is really smart, innocent, lively, and cute. Zai Zai is a baby. And these. Many people want babies like Bao Bao. Fu Yun read a lot of comments. Then, she said, the baby hasn't started school yet. There are many words that he can't recognize. When the baby starts school, he will understand everyone's love for you. When Wen's eyes stared at the phone screen. He did not say that he could understand it. He could not read all the comments, but he could see that they were all praises. There were even fewer comments about Siyu than there were about him. The straightforward and unreserved love seemed to pass through the screen and surround him. His heart felt warm. How nice. When Wen's eyes were moist. Tears flowed out of the corners of his eyes. However, he was careful not to let Fu Yun see it. After a while, he said coquettishly, Mommy, read it to me again. Okay. Fu Yun kept reading the comments. Her shoulders were heavy. She looked down and saw that Wenwen had fallen asleep leaning on her. His small hands were grabbing her clothes. He was very attached to her. His little chubby face was red and the corners of his lips were curled up. It was as if he was having a beautiful dream. Fu Yun kissed his forehead. Good night, baby. Fu Yun waited for Wenwen to fall asleep before she carefully got up and walked out of the room. It was not even 10 o'clock yet. Siyu was still awake. Fu Yun walked out and saw Siyu sitting in the courtyard. He was typing on his phone with his head lowered. When he saw Fu Yun coming out, he put away his phone and lowered his voice. Are you asleep? Fu Yun nodded. She moved a chair and sat not far away from Siyu. She thought about what she wanted to say, but she found it hard to say it. Siyu saw that she was hesitating and took the initiative to ask, What's the matter? Fu Yun said hesitantly, It's like this. Tian helped me find a female bodyguard. She said that she will be here tomorrow. Siyu nodded and said understandingly, I will move out when the time comes. It's not very convenient for me to be here. But we have to wait until you see that there is no problem with the bodyguard. Fu Yun saw that he was so straightforward and did not seem to have any grudges. She heaved a sigh of relief. Okay. After we meet tomorrow, thank you for taking care of Wenwen these days. It's my pleasure. Then I won't disturb you. After chatting for a while, Fu Yun stood up and said goodbye. Siyu replied, Good night. Good night. You should rest early too. Fu Yun put down her worries and went to sleep without any burden. She had a good night's sleep. On the second day of filming, Wenwen seemed to have some experience and was more relaxed than yesterday. The production team looked at the high popularity and could not stop smiling. They had finally made the right move for once. At around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Tian and the female bodyguard arrived. After Fu Yun asked Yuan Xian to watch over them, she went to receive the guests. Fu Yun looked at Tian and a baby-faced girl who was about 1.6 meters tall with short hair. Countless questions popped up in her heart. This was a female bodyguard? If she walked out and said that she was a minor who had just entered high school, people would believe her. Tian said, Don't think that Xingnan is young just because she looks like this. You can't judge a book by its cover. She's 2 years older than you. And she's very impressive. Xingnan patted her flat chest and said cheerfully, Boss, it's right to have your concerns. Because of my face, many employers don't believe me. But please give me a chance to show off. She glanced around and picked up a stone by the flower bed not far away. Then, she ran forward and leaped into the air. She spun around and kicked the stone that had fallen into the air with precision. The extremely hard stone shattered into a few pieces and fell to the ground, scattering in all directions. Fu Yun was stunned. Her first thought was that there were martial arts experts in this world. Xianxia glanced at the eaves and picked up a thick piece of firewood. It seemed that she wanted to continue showing off. Fu Yun quickly stopped her. No need. It's fine, it's fine. She couldn't help but look down at her feet. She hissed. Didn't it hurt to break such a hard stone? She was full of admiration. At this moment, she looked at Xianxia with great respect. Boss, you believe me? Xianxia asked happily. You don't have to call me boss. Fu Yun waved her hand. Xianxia was instantly disappointed. Just call me Ruoruo or Yunrua. Xianxinan's eyes lit up. You've agreed to hire me? Fu Yun nodded and smiled. Please take care of me in the future. I'll work hard. Xianxia was overjoyed. Because her face made people feel insecure, her work had not been smooth. She didn't expect to succeed this time. The group went to the living room. Fu Yun told her about the benefits, but no matter what she said, Xianxia nodded. This pure and harmless appearance made Fu Yun selectively forget about her martial prowess. Fu Yun thought to herself that such a simple-minded child would be bullied to death by an unscrupulous client. You can stay by my side in the name of my assistant. Don't worry, the studio will give you an additional salary as an assistant. After all, this was a small place. If she explained to others that she was a bodyguard, others would think that she was a weirdo. It was much more convenient to have the identity of an assistant. When Xianxia heard that, she actually had a double salary? She shook her head repeatedly. The treatment just now was already very good. It's enough. Her salary was paid by the studio. Her salary was already comparable to every job she had done before. There were also all kinds of insurance benefits. It was already very good. Fu Yun said, you naturally have to receive double salary for doing 2 jobs. It just so happens that I also need an assistant. With you around, I don't have to look for one anymore. Just as Fu Yun finished speaking, she thought of something important. Then, she asked worriedly, by the way, it can't be that every plant you raise will die, right? In the past, she thought that there might not be 1 in 10,000 people who would die. But now, she had already met 2 people. What if there was another one? Xianxia tilted her head. Although she didn't understand, she still said honestly, I used to plant vegetables. They grew very well. When I was young, I participated in Arbor Day in school. The trees that I planted all came alive and were very lush. When Fu Yun heard that, she was relieved. If she could plant vegetables and trees, then she wouldn't be a plant killer. There was still an empty room in the old house. The 3 of them cleaned it up together and quickly cleaned it up. In the morning, as a precaution, Fu Yun asked the villagers in town to help bring back 2 sets of mattresses and quilts. When they came back in the afternoon, they took advantage of Wen's afternoon nap to unpack and wash them. They could use them at night. Fu Yun considered that they were tired from the journey and wanted to let them rest at home, but they said that they were not tired. Tian knew that Wen was filming a show and couldn't wait. I haven't seen the little cutie in a long time. In the end, Fu Yun brought the 2 of them to the scene. On the way, they met a villager and saw 2 young and beautiful girls. He even asked Fu Yun curiously, Rua, who are these 2? They're my friends. They came here specially to see me. Fu Yun and the others greeted them along the way, then found the production crew and watched from afar. Fu Yun looked at Wen for a while. They were playing in the river in the village openly. The children were so happy that they were giggling like little ducks. She introduced Xianxia and the 2 of them to each other. Tian had heard a little about Xianxia and originally respected him as a senior. However, because of Wen, the 2 of them felt like old friends at first sight and had a lot in common. They quickly improved their friendship and flattered Wen together. Xianxia looked around warily. Fu Yun saw this and told her to relax. We're very safe in the village. We won't encounter any accidents. Actually, she found bodyguards to reassure herself and Wen. They wouldn't encounter any danger in the village. No one would be so crazy. Moreover, that group of people only stayed in town for 2 days. They heard that there was an accident in one of the Fu Corporation's projects and he needed to personally deal with it, so they left in a hurry. News spread quickly in the town. They had only left for less than 10 minutes when this matter reached Fu Yun's ears. When she heard the news, she heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, she could have some peace for a while, so she didn't have to worry about them coming again. Xianxia nodded and seemed to relax, but her eyes swept around from time to time. After the intermission, Wen ran over. There were still water droplets or sweat on his face. Fu Yun wiped them off for him. Wen remembered her mother's business partner and called out sweetly, "Sister Tian." She replied with a sweet smile, "Hello, Wen." When looked at the other beautiful big sister who had never seen the big boss before, her eyes were filled with confusion. Fu Yun introduced her to him. "This is Sister Xianxia." Then she said in a low voice, "She's also our family's bodyguard. She's amazing." Wen's eyes darted around. After sizing her up for a while, she cutely called her sister Xingnan. Xianxia was at a loss when she saw such a cute and clever child. She responded with a stiff expression. Xian took out a cute sky blue water bottle. "Come, Wen, have some water." A few adults surrounded Wen and completely ignored Siyu, who was walking over. Fu Yun inadvertently saw this and felt that with his status, he would be the center of attention wherever he went. At this moment, he was being ignored because of Wen. She felt quite embarrassed. Thus, she poured him a glass of water and handed him a packet of tissue to wipe his sweat. Then she especially softly explained Xianxinan's identity to Siyu. Siyu's expression was normal as he nodded to show that he understood. At night, the house was lively. Aunt May and Uncle May knew that Fu Yun would have guests over, so they specially slaughtered chickens and ducks. When Fu Yun returned in the evening, they cooked a sumptuous dinner together. Even Xian had dinner at the Fu family's house before leaving. Siyu packed his luggage and prepared to move to the May residence. Aunt May knew about Xianxinan's other identity and also knew that Siyu wouldn't be staying here anymore. Thus, she also packed her things and prepared to move home. Tian had just found out that Siyu was staying here and was shocked for a long time. She looked at Fu Yun and hesitated to speak. In the end, she couldn't hold it in and pulled Fu Yun out to have a private talk. "Why is Mr. Siyu staying at your house?" Fu Yun Rua told Tian everything that had happened. Tian couldn't help but say, "Ruoruo, I don't want to nag at you, but you're really too careless. Aren't you afraid that he has ulterior motives?" Fu Yun laughed and said, "I know what you mean, but that's impossible. He's only fooling around on account of Wen. Moreover, Aunt May is also here." It wasn't that Fu Yun belittled herself. He was a famous and influential superstar with many beautiful women around him. Why would he fancy a woman who had a child out of wedlock? Moreover, she didn't feel that he was wooing her. She wasn't that slow, right? It was because Wen was loved by everyone that she indulged him in fooling around. "You're so outstanding. Those who dare to despise you are not worthy of you." Although that was what she said, it was undeniable that Siyu was more outstanding. There were many talented and beautiful women around him. No matter how good Fu Yun was, the fact that she had a child out of wedlock was enough to make many people hesitate and be prejudiced. But everyone in the entertainment industry knows that Mr. Siyu pays attention to his interactions with the opposite sex outside of acting. He doesn't have any ambiguous relationships. Tian's knowledge of Siyu was based on hearsay. However, he was indeed one of the few male celebrities in the industry who had a clean private life. This was the first time Tian knew that Siyu would take the initiative to stay under the same roof with a young and beautiful woman. She couldn't help but think about it. Wasn't Ruoro confused by the situation? Fu Yun was also suspicious after hearing Tian's words. Could it be that Siyu was really interested in her? But it didn't seem like it. She really didn't feel that he was wooing her. Or was his wooing so reserved? With this question in mind, Fu Yun and Tian returned to the courtyard. Wen was talking to Siyu reluctantly. Wen couldn't bear to part with Siyu, but it was written in the agreement that she could only reluctantly send him off. Fu Yun saw that Siyu left so decisively and the suspicion that had just arisen dissipated. If Siyu really liked her, shouldn't he be thinking of ways to make her stay? As expected, Tian was thinking too much. She was thinking, how could Mr. You like her? She was still thinking that if it was really her, how could she reject him without hurting him so much? She almost caused a misunderstanding. At night, Fu Yun read the comments on the bullet screen to Wen as usual to coax him to sleep. Suddenly, she realized that on the screen, there were many comments saying that Wen and Siyu looked alike. They were simply replicas of Siyu. They were just like little Siyu. Fu Yun had taken the screenshots casually today and didn't pay attention to the comments on the screen. Now that she noticed them, she suddenly felt as if she could see them everywhere. Fu Yun thought to herself, how did Wen look like Siyu? They were clearly replicas of her. Siyu had nothing to do with Wen. How could they look alike? Wen also saw such comments. He saw more than one person saying that he was little Siyu. He felt very nervous and uneasy. Could it be that he had unknowingly brought over the habits that he had learned in his previous life? In his previous life, to train his acting skills, he had looked for Siyu's movies and TV shows to imitate. Later on, to become famous, he had used the title of Little Siyu to become popular. He always knew that Siyu's fans didn't like people trying to ride on Siyu's popularity. The haters also used this to mock him. He looked at the comments nervously. In this life, he didn't want to ride on his popularity, but the audience was saying that he was a child's version of Siyu. Was it little Siyu? Wen felt very uncomfortable when he thought that the audience who had been so friendly to him might change their attitude. He saw that his mother was in a daze and didn't move for a long time. He took the initiative to swipe the screen. He thought that he would be mocked and scolded, but along the way, other than those who expressed their love for him and discussed the program, many people agreed with the title Little Siyu. Many people even used Little Siyu to make fun of him. He saw that the netizens' attitudes were completely different from his previous life. Wen started to doubt his life. Could it be that all the negative comments had been removed? Or did his mother only take screenshots of the positive comments? Fu Yunrua was affected by Tiantian's words and felt a little embarrassed when she saw such comments. Children naturally liked to imitate adults. Siyu was one of the adults that Wen liked, so it was normal for her to unconsciously imitate his words and actions. Was that why the audience felt that they were similar? She continued to read the comments as if nothing had happened. Anyway, Wen didn't know many words, so she wouldn't know if she skipped them. Feng Shuirua sat in front of the computer and watched the live broadcast turn off. The screen darkened, and her eyes flickered. She went to the comments on the internet and saw that Fu Yunrua and her son's reputation had spread far and wide. Their fans had skyrocketed, and her fingers were pinched so hard that a few red marks appeared on them. She called her manager. Sister Wen, do you have any work to do recently? I'm a little bored at home, so I can take a walk. Sister Wen's eyelids twitched. She braced herself and said, there's a cosmetics company that wants you to endorse. Which company? I.O. Feng Shuirua said casually. This was an internationally renowned cosmetics brand. Previously, her studio had contacted the person in charge of the Asian region, and the other party obviously had the same intention. No, it's Oi. Crack. Feng Shuirua broke a bamboo stick. What did you say? Sister Wen heard her cold voice and shuddered, but she still said, it's Oi. There was only a difference of one letter, but the difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Oi was a brand in the country, but it wasn't even considered a well-known brand. There was even a nasty incident where the use of its cosmetics caused disfigurement, and it was ordered to stop business. After that, it was rectified and reopened, but it was no longer trusted by the consumers in the market. How could such a nameless brand with a ruined reputation have the guts to ask her to endorse it? Feng Shuirua said coldly, Sister Wen, I asked you to be my manager because I trusted your ability. In the end, you can only find me such lousy endorsements? Sister Wen was miserable. Ever since Feng Shui's reputation collapsed, her days of flaunting her fame were over. Her artist was rejected by all the major brands, and those who cared about reputation were not willing to work with an artist who had a tainted reputation. Even if she had the face of Orange Entertainment, the Chang family, and the Fu family, it was useless. Which brand would take this risk? Unless she endorsed the brands under the Fu family and the Chang family, she could only get such lousy endorsements. She was afraid that these days would only come to an end after this storm completely passed. But Sister Wen didn't dare to say anything. She lowered her voice and said, "I'll look again." Sister Wen hung up the phone, her face dark. Where was she going to find good resources? In the past, she didn't need to look for resources. Good resources were automatically sent to her door for her to choose. Now, not only were they rejected for endorsements and advertisements, but they were also rejected for good film and television series. Those who approached Feng Shuirua were third-rate film crews. They wanted to ride on Feng Shuirua's fame, even if they were blacklisted. If this continued for a long time, Feng Shuirua would be completely forgotten. Outdated artists in the entertainment industry were forgotten very quickly. Unless Orange Entertainment was tailor-made for her. 3 days of filming for the show passed very quickly. The production team had just finished filming and held a donation ceremony with the local government. After that, they had a special gathering for a meal. Fu Yunrua considered that Wen was still young, so he only brought him to the scene before going back. Siyu sat for a while before leaving and sending them back to the village with the chauffeur. It was inevitably not safe to drive at night, so the speed was slower. Fu Yunrua heard that all the guests and staff of the production team would be leaving the village tomorrow, so he asked, "Mr. Yu, are you leaving tomorrow morning too? With the production team?" Fu Yunrua thought that since they were acquaintances, he would send Siyu off when he left. Wen was originally very excited in the car because the director had already settled Wen's appearance fee. Wen had received his first bucket of gold. He held the card all the way and was so excited that his little face was flushed. After hearing Fu Yunrua's question, he instantly quieted down and couldn't help but look at Siyu. "Uncle Yu, are you leaving?" Wen looked at him eagerly. Even though he knew the answer in his heart, he couldn't help but want to confirm it again. Siyu smiled. "Wen, can't bear to part with me?" Wen awkwardly turned his little head to the side. "I can't bear to part with you." However, he couldn't help but glance at Siyu from the corner of his eyes. "Little guy." Siyu's gaze was gentle as he answered their question. "I'm not going with the production team. I'm going to stay for 2 more days. You won't not welcome me, right?" Wen visibly became happy. Fu Yunrua couldn't help but laugh. "No." Wen was very happy and couldn't wait for him to stay for a few more days. The car stopped by the roadside. Siyu sent Fu Yunrua and Wen home before going to the Mei family's house. Tian and Xianxia were surprised to see the two of them return so quickly, but they were very happy. "Wen, how was your trip? Were you happy?" "Happy." Wen could not help but run in front of Fu Yun. She handed the card to Fu Yun and said reservedly, "I'll buy you beautiful clothes and cosmetics." All the money he had earned was here. Yes, he could earn a lot more money in the future. Fu Yun was overjoyed. She hugged Wen and kissed her twice. Wen is so amazing. It's great that you can support your mother at such a young age." Wen's little belly stuck out even more. He was grinning from ear to ear. He could earn money to support his mother. Tian was extremely envious. She also wanted to give birth to such a sensible and considerate baby. If Fu Yun kept the bank card properly, this card would be used to store Wen's money in the future. She could not bear to use it. If Fu Yun asked Yuan Xian to use the production team's name to donate a sum of money to the village, there was also a possibility. Tian also made a trip with Yuan Xian and finally donated the money. Other than that, it was said that Siyu also donated a sum of money in his own name. He hoped that this sum of money would be put to good use. Fu Yun put down a load of worry and was in an extremely good mood. After Wen was happy, she suddenly sighed in disappointment. "What's wrong, baby?" Wen said dejectedly, "Uncle Yu is leaving too." Although he was 2 days late, he would still leave. They had not spent much time together, but he was a little reluctant to part. Thinking that they might not have the chance to meet in the future, he was a little sad. Fu Yun saw Wen like this and hugged him. Just as she was about to organize her words to comfort him, Wen perked up and said to Fu Yun, "Mom, let's go find Uncle Yu tomorrow and the day after." "Okay." The next day, the production team left one after another. Fu Yun specially sent Xian Su off and gave him some local specialties. Xi and Su left reluctantly and repeatedly emphasized that they must keep in touch. After that, Fu Yun worked in the flower bed while Wen and Siyu worked outside. The orchids they planted on the roof had already withered, but they did not know who would die first. Hence, the eldest brother did not laugh at the second brother and encouraged each other to plant another orchid. Fu Yun let them be and seriously taught Xianxia to do some simple chores. Yuan Xian sat in the bungalow and calmly gave Tian some pointers on the studio's experience. At night, they returned to the village to spend the night. After 2 days, Siyu and Yuan Xian left. Fu Yun personally sent them off with Wen. Aunt May and Uncle May carried a lot of local specialties and even gave them 2 bags of grains. In a short while, the entire back of the car was filled. It was rare for Wen to be silent. She held Fu Yun's hand and kept her head down. Before getting into the car, Siyu walked in front of Wen and squatted down. Then, he said gently, Wen, aren't you going to say something to Uncle? Wen lowered her head and looked at the ground but did not look at him. Uncle is leaving. Siyu rubbed his little head. Don't cry secretly. I won't. Wen raised his head and retorted. He was already a mature child who could earn money. He would not cry secretly. Yes, Wen is a mature and steady little adult. When we come to the capital in the future, Uncle will take you to the amusement park to play. You said it. If I can't do it, then Uncle will be a puppy. Wen felt awkward for a while, then stretched out her pinky. Pinky swear. Yes, pinky swear. Siyu stood up and looked at Fu Yun, but did not say anything. He only said, take care. Fu Yun also replied, have a safe trip. No matter how reluctant she was, it was time to leave. Siyu hugged Wen and got into the car. Soon, the car started slowly and drove away. Wen looked up and saw the car gradually drive away. He instinctively wanted to chase after it, but he only moved a little and eventually stayed where he was. Fu Yun carried Wen and rubbed the back of his head. She said gently, Wen, if you're sad, just cry. Mommy is here. Wen hugged Fu Yun and held back his tears for a long time. In the end, he could not hold them back and simply burst into tears. He was actually a little sad, just a little sad. It was all because a child's body could not control his emotions. Fu Yun's heart ached when she heard this, but she also heaved a sigh of relief. It was better to be able to cry than to be sad. She did not know if it was the right choice not to stop Wen and Siyu from getting close. Siyu kept looking at the rearview mirror until the group of people behind him gradually became smaller and completely disappeared from his sight. He only looked away after a long time. Yuan Xian said, if you really can't bear to part with her, why don't you say it openly? It's not time yet. Yuan Xian thought about it and understood what Siyu meant. He could not help but click his tongue. What a scheming man. Wasn't he worried that if he said it out loud, Fu Yun would be afraid that he wanted to snatch the child away, or even that she would not go to the capital and continue to stay in the small village to avoid him? He did not know if he should sympathize with Fu Yun if Siyu took a liking to Fu Yun or laugh at Siyu for putting in so much effort for a woman. Siyu closed his eyes and rested for a long time before saying softly, soon. Uncle May and Aunt May surrounded Wen and coaxed him. However, the more people coaxed, the more Wen cried. In the end, Fu Yun coaxed, don't cry. We will be going to the capital soon. When the time comes, we can go and play with Uncle Yu. Wen stopped crying and looked at Fu Yun with his red eyes. Ruoruo, have you decided? Aunt May asked happily. However, when she thought about how there would be fewer opportunities to meet Ruoruo and Wen after they left, her happiness turned into a strong reluctance. Uncle May said, it's good to go to the capital. Then, he entered the house with his hands behind his back. Aunt May sighed and said to Ruoruo, don't worry about that old man. It's a good thing that you are going to the big city to develop your career. We are all happy for you. Fu Yun nodded. She was actually not happy. It was good to stay here. There was no competition and the years were peaceful. There was too much reluctance here. But there was always a choice, even though making this decision made her very uncomfortable. Fu Yun looked at the little guy in her arms. She would have to stay outside for at least 10 or 20 years. When she could completely let go, she could return here. She just hoped that by then, things would not change. Fu Yun and Aunt May chatted for a long time before returning to the old house. Wen could not help but ask softly, "Mom, are we going to the capital?" "I plan to." Wen could not help but jump for joy. Didn't that mean he could see Uncle Yu often? Fu Yun saw how happy he was and did not have the heart to tell him that even if they were in the same city, they might not be able to see each other. Wen was happy for a while, but then he thought, wouldn't he have to leave the village? Wouldn't he rarely see Grandpa May, Grandma May, and Grandpa Gua in the future? He would not be able to see his group of underlings anymore? Also, just thinking about it made him sad. The tears that had just fallen welled up. Wen cried even more sadly. He did not want to leave him. What's wrong? Fu Yun was confused when she heard Wen's sudden crying. Hadn't she already coaxed him? When Fu Yun asked why Wen was crying again. Wen, don't cry. Mom will bring you back for the new year every year during the winter holidays. You can even play with your friends then. Fu Yun coaxed for a long time. And we'll also bring Grandpa Gua with us. He'll come with us. Wen sobbed. Really? Yes, but if Grandpa Gua is unwilling to go with us, we'll have to rely on you. Wen wiped his tears and nodded. Yes, if Grandpa Gua was also with them, then he would be less sad. Tian brought a basin of warm water over and teased, come. Wipe the little crybaby's face. Wen hugged Fu Yun very embarrassedly and buried his face in it. It was so embarrassing. He actually cried again. Fu Yun looked at Tian with a smile. She knew that Wen cared about his reputation, but she still exposed him. Tian covered her mouth and snickered. Tian did not stay for 2 days and also left. The house was much quieter. Fortunately, Xianxia was still around. To prevent Wen from letting his imagination run wild, Fu Yun asked Xingnan to drive him back to the village to play with his friends every day and come back together at night. With her looking after the child, she felt more at ease. Originally, Fu Yun only told Tian about this matter and asked her to help look out for housing. Since she had already told Uncle May and Aunt May, Fu Yun also told Uncle Gua about her plans. Uncle Gua, will you go to the capital with me? Uncle Gua had been frowning. When he heard this, he said in a rough voice, it's so troublesome. I'm not going. If Fu Yun was mentally prepared, she knew that he would not agree so easily. Fu Yun said with a frown, when Wen is about to start studying. The education resources in the big city are better for him. Actually, I don't want to go out either. I'm used to staying here. Moreover, there are those people in the capital. If I'm bullied, no one will help me. Uncle Gua understood who those people were. Hence, his frown deepened, but he still did not agree. Fu Yun did not expect to be able to convince Uncle Gua in a day or two. Anyway, there was still half a year. She quickly skipped this topic and did not mention it. Fu Yun live-streamed continuously for a few days. Some time ago, because of Wen's participation in the show, her popularity had doubled, but her live-streaming time had decreased by a lot. Now, she live-streamed once a day in the morning and evening. It could be considered as compensation for her fans. Fu Yun had just left the live-stream when Tian called. Ruoruo, I found a very suitable house. Tian did not stop to introduce the location of the house, the environment of the community, and the surrounding facilities. Really? That's great, Tian. Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard at all. It's what I should do. Ruoruo, come and take a look when you're free. It's a rare opportunity. Although it's a second-hand house, it's still very new. If you miss it, it won't be easy to find a place that meets your requirements next time. Yes. I'll go over in the next 2 days. Tian, you have to help me keep it. Fu Yun was extremely happy when she saw the photo that Tian had taken. She had not seen it with her own eyes, but she liked it very much when she saw the photo. It was rare to find a house that she liked, and the price was also within her range of affordability. Fu Yun immediately checked the ticket and planned the route. When she ran here back then, she was in a daze the entire way. She did not remember how she got here at all. Now, it was as if it was her first time taking a ride. That night, Fu Yun told Wen and Xianxia that she was going to the capital early the next morning. Originally, she had thought of going alone. After all, she was worried that Wen would not be able to adapt to the journey. However, Wen insisted on going with her. She cried and acted coquettishly. In the end, she had a headache and had no choice but to agree. Fortunately, Xianxia was with her. Otherwise, she was not sure if she would dare to travel alone with her child. After a long journey, Fu Yun and the other two finally stepped onto the ground of the capital on the morning of the third day. Fu Yunrua felt that her feet were light as a feather when she stepped on the ground. Fu Yunrua carried Wen and Xianxia as they walked along the crowd. Xianxia was pushing a suitcase with a luggage bag on it. Wen fell asleep on Fu Yunrua's shoulder. As soon as they walked out of the exit, Tian, who had been waiting outside, came up to them. It's been a long journey. She quickly took Wen. Fu Yunrua was very tired, so she did not refuse. Wen had just changed her position and woke up very quickly. She opened her sleepy eyes and called out Sister Tian in a daze. Then, she could not fall asleep. The car is outside. Tian brought Fu Yunrua and the others to find their car. Fu Yunrua was happy when she saw that there was a children's chair in the middle of the back seat. Tian was really thoughtful. After getting into the car, Fu Yunrua took off her hat. Her face was not very similar to usual. She was neither young nor old and could be considered a celebrity. In order to avoid trouble on the way, she and Wen had disguised themselves. Only then did Fu Yunrua know that Xianxia had superb makeup skills. After her makeup, she only looked 20% like her original appearance. When others saw her, they would only think that she looked a little familiar and would not think of her. If she had not sent the photo to Tian in advance, Tian would not have recognized her. Tian drove them out of the airport. Fu Yunrua looked at the traffic outside the window and the tall buildings. She was not used to such a bustling city. She wanted to see if it was different from what she remembered. The unique city landmarks were still there, but the details of the surrounding environment were a little different. It was not what she remembered. This was a city that was both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. Not long after Wen got into the car, he quickly became energetic. He stretched his neck and wanted to look outside. He was extremely curious about the difference between the capital from 20 years ago and the future. The red car stopped in a beautiful neighborhood. Tian drove them back to her place. She had bought a 2-bedroom house in the capital 2 years ago. It was not big, but it was enough for her to live alone. She had already tidied up the guest room. Fu Yunrua and Wen would stay in the guest room for the time being, while Xianxia would stay with her. The house is a little small. Don't mind it. How can that be? Fu Yunrua observed for a while and praised, Did you design the structure of this house? It looks very warm and comfortable. Tian's house was decorated very warmly, and the design looked very classy. It did not look small at all. Looking at it made people feel comfortable, and they could see the beautiful scenery from the balcony. Although it was less than 90 square meters, she had struggled in the capital at a young age. She had a house and a car. Many people might not be able to achieve her achievements even after decades. It was very impressive. Tian smiled and said, How can I design? I hired a famous interior designer to help me design it. For this, she had spent a lot of money on design services, but for the sake of living comfortably, she gritted her teeth and spent it. Now, it seemed that the money was well spent. The bathroom is here. Tian introduced it briefly. I bought a few sets of daily necessities. Make do with them. Fu Yunrua looked around. There were 4 sets of toothbrushes and cups on the sink. One of them was a set of sky blue children's tools. It was obvious that it was prepared for Wen. There were also a few brand new towels hanging on the bathroom wall. You guys take a shower first and rest for a while. I've made an appointment to see the house at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. There's no rush. Tian knew that they were very tired at the moment, so she let them take a shower and then sleep for a while. When they recovered, they would go out to eat to welcome them. She was physically and mentally exhausted every time she took a long-distance car ride, so she felt the same way. Fu Yunrua nodded and did not refuse. After 2 to 3 days of traveling, she was indeed very tired. Fu Yunrua helped Wenwen take a shower first, and then it was her turn. After taking a shower, she felt much more comfortable. It was as if all her fatigue had been washed away. Tian Tian was not idle either. She washed a lot of fruits and placed many delicious snacks on the coffee table in the living room. Wenwen sat on the sofa and looked at the TV screen hanging on the opposite wall. SpongeBob SquarePants was playing on it. On one hand, Wenwen felt that it was childish, but on the other hand, she was watching with great interest. Fu Yunrua's hair had just been blown dry. Her hair was thick and long, reaching her waist. She felt that it was rather inconvenient for her hair to be spread out in front of her chest, so she loosely tied up the end of her hair half a palm above her head. "Mom, this snack is delicious." Wenwen saw Fu Yun walking over and quickly shared it with her. Tian Tian poured a cup of warm water for Fu Yun and then sat down. "This snack was brought back from abroad by a friend of mine. It is said that it is a very famous local pastry." Because she knew that Fu Yun and the others were coming over, she couldn't bear to eat them. Wenwen hurriedly gave Sister Tian Tian a piece. "Sister Tian Tian, have some." Tian Tian smiled instantly. Wenwen was really sensible. "You don't have to specially entertain us. You're too polite." Tian Tian smiled and said, "I'm not being polite. It's rare for you to come to my house as a guest. I'm extremely happy. When I go to your house, you make delicious food for me every day. When I come back, I weigh it and I've already gained 3 kilograms. This time, I have to feed you until you gain 3 kilograms to be fair." Tian Tian looked as if she could finally take revenge, which made Fu Yunrua laugh. They ate some fruits and snacks to fill their stomachs as they chatted. Not long after, Fu Yunrua took Wenwen to sleep. They slept until 5 o'clock. When they woke up, they felt refreshed and no longer felt dizzy. Then, Tian Tian drove Fu Yunrua to dinner. "I know a restaurant. The food is very delicious. I'll bring you guys to try it. You guys will definitely like it." Fu Yunrua nodded, "Yes, we're looking forward to it." Tian Tian brought Fu Yunrua to a private restaurant opened by an insider. It was more private. The 4 of them sat in a small private room. Tian Tian was obviously a regular here. She skillfully ordered a few signature dishes and then asked them to see if there was anything else they wanted to eat. Fu Yunrua looked at Wenwen. He was sitting on a children's chair that was specially moved in the restaurant. His 2 short legs were dangling in the air. "Can these children eat it? Are there children's meals?" "No, they're fine. These aren't heavy. Some of them are quite popular with children." Fu Yunrua saw that they had ordered a lot of sweets, but they didn't order any of the dishes that they couldn't eat, so she said, "That's it." While waiting for the dishes, Tian Tian and the others chatted casually. "This is a restaurant opened by a food broadcaster on our platform. It hasn't been announced to the public. This broadcaster had a lot of fans. He liked to eat and cook, so he opened this restaurant. He basically stayed here. In order to prevent fans from disturbing him, he didn't announce it to the public. Of course, he opened a lot of chain restaurants under his name. Fans would go to those restaurants to check in. How many days can you guys stay in the capital this time?" Tian Tian hoped that if Fu Yun could settle the house this time and there wouldn't be any accidents. If they were all in the capital, it would be easier to meet in the future. If things go well, about 10 days. It was rare for them to come here. She was prepared to bring Wenwen out to play and broaden her horizons. It would be even better if they could rent the flower beds. Since she was already here, she couldn't keep troubling Tian Tian to run around. Only 10 days? That's too rushed. Doesn't Wenwen only start school in September? Why don't you go back at the end of August? It depends. Fu Yunrua didn't insist. Not long after, there was a knock on the door of the private room. Then, a group of people served the dishes. Tian Tian saw the Fatty in chef's clothes walking in front and stood up in surprise. "Brother Fatty, why are you here? Fatty chuckled and said, it's rare for my peers to come and support me. Of course, I have to personally entertain you. Hello, Miss Yin. I've heard a lot about you. Hello. Fu Yunrua stood up and shook hands with him. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Fatty. Brother Fatty. Fu Yunrua didn't hesitate and called out generously. Sister Yun. Brother Fatty chuckled and said, Wen is also here. I specially stewed a fresh egg soup. I hope you like it. This fresh egg soup was not on the menu of the restaurant. His son liked to eat this very much. He only made it at home. Thank you, uncle. Wen thanked him politely. Fu Yunrua thanked him, thank you for your trouble. Let's add each other on WeChat. We can be considered colleagues. In the future, when you come to the capital to develop, let's keep in touch. Fu Yunrua didn't refuse. I won't disturb you anymore. Enjoy your meal. Fatty didn't stay for long. The dishes they ordered were served very quickly. Fu Yunrua and the others began to eat. Tian said, Brother Fatty Rua is quite a good person. He's loyal to his friends and has a gentle temper. When she worked at the platform company in the past, she didn't have much experience and couldn't come into contact with famous streamers. Later, she came to this restaurant by chance and learned that she was an employee of the platform company. She even gave her a 50% discount and spoke to her in a very friendly manner. She didn't put on any airs at all. Fu Yunrua nodded. If we want to develop here in the future, it's good to know more people in the same circle. After all, one more friend meant one more network. In the past, Fu Yunrua had been broadcasting in the mountain village and didn't show her face. She didn't have a deep relationship with the other big streamers on the platform. Now that she was in the capital, she naturally had to integrate into the capital's circle. However, now was the time to enjoy delicious food, so Tian didn't talk much about work. Fu Yunrua took the first bite and her eyes lit up. As expected of a famous food streamer, the taste was superb. Wen also liked it very much. He took a bite of the stewed egg. It was fresh, tender, smooth, and melted in his mouth. It was the best he had ever eaten. Wen immediately scooped a spoonful and tried her best to stretch out her chubby little hand to Fu Yunrua's mouth. Mommy, eat. Fu Yunrua leaned over and finished eating. It's so delicious. Wen was happy. After the lively meal, Fu Yunrua went to pay the bill and was told that the boss had waived the bill. She was quite embarrassed that he had treated her to a meal when they had just met. However, it was the busiest time in the restaurant. The boss was busy in the kitchen. Fu Yunrua didn't want to disturb him at this time, so she transferred the money over to the WeChat account she had just added and then praised the food. Indeed, they all liked it very much. The 3 women and 1 child ate all the food on the table. All of them were full. After taking the car back, they didn't go up immediately. Instead, they strolled around the neighborhood for about an hour before going back. At 10:30 p.m., Brother Fatty sent a message. He said a lot, saying that she was being too polite by giving him money, and then refused to accept it. Fu Yunrua replied for a while, but in the end, she said that she couldn't win. Brother Fatty, are you trying to chase us away? I don't dare to go next time. Feel free to come. There won't be a waiver next time. I'll give you a 50% discount. I'll do the same for my other friends. Seeing this, Fu Yunrua didn't say anything. Not long after, Fatty pulled Fu Yunrua into a group. There were only 13 people. As soon as she entered, many messages jumped out in the group. Fatty, the person you want to see is here. Tao Tai, we've been friends for a long time. Lark, welcome. Fu Yunrua sent a message out, and it became even more lively. Fu Yunrua read their self-introductions. They were all well-known streamers on the platform. Some had already retired, and some were still active. Basically, they were all big streamers with tens of millions of fans. Lark, why did Yunyan go to the capital? Come to my great Shanghai. We can play together. Tao Tai, Yun is originally from the capital. Why don't you go to your place? CS, actually, it's good to come to my place. why don't you consider it? Fu Yunrua saw that their nicknames were more appropriate for her live broadcast content, so she also gave herself a nickname, Orchid. Then, she thanked them for their kindness and said that she would consider it. If she needed help, she would definitely ask them for help. Among the 13 people, 7 of them had already retired or semi-retired. Only 6 of them, including her, were popular anchors on the platform. They were scattered all over the country, and 3 of them even lived abroad. There were only 4 of them, including her, who were in the capital. Some people were also raising plants at this time. They just happened to have questions to ask her, and the others also sent a few pictures over. Fu Yunrua didn't expect that so many people were also raising flowers, and many of them were raising orchids. When it came to her profession, she had a lot to say. In the end, she found out that many of them fell into the pit after watching the pictures she took and the videos she made. In addition, they had time and space, so they bought a few pots of orchids to raise. As a result, the orchids they raised were not like that at all. They always felt that they were not as spiritual as Fu Yunrua's. In fact, they all admired Fu Yunrua very much. Just like the photos taken by the top photographers, the paintings drawn by the best painters, and the songs composed by the most famous musicians. They all had one thing in common, which was to inject soul into their works, so that people could resonate with them and feel the joy, anger, sorrow, and joy expressed in their works. The flowers raised by Fu Yunrua were like this. Perhaps it was because she poured all her energy and effort into them with love, so her flowers made people feel warm and happy when they looked at them. After Fu Yunrua became famous, she set off a craze for cloud plant cultivation. Many people wanted to copy her success, but no one did it like her. Some people's success was not accidental, but inevitable. Unknowingly, they chatted until midnight. Fu Yunrua rarely slept so late, and at this moment, she could not bear it anymore. After saying goodnight, she turned off her phone and fell asleep as soon as she closed her eyes. The next day, Tian brought them to look at the house and said, "Other than this house, I've looked at a few other houses, and they basically meet your requirements. But I think this one is the best, but if you don't like it, we can look at other houses." Although she said that, Tian actually hoped that she could directly decide on that villa. Because it was really too good. If she had the money, she would definitely buy it without hesitation. Compared to this house, the other houses had no advantage at all. The car stopped at the entrance of a very high-end neighborhood. A middle-aged man in a suit was already standing at the door. "Miss Tian, you're here." "Hello, Mr. Mo, sorry to keep you waiting. This is Miss Fu who wants to buy a house." "Hello, it's an honor to serve you." The few of them exchanged a few pleasantries, and the car quickly drove in. The entrance and exit of the neighborhood was very strict. Non-residents had to register, and only guests of the owner of the neighborhood were allowed to enter. This Mr. Mo was the agent of the owner who wanted to sell the house, so with him leading the way, they could only enter the neighborhood after registering. In Fu Yunrua's eyes, such a strict inspection gave her a good first impression. With such strict security, she did not have to worry too much about the child's safety. The neighborhood's greenery was done very well, and there were not many people walking around at this time. Moreover, she observed that the neighborhood was separated by people and cars. After the car drove into the neighborhood, they drove for a while before arriving at the house they wanted to see. This was a villa. There was a certain distance between each villa, but it was not too far apart. It allowed the residents to protect their privacy, but it was not to the extent that they did not have any contact with their neighbors. The 2.5-story villa had a garden, and the environment was beautiful. There were many places for children to play. Moreover, they were considered half-famous people, and they lived in such a private place. They were not worried about being disturbed. She was so lucky. Although it was not in the most prosperous circle in the capital, it was not far from the center. It was a quiet villa district with good security, and it was said that many famous people lived here. The price of this villa was not cheap. As the owner had settled down overseas, he had to deal with his domestic assets and was in a hurry to cash out, so the price was very cheap. If the owner did not know the boss of the platform and knew that she was looking for a house, so he contacted Tian and asked her to see if it was suitable, she would not have had this good opportunity. Fu Yunrua liked it when she saw the photo, but now that she saw it with her own eyes, she liked it even more. The renovation style was not fancy at all. It was simple and elegant. She did not need to modify it at all. 80% of the new expensive furniture came with the house, and it was completely free. There was even a small garden in the courtyard. The security guards in the neighborhood were said to be retired soldiers, so their safety was guaranteed. 5 kilometers away from the neighborhood, there was a kindergarten to middle school campus. She had checked. This school was top-notch in all aspects, and it completely met Fu Yunrua's needs. Moreover, the owner gave her a very discounted price because she was a friend of a friend. The only requirement was that she had to pay in full. Fu Yunrua's savings were just enough to buy a house, so she would have to live frugally for a period of time. Fu Yunrua originally wanted to buy a smaller house first. That way, she would use most of her money to rent a piece of land and build a new flower garden. If she bought this house with her money, her savings would basically be emptied. She would not be able to rent a piece of land and build a new flower garden. However, if she missed this opportunity, she might not have such a good opportunity in the future. Actually, if she lived in this villa, it would not be empty or deserted. After all, she wanted to bring Uncle Gua and Xianxia here too. With 3 adults and a child here, it would not be deserted at all. She looked at this house and felt that it was very good. Wenwen ran up and down from the first floor to the second floor. He also liked this house very much. The best house he had lived in his previous life was not as good as this one. However, he knew that with his family's savings, it was still a little difficult. Fu Yunrua asked the members of the family, Wenwen, do you like this place? Wenwen hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. He thought to himself that this price was already very cheap to be able to buy a villa here. In 20 years, the housing price would be 10 times the current price. Buying it now could be considered an investment. He did not know if he could ask Uncle Yuan if he had a job. He could go and earn money. Tian did not want Fu Yunrua to miss this opportunity. Rua, if you don't have enough, I still have some savings here. However, she could not borrow much. After all, she had also bought a house and was paying off the loan. The pressure was greater. Fu Yunrua said, thank you, but there's no need. I have it. Seeing that Wenwen was looking at her expectantly, the other 2 people also nervously watched her make a decision. Fu Yunrua gritted her teeth and bought it. Perhaps the employer was in a hurry, so the procedures were completed very quickly. As soon as Fu Yunrua agreed, Mr. Mo brought her around for 3 days to complete all the procedures. Fu Yunrua's savings were basically emptied and exchanged for a light property certificate. Although she was back to square one, Fu Yunrua's heart suddenly felt at ease when she looked at this small book. This was a house that completely belonged to her. This was her and Wenwen's home. Although the old house in Xianxia village and the house in the flower bed were where she lived and she treated them as her home, they were not her house after all. This book made her heart feel at ease. Wenwen Rua was also very happy. To be able to buy such a villa in the capital where every inch of land was worth an inch of gold? It was not easy. Mom, you're so awesome. Wenwen Rua is also awesome. After buying it, this house was completely hers. The previous owner's things had already been moved away, so they could even move in directly. However, Fu Yunrua was not in a hurry to move in because she did not have the money to renovate and buy new furniture. She liked the renovation style very much. There was no need to make any major changes, but the bedside cabinets and wardrobes in the room had to be changed. The room she was going to sleep in had a bed that someone else had slept in, so it was not very good. Therefore, the furniture outside did not matter, but everything in the room had to be changed. Moreover, Wenwen Rua was getting bigger and needed a separate room, which also needed to be renovated. After that, Fu Yunrua brought Wenwen Rua to the studio. This was the first time Fu Yunrua saw the members of her studio. There were not many people, but Tian had good taste and the people she picked were all very outstanding. They liked and respected Fu Yunrua and Wenwen from the bottom of their hearts. Fu Yunrua also realized that a few of them were Wenwen's papa and mama fans. When Qi Weiqing knew that Fu Yunrua and her son had come to the capital, he quickly ran over to meet them and even scolded them, "Why didn't you tell me that you came to the capital? If he was not well informed, Qi Weiqing would not have known that they had left. Fu Yunrua smiled and said, "We will leave after a few days. Wouldn't it be troublesome for you if I had to tell you? We're family, what's there to be troublesome?" This was his teacher's favorite junior. If he did not take good care of her, his teacher would not let him enter the door next time. When Qi Weiqing Rua and when, he asked where they were going. "We're going to the suburbs to look at a place." Rua when Fu. As for Wen, the little girl was not willing to let others take her to play. She was determined to follow Fu Yunrua. There was no other way but to take her along. What Uncle Gui can't bear to part with the most are those precious orchids. "I'll build a new flower garden here. Uncle Gui will just change the place to grow flowers. He should be willing to come." This was Fu Yunrua's true thoughts. On one hand, she wanted to have her own career. On the other hand, if she wanted Uncle Gui to follow her to the capital, she had to solve his worries. Then, she could act coquettishly and beg him. She did not believe that his attitude would not soften. When Qi Weiqing heard Fu Yunrua's plan, his eyes lit up. Will teacher be willing to come? They had coaxed their teacher for a long time, but he was not willing to come out. Would he really change his mind? I'll try to get him to agree. Fu Yunrua did not have much confidence. If Uncle Gui was still unwilling in the end, then she could only try her best to bring Wen back to see him every year. It's not that I want to criticize you, Yunrua, but aren't you treating us as outsiders? If you want to talk about where to transfer the flower garden or a suitable place, the seniors and juniors in this industry have the most connections. Fu Yunrua could only smile. I'll ask Tian for help. Tian was her manager and a good sister. It was only right to ask her for help. She did not have the personality to cause trouble for others. In the end, Qi Weiqing went with them to look at the place. Unfortunately, the results were not satisfactory. Not to mention that it was far from the house they bought, the place was not as big as Fu Yunrua wanted. They could only return in disappointment. It's okay. I've already contacted the seniors and asked them to help you ask if there are any suitable places. Then I'll have to trouble Brother Qi. Actually, Fu Yunrua did not have the money to rent a place, but since she was here, she might as well understand the market. If she was really so lucky, she could use that house as collateral to get a loan from the bank. Moreover, she still had a job and could continue to earn money. She had just accepted an endorsement job a few days ago. A client came to her door and asked her to represent a clothing brand that was close to the people. Yishang was a domestic brand. It was famous for its high quality, comfort, and simple and fashionable design. However, as everyone knew, foreign brands were more popular in the country. Fu Yunrua was a loyal fan of this brand. The price was not as expensive as the foreign brands, but the comfort and style were not inferior. It was probably because she was wearing the Yishang brand when she showed her face recently, so the person in charge of the brand looked for her to endorse. Fu Yunrua agreed without much consideration. However, she had just signed the contract and had not officially started the promotion. Soon, the endorsement fees would be transferred to her account. When that time came, she would not be so tight on money. Fu Yunrua and the others did not stay in the capital for long before they returned to Xianxia village. This time, they did not see Siyu and Yuan Xian in the capital. However, the internet was full of news about Siyu. His support videos were displayed on the big screens in the big city squares. One of his movies was nominated for the Triennial International Film Festival. He was brought abroad by the director to promote the movie. After Fu Yunrua told Wen about this, he was sensible enough not to make a fuss about wanting to see Siyu. The journey back took almost 3 days. The main reason was that there was no direct bus and they had to take turns. After they got off the plane, they had to take a few buses. It would be more convenient if they had a car. It would be great if there was an airport near the village or even in the city. When they reached home, they were all exhausted. Not long after, people in the village came in and out. Everyone was curious to ask if Rua was really leaving. Actually, the villagers knew that Rua and her son would leave this small village sooner or later. However, when the day came, everyone was quite reluctant to part with them. After interacting with each other for a few years, they all treated Fu Yunrua and her son as villagers. Moreover, they had watched Wenwen grow from a newborn monkey to such an adorable child. When they thought about how they would not have such a fair and adorable child calling them uncle and aunt in a childish voice in the future, they were even more reluctant to part with them. When the children heard the news, it was like a bolt from the blue. They could not believe it. Their Wenwen was going to leave the village and go somewhere far, far away? They all surrounded Fu Yunrua's courtyard and looked at Wenwen eagerly. If Fu Yun did not care about this group of children, she believed that Wenwen would be able to appease his little friends. The packages sent from the capital had also arrived and were piled up in the living room. Fu Yunrua and Xianxia opened the packages together and separated the gifts. After Fu Yunrua bought the house, she did not have any cash on hand. The remaining money was not enough to buy gifts for the villagers. Recently, with Wenwen's consent, she finally used the money that Wenwen earned. She gave everyone in the village, including the cats and dogs, a gift as a way of thanking them for taking care of her and her son all these years. The days passed peacefully. Fu Yunrua lived a normal life, and Wenwen played with his little friends as much as possible. At the end of August, Wenwen heard Fu Yunrua's idea and was immediately struck by lightning. Go to kindergarten? Wenwen had already heard from Fu Yunrua that he should go to school more than once, but he had never seen her take action, so he did not take it to heart. Wenwen's eyes darted around, and then he said softly, I don't want to go to kindergarten. I want to spend more time with Grandpa Mei and Grandma Mei, as well as Xianxia and the rest. Wenwen grabbed Fu Yunrua's hand and shook it coquettishly. Mommy, okay? Wenwen thought to himself that he would not go to such a childish kindergarten with a little brat. With his knowledge, he could at least go to the 5th grade of primary school. Mommy, I'm still young. I'm still a baby. Fu Yunrua was amused. Then, she straightened her face and said seriously, didn't you call yourself a little adult? You're already a 4-year-old baby. It's time for you to go to kindergarten. Wenwen said, I'm not 4 years old yet. I'm still 6 months away. He raised his 6 chubby little fingers seriously. Little smart boy. Fu Yunrua did not say whether she agreed or not. She did not expect Wenwen to learn anything in kindergarten. Her original intention was to let him get used to it for a semester first. He might be more used to it after he went to kindergarten in the capital. Since he rejected it and did not want to go, Fu Yunrua did not force him. After all, he was still too young. He should be more sensible after the new year. Moreover, Wenwen's words softened her heart. Not to mention him, even she herself basically returned to the village every day to live and rushed to the flower garden the next day. Fu Yunrua went to chat with Aunt Mei at night. She noticed that Uncle Mei left early and returned late all day. When he came back, he was all smiles. Fu Yunrua asked curiously, is something good happening? It should be some policy from the higher-ups. The old man is so mysterious all day. That donation? Fu Yunrua immediately thought of this. Otherwise, why would Uncle Gu go out for meetings all day? I think so. However, Fu Yunrua and Aunt Mei guessed wrong. It turned out that an inspection team had taken a fancy to the beautiful mountains, clear waters, and good air here. They wanted to invest in building a retirement resort here. This district was not small. It covered at least the area of a few towns. This investment was not small. It had alarmed the higher-ups. It could be said that this was a charitable investment that did not care about returns. If it was successful in the end, it could be said that it would spur the development of the local brokerage firm. The local leadership had been worrying about how to develop the economy so that the local residents could escape poverty. However, the geographical location of some places was really not good. They were far away from the city and lived in the mountains. Transportation was not convenient, and there were no energy resources to attract investment. This time, it was one of the top financial groups in the world whose main forces were overseas that had invested a lot to repay the country. Naturally, the higher-ups gave the green light. The higher-ups also decided to build an airport here to cooperate with the development of this place into a future tourist resort. This was a great thing for the local residents. Ever since the news came out, the price of the land here had been rising. The villagers' favorite thing to do now was to gather together and discuss when they had nothing to do. They had lived here for their entire lives, and only then did they know that they lived in a place with good feng shui. When they heard the outside world praising this place for being so good, they all felt honored. Fu Yunrua was also very happy. If an airport was really built in the future, it would be convenient for them to travel back and forth. Everyone would also be better off. The Spring Festival had just ended, and the aftertaste of the Spring Festival had yet to dissipate. Fu Yunrua, Wen, Uncle Gua, and Xianxia had already stepped onto the soil of the capital. Be careful. If you break my flowers, you won't be able to afford it even if you sell yourself. Uncle Gua stood in front of the entrance of a flower bed with his hands on his hips. He was in high spirits. When he saw a porter with rough hands and feet, he frowned. The employees carefully moved the utensils. Fu Yunrua comforted them softly inside and directed them where to place the things. In the chaotic environment, a childish voice was giving out orders in a serious manner. A chubby girl dressed in round clothes stood on a chair at the side. Her entire body was wrapped tightly, and she wore a furry hat on her head, which made her look even cuter. The weather in the capital was extremely cold. The snow outside had not melted yet, and white mist would come out when one breathed out. However, everyone was busy at the moment, so they did not feel cold. These employees who were hired to move expensive flowers and plants were also happily listening to Wen's instructions. Fu Yunrua occasionally glanced at him. As long as Wen stood in a conspicuous place obediently and did not run around, Fu Yunrua did not care whether he caused trouble or not. Seeing that Wen was so energetic at the moment, her heart relaxed a little. When they left, almost the entire village came to send them off. There were dozens of children of all ages, and their cries were earth-shattering. They could not bear to let Wen go. Wen had been mentally preparing for half a year. She originally thought that she would not cry childishly on this day, but in the end, she cried as softly as the other children. Her tears were worthless. Fu Yunrua was also crying sadly at first. Later, she was busy coaxing the child and forgot about the sadness of parting. Her ears seemed to still be ringing with the sound of the endless cries. Qi Weiqing had helped her find this flower bed. She did not expect Qi Weiqing to be so attentive. In October, he suddenly called her to tell her that he had found 3 places that met the requirements and asked her to come to the capital to take a look when she was free. She hurried over and finally chose a large flower bed between the 3. It was a 40-minute drive from the villa. This piece of land was originally used to grow and sell flowers, but it was not well managed, so they wanted to sell it. The transfer fee and all the potted plants in the flower bed were not cheap. In the end, under the company of Qi Weiqing, she got a loan from the bank and took it over. She even signed a 10-year lease. After the 2 most important matters in the imperial capital were settled, Fu Yunrua and Wen recited scriptures in front of Uncle Gua all day long until he was impatient. He agreed in a gruff voice. If Fu Yun decided to leave together after the new year, she would have to take care of both sides. Tian personally watched over the renovation of the house and the rearrangement of the flower beds and sent videos to her every day. Occasionally, she would travel thousands of miles to personally direct them. She was still worried about Lan Chao and her child. She wanted to spend more time with Aunt May and the others. She ran back and forth a few times in a short period of time. She had visibly lost weight, but her eyes were brighter and more energetic. Every time she came back, Aunt May would make a lot of food for her to eat, but she could not make up for it. She would even scold her for working so hard. Fu Yunrua did not expect it to be so rushed. She thought that she could take it slow in half a year. She did not expect that it would be a little difficult to do it in half a year. If it were not for the help of the entire studio and Qi Weiqing occasionally helping, she would not be able to handle it. But it was all in the past now. The group of them left the village. At the same time, the Lan Chao and Uncle Gua's flower bed also left. The precious Lan Chao was delicate. Uncle Gua called a team of professionals to transport it. They took the special route and arrived in the imperial capital at the same time as them. After arriving, they did not even go to the villa. They directly came to the flower bed to settle the Lan Chao first. Qi Weiqing came to help eagerly. Yunrua, thank you so much. Qi Weiqing looked at the energetic teacher at the door and said softly. The teacher had no children in his life. His students had always wanted to bring the teacher out and take care of him in his old age. But the teacher was stubborn. He had always stayed in his hometown and refused to come out. His hometown was remote and inconvenient. They could not leave their work in the city and could only take turns to visit him. But now, it was all good. Everyone was in the imperial capital. Even if some were not in the imperial capital, it was convenient for them to visit the teacher. They were very grateful to Fu Yunrua. Therefore, even if they were in their 40s and were elites in their respective industries, they still happily helped to transport the Lan Chao even if they were being scolded. It's my duty. Fu Yunrua felt that this was her responsibility and obligation. She did not feel that she needed to be thanked. I said the wrong thing. Qi Weiqing smiled. Little junior sister, don't be angry. Uncle Gua saw that Qi Weiqing was actually slacking off and immediately shouted, What are you chattering about? Can't you see that we are busy? Coming. Qi Weiqing quickly walked over. Fu Yunrua smiled and continued to help to arrange the Lan Chao. Although there were many things and it was messy, there was strength in numbers. 2 hours later, the empty and desolate flower bed was orderly and full of vitality. The flower bed was much bigger than the one in her hometown. The flower bed was separated into 2 parts. One part was private property and no one was allowed to enter or leave. The other part was open to the public. After all, the annual rent in the imperial capital was not cheap. She had to develop other businesses. Since they were raising flowers, they could sell them or contract some flower rental business. There were 2 sets of security systems installed in the flower bed. One was at the outermost part and the other was at the inner part of the flower bed. The one at the flower bed was the most advanced security system. Of course, she did not have so much money to buy so many things. It was Uncle Gua who gave her a card and took out his own money. He told her that if she wanted to do it, she should do it to the best of her ability. Fu Yunrua finally accepted the card and took the corresponding shares according to the proportion of Uncle Gua's investment. After signing a contract, if there were profits in the future, she would receive dividends according to the contract. Of course, the expensive orchids that Uncle Gua was raising were still Uncle Gua's. Uncle Gua looked around with his hands behind his back and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Wen had unknowingly gotten down from her chair and followed behind Uncle Gua with her hands behind her back. She walked with her short legs and looked around from time to time before nodding. Not bad, not bad. Her small clothes were bulging. Her little chubby hands could not be behind her back and were pinned to her sides. She walked a little shakily like a little penguin. People could not help but laugh when they saw her. After everything was tidied up, Uncle Gua bluntly asked them to leave. Fu Yunrua hurriedly smiled at her senior brothers and sisters. Let's gather again when we're free another day. The others agreed. We haven't been so complete in more than 10 years. We should gather. When you're done here, there's no hurry. If you need help, just let me know. Don't stand on ceremony. Fu Yunrua smiled and sent them off. She was really too busy today. She was almost done tidying up here, but she had not started tidying up the villa. Fu Yunrua settled the wages of the movers and left quickly. Qi Weiqing shamelessly stayed behind. Uncle Gua looked at the small second floor not far away and said, I'll stay here. Other than the fact that this flower bed was a little bigger, it was roughly the same as the one at home, so Uncle Gua was not uncomfortable. Fu Yunrua saw that Uncle Gua looked like he was going to stay here for a long time, so she immediately rejected him. That won't do. There was a small 2-story red brick house near the flower shed. It was left behind from before. Fu Yunrua had seen it before. Everything was complete. There were 3 rooms upstairs. There was a room downstairs, a living room, a kitchen, and so on. Such a large flower bed still needed someone to take care of it. Fu Yunrua decided that the 2 rooms upstairs would be Uncle Gua's. She and Wen would share 1 room, and 2 employees would be hired to take care of the other 2 rooms. Fu Yunrua did not want Uncle Gua to stay here for a long time. She wanted him to stay in the villa with them so that it would be convenient for him to take care of her. Anyway, she often came back, so they could stay together. It was better to leave a room just in case. When the children were on vacation, they could stay here for 2 days. Uncle Gua snorted coldly. He was a little dissatisfied, but when he saw Fu Yunrua's expression, he did not say anything else. The group of people took a car to the villa. They got out of the car, and the main door was wide open. There were countless luggage bags and bags in the hall on the first floor. A broken home was worth thousands of coins. They packed up the things in the house and realized that they could not bear to give this away. It was full of memories. In the end, they reduced it again and again. What was left were the things that they could not bear to give away the most. The rest were given to the adults and children in the village. However, there were still so many things. Rua, you're back? Tian said. She did not go to the flower bed. Instead, she came directly to the villa to take care of the checked luggage. I didn't know how you were going to pack, so I didn't dare to move. It's okay. There was a heater in the house, and the temperature was much higher than outside. Fu Yunrua felt hot after standing for a while, so she took off her coat. Seeing that Wenwen's cheeks were steaming hot, she took off his coat and hat and told him not to go outside. Wenwen responded. Then, with his sharp eyes, he saw the small luggage bag that he had packed and quickly ran over to pick it up. This was his. He packed it. They were just about to pack all the luggage in the hall when they heard the doorbell ring. Fu Yunrua was puzzled. They had never lived here before, so they should not know any neighbors. Why would someone come to look for them now? She was about to go out and take a look when Wenwen shouted, "Mom, put on your coat." Got it. Little housekeeper. Fu Yunrua quickly put on her coat and walked out. Wenwen sighed. His mother was really too worrisome sometimes. Fu Yunrua walked out and saw a tall man standing at the entrance of the main entrance. His black windbreaker was blowing in the wind and swaying gently. Mr. Yu? Fu Yun could not hide her surprise when she saw who it was. Yu. Why was he here? Could it be that he heard that they had moved to the capital and specially came to visit? But she did not hear the security department inform her. Before she could ask, Xiyu said, "I saw your figures just now. I thought I was mistaken, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect it to be you. Don't tell me you live here too?" Fu Yun was even more surprised. She had been to the villa several times and occasionally saw the residents in the neighborhood, but she had never seen Xiyu. Xiyu pointed to the villa next door. That's where I live. That's really a coincidence. You moved here? Xiyu looked inside. It's really a coincidence. Yes. Ever since Xiyu left the village, they rarely contacted each other. Fu Yun saw his news on the internet and knew that he spent most of his time abroad and seemed to be very busy. Even Yuan Xian was so busy that he could not care about Wenwen, so she did not let Wenwen disturb them. Fortunately, Wenwen was also sensible. After Fu Yun explained, she did not often talk about contacting Xiyu. Only when she received a gift from Xiyu on Wenwen's 4th birthday did she know that he still missed Wenwen. Fu Yun reacted and quickly turned to the side. Come in and sit. She brought Xiyu into the house. When Wenwen saw Xiyu, she had a big reaction. She immediately threw her luggage aside and ran over with her short legs. She hugged Xiyu's thigh. Uncle Yu. Uncle Yu, I missed you so much. Why did you only come to find me now? Uncle misses Wenwen too. Xiyu was in a good mood when he saw that Wenwen still remembered him. He bent down and picked up the child. Feeling his sturdy weight, he pinched his rounder cheeks with one hand. Wenwen. You've gained weight. Xiyu shook her head. Yes, she's really well nourished. Wenwen, who was originally overjoyed and excited. He twisted his chubby little buttocks and struggled to get up from the ground. He bounced over to Fu Yunrua's side, his round little back view nudging Xiyu. Humph, he was angry. She called him fat the moment they met. Did he not want to lose face? Besides, he wasn't fat. It was because he had worn too many clothes. He will lose weight in the summer. Fu Yun face-bombed. Mr. Yu was really something else. What was Wenwen taboo about? Why did he have to bump into her? However, Fu Yunrua rarely interfered with Wen's interactions with others, so she didn't say anything. Siyu smiled, then greeted Uncle Gua and the others. When Qi Weiqing heard Siyu say that he lived here, he was puzzled. He remembered that Siyu didn't live here. However, when he thought about how Siyu had been famous for so many years, it was normal for him to buy a few properties. It was also normal for him to take turns living here. Uncle Gua snorted at Siyu and said to Qi Weiqing in a rough voice, "Hurry up and pack up." Qi Weiqing smiled apologetically at Siyu, then hurriedly carried Uncle Gua's luggage into his room. Fu Yunrua poured a glass of water for Siyu and cleared out a spot on the sofa for him to sit. She said apologetically, "I'm sorry. I just moved in, so it's a little messy. It's my fault for causing trouble for you." Siyu looked at Wen, who had been following Fu Yunrua around. The little girl was obviously still angry. She faced him with the back of her head, but her little eyes secretly glanced at him from time to time. Although Siyu hadn't contacted them for almost half a year, he was busy until late at night. When he took a breather and rested, someone would report to him about their movements. Siyu had participated in a variety show for a period of time, so he didn't manage much of the company's affairs. There was a huge backlog of work, and there were also a lot of things to do in the entertainment industry. Later on, there were some internal problems, so he went abroad to deal with it personally. Before he could take a breather, it was the busiest time of the year. He was so busy that he had to work overtime in the middle of the night. After the new year, he finally settled everything and could stand here. Siyu coaxed Wen in a gentle voice, "Wen is not fat at all. I was wrong. Wen, please forgive me." When Wen heard Siyu's apology, she climbed down the ladder and said generously, "It's okay. I forgive you." "Okay. As an apology, I'll help Wen pack your luggage, okay?" Wen's eyes lit up when he heard this. He nodded continuously. Okay. He welcomed free labor. Wen immediately pulled Siyu towards the huge pile of luggage. "Uncle Yu, these are my things." Fu Yunrua was speechless. Wen was really too insensible. How could he let his guest do things? He had to teach him a lesson when there was no one else around. Wen proudly directed Siyu to move the luggage. To do things, Siyu took off his windbreaker and suit jacket, revealing a slim waistcoat and well-ironed trousers. Fu Yunrua couldn't help but take a few more glances and admire him. Mr. Yu was really a very charming man. He didn't know what kind of perfect woman could stand by his side. Fu Yunrua and Wen's rooms were on the second floor. Uncle Gua's room was on the first floor. Xianxing's room was also on the first floor. The villa had 2.5 floors. There were 3 rooms on the first floor and 3 rooms on the second floor. As there were many people in the house, Fu Yunrua converted the piano room and gym on the first floor into bedrooms. The study on the second floor was still intact. There was also a leisure area for the children to play in. Wen carried his small luggage and ran upstairs. He pushed open the door to a room, and the interior design with a sky blue theme suddenly appeared before his eyes. There was a beige wardrobe, matching children's books, tables, and chairs. The large bed against the wall was covered with a quilt cover with a blue sky and white clouds pattern. There was a photo frame on the bedside table. It was a photo of Wen and Fu Yunrua. It was the same on the study table. There were several photo frames in an orderly manner. There were photos of Wen when he was 1 month old, 1 year old, and 2 years old. There were sky blue curtains hanging on the bright windows. When he opened the curtains and looked out, he could see the beautiful scenery in the courtyard. This was a children's room, but it wasn't childish at all. Wen was immediately pleasantly surprised. His eyes sparkled, and he felt that everything about this room was to his liking. Wen turned and ran out. Fu Yunrua happened to come up with a suitcase. Wen immediately ran over and pulled her hand to the room. Mom, did you decorate this room for me?" Fu Yunrua smiled. "Yes, baby, do you like it?" "Yes." In order to prove that he liked it very much, he nodded heavily. "I love Mom the most. Mom also loves baby the most." Fu Yunrua saw Wen's happy smile and felt that she had been affirmed. She was also very happy. All the hard work she had put in previously was worth it. Fu Yunrua looked up and saw Siyu standing in front of the study table. He was holding a photo frame and looking at it. Noticing the movements of the mother and son, he casually put it back and smiled slightly. Wenwen was really cute when he was young. Of course. Wenwen said proudly. From the moment he was born, he was the most beautiful child in the village. Yes, in the future, he would be the most beautiful child in the entire capital. Fu Yunrua was even happier than being praised. Siyu saw that Fu Yunrua still wanted to move the luggage, so he said, "Leave this to me. Wenwen's room still needs to be tidied up, right? You can stay in the room and tidy it up. It'll be faster if we split up the work." Siyu pointed at the 2 luggage bags that he had brought up. Fu Yunrua thought about it and felt that it made sense. She stayed in Wenwen's room first and prepared to put the things away. Wenwen had a lot of clothes. Most of the clothes that she could not wear were given to the children in the village. She only kept some that she could not bear to give away, such as the sweater, shoes, and hats that Auntie May had personally knitted. She wanted to keep them for her collection. The rest were the clothes that she needed to wear now. There were quite a lot of clothes. Just the winter clothes alone took up 3 big bags. Fu Yunrua tidied up the clothes and hung them in the wardrobe. Fortunately, the wardrobe was very big. She specially chose a bigger wardrobe and hung the clothes that needed to be hung up. She folded the clothes that needed to be folded and put them away. This tidying up took a lot of time. Siyu had already gone up and down several times and moved the things from the first floor to the second floor. Fu Yunrua tidied up Wenwen's clothes and placed some of his toys on the bookshelf. She also placed some children's books. In a short while, the somewhat empty house was decorated with a lively atmosphere. As soon as Fu Yunrua walked out, the corridor on the second floor was already filled with luggage. She was shocked. Siyu said, "I don't know where you want to put these things. They've all been moved up." The things were all wrapped up properly. Siyu Rua did not know what they were and did not open them to take a look. Xianxia and Tian Tian had also finished tidying up and walked up at this moment. Fu Yunrua said, "Move these into my room." As the person who had personally tidied up the things, Fu Yunrua had a rough idea of what was inside. She carried a bag into the master bedroom. Xianxia did not say anything and immediately moved the other luggage into Fu Yunrua's room. Siyu could not enter Fu Yunrua's room, so he did not interfere. He pointed to a luggage bag by his feet and asked, "Where do you want to move this?" Wenwen casually looked at it. He remembered that this bag was filled with his things, and they were. Wenwen's eyes darted around. "There's no need for these. Uncle Yu, help me put them in the storage room." There was a storage room in the backyard for miscellaneous items. Siyu saw Wenwen's eyes darting around and knew that there was something fishy going on. He was curious about the things inside and picked up the luggage. His hand accidentally touched the zipper, and it opened with a whoosh. A thick photo album fell out. "I dropped it." Siyu put down the bag and picked up the photo album. Wenwen saw that Siyu seemed to want to open it to take a look and immediately panicked. "Don't look." Siyu saw Wenwen's nervous expression and became even more curious. Hence, he opened it to take a look. Wenwen stood in front of Siyu and jumped with all her might. She shouted fiercely, "Give it back to me. Don't look." Wenwen jumped for a long time but could only jump as high as Siyu's waist. Her small arms and legs could not reach the height of the photo album at all. She might as well go all the way. She pounced on Siyu and started climbing up his pants. Fortunately, Siyu's pants were of good quality and he was wearing a belt today, so he did not have to worry about them being pulled down. Siyu stared at the photo album for a long time and could not take his eyes off it. Then, he looked at Wenwen, who was climbing up like a tree trunk. Siyu sighed. "It's good to have a daughter." She was soft and cute. She wore a pink dress and looked like a beautiful little princess. Wenwen was speechless. Was he mocking him? Wenwen was struck by lightning. He couldn't believe it. Not only did he peek at his dark history, he even mocked him for looking like a girl. Fu Yunrua heard the commotion and walked out. When she saw Wenwen and Mr. Yu, she asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Wenwen climbed down and turned to run towards Fu Yunrua. However, before he could run, he was grabbed by the back of his collar. His entire body was suspended in the air. His short legs alternated a few times as he ran on the spot. Siyu carried Wen and smiled at Fu Yunrua. It's nothing. We're just playing. Fu Yunrua glanced at Wen. Seeing that he was angry but did not refute, she smiled and returned to her room to continue tidying up. When they were gone, Siyu said to Wen, little tattletale. It's not manly to look for your mother every time you have a problem. Wen said righteously, I'm still young. It was normal to look for one's mother if there was a problem. Siyu looked at the big bag with the zipper open with interest, as if he wanted to see what else was inside. Wen. He quickly rushed over and pressed his small body against the opening. Don't look. He shouted fiercely. His mother was too much. She could have thrown these things away, but she still brought them all over. One day, he would secretly throw them away. If they were all photos of the little guy, Siyu wanted to continue looking. He even thought that with such a big bag, he could give a part of it to him for collection in the future. Fu Yunrua didn't stay in the room for long. She wanted to tidy up the study room and other areas outside first before tidying up her own room slowly. After she came out, she quickly found out the reason for Wen and Siyu's battle of wits and courage. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, for the sake of the little kid's face, she pretended not to know. Otherwise, she couldn't bear to see the little kid cry and throw them away. These were all memories that were worth treasuring. Fu Yun kept a portion of the photos on the bookshelf in her room, and the rest were placed on the tall bookshelf in the study room. The thick photo albums were neatly arranged. If he hadn't brought a ladder, even Siyu wouldn't have been able to reach those items. Wen was satisfied. Although it was not in the warehouse, it was almost the same as being in the warehouse. Unless one went to look for it, it would be dusty. Unknowingly, he was busy all the way until night fell before he finally finished packing up. The large living room was restored to its original tidiness and cleanliness. The originally spacious house instantly became warm and full of life. Fu Yun and the others were so tired that they did not want to move at all. They did not manage to buy any groceries either, so they ordered takeout. Although it was takeout, it was recommended by Siyu. It was affordable and tasted good. Everyone, who had been so tired that they didn't have much of an appetite, finished the entire table of takeout food. After that, everyone did not stay for long. After Fu Yun repeatedly thanked them, they all took their leave. Siyu's house was next door, so he stayed for the last. Uncle Guo was old after all. He had rushed for 3 days and had been busy the entire day. Although he had been directing people. At this moment, he could not take it anymore and went back to his room to rest. Wen, who had one-sidedly thrown a tantrum twice, stuck to Siyu's side at this moment. It was unknown what Siyu said, but she laughed heartily. When saw Fu Yun, she hurriedly asked her to come over and wait for Fu Yun to sit on the sofa in the other direction. Fu Yun was free at this moment. I haven't congratulated you on winning the International Best Actor Award. Congratulations. At the Triennial International Film Festival before the new year, Siyu's movie was very popular and brought home many trophies. It was trending online for an entire week. Siyu's fame rose to another level and no one could shake it. Although it was late to congratulate him, Fu Yun still felt that he should congratulate him personally. Thank you. Uncle Yu, you're so amazing. Wen's eyes were sparkling. He looked up at Siyu and said with ambition, one day, I will surpass you. That's right. His goal in this life was not to reach Siyu's height, but to surpass him. Oh, this little guy was small, but he was ambitious. Siyu patted his little head and encouraged him. Good luck. Siyu did not stay for long. When he saw the tiredness on Fu Yun's face that could not be concealed, he stood up and said, I should go back too. Have a good rest. Fu Yun nodded and sent Siyu to the door. After watching him leave, she closed the door and turned to go back into the house. When Fu Yun returned to the house, Wen was sitting on the sofa. Perhaps because the environment was quiet, she could not help but doze off, her little head nodding off. Fu Yun carried her up and walked upstairs. Mom. Wen was in a daze. She hugged her shoulders with both hands and fell asleep in a short while. After being excited the whole day, she was indeed tired. Fu Yun originally wanted to carry her to his new room, but thinking that this was his first day living in a new house, she was afraid that he would not be used to it. If he woke up in the middle of the night and did not have a familiar person by his side, he would be frightened. Thus, she carried him to her room. Fu Yun was also very tired. She hurriedly washed up, lay on the bed, and fell asleep as soon as she closed her eyes. On the first night of officially settling down in the capital, everyone slept very soundly. It was rare that everyone even woke up late. When Fu Yun woke up, it was already past 9 o'clock. She still felt very tired and did not want to get up. However, after struggling for a while, she still got out of bed. Wen's cheeks were red from sleeping, and her small snoring was long. It was obvious that she was still sleeping soundly. Fu Yun did not wake her up. After washing up and changing her clothes, she yawned and walked downstairs. Xianxia was already awake. When she saw Fu Yun coming downstairs, she greeted her. "There's breakfast in the kitchen." As she did not know when they would wake up, Xianxia put the breakfast on plates and bowls to keep it warm. Fu Yun opened the lid. After the heat dissipated, she saw that there were steamed buns, fried dough sticks, porridge, and soy milk. "Thank you for your hard work." Fu Yun thought that Xianxia had gone out to buy breakfast early in the morning, but she did not expect her to say, "Mr. Siyu sent it over." Fu Yun? Fu Yun, who had just poured a bowl of soy milk and drank 2 mouthfuls, almost choked. Xianxia looked over in confusion. "What's wrong? Can't I accept it?" In Xianxia's impression, Mr. Siyu and Fu Yun were very close. Since they were so close, it should be fine to accept breakfast, right? Fu Yun thought for a moment and said, "We'll make our own breakfast in the future." Fu Yun said it more tactfully. She did not know if Xianxia understood what she meant, so she nodded. After a while, Uncle Gua also woke up. He walked into the kitchen with his hands behind his back. "What's there to eat?" He glanced into the pot. "I want to eat porridge and steamed buns." Then, he walked out with his hands behind his back. Fu Yun thought for a moment. It was not good to return now, so she might as well accept Siyu's kindness. Then, she left some of Wen's breakfast in the pot and took the rest out with Xianxia. "Xingnan, have you eaten?" Xianxia shook her head. No. Her employer had not eaten yet. How could she eat first? No wonder there was so much left. "If we don't eat in time, you can eat first," Fu Yun said. Xianxia agreed. The three of them sat down and ate breakfast together. Fu Yun went up to look at Wen and shouted a few times. The little pig groaned and did not want to wake up, so she simply let him be and asked Xianxia to keep an eye on the movements upstairs. She went to the greenhouse in the courtyard. There was a greenhouse in the courtyard that had been left behind by the previous owner. She had rearranged it and the 11 orchids that she had raised were all here. Originally, Fu Yun wanted to let Uncle Gua take care of this greenhouse and put his precious orchids. However, he felt that this place was not big enough and could not let him take care of so many orchids, so he was unwilling. Fu Yun could only put her own orchids and raise some other potted plants. She thought that this would work too. In the future, after Wen sent her to school every day, she would come back to livestream. She would wait outside for the rush hour before driving to the flower nursery. The flower nursery was not in a hurry to open for business in the morning. It usually opened after 10 o'clock. When she came back at night, it would be convenient for her to livestream for a while. Although the flower nursery was not too far away, it was not as convenient as the courtyard. Fu Yun was not free today. In addition, she had taken 5 days off, so she did not livestream. After tidying up the greenhouse a little, she quickly came out. Uncle Gua walked around the courtyard a few times. Soon, he could not stay any longer and wanted to go to the flower nursery. He would not be used to not looking at his precious orchids for a day. Wen was not awake yet, so she could not leave yet. In the end, she asked Xianxia to drive Uncle Gua over while she stayed at home. Fu Yun's room had not been completely tidied up, so she simply tidied up the things in the room. The master bedroom was designed to be very spacious. In addition to the bedroom, there was also a bathroom, a lounge, and a cloakroom. Fu Yun did not make too many changes. She only changed the lounge into her own office. The study outside would mainly be used by Wenwen in the future. She had prepared for a rainy day. Wenwen woke up from hunger. He sat up sleepily and rubbed his eyes with his chubby hands. Mom. Then, he opened his eyes and looked around. Fu Yun heard the commotion and walked out. When she saw that Wenwen was awake, she teased, "Little sleeping pig is finally awake?" She walked over to pick up Wenwen's clothes and helped him put them on. Wenwen cooperated while protesting, "I'm not a pig." Actually, he knew how to put on clothes a long time ago, but winter clothes were too difficult to wear. They were thick and many. He would lose his balance and fall backward when wearing pants, so he could only ask his mother to help him. However, he could wear summer clothes himself. After putting on his clothes, Wenwen was already very awake. He jumped out of bed and ran to wash up. Then, he ran out of bed and touched his round belly through his clothes as he said, "Mom, I'm so hungry." Fu Yun took out the breakfast that she had left for him and placed it in front of him. She said, "Who asked you to stay in bed and refused to get up? You must be hungry, right?" Wenwen giggled and shook his short legs. Wenwen smelled the fragrant breakfast and felt that he could eat it all. "Mom, where's Grandpa Gua and the rest?" Wenwen was almost done eating. Only then did he notice that the house was very quiet and that he did not see anyone else. They went to the flower garden. When Wenwen heard this, his eyes lit up. He jumped off the high chair and ran to Fu Yun. "I want to go too." "There's no car." Fu Yun only had one car under her name. Usually, Xianxia was in charge of driving. She rarely drove by herself. When Wen's eyes darted around. "We can take our own car." Wenwen was eager to try. Fu Yun hesitated and did not immediately agree. At this moment, the doorbell rang. Wenwen immediately ran out happily. "It's Uncle Yu." Fu Yun walked past unhurriedly. She remembered that this was a high-tech villa. She looked at the screen on the wall by the door. The visitor was indeed Xiu. Fu Yun walked out. Wenwen leaned against the door and tried to tiptoe to open it. His short hands could touch the door lock, but he was too short to open the door. Fu Yun went over to open the door. Wenwen immediately pounced on him. "Uncle Yu." Xiu carried Wenwen and then looked at Fu Yun. The corners of his lips curled into a perfect smile. His eyes were deep and filled with a smile. "Morning." Fu Yun was in a daze. "Morning." Xiu carried Wenwen into the house. Fu Yun closed the door and followed behind. She felt that Mr. Yu was a little different from before. She couldn't pinpoint exactly what was different, but she felt that he seemed to be more charming. It was just, quite seductive. Fu Yun was in a daze for a moment. When she came back to her senses, she looked up. The adult and the child were looking at her with the same expression. What's wrong?" Wenwen blinked. "Mom, Uncle Yu said that he's free to take us to the flower garden today. Shall we go together?" "Oh? Oh." Fu Yun nodded. "Huh?" She looked up. "It's better not to?" Mom agreed. "Uncle Yu, let's go quickly." Wenwen cheered. "Okay." Fu Yun. She felt that something was wrong. Fu Yun got into the car and saw Wenwen sitting in the child seat, happily talking to Xiu. The child seat was installed in an expensive car, and it looked quite out of place. "Mr. Yu, you have a child at home?" Fu Yun asked in surprise. She had never asked about Mr. Yu's private matters, and her understanding of him was based on the public's impression. Could it be that Mr. Yu had already gotten married in secret? Not at the moment. Before Fu Yun could let her imagination run wild, Xiu replied with a smile in his voice. "It's better to be prepared. See, I used it now." Fu Yun rubbed her nose. No matter how stupid she was, she knew that the child seat was only installed when there was a child at home. Who would install it for no reason? "Well, Mr. Yu, are you really free?" "Of course, why?" "Actually, if you have something to do, you don't have to worry about us." In Fu Yun's impression, Big celebrities were all so busy that their feet didn't touch the ground. They wished that they could break 1 minute into 10 minutes. She could understand when they were in the village previously. After all, he was filming a show at that time, and it was normal for him to have nothing to do after the show was paused. But now, they were in the capital. Did he really not have anything to do? Siyu said, I'm free. I don't have anything to do recently. Siyu had been busy for a long time because of this period of leisure. Fu Yun only felt that people with power were willful. She was not afraid that her popularity would drop if she did not go out to do business. When one heard the conversation between the adults and thought that his mother had misunderstood him as an unreasonable child, he said loudly, I asked Uncle Yu. Uncle Yu is free. If he was not free, he would not have pestered Uncle Yu to send them. He was not an insensible child. Fu Yun saw that Wen's little face was unhappy, so she skipped the topic. Because it was not rush hour, the car was unimpeded all the way. Half an hour later, they arrived at the flower garden. The flower garden had not officially opened for business and was not open to the public. In addition, the location was relatively remote, so there were not many pedestrians. The car drove directly into the private parking lot in the flower bed, and the three of them got out of the car one after another. Wen's petite body bounced up and down. Then, she held Siyu's hand and introduced Siyu seriously. Uncle Yu, this is my family's flower garden. Wen said proudly. It was not easy to own such a large garden in the capital. Mom and Grandpa Guo were the best. Siyu looked at it seriously. That's amazing. Because of the cold weather, there weren't many potted plants outside. There were only some plants that could withstand the cold. It looked quite spacious, but it didn't look messy. It was very tidy and clean. The flower shed was like another world. The temperature was constant and the greenery was abundant, as if it was spring when flowers were in full bloom. If Fu Yun was helping to take care of the flowers in the flower shed, she did not pay attention to Wen and Siyu. The flower shed was very large. She and Uncle Guo would not be able to take care of it. When the time came, there would be other businesses. Fu Yun thought that she would need to recruit at least 3 people. One person would be mainly in charge of external business, and 2 people would be in charge of taking care of the flower garden. The employees needed to be in position before the official opening. Fu Yun asked Tian to post a recruitment notice online and also posted a recruitment notice at the door. During the interview, Uncle Guo would be in charge of judging. After all, she was a well-known figure, so it was not convenient for her to appear for the time being. Uncle Guo had a good eye for people, but he was also very picky. Not long after the recruitment notice was posted, a resume was sent over. Tian sent the resume to Fu Yun. If Fu Yun felt that it was suitable, she would ask Tian to send a notice to the applicant and ask them to come for an interview tomorrow. Fu Yun's opening time was still a month later. When the weather was warm and the flowers bloomed in spring, it would be a good day. Therefore, it was fine to recruit employees who could work together before the opening. At night, Uncle Guo did not want to leave. He wanted to stay in the flower garden. How could Fu Yun let him stay here alone? The place was big, and there was no one else around. If something unexpected happened, no one would be able to find out in time. Therefore, she firmly disagreed. Uncle Guo could not persuade Fu Yun to stay, so he angrily took the car back. Fu Yun had many reasons. She was not familiar with the villa yet, and it was empty here. Moreover, the blankets and other necessities in the room were not ready. Now, he had to follow them back and forth. After the opening, there would be more people. Fu Yun did not care about him anymore. He could stay for a few days a month. She could bring Wen over on the weekends. Fu Yun looked outside and said to Xianxia, "Can you drop us off at the entrance of the supermarket?" Fu Yun had been here a few times, so she was quite familiar with the surroundings. There was a large supermarket in the residential area, so it was very convenient to buy things there. This supermarket was specially designed to serve the residents in the residential area. Although it was called a large supermarket, it was not as big as the large supermarkets outside. It was divided into upper and lower floors, but it was very well equipped. If they did not have what they wanted to buy, they could register at the front desk and ask the supermarket to help them buy it and deliver it to their doorstep. They did not have to be secretive when shopping in the supermarket here. They came to buy things openly. Therefore, Fu Yunrua could see the famous people who often appeared on the screen here. There was not much food at home, so they needed to buy some fruits and vegetables and some daily necessities. Although they had brought a lot of things, they still lacked a lot of things after moving to a new house. Uncle Gua said, "Buy some blankets." Got it. Fu Yunrua and Uncle Gua got out of the car at the entrance of the supermarket, while Xianxia drove the car back first. If they bought a lot of things, the supermarket employees would help deliver them to their doorstep. This 5-story building was a leisure, entertainment, and shopping center for the residents in the residential area. The first floor was the supermarket, the second floor was the gym, the third floor was the leisure and entertainment center, the fourth floor was the children's playground, and the fifth floor was the children's hobby and tuition classes. Although there were professional tutors at home, it was also good to learn some hobby classes with friends of the same age. Fu Yunrua had children at home, so she had specially learned about these. When the time came, she would see what hobbies Wenwen wanted to learn. They entered the supermarket and had just pushed a shopping cart when her phone rang. Fu Yunrua looked down and saw that the caller ID was Siyu. After she picked up the call, Wenwen's tender voice was heard. "Mom, where are you?" On the way back, Fu Yunrua heartlessly abandoned Wenwen and took her own car back. Now that they had gotten out of the car early, they were separated from Wenwen. "We came to the supermarket to buy things. You and Uncle Yu go home first." Fu Yunrua thought for a moment and said, "Mr. Yu, please take care of Wenwen for a while. Xingnan will be here soon." Fu Yunrua did not think of this when she was at the flower garden. When she remembered, Siyu was driving, so she did not inform her. Fu Yunrua comforted her for a while and hung up the phone. The things in the mall were more expensive. Many imported snacks and furniture could be seen here. However, there were not many of the same products on the shelves. It was obvious that they had taken the route of selling fewer things. For those large pieces of furniture, there were only a few samples displayed here. Only daily necessities and fruits and vegetables were consumed quickly. However, this was a special service for the community, so the money was well spent. Fu Yunrua first went to the living area to buy some odds and ends. "Hello, are you Yunyun?" A low and deep voice sounded not far away. Fu Yunrua looked up. A man in a suit and leather shoes was looking at her. His mature and handsome face was full of surprise. He inadvertently noticed that a slim-back figure was somewhat familiar. When he saw the side profile, he felt that it was even more familiar. He asked tentatively. When he saw the face clearly, he was 100% sure. "Hello, I'm your fan, Lin Ji." Lin Ji added, "My online username is nameless." "That person is me." Fu Yunrua stood up. "Hello, I remember you." Only her fans often called her Yunyun. Moreover, she was also familiar with the ID nameless. Although it was not as good as the number 1 on the list, it was also on the reward list. Furthermore, it had been following her for a long time. "So you moved here? What a coincidence." Fu Yunrua's fans had long known that Fu Yunrua was moving to the capital during this period of time, but they did not know where she was moving to. He had even thought that it would be great if he could move here. He did not expect that it would really come true. Yes, what a coincidence. Fu Yunrua felt that the world was really small. She could meet fans just by moving. If other fans found out, they would be so jealous of me. They would definitely want to crawl out of their phones and hit me, Lin Ji said with a smile. Fu Yunrua was amused. How can it be so exaggerated? Mom. Fu Yunrua looked up and saw Siyu holding Wenwen's hand appear in front of her. Wenwen let go of Siyu's hand and hurriedly ran over. Then, she hugged Fu Yunrua's thigh, her face full of unhappiness. He unconsciously pouted. Mom is gone. He got out of the car and waited at the door for a long time, but she did not appear. Am I not here? It's Mom's fault. I will definitely bring the baby along next time. Fu Yunrua coaxed Wenwen for a while before she managed to coax her. When Lin Ji saw Wenwen, he was even happier. He could not help but say gently, "Hello, Zai." Even Lin Ji, who had never liked children, now understood what it meant to be so adorable that one's heart trembled. Lin Ji only felt that Zai was adorable from head to toe. Even her hair was adorable. Wen turned her head and looked over. She blinked. "Hello, uncle." "Hello, Zai." Lin Ji suppressed the excitement in his heart and said calmly, "I am also your fan." Wen tilted her head. This was the first time she had met a real fan outside of the people she knew. "Uncle, do you want an autograph?" Wen clenched her little fists, her eyes sparkling. "Yes." Lin Ji took out the fountain pen hanging in front of his chest. He did not have a pen and paper with him, so he simply took out a clean and soft handkerchief. Wen took the fountain pen. Her little belly unconsciously puffed out, and she was full of confidence. She originally wanted to write beautifully, but her skills did not allow her to do so. Her little chubby hand held the pen and wrote crookedly, taking up more than half of the handkerchief. When Wen saw the finished product she had written, her face turned red. Why was it so ugly? However, Lin Ji was full of praise. "Zai is so amazing. You can actually write your own name. That's great." After being praised for a while, Wen instantly regained her confidence. Then, she raised her head and puffed out her chest, beaming with joy. Lin Ji stood up and said to Fu Yunrua, "Can I ask you for an autograph?" It had to be said that the contrast between a handsome face and a shy smile was very cute. Fu Yunrua smiled and said, "Sure." Then, she took the pen and paper and signed her name in the empty space on the handkerchief. Siyu raised his eyebrows and looked at him carefully. Then, he walked over and picked up Wen with one hand. He said to Fu Yunrua familiarly, "Are you done buying?" Fu Yunrua looked at the things in the shopping cart. "Not yet." When Lin Ji saw Siyu, his smile immediately disappeared. He stared at Siyu with a serious face. Siyu glanced over casually. Their eyes met, and there seemed to be a crackling sound in the air. "Are you Mr. Siyu?" Lin Ji stretched out his hand politely with a fake smile. "Nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you. May I know who you are?" Siyu stretched out his hand. "My surname is Lin, and my name is Ji." "Hello, Mr. Lin. Does Mr. Siyu live here too?" "I've never seen you before." "It's normal that you haven't seen me before. After all, I was away for a few months when I was filming. Even if I was at home, I didn't go out often." "Is that so?" "That's too unlucky." "Indeed." Fu Yunrua stared at the things in the shopping cart and silently calculated. After remembering what she was missing, she looked up and saw the two men looking at each other and exchanging pleasantries. However, she felt that something was wrong. She was puzzled. Could it be that Mr. Yu and her fans had some grudges? Fu Yunrua looked at this and that. No, it didn't seem like they had any grudges. Fu Yunrua stared at the two of them who had been holding hands. "Are you two like old friends at first sight?" Fu Yunrua thought that it was a good thing to have another friend. The two men who were laughing like knives and swords suddenly restrained their aura. Siyu retracted his hand and turned to look at Fu Yunrua. He smiled slightly and said, "Yes, we hit it off at first sight." Lin Ji retracted his slightly numb hand. His smile was perfect as he nodded in agreement. "We regret that we didn't meet sooner." Fu Yunrua didn't understand the friendship between men, but she was busy now, so she said tentatively, "Then you guys can chat. I'll go buy something first." Lin Ji heard this and said, "I'm familiar with the supermarket. Yun, I can lead the way and give you advice on what you want to buy." Lin Ji's heart beat slightly faster. He looked at Fu Yunrua and felt unconsciously nervous. He regarded Fu Yunrua as a goddess, but in front of a goddess, he was no longer calm. Instead, he was like an inexperienced young boy. Before Fu Yunrua could answer, Siyu smiled and said, "How can I waste your time? I'm also familiar with this supermarket. It's fine with me." Fu Yunrua looked at Siyu and then looked at Lin Ji. Whether Siyu said anything or not, Fu Yunrua had to refuse. Therefore, she tactfully refused, "Thank you, but we have a lot of things to buy. We can just walk around and take a look." Lin Ji's eyes were disappointed, but he was worried that if he pestered Fu Yunrua too much, he would leave a bad impression on her, so he said, I was rude. Lin Ji looked at Siyu. He really wanted to ask her about her relationship with Siyu. He knew that they knew each other, but he didn't know that they were so familiar with each other. He felt the hostility of the other party towards him. They looked like a family of three, but he could also sense that Yunyun's attitude towards Siyu was not ambiguous. He also wanted to exchange contact information with Yunyun, but Lin Ji was afraid that she would feel that he had offended her. He hesitated for a moment and finally politely said goodbye. He thought reluctantly that since they lived in the same villa area, they would meet often, right? There was no hurry. After they left, Siyu said to Fuyun seriously, are they your fans? Idols and fans can't get too close because fans like their idols. Sometimes, it's not a good thing to get too close. Wen nodded in agreement. Fans were the most adorable group of people in the world, but when the devil was up, it would only make people feel afraid. Who could guarantee that he would only meet little cuties? You may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. If he was an extreme fan, it would be a tragedy. Fu Yunrua? Didn't they feel like old friends at first sight just now? However, as a famous figure with a huge fan base, telling her this was considered a senior's advice to a junior. Fu Yun nodded, indicating that she would take it to heart. Actually, she didn't think that Lin Ji was that kind of extreme fan, even though they had only exchanged a few words. Fu Yunrua quickly put this episode to the back of her mind and continued to buy necessities. She even went to the fruit and vegetable area to buy fruits and vegetables. Uncle Gua bought a lot of things. He bought quilts, bed covers, and daily necessities. He was prepared to take them to the flower garden. Obviously, he wanted to live there early. They bought too many things. In the end, the supermarket employees helped to send them home while they slowly walked back. Fu Yunrua saw that Siyu was carrying Wen as they walked. She felt that Siyu was embarrassed to put her down, so she said, Mr. Yu, you can put Wen down and walk by yourself. Wen originally had a free ride, Mei. When she heard Fu Yunrua say this, she said, Uncle Yu, put me down. Siyu put Wen down. Wen jogged to Fu Yunrua's side and held her hand. Her little chubby face was smiling, as if she was saying, look at how sensible I am. When they reached the entrance, Fu Yunrua politely invited, Mr. Yu, would you like to have dinner at my place? Today, Siyu helped to drive him back to the flower garden. He would feel bad if he didn't repay him. Siyu said, then I'll accept your invitation. On the second night in the imperial capital, the lively atmosphere passed. Their days in the imperial capital were on the right track. Fu Yunrua and Uncle Gua's students finally found a suitable opportunity. Everyone brought their families and had a lively gathering. Although Uncle Gua said that he disliked it, he was actually very happy. He couldn't help but drink a few more glasses. If not for everyone watching, Uncle Gua would probably be drunk. However, even so, Uncle Gua was still a little tipsy by the time they left. When they returned to the neighborhood, they got off the car at the entrance of the neighborhood and walked back slowly. Fu Yunrua didn't drink much. There was a smell of alcohol on her body, but she wasn't drunk. Uncle Gua was tipsy and nagged along the way. If Fu Yun didn't let him stay at the flower garden, he would have an opinion. Fu Yunrua saw that Uncle Gua was really unhappy, so she could only compromise and said, when we recruit someone, there will be other people in the flower garden. I'll let you go over, okay? Fu Yunrua thought about it and felt that she was making things difficult for Uncle Gua. He was a person who loved orchids. It was normal for him to not be able to see his own orchids when he woke up every day. Furthermore, Uncle Gua was quite old. It was also tiring for him to travel back and forth every day. She only thought that the environment at the flower garden was definitely not as comfortable as living in the villa. Furthermore, it wasn't good for Uncle Gua to be alone there without anyone to take care of him. Uncle Gua saw that Fu Yunrua was a little depressed and felt uncomfortable. I don't mean to blame you. Of course, he knew that Fu Yunrua had good intentions. She just wanted to stay at the flower garden. I know. Fu Yunrua smiled and said, I just don't know when we'll be able to recruit someone. It was easy to find someone with professional skills, but it was not easy to find someone who knew martial arts and brought his wife along to look for a job. It's all because you're asking for too much. Uncle Gua muttered. I'm not asking for much either. I just hope that we can recruit a couple. That would be the best. The recruitment notice for the flower garden was sent out. There were many applicants, but Uncle Gua was picky. In the end, he finally found someone who caught his eye. It was a woman in her early 30s with good working ability. She had worked in related flowers before and had rich management experience. She did not live in the flower garden. Other than that, they still needed to recruit 2 more people. It was not easy to find them. As there were many precious plants in the flower garden, Fu Yunrua hoped to find a man who was skilled in martial arts and had a good character. He would live here during the day and night and be in charge of the safety of the flower garden. He would also recruit a middle-aged woman to be in charge of 3 meals and some chores. Fu Yunrua's focus would be on Wen and her career. She would need to be freed from the tedious work of cooking and cleaning. Since there were not many rooms in the flower garden, if Fu Yunrua wanted to find a couple, they could live together like this. The 3 rooms upstairs were a little crowded even for their own people. Fu Yunrua's room had bunk beds. If they lived here, Xianxia would definitely live here too. Therefore, she would be in the same room as Xianxia. As for Wen, he had a separate room. As he grew older in the future, he should have his own privacy. It was just that it was not easy to find someone to his liking. If it really did not work, he could build a small house next to the house. You're still not asking for much? Uncle Gua was dissatisfied, but he also knew that Fu Yunrua's request was the best for them. Fu Yunrua laughed and said, in another week, if we still can't recruit anyone, we'll relax the conditions. Excuse me. An unfamiliar voice suddenly interrupted. Fu Yunrua turned around and saw a middle-aged man in a well-ironed security guard uniform looking at Fu Yunrua nervously. Hello, what's the matter? In order to ensure the safety of the residents, there were often security guards patrolling the neighborhood. Fu Yunrua did not know why the security guard stopped her. The security guard looked a little nervous. He swallowed his saliva and said, I'm sorry, Miss Fu. I accidentally heard you talking just now. He knew that his behavior was wrong, but after accidentally hearing their conversation, he still braced himself and stopped them. Fu Yunrua instinctively looked at Uncle Gua. Uncle Gua said with a straight face, if you have something to say, say it. Why are you hemming and hawing? The security guard rubbed his hands, but because he was tall and upright and had a stern look on his face, his behavior did not look wretched at all. He looked embarrassed. I just heard that you seem to be hiring. I have 2 candidates here who are quite suitable. Can they apply to you? That brother of mine is a very loyal and honest person. It's just that he's a little disabled, but it doesn't affect his skills at all. I can't even beat him. Sister-in-law, who is also his wife, is also looking for a job. The security guard tried his best to say something nice, but perhaps because he did not say it often, his voice sounded dry. He was worried that he could not express himself clearly and was sweating profusely. It's okay if they don't meet the requirements in the end. But, can you give them a chance? Fu Yunrua could not bear to see it. The security guard obviously wanted to fight for a chance for his brother and risked losing his job for it. She finally told the security guard the address of the flower garden and asked his brother and his wife to try her place. If they could not remember the address, they could call the villa to ask for help. The security guard repeated it a few times and thanked her gratefully before leaving in a hurry. Uncle Gua glared at her unhappily. Why are you being so kind? Fu Yunrua comforted him. It's just an interview opportunity. If they really don't meet our standards, I don't want them. Of course, if they meet the requirements, everyone would be happy and she would not need to hire anymore. Uncle Gua snorted coldly and did not say anything else. Fu Yunrua did not take this episode to heart. It was only when Sis Wang called and said that a couple came to apply for the job that she remembered this matter. Fu Yunrua looked at the time. It was only 9:30 p.m. They had not left the house yet. She forgot to tell the security guard about the interview time yesterday, so she asked Sis Wang to entertain them first. She would go over immediately. Fu Yunrua, Wen, and the rest took a car to the flower garden. There was a couple sitting in the living room. Half of their hair was white. The woman was a little reserved and uneasy, but the man's back was straight. Fu Yunrua, Uncle Gua, and Wenwen walked in. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Fu Yunrua just said a few words to Sis Wang. She did not know when they arrived. When Sis Wang came to the flower garden, they were already waiting at the door. She did not know how long they had been waiting. The two of them stood up. We came early. Only then did Fu Yunrua know what the security guard meant when he said that he was a little disabled. There was a scar on the left side of the man's face. This scar was very deep and had destroyed his left eye. At first glance, it looked a little scary, but his intact right eye had a determined look. Fu Yunrua was surprised for a moment, but she quickly returned to normal. She looked at Wenwen, only to see Wenwen looking at him curiously. She did not look scared. The woman looked at Fu Yunrua nervously. She knew that her man's injury was a hindrance to the city's appearance. Many companies did not hire him. He could not even be a cleaner. She was afraid that Fu Yunrua would ask them to leave. Fu Yunrua thought in her heart. Anyway, the security guards in the flower garden walked around the inner area and only came out at night. If there was no problem with their character and skills, there would be no problem. The couple who came to apply for the job were 46 years old this year. They were childhood sweethearts. The man's name was Wei Wugua, and the woman's name was Zhang Dongmei. Wei Wugua was once a military academy student. He was a person with a strong sense of justice. One time, he went out to do justice during the holidays and injured his face and eye. Naturally, he couldn't become a soldier again and could only retire. He didn't cause trouble for the army. He took the allowance and retired directly to go home and find another way to make a living. However, because he was blind in one eye and had a scar on his face, many companies didn't hire him. In addition, he was only good at fighting. When the army gave him a place to study, he spent a lot of effort to pass the cultural exam. Other than his fighting skills, he wasn't so outstanding in other aspects that people ignored his appearance. Even if he became a security guard, people would care about his reputation and eventually return to his hometown to farm. Later, he met Zhang Dongmei, who was willing to live with him in his hometown. The two of them ended up together and had a daughter. Their lives were ordinary, but their daughter was a good student and got into Imperial University. They worked hard in their hometown and couldn't save much money all year round. The couple wanted to give their daughter a better life and save more money. In the end, they decided to try their luck and see if they could find a job. On the other hand, they wanted to be closer to their daughter. In order to find a job, he contacted his comrades who he hadn't seen for many years. After they retired from the army, some worked in the unit, while others looked for jobs on their own. Although some of the security guards in the community seemed very ordinary, in reality, this job was very leisurely and well paid. The benefits were very good. Wei Wugua didn't expect his old comrades to introduce them to jobs, so the couple was very diligent in looking for jobs. He didn't expect that in just 5 days, a comrade would call him and say that an owner wanted to hire a couple. They both met the requirements and asked them to try. After Fu Yun learned about the man's life, she also learned about the woman's life. It was a very ordinary life. Fu Yun was quite tempted. They met the basic requirements, and there wasn't much of a problem with their people. However, she wanted to know how good their fighting skills were. If it was just ordinary, what if they were unlucky one day and were robbed here? Wouldn't they not be able to intimidate others and might even be injured? Coincidentally, Xianxia was also there. Fu Yun wanted them to spar. In the end, the two of them tied, but according to Xianxia, she lost. There was no problem with her skills and character. The flaw in her looks could be ignored. Moreover, this was a hero's medal, which would only make her admire it. In fact, she had gotten used to it after looking at it for a long time and did not find it scary. Uncle Gua did not have any objections. If Fu Yun let them join the company directly, they would be on probation for 3 months. If they got along well and there were no problems, they would be promoted to full members in advance. If Fu Yun offered them a generous salary, the couple would not have any objections and they could start work on the same day. As a result, the people in the flower bed were all present, and the atmosphere was even more lively. Uncle Gua could not wait to move to the flower bed the next day. Now that there were other people in the flower bed, Fu Yun had no reason to refuse. Therefore, she decided to stay with her son in the flower bed for the time being. The reason for moving over was to observe whether these two employees were qualified or not. If there were any problems, they would have to be replaced as soon as possible. Wen did not suspect anything. He was still very happy to live in the flower bed. He was very interested in Uncle Wei's skills. Every morning, when Uncle Wei practiced outside, he would watch from the side and move his chubby hands and feet a few times. He often saw Sister Xingnan practicing, but he felt that there was a difference between men and women. Therefore, even if he was curious, he only took a few more glances and did not pester to learn. Now that there was an even better one, Wen was even more interested. If he could learn a thing or two, he would benefit for life. There was another reason why Fu Yun wanted to live in the flower bed. She always felt that she was too close to Xiyu, and it made her feel uncomfortable. Although they had lived under the same roof for a period of time in the countryside, Xiyu had a sense of propriety at that time. They got along as comfortably as friends and did not feel ambiguous. However, now that they were living next door, they saw each other every day. Xiyu would come over every morning to clock in and play with Wen. Occasionally, he would come over to help her when he saw her working. Moreover, she felt that Xiyu seemed to be flirting with her. Sometimes, his attitude was a little ambiguous. Fu Yun thought of what Tian had said to her and could not help but think. Could it be that Xiyu wanted to woo her? But she was unmarried and had a child. Thinking of Xiyu's attitude towards Wen, perhaps even a biological father might not be to this extent. Did he really want to be Wen's stepfather? For a moment, Fu Yun was worried that she was overthinking, but for a moment, she felt that she was not wrong. In her dilemma, she simply avoided him. However, after staying for less than 2 days, Fu Yun still had to run back to the villa during the day because her flowers were in the greenhouse at home. Fu Yun took the opportunity to run back when Wen was full and taking an afternoon nap to ask Brother Wei and his wife to help look after them. She trusted this couple very much. She had seen their daughter, Wei Xiaoya, who had been admitted to Imperial Capital University. Fu Yun found out that the three of them were living in a rented house together and that Wei Xiaoya had found a temporary job, so she also let her stay in the flower garden temporarily so that the couple could be at ease. She temporarily shared a room with Wen, while Wei Xiaoya shared a room with Xingnan. This time, Fu Yun deeply felt that there were not enough rooms. When she suggested asking someone to build 2 more rooms, Wei Wuguo directly said that she could leave it to him. He often helped people build houses in the countryside, so it was easier to build a 2-story house here. He just had to build it on the right side of the house. Coincidentally, they had nothing to do now, so the couple started working energetically. They were different every day. That was not all. Wei Wuguo's comrades, who were also the security guards of the neighborhood, also came. They were very grateful to Fu Yun for agreeing to let Wei Wuguo work here. They heard from somewhere that they were going to build a house, so they specially changed their shift and came over to help. This was even more efficient. The house was built in an instant. There was an extra room upstairs and downstairs. They could move in after a period of time. Back at the scene, Fu Yun thought that Xiyu would not be at home in the afternoon and would be busy with other things. She quickly ran back to water and fertilize the flowers. After letting her imagination run wild for a while, she quickly focused all her attention on the orchids and worked without any distractions. Old Seven's leaves needed to be trimmed. Fu Yun lowered her head and took care of Old Seven. Just as she put the tools away, she turned around and suddenly saw a person standing at the door. She was shocked and instinctively took a step back. Be careful. Fu Yun's eyes narrowed. Xiyu was already very close to her. He held her waist with one hand and his other hand reached over her to support the potted plant that she had accidentally knocked over in her panic. The two of them were very close. Fu Yun's nose was almost pressed against the other party's chest. She seemed to be surrounded by the other party's breath. Fu Yun's heart was beating very fast. She was scared. Her hands were on the shelf behind her. Her waist was pressed against the obstacle, and her body leaned back slightly. Did I scare you? Xiyu moved a little further away and looked down at her. Fu Yun looked up. Why are you here? Didn't he scare her? Anyone who saw someone standing behind them without being mentally prepared would be scared, okay? Fu Yunrua felt as though her soul was about to leave her body. Sorry. See, you felt a little wronged. Was he unbearably ugly? How could he scare her? His posture was clearly the most charming. I heard some movement here, so I came over to take a look. Fu Yun was speechless. She did not tell anyone about her thoughts. Xianxia also did not know about her inner struggle. She only knew that Siyu was a friend, so she naturally let him in. I came back to take a look at the flowers. Okay. Siyu did not ask further. Fu Yun did not explain further. The two of them looked at each other speechlessly. Fu Yun then realized that their posture was not right. They were too close, and Siyu's hand was hugging her waist. Fu Yun instinctively reached out to push him away. She pushed with all her might, but he did not budge. Siyu stood in front of her like a mountain. Siyu looked down at the two palms that were pressed against his chest and raised his eyebrows slightly. Fu Yun followed his gaze. Her palms seemed to be able to feel the other party's body temperature through his clothes. It was so hot that her scalp was numb. A smile appeared in Siyu's eyes. Is it nice to touch? She immediately retracted her hand as if she had been electrocuted. I'm not. Fu Yun's face was burning red. Her original intention was to push him away, but it seemed like she was taking advantage of him. Mr. Yu. She tried to stay calm. I'm not used to being so close to others. Siyu retracted his hand and took 2 steps back. Fu Yun secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Yunrua. Siyu had just called out her name when Fu Yun felt her scalp tingle. She quickly interrupted him. Mr. Yu, I'm done here. It's time to go back to the garden. If I don't go back, Wen will make a scene. I'm sorry. Fu Yun did not give Siyu a chance to speak. Siyu, okay. Be careful on the road. Fu Yun, ? She nodded blankly. That's it? Nothing else to say? What did he mean? Every time she thought that he was interested in her, he would not pester her or flirt with her in the next moment. It made her heart flutter, and she could not help but wonder what he meant. Mr. Yu. Yes? Fu Yun swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. She felt that she was imagining things. If she really misunderstood, wouldn't it be very awkward in the future? If the other party's attitude was clearer, she could have rejected him. But now, she really could not say it. No, we're leaving. Okay. Siyu turned around and left. We'll play together when you come back. Fu Yun. Fu Yun went back with a conflicted heart. But soon, she did not have the time to think about his thoughts. The garden would officially open in 10 days. But before that, there was a very important matter. Wen should go to kindergarten. Wen felt like a bolt from the blue. He was having fun, but he had to go to school. He did not want to go to kindergarten with a group of brats. Mom. You're not young anymore. You're already a 4-year-old baby. The other children are also going to kindergarten at your age. Mom. Everything is good at home. I don't need you to accompany me. Grandpa Gua also doesn't need you to accompany him. There are uncles, aunties, and aunties in the garden. We don't need your help. What other reasons do you have? Wen. All the excuses he wanted to find were blocked. Wen held back for a long time before he finally said righteously, but I know a lot of words and can calculate. I don't need to go to kindergarten to learn. Oh? Then I'll test you. Mom, go ahead and test me. Wen was very confident. He was familiar with the scripts and knew countless words. He even remembered the multiplication table and pinyin. He was not afraid of being tested at all. Fu Yun found a pen and paper and wrote a word. How do you pronounce this word? What does it mean? Was this a word? Wasn't it partial division, leader? What was the meaning of this? Fu Yun said earnestly, baby, this is the simplest word. It's just 1 stroke. You have to learn it in kindergarten. Wen. He remembered so many scripts, but he did not know how to pronounce this word. The sky is vast and the fields are boundless. Cattle and sheep are seen when the wind blows the grass. Where does it come from? There was no such thing in the ancient nursery rhymes? But he seemed to have some impression of it. What's the 13th decimal point of pi? Wen quickly counted with his fingers. 3,141,5926. What was the number after that? Wen's eyes turned into mosquito coils. These questions were too difficult. Why didn't they test what 1 plus 1 equaled? Wen was deeply shocked. He squatted in the corner and didn't say anything. He felt that he was at the level of a 6th grader in primary school, but he couldn't even answer his mother's question. It was too embarrassing. Fu Yun laughed secretly. She thought to herself, I can't control this little brat. Are you going to school obediently? Good. Wen said dejectedly. Fu Yun picked Wen up. Our baby is the best. He can memorize poems, count, and write. Mommy has never seen a child smarter than him. Why is our baby so amazing? Fu Yun quickly fed Wen sweet dates and praised him countless times. Wen's depressed mood was cured, but his little face was reserved. It's just SOSO. Wen was modest. There are still many things I don't know. So if baby goes to kindergarten and learns everything he doesn't know, he'll be even better. Okay. Wen finally smiled and agreed happily. Fu Yun struck while the iron was hot and quickly took the child to the kindergarten to sign up. After she bought a villa here, it would be convenient for her to sign up at the nearby kindergarten. After coming to the capital, she finally registered Wen's household register and could go to school normally without any impact. It was only a 10-minute drive and was very close. Soon, they arrived at the kindergarten. The kindergarten area was very big. The buildings were filled with childlike charm and fantasy, like a castle in a fairy tale. There were many parents and children who came to sign up. Because there were children, it was very lively. Fu Yun saw Wen looking at the playground where the children were playing, so she said, let Sister Xingnan take you to play with the children, okay? Fu Yun and Xingnan only brought Wen to the registration this time. If Wen wanted to play, then only Xingnan could watch over her. She had to go and see the school's situation. Wen immediately shook her head and grabbed Fu Yun's hand. I'm not going to play with them. It was too childish. He didn't come to kindergarten to play. He wanted to learn. He was just a little curious. It turned out that there were so many things to play in this kindergarten and school. It was too frivolous. Seeing this, Fu Yun led him to meet the teacher. The parents who came to sign up were all well-dressed and driving luxury cars. At a glance, it was obvious that they were at least middle-class and above successful people. She didn't expect herself and Wen to be so well-known here. Many parents brought their children here to get to know each other. It had been more than half a year since last year's show. After that, they kept a low profile and basically did not show their faces in front of the public. They thought that not many people could recognize them in real life. Wen did not expect so many people to come and greet her. She even received a lot of business cards. She also gained a bunch of brothers and sisters. If Fu Yun reported her name to Wen, she would become a student of the lower class. School would officially start in 3 days. Fu Yun brought Wen out early in the morning. When they returned, it was almost midnight. Siyu was already at home and was chatting with Uncle Gua. Although Uncle Gua did not follow them to school, he was still very concerned about Wen. Hence, it was rare that he was not at the flower garden. Siyu asked, have you finished registering? Fu Yun nodded. Yes. She told Uncle Gua and Siyu about the school situation. Her tone was filled with satisfaction. Uncle Yu, you're here. Siyu patted Wen's head. Wen is going to kindergarten soon. What reward do you want? Wen shook his head. He did not want any reward. He had a lot now. Siyu thought for a moment and said, how about this? I'll bring you to the amusement park in the afternoon. Wen immediately nodded, her eyes sparkling. Okay. Uncle Gua massaged his waist and said with his hands behind his back, this old man won't join in the fun. Fu Yun hesitated. You're a public figure. If this face appeared in the crowd, wouldn't it cause chaos? How could they play? Have you forgotten? I said that I have a perfect disguise. Siyu winked at Fu Yun. Fu Yun said, why don't you bring Wen? I won't go. Wen ran to Fu Yun and asked in confusion, Mom, aren't you bringing me? Let Uncle Yu bring you. No, Mom will go too. Wen acted coquettishly in front of Fu Yun without any pressure. Fu Yun. She thought for a moment. Alright, let's call Tian and the rest. This way, it would not feel like a family of 3 going out. Yes, yes. Fu Yun looked up inadvertently and met a pair of deep and focused eyes. Their eyes met and Siyu's eyes lit up with a smile. Fu Yun scratched her face. Mr. Yu, you don't mind, right? I don't mind. It's more lively with more people. Fu Yun sent a message to Tian and asked if Brother Qi and the rest were free, as well as Wei Xiaoya. However, in the end, only Tian was free. It was too sudden. They had already arranged things to do in the afternoon and could not find the time. After the lunch break, Xianxia put on makeup for Fu Yunrua. She looked like a completely different person. Then, she put on a hat and a pair of large black-rimmed glasses. The disguise was perfect. Then, Xianxia put on some makeup for Wen. Fu Yun was watching from the side. When she heard the doorbell ring, she went to open the door. An unfamiliar person appeared in front of her. He was wearing an ordinary black jacket and a hat. At first glance, he looked completely unfamiliar. Hello. It was also an unfamiliar voice. Fu Yun wanted to ask who it was, but she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. She asked uncertainly, Mr. Yu? You recognize me? The voice changed back to its familiar tone. Fu Yun couldn't help but take a few more glances. This change was amazing. She could still see some traces of her original beauty, but Siyu seemed to have changed his appearance. His skin was a few degrees darker, and he looked much more rugged. She didn't know what he did to his face, but even the shape of his face had changed. His eyebrows had also become ordinary thick eyebrows. How is it? Fu Yun gave him a thumbs up. Perfect. Fu Yun let him in. She secretly sighed in her heart. He was too amazing. When Siyu entered the house, Wen sized him up for a moment before recognizing that it was Siyu. She quickly rushed forward and circled around Siyu. Her little face lit up as if she wanted to learn this trick. Not long after, Tian arrived. They didn't drive out much and just drove Siyu's car. There was enough space for 4 adults and a child. They went to the largest amusement park in the capital. Now that the weather had warmed up, many people came to the amusement park to play. Not only were there adults bringing their children to play, but there were also couples or friends. Fu Yunrua looked at the crowded amusement park. It's going to take a long time to queue up. There were so many people queuing for every ride. 3 to 4 hours wouldn't be enough to play anything. Siyu said to Fu Yun, wait here. I'll be back soon. Then, Siyu quickly disappeared in front of him. Fu Yun asked Wen, which one do you want to play? Wen looked around excitedly. This is an amusement park. It's so lively and fun to look at. He hadn't been to an amusement park before. He was also someone who had been brought to an amusement park by his parents. Wen narrowed her eyes happily. Mommy, what do you want to play? I'll play with you. Wen said proudly. Fu Yun immediately smiled. Wen wants to play whatever Mommy wants to play. Then it would be difficult to choose. There were so many rides in the amusement park. When Siyu returned, he was holding a few unique black cards in his hand. Take these cards. If you want to play any ride, you don't have to queue. Go through the special passage. Siyu distributed the cards and gave one to each person. Wen suddenly heard a burst of screams. Not far away, on the winding and rugged roller coaster road, the roller coaster whistled past, leaving waves of exciting screams. Wen's eyes lit up. Mommy, let's take the roller coaster. It looked so fun. Fu Yun. The corner of her mouth twitched. Was it so exciting right from the start? Without waiting for her to reject, Siyu said, you haven't reached the age limit. You can't play for now. Wen said, oh, in disappointment. Fu Yun said, let's go ride the wooden horse. Ride the bumper cars? Before they could come to a conclusion, Tian said, let's walk and look around. If we see a ride that interests us, we'll play. When everyone heard this, they felt that it made sense. Hence, they decided to walk around first. Wen was too small. When he walked in the crowd, he was instantly drowned out. Furthermore, no matter how high he looked, he could only see one person. Siyu picked him up and placed him on his neck. Wen's vision instantly rose. It was as if he could see the mountains. He looked around happily. He was the tallest. The other children who sat on their father's neck were not as tall as him. As they walked, they finally saw a ride that was suitable for Wen. Hence, they brought Wen to play. After playing enough, they went to another ride. When they saw the merry-go-round, they went to ride it. Fu Yun took a lot of photos of Wen. At this moment, she felt regretful. Everyone was so good at disguising themselves that they could not recognize each other. Wen was soon high from playing and went to ride the bumper cars. Fu Yun and Wen were in one, while the others were in another. They wandered around the venue and bumped into each other. Fu Yun was also having a lot of fun and could not help but laugh. After playing once, they were not satisfied, so they played a second time. Wen's face was red. She said to Siyu, who was standing outside, Uncle Yu, come down and play too. Siyu waved his hand. Just as he was about to refuse, Fu Yun looked over with a smile, Mr. Yu, come and play too. It's very fun. Okay. Siyu walked down the stage and randomly chose a small car. His long legs were bent, but it still looked narrow. It did not match the style of the small car. Fu Yun could not help but laugh. Mom, quickly bump into Uncle Yu. Wen said excitedly. Fu Yun obeyed her command. Siyu's car was crooked. After a while, he mastered the skill and skillfully controlled the steering wheel. He nimbly avoided the mother and son's pursuit and ran around the venue. Wen was excited every time she saw that they were about to collide, but it was always just a little short. Wen pursed her lips, Uncle Yu, don't run like that. What was the point of playing chase if the bumper cars did not collide with each other? Siyu raised his eyebrows and changed direction. Then, he collided with Fu Yun's car. Wen was instantly happy. After 2 rounds, everyone was satisfied and moved on to the next event. While walking on the road, Tian's sharp eyes noticed that there were people selling candied fruits in the crowd not far away. Go and buy candied fruits. Wen heard and quickly said, I'll go too. Tian quickly held Wen's hand and squeezed through the crowd to chase after them. The candied fruits were running away. Wen. Fu Yun saw the two of them run into the crowd and quickly chased after them. The crowd in front of her surged, and she could not see them in the blink of an eye. Don't worry. Siyu pressed Fu Yun's shoulder, Xianxia is already following them. Fu Yun looked around, but Xianxia had already disappeared. Shall we go look for them? Fu Yun tried her best to tiptoe and look forward, but there were too many people and she couldn't see anyone familiar. She lifted her feet and walked forward, but she didn't expect to be grabbed by the wrist. Fu Yun looked over in confusion. Siyu said, let's wait here. They'll come back after they buy something. If we look for them, we'll miss them. Fu Yun thought about it and felt that it made sense. The few of them had chased after the candied hawthorn seller. They probably hadn't gone far and would be back soon. Hence, the two of them walked to a more conspicuous spot with fewer people and stood there. Fu Yun realized that Siyu had been holding her wrist. She moved her hand, but when the other party let go, she quickly withdrew her hand. That circle of wrist seemed to be on fire, and a steady stream of heat spread from it. Fu Yun unconsciously clenched her hand, trying to disperse the heat. Siyu turned his head to look at her and said with certainty, You're avoiding me. No, I'm not. Fu Yun avoided his gaze. Then, she made herself look not guilty at all. We're friends. Why would I avoid you for no reason? Is that so? Siyu raised his eyebrows. Of course. Your flower bed will be opening in 10 days, right? Will I have the honor of attending your opening ceremony? Sure. Fu Yunrua nodded. But you have to disguise yourself. Fu Yunrua looked at his current outfit and felt that it was fine. There would definitely be passers-by on the opening day. Fu Yunrua didn't want to cause a sensation because of Siyu's appearance. Although this was an invisible advertisement, his face was too eye-catching. Siyu Rua couldn't help but press her head. Are you looking down on me? Fu Yunrua quickly turned her head away. Don't touch me. My hat is going to be crooked. Siyu Rua chuckled softly. Fu Yunrua looked at him suspiciously. She was 70% sure that Siyu was interested in her, right? Should she make things clear first? Mom. A clear and loud voice was heard. Fu Yunrua turned around to take a look and ran over gently. She raised her small face and said, Where did you go? When I turned around, you were gone. Fu Yun could not help but pinch his chubby little face. You still have the cheek to say that. Who was the one who abandoned his mother and ran away? Wenwen blinked guiltily. I went to buy candied haws for Mom. The uncle selling candied haws followed the flow of people, and it was not easy for them to catch up. Where's the Tonghulu? Fu Yun looked at his empty little chubby hand. Wenwen turned around and saw that Tiantian's sister had already walked out from the crowd. He hurriedly ran over and took 2 red candied haws, then ran in front of Fu Yun. Mommy, here. Fu Yun took it. Thank you, Wenwen. Siyu asked, Where's mine? Wenwen looked up and hesitated for a moment. Then, he gave the other candied haws to him. Uncle, here. Tian bought one for each person and still had more in her hands. Then, she handed them to Wenwen. This candied haws is quite authentic. It's sweet and sour. It's delicious. Fu Yun had not eaten this snack for many years, so she was also quite interested. The group of people had a candied haws in their hands and ate as they walked. Fu Yun saw that Wenwen had already eaten 3, and was afraid that it would not be good for him to eat too much, so she told him not to eat any more. Wenwen looked at the remaining candied haws and was a little reluctant to part with them. However, he was an obedient child. Besides, he still had to save some for other delicious food, so he gave the remaining candied haws to Fu Yun. Fu Yun had already finished 1 skewer. No matter how delicious it was, she would not be able to eat so much in one go. Just as Fu Yun was in a difficult position, Siyu took the remaining candied haws from Fu Yun's hands and ate them without a change in expression. Wenwen pulled Fu Yun's hand and pointed at the very eye-catching Ferris wheel. He said excitedly, Mom, let's go ride the Ferris wheel. Then, Wenwen said with a little adult face, I heard that if we ride the Ferris wheel together and make a wish at the top, we can be together forever. He wanted to be with his mother forever. Fu Yun did not know whether to laugh or cry. Where did you hear this from? He was young but mischievous. When Siyu heard this, he flicked Wenwen's little head with his hand. That's when you're sitting with the person you like. Wenwen said confidently, Mom is the person I like the most. He was not a 3-year-old child. Of course, he knew that the Ferris wheel said that one could make a wish between lovers, but it did not say that it could not be between family members. Family members could also make a wish to be together forever. In this life, if he lived to be 80 years old, his mother would have to live to be 100 years old. This way, they would be together forever. Say this to your future wife. Wenwen puffed up his face and said unhappily, even if I have a wife, Mom is still the person I like the most. He would not be like other people who forgot about their mother after having a wife. He would treat his wife well, and he would also treat his mother well. He did not believe that his taste was so bad that he would fall in love with a wife who could not get along with such a good mother. Fu Yun was elated when she heard this. She felt that regardless of whether Wenwen could do it in the future, it was worth it to hear him say this sentence now. Fu Yun smiled and said, Mom will not be a third wheel in the future. She did not want to be an evil mother-in-law. In the future, when Wenwen had a family, she would not be disliked and would be a good mother-in-law who understood things. However, when she thought about how Wenwen would have a wife in the future, she felt sad and gratified. She hoped that her family's pig would be able to get a good cabbage. In the end, they went to ride the Ferris wheel. As there were 5 of them, Fu Yun, Wen, and Siyu sat in the same carriage. They played until 9 o'clock in the evening before returning home to have a good meal. For the next 2 days, whatever Wen wanted to do, Fu Yun agreed to it when she thought about how he would be going to kindergarten soon. Wen was very happy and everyone agreed to his requests. He was so happy that he rolled around. Soon, it was the day of kindergarten. On this day, not only Fu Yun, even Uncle Gua and Siyu personally sent Wen to school. Today was the first day of school, and it was very significant. It was rare for Fu Yun to dress up meticulously. She also dressed Wen up like a little prince who walked out of a fairy tale and vowed to make him the most handsome little brat in the kindergarten. In order to let Wen leave a good impression on the little classmates, Fu Yun put in a lot of effort and specially baked a box of bear biscuits for him to share with the little classmates and make good friends. 2 cars stopped at the school gate. Fu Yun, Wen, and the rest got out of the car. There was a group of adults and children at the gate, and it was very lively. Fu Yun held Wen's hand and walked forward. Siyu, who was wearing sunglasses and a disguise, walked on the other side and held Wen's hand. Uncle Guo looked around and nodded secretly. This kindergarten was not bad. Hello, Miss Fu. You are here. A young girl walked over and greeted them with a warm smile. Hello, Teacher Su. Teacher Su was the teacher of Wen's small class. In the future, she and 2 other teachers would be in charge of Wen's kindergarten. Wen looked up and greeted obediently, Teacher Su. Hello, Wen. Teacher Su's gaze landed on the tall man at the side. Is this Wen's father? Hello. Hello, Teacher Su. My surname is Si. Mr. Si. Fu Yun saw that Siyu actually acquiesced and hurriedly wanted to deny it, but Siyu had already started chatting with Teacher Su. Do you want to send the child to the classroom now? How is the school's curriculum arranged? What about the daily schedule and outdoor activities? Can we parents watch how the child goes to class today? How many children are in a class? Teacher Su answered patiently. Fu Yun missed the opportunity to explain. It felt weird to interrupt and explain again. She could only gloomily skip this topic. Forget it. Anyway, Siyu would not come to the kindergarten in the future. If it was a misunderstanding, then so be it. Teacher Su would probably forget about it in a few days. Our child is naughty. If she causes any trouble in school, tell us parents immediately. We will definitely teach her well. Of course. Teacher Su brought the parents to visit the school's classrooms. Before they reached the classroom, they heard crying. Teacher Su hurriedly said and hurriedly went to the classroom to help calm the children. Fu Yun and the others were a few steps behind and arrived at the classroom door. The one who cried the loudest was a fair and chubby child. He was hugging the thigh of a man in a suit and leather shoes and howling. Fu Yun saw the man's face turn black. Wen pursed her lips. These little brats were not weaned. It was just going to school. What was there to cry about? It was too childish. The children's cries shook the heavens, rising and falling one after another, lingering in the air. Fu Yunruo lowered her head to look at her child. Children all had a herd mentality. When one child cried, the other children would cry as well. However, Wen was not affected at all. His little expression was cool. Teacher Su quickly went to coax the children. She and the lifestyle teacher were very experienced. They could tell which children were really crying and which were just following the crowd. They quickly coaxed the group of children. Kong, who was crying the loudest, barely stopped crying. However, when he saw that his father was about to leave, he immediately pouted and continued crying. He did not want to go to kindergarten. The children who had just stopped crying continued crying. Kong's father had a headache from the crying. Then, he said to Kong, "Look, your little brother is not crying. Aren't you embarrassed to cry?" Kong, who was crying with his head raised and eyes closed, opened his eyes when he heard that. He saw his little brother looking at him curiously. His little brother looked better than the prettiest little princess he had ever seen. Kong sniffed and wiped his tears heroically. Then, he walked over and held Wen's hand. Little brother, my name is Kong. What's your name?" My name is Wenwen. Wenwen looked up and felt a little depressed. He realized that the children in the class seemed to be taller than him. When would he grow up? It was too worrying. Little brother Wenwen. When Kong Kong saw such a beautiful little brother, he immediately threw his thoughts of not going to kindergarten to the back of his mind. He pulled Wenwen and walked into the classroom happily. Wenwen waved at Fu Yunrua and the others, then followed Kong Kong into the classroom. Mom, you can go back. Come and pick me up in the afternoon. Little brother, sit here. Kong Kong's seat was next to him. He also sat in his seat and said happily, I'll sit with little brother. Don't worry, I'll protect you in kindergarten in the future. The little girl, who was wearing a pink sweater and gauze dress and playing with a doll, looked up and looked over. You look like my Prince Charming. Lele looked at him curiously and said in a childish voice, My Prince Charming is Wenwen. What's your name? Kong Kong said to Lele, Brother's name is Wenwen. You look like my Prince Charming, even your name is the same. Lele clapped her hands happily. Let me tell you, my idol Wenwen is the most handsome little prince. When I grow up, I want to marry him. Lele only remembered that she used to like a little Prince Charming on TV, but she hadn't seen him for half a year. Children tended to be forgetful. Even now, she still remembered the little Prince Charming's appearance and name. It was true love. Wenwen. Lele spoke very loudly. She did not expect that there would be Wenwen's little fangirls in the classroom. A chubby little girl said loudly, Wenwen will never marry you. He wants to marry me when he grows up because I'm the most beautiful little princess. I'm the prettiest little princess. Lele put her hands on her hips and retorted fiercely. My mom said that I'm the one. None of you are. I'm the prettiest and cutest little princess. Another short-haired little girl stood up and shouted. I am. I am. Wenwen. Fu Yun was like the other parents. She stood outside the classroom and saw Wenwen being surrounded by a group of children. She was happy. Her Wenwen was indeed popular. The parents stood outside for a while and began to talk to each other. That's my good-for-nothing boy. His name is Kong Kong. Hello, Kong Kong's father. That's my family's Wenwen. That's my daughter, Lele. I know you guys. My daughter likes Wenwen very much. She even learned from others to chase celebrities. She must be very happy now. Lele's mother said with a smile. Lele was actually going to kindergarten with her little Prince Charming. Just as she said that, she suddenly heard a commotion in the classroom. A few little girls were quarreling. When they heard the content of their quarrel, the adults laughed. The teachers were quite experienced and quickly coaxed the children into smiling. The little sisters held hands and made up. The parents stood outside for a while. When they saw that the children were adapting well, they left quietly. Siyu also said, Let's go too. Fu Yun nodded. She looked at them a few more times reluctantly. Then, she left with Siyu and Uncle Gua. When they reached the entrance of the kindergarten, Fu Yun looked at Siyu. Let's go to the flower bed. You. Siyu said, I have something to do at the company. I'll go over. Fu Yun nodded. In her heart, she felt that Siyu finally had something to do. The two sides separated. The flower bed officially opened soon. Fu Yun personally took care of the public area outside the flower shed. Because of the expansion of the business, the flower bed was not limited to orchids. A batch of flowers was also imported outside. There were also flowers left behind from the past. After Fu Yun rearranged them, they looked much more beautiful overall. Now that the winter snow had melted, the flowers were blooming in spring. Some of the flowers in the flower bed had already bloomed. When they bloomed in large numbers, they would definitely look beautiful. Fu Yun was absent-minded. It was Wenwen's first day of kindergarten. Fu Yun was worried that he would be bullied, whether he would be doing well, and whether he would not be used to it. Would he cry and look for his mother? Fu Yun looked at her phone from time to time. She looked at the time and messages, afraid that she would miss the message from the teacher. It was finally 3:40 p.m. Fu Yun and Xianxia went to the kindergarten to pick up the child. The kindergarten ended at 4:30 p.m. When they arrived at the kindergarten, it was 4:15 p.m. It was exactly 15 minutes early. This was the school entrance. There were already many parents waiting there. Fu Yun got out of the car and happened to see the parents of Wenwen's classmates gathering together to talk. Soon, it was 4:30 p.m. Not long after, the teachers walked out with groups of children who had lined up. Fu Yun saw her son among the children at a glance. Wenwen was the shortest child in the class and was first in line. Fu Yun went over and verified the information with Teacher Su. Fu Yun noticed that Wenwen was listless and felt anxious. What was wrong with Wenwen? Could he have been bullied? Mom. Wenwen saw Fu Yun and became a little more energetic, but he was still listless. She held Wenwen's hand. What's wrong with Wenwen? Teacher Su said, Wenwen is doing very well in school. Many children like to play with him. Teacher Su did not know why he was so listless after school. She had been paying attention to Wenwen at all times. He was not bullied. He was quite happy when he was playing games previously. Wenwen shook her hand. Mom, let's go home. Okay. Fu Yun held Wenwen's hand and got into the car. She asked with concern, what did the baby do in school? Can you share it with Mom? Wenwen was in low spirits. I don't want to go to kindergarten. When Fu Yun heard this, she asked anxiously, what's wrong? Did the other children bully you? Wenwen shook his head. No one bullied me. Then, can you tell Mom why you don't want to go to kindergarten? Wenwen sighed and said sternly, kindergarten is too childish. Most of the time, I play games. I want to study. Playing games was a waste of his time. Most importantly, he was actually very happy playing games. It was all because the environment had eroded his thoughts and assimilated him. He was clearly here to study. Fu Yun. She never expected that it would be for this reason. Mom, I want to go to primary school. Wenwen thought for a moment. Let's go to the 4th grade. Fu Yun said earnestly, baby, primary school is not something you can go to just because you want to. Although you are very capable, you still have to be down to earth and take one step at a time. Although Fu Yun taught Wenwen a lot of words and numbers, she was not a teacher after all. Without a system to teach him, Wenwen could not go to primary school at all. Even if he could go to primary school, she would not let him go so early. Think about it. The 4th grade is full of big brothers and sisters. Their desks are so high. If you sit on the chair, you can't even show your little head. You can't even see what the teacher is writing on the blackboard. How are you going to study? Wenwen. He looked at his small arms and legs and sighed sadly. Fu Yun said gently, kindergarten will also teach you knowledge. Today is the first day of school. The teacher wants you to get familiar with each other and familiarize yourself with the environment. That's why you played more games. Think about it, didn't you quickly become good friends with your classmates after playing the game? Do you want to play with your good friends again tomorrow? Wenwen hesitated. Was kindergarten like this? Kindergarten pays attention to education and fun. When you play games, will the teacher teach you knowledge? That was true. You can't think that kindergarten is not good just based on your first impression. How about this? You can go to kindergarten for another 1 or 2 weeks. If you still feel that you can't learn knowledge in kindergarten, we'll think of another way. Wenwen thought for a moment and felt that his mother made a lot of sense. Hence, he nodded. Okay. After resolving this matter, Wenwen's mood instantly improved. Mom, let me tell you. Kindergarten. Fu Yun smiled when she heard Wenwen's energetic little voice. After 8 o'clock, Siyu came back from outside and came to see how Wenwen was doing on his first day of school. At this time, Fu Yun took the child out for a walk. The green environment in the villa area was well done. It was brightly lit and there was a children's playground. Wenwen giggled as she followed the older child up and down the castle. Fu Yun stood outside and watched. When Siyu came over, he saw Lin Ji standing beside Fu Yun. The two of them were talking and laughing. Lin Ji's voice was slightly excited. Really? That's great. I'll definitely be there on time. Rua Rua. Mr. Yu. Siyu walked over and stood quietly between the two of them. Then, he smiled at Lin Ji and said, "Mr. Lin, what a coincidence." Fu Yun and Lin Ji were only separated by a person's distance. Siyu came in sideways and was very close to Fu Yun. She took 2 steps back and looked up. "Mr. C." Lin Ji's smile faded slightly and he greeted him politely. Siyu took a step back towards Fu Yun, forming a clear distinction between them. "What were you talking about just now?" Lin Ji smiled faintly and said, "Yun Yin invited me to attend the opening ceremony of her flower bed." "Yes, you should be invited. Everyone will welcome you." Lin Ji. He seemed to be careless. "Yun Yin also promised that I can go to the villa's greenhouse to see the orchids she's raising. Speaking of which, I'm the first fan to see the orchids with my own eyes. It's such an honor." "Huh." Siyu chuckled. He was the first fan to see the orchids with his own eyes. Wasn't he thinking too much? Fu Yun. Was this how friends got along with each other at first sight? Wasn't this clearly a tit for tat? "Yun Yun, can I take a few photos when the time comes?" Lin Ji walked past Siyu and stood in front of Fu Yun. "Of course." Wenwen looked up and saw the 3 adults. She stopped playing, and stopped exercising and quickly ran over. "Uncle Yu." Siyu carried the child over his head and spun him around before holding him in his arms. Fu Yun asked, "Wenwen, aren't you playing anymore?" Wenwen shook her head and emphasized, "I'm exercising." He wanted to grow taller as soon as possible. Yes, mommy was wrong. Baby is exercising. Fu Yun saw that it was about time and prepared to go back. Lin Ji said, "I'm going back too." They could go together. They lived in the same neighborhood and the chances of meeting were quite high. Fu Yun and Lin Ji met a few more times and knew each other's situation. Lin Ji's house was not far from Fu Yun's house. It was only a few buildings away. Fu Yun and Lin Ji walked in front while Siyu carried Wenwen and walked a step or 2 behind. Wenwen looked at them again and again. She leaned close to Siyu's ear and whispered, "Uncle Yu, is Uncle Lin trying to woo my mommy?" Siyu slowed down and put some distance between them before whispering, "He wants to be your stepfather." Siyu thought that with how much Fu Yun valued Wenwen, if Wenwen firmly opposed it, he would not be able to woo her no matter how hard he tried. Wenwen sized up Lin Ji and hesitated before saying reluctantly, "If mommy likes it, then it's okay." Siyu. As expected, sons were not considerate. As soon as Wenwen said that, he regretted it a little. However, he was a little older and was no longer that insecure person. Uncle Lin looked like someone who knew how to dote on people. He was not as immature and unreliable as Uncle Su. Although he wanted to monopolize his mother, he also hoped that his mother would have a confidant by her side. His mother loved him so much that she would not neglect him just because she had a new family. However, when he thought about how his mother had a new home and might have a baby in the future, and that he would not be his mother's only child, Wenwen felt depressed. Wenwen twisted his chubby body to get off the ground. After Siyu placed him on the ground, he immediately ran between the two of them. Wenwen held Fu Yunrua's hand. "Mom." Lin Ji patted Wenwen's head and revealed a happy smile. He did not feel that Wenwen was disturbing them. Instead, he felt that Wenwen was getting close to him. Siyu took a step forward and stood beside Fu Yunrua. "How is Wenwen doing in the kindergarten? Are you used to it?" Fu Yunrua nodded. "Yes, it's pretty good." "That's good. This kindergarten has a good evaluation in the circle. Wenwen's habits are pretty good." Fu Yunrua could tell that although the school fees were expensive, from the parents who sent their children to this kindergarten, most of them were either rich or respectable. To be able to be chosen by so many parents, this kindergarten was also outstanding. "I know that kindergarten. My niece is studying there." Lin Ji interrupted naturally. "That's good." After chatting for a while, Fu Yunrua and Wenwen arrived home. The mother and son said goodnight to the 2 adults and entered the house. The little guy ran and jumped, and his body was covered in sweat. Fu Yunrua brought Wenwen into the bathroom and got a basin of hot water for Wenwen to wipe her face, hands, and back. Then, she changed into her pajamas. After staying with Fu Yun for 2 nights, Wenwen took the initiative to go to her room to sleep alone. He felt that he had grown up and could no longer sleep with adults. Fu Yun brought Wenwen back to his room and coaxed him to sleep. Wenwen lay on the bed and looked at Fu Yun. She could not help but call out, "Mom." Wenwen wanted to ask if her mother was getting married. Was it Uncle Lin? But in the end, she didn't ask and closed her eyes. Fu Yunrua gently patted Wenwen's small body. She felt that Wenwen seemed to want to say something to her, but he closed his eyes and slept. Fu Yunrua did not disturb him. After the child fell asleep, she turned off the lights, leaving only a small lamp on the bedside. Then, she went out quietly. Since then, Wenwen went to kindergarten obediently every day and no longer said that she did not want to go. He found kindergarten quite interesting. He could learn some things and had many friends to play with. It was different from playing together in Xianxia village. He could play more in kindergarten and learn some knowledge. Wenwen found one of his shortcomings. He only knew some simple words and simple questions in English. He found that the children could speak other languages other than English fluently, such as Italian and French. Wenwen could not understand. He was stunned. He did not have the chance to go to kindergarten in his previous life. The primary school he went to was also very messy and bad. He ran away before he finished primary school and followed others to the film studio to earn money. Although he learned some things on his own later on, he did not go to school. He was a bad student who did not even have a primary school diploma. It turned out that even 4- or 5-year-old children were so outstanding. They spoke a series of foreign languages so fluently. Wenwen did not have a sense of superiority. He even felt a sense of urgency. If he could not compare to these children in the kindergarten exam, he would lose a lot of face. Wenwen was on the right track. Fu Yunrua put more energy into the flower garden. Soon, it was the day of the flower garden's opening. Fu Yunrua held a low-key but not too low-key opening ceremony. Low-key meant that she only invited her family and friends. Low-key meant that she had many family and friends, and many of them were elites and celebrities in the industry. After chatting with Brother Fatty and the others in the livestream circle, she sent out invitations one by one. Those who were in the capital and nearby would personally attend. Those who were far away would also attend the opening ceremony. There were also her senior brothers and sisters, the people Uncle Gua knew, the business partners she knew, and Brother Yuan and the others. Fu Yunrua only realized that she had so many friends that she could confide in. They were all reliable people. She had never been more aware that she was no longer alone in this world. Siyu arrived early, but he knew that his face was not suitable to meet passers-by. Otherwise, it would be easy for him to steal the limelight. Therefore, he had been staying in the inner circle to help entertain the guests. An old man with white hair and wearing a traditional Tang suit with a walking stick got out of the car. Beside him was a personal assistant wearing glasses. "Old Gua, you're finally willing to come out of your corner of the mountain?" The first thing the old man said when he saw Uncle Gua was to mock him impolitely. Uncle Gua's temper was not bad at all. Instead, he was proud. "My student insisted that I come out. She's so filial to me. I'm not like you. Everyone I meet is heartless. Have you cultivated the supreme grade regal orchid?" "I haven't cultivated it, but my Ruoro is quite lucky. She's only been in the orchid industry for 3 or 4 years, and she's already cultivated a supreme grade mutated lotus petal orchid. Ruoro, let me introduce you. This is Director Gon of the Ecological Botany Research Institute." "Hello, Director Gon." Director Gon did not mind Uncle Gua's sarcasm at all. He smiled at Fu Yunrua and nodded with satisfaction. "She's a good child." Then, he said to Uncle Gua, "I can't compare to you in terms of imparting knowledge. You're really lucky to have met such a talented seedling. It seems that you know your own limits." Fu Yunrua looked at the 2 old men curiously. Seeing them bicker as if no one else was around, she could not help but ask Qi Weiqing in a low voice. "Brother Qi, who are Uncle Gua and Director Gon?" Qi Weiqing did not know whether to laugh or cry. They're born to be enemies. Uncle Gua and Director Gon were from the same batch. Both of them specialized in the same field and were equally outstanding. Back then, they were young and frivolous. Neither of them was willing to submit to the other. They disliked each other and competed all the way to the top. Their relationship was bad for a while. Later on, the two of them competed to see who could cultivate a supreme-grade mutated orchid first. In the end, Director Gon won. Uncle Guo was so angry that he left the capital and returned to his hometown. He was not willing to lose just like that. After returning to his hometown, he focused on cultivating supreme-grade mutated orchids. He swore to turn the tables. After so many years, they were also old. Their attitudes were much gentler than before. Although they would still be at each other's throats, at least they could sit together and drink tea. Although Uncle Guo had not cultivated an orchid that could beat Director Gon's, he had taught many good students. Now that he had Ruoruo, he finally had a successor. Director Gon was different. Although he had great achievements in Lani, he did not have a successor. Fu Yunrua saw the two of them sitting at the side and drinking tea while bickering. She knew that their relationship was not bad. After accompanying them for a while, she went to greet the other guests. The opening ceremony went smoothly. Fu Yunrua thought that her place was remote and would not have many customers before she made a name for herself. She did not expect to receive a few customers on the first day. It was a good start. She originally thought that Sister Wang could handle the customers in front of her for the time being. Unexpectedly, she had to go with Sister Zhang to help. Fu Yunrua did not deliberately hide or promote herself. However, many passers-by who came to watch recognized her. Many fans also knew about her. However, most of her fans were rational. Only some of her fans who were in the capital said that they would go and take a look during the holidays. Therefore, it did not affect Fu Yunrua much. Her friends had posted on their WeChat moments to help promote her. Indeed, many people who needed it came to take a look out of curiosity. In addition to selling flowers and related products, they also took on some business such as landscaping and landscaping for offices. Some office buildings needed green plants. Every year, they needed many indoor potted plants. After negotiating the contract, they would be a fixed source of customers. Fu Yunrua immediately posted a recruitment notice on the second day after the opening ceremony and recruited 2 more shop assistants. Wenwen went to kindergarten happily every day. The business of the flower garden was also booming. Everything was going smoothly. Fu Yunrua was completely relieved. The string that had been pressing down on the bottom of her heart finally relaxed. Then, she fell ill. When it was time to get up, Fu Yunrua lay on the bed. She was dizzy and had a stuffy nose. She felt weak all over. Ever since she came to this world, she had not fallen ill. This time, she fell ill with a vengeance. She almost could not get out of bed. If Wenwen saw her walking out in this state, he would probably be shocked. Fu Yunrua was also worried that she would pass the illness to him. She endured the discomfort and sent a message to Xianxia, asking her to send Wenwen to school. She explained to him that there was an emergency at the flower garden and that she had rushed over early in the morning, so she could not send him off. Xianxia immediately asked Fu Yunrua what was wrong. "It's nothing. It's just a small cold. I'll go to the hospital later to get some medicine. Otherwise, it won't be good if the child is infected." Fu Yunrua did not even open the door and directly replied to the message. Xianxia was a little relieved when she heard that, but she still wanted to confirm it with her own eyes. However, at this moment, there was movement in Wenwen's room. Xianxia turned around and saw Wenwen skipping out of the room. He had already developed the habit of waking up on time every morning. He no longer needed his mother to wake him up every day. "Sister Xingnan, good morning." "Good morning." Wenwen ran downstairs and did not see his mother. He looked around strangely. "Where's Mom?" Xianxia walked down the stairs. "Something happened at the flower garden. Your mother rushed over early in the morning. I'll send Wenwen to school today, okay?" Wenwen was a little disappointed when he heard that, but he was still very sensible. He did not make any noise. He asked with concern, "What's the matter?" "I don't know. You can ask Mom when she comes back tonight." Wenwen nodded and did not say anything else. It was just that breakfast did not taste good. Sigh. Wen finished his breakfast and jumped down from the chair. I'm done eating, Sister Xingnan. Okay, then let's go to school. Wen walked out of the house and stood by the roadside, waiting for the car to drive over. Siyu came back from training and saw Wen standing alone with a small school bag. He asked in confusion, Wen, where's your mother? Uncle Yu. Wen sighed worriedly. Mom went to the flower garden. He did not know what had happened. Siyu raised his eyebrows. Before he could ask more, Xianxinan's car had already stopped by the roadside. Wen went forward to open the car door. Siyu opened it first and then helped to fasten the seatbelt. Xianxingnan saw Siyu help but did not get out of the car. Her expression was calm, but her heart was anxious. She was still worried about Fu Yun and could only ask Siyu to take care of her. She hinted, Mr. Yu, since you're here, Yun Rua would like to ask you to help take care of the orchids in her greenhouse. Siyu nodded. He felt strange. If Fu Yun had not always treasured her flowers, why would she not let him and Wen touch them? Before he could think about it, Wen waved her chubby little hands at him. Goodbye, Uncle Yu. Siyu watched the car leave before turning to go to the Fu family's house next door. Xianxingnan had just given the key to the Fu family's house to Siyu, so he opened the door and went in. He walked around the courtyard and went to the greenhouse to take a look, but he didn't touch Fu Yunrua's flowers. He felt that if he touched her flowers, Fu Yunrua would hurt him badly. Not long after, he received a message on his phone. It was from Xianxingnan, and it was a very short sentence. She asked him to check on Fu Yunrua. She was at home? She didn't go to the flower bed? If Fu Yunrua didn't send Wen off and even lied to him that she wasn't home, the problem must be very serious. Siyu immediately entered the house and went up to the second floor before knocking on Fu Yunrua's door. Although he had entered Fu Yunrua's room every day on the day he helped her move, he knew which room it was. Fu Yunrua was in a daze. She had fallen asleep after sending the message to Xianxingnan. When she heard the incessant knocking on the door, she thought that she had slept for a long time and that Xianxingnan had already returned after sending Wen off. She lifted the blanket and got out of bed. Just as she stood up, she felt a blur in front of her eyes. She staggered to open the door. Xingnan. Her voice was hoarse and weak. Fu Yunrua held onto the doorframe and didn't even have the strength to look up. Siyu saw that Fu Yunrua's lips were pale and her face was abnormally red. His expression changed instantly. He stepped forward and carried Fu Yunrua in his arms before walking in quickly. You're sick. Fu Yunrua, who was holding on to the door, suddenly felt the world spin around her. She was dizzy for a long time before she slowly regained her senses. Was Xingnan such a boyfriend? Huh? Why did his voice sound so much like a man's? Fu Yunrua leaned weakly against his strong chest and raised her head with difficulty. Mr. Yu. She instinctively struggled. But her whole body was weak, so her movements could be ignored. Siyu said in a low voice, don't talk. Rest well. Fu Yun's reaction was much slower now that she was sick. She only reacted after she was placed on the bed and covered with a thick blanket. Her voice was weak as she said, thank you. Siyu placed her on the bed and touched her forehead. It was burning hot. Fu Yunrua's mind was in a mess. She lay on the bed and fell asleep again. Before she lost consciousness, she seemed to hear Siyu saying something. Siyu called the family doctor and asked him to hurry over before he hung up the phone. Then, he looked at Fu Yun's weak face and frowned. Seeing that she wasn't sleeping well, Siyu went to get a basin of water and a small handkerchief. When he came back, he saw that Fu Yun had lifted the blanket and her face was red with sweat. Siyu covered her with the blanket. Fu Yunrua struggled unwillingly and muttered, it's hot. Be good. It won't be hot soon. Siyu comforted her gently. Because Fu Yunrua was restless, her pajamas were unruly. The neckline was slanted open, revealing her exquisite collarbone. Siyu was dazzled by the faintly discernible fair and delicate skin, but he couldn't think of anything else. He comforted her softly. Siyu wrung a wet towel and wiped her face and forehead. Perhaps she felt more comfortable, so she didn't kick the blanket away. Fu Yunrua didn't have much consciousness during this period, so she didn't know what she had experienced. She only knew that there was a voice coaxing her to eat something bitter. She seemed to cry out of grievance. Then, she tasted something sweet in her mouth and was coaxed to stop crying. She then fell asleep peacefully. After Fu Yunrua fell asleep, she dreamed of her childhood again. When she was young, she was sick and refused to eat bitter medicine. Her grandparents surrounded her and coaxed her for a long time. Her grandfather even sang her a song to coax her to sleep. Although her parents were often not by her side when she was young, her grandparents doted on her like she was the apple of their eye. She had a very happy childhood. She seemed to have returned to her childhood. She stayed by her grandparents' side and acted coquettishly. That kind of reassuring feeling made her smile in her sleep. Siyu sat at the head of the bed and hugged her. It wasn't easy for him to comfort her, but this woman hugged him and didn't let go. She rubbed her face against his chest. Perhaps she smelled the medicine on his chest. She even scrunched up her face and muttered, "Smelly." Siyu was angry and amused. She was the one who vomited the medicine on him, and now she despised him? Dr. Meng, who was at the side, silently lowered his presence. It was as if this was the first time he got to know his boss. Was this still the boss who was obsessed with cleanliness? He was so patient with a woman and didn't even mind that she had vomited on him. No wonder there were rumors that the boss's wife was coming. If this wasn't his boss's true love, he would twist his head off and kick it like a ball. Dr. Meng couldn't help but take a few more glances. In the end, Siyu's sharp gaze pierced over. Dr. Meng silently looked away and complained in his heart. This possessiveness. Dr. Meng said in all seriousness, "Miss Fu is fine. After her fever subsides, she will be fine after a good rest." This illness seemed very serious, but it wasn't serious enough to require hospitalization. The cause of her illness wasn't complicated. She was overworked and under too much pressure. She had been tense all this time. Once she relaxed, wouldn't her body collapse? Moreover, it was a new season now. If she wasn't careful, she would catch a cold. With so many factors, wouldn't she have a fever and a cold? Siyu didn't think it wasn't serious. Her fever had already reached 40 degrees Celsius. She was lucky that it didn't turn into pneumonia. Her fever was under control after the injection, but what if her illness relapsed? Therefore, Dr. Meng could only stay for now. When she opened her eyes again, she was still lying on her bed. However, there was a shelf beside her bed with a bottle hanging upside down. She subconsciously moved, but her right hand couldn't move. A low voice came from beside her. "Don't move." Fu Yun was a little more awake at this moment. She turned her head and saw Siyu sitting by the bed and pressing her hand. There was a needle on the back of her hand and she was on an 4 drip. "Mr. Yu?" Fu Yun's voice was hoarse. "Why are you here?" Siyu looked at her and said, "You're sick." He let go of her hand and poured a cup of warm water for Fu Yun. Fu Yun knew that she was on an 4 drip and didn't move. She waited for Siyu to bring a cup of water over before she took it with her other hand that wasn't on an 4 drip. "I'm sorry to have caused you trouble." Fu Yun didn't expect that Siyu would take care of her here. Siyu avoided her hand and sat on the bed to help her up. "It's not convenient for you now. I'll feed you." Siyu's words were irrefutable. He held Fu Yun in his arms and fed her water. Fu Yun didn't dare to move. She quickly took the cup and drank half of it before saying, "Thank you." Siyu let her continue lying down and put the cup aside. "How am I?" "You have a fever of 40 degrees. Now that your fever has subsided a little, you have to be careful not to rise again." Oh, no wonder she still felt soft all over and hot. Fu Yun looked outside and was a little anxious. "What time is it now?" 3 in the afternoon. Fu Yun heard and heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't 4:30 yet. She almost didn't have time to pick up when. Siyu knew what she was thinking. "You need to rest more." Fu Yun said, "I feel much better." She was shocked when she recalled her dizzy state in the morning. However, she felt much more energetic now. Siyu said again, "You need to rest more." Siyu knew that one of the causes of Fu Yun's illness was excessive fatigue. He was annoyed that he had only secretly provided some convenience and didn't interfere with her career. If he had helped a little more, she wouldn't have been so tired. She had been in the capital for so long, but the flesh on her face hadn't recovered. Now that she was sick, she was even weaker. This time, no matter what, he had to let her recover before talking about other things. Fu Yun. She didn't know why, but she felt guilty when she saw his gaze. Yunrua, you're finally awake. Xianxia knocked on the door and pushed it open. She heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that Fu Yun had woken up. When she came back and saw Fu Yun's condition, she was really shocked. This wasn't as simple as an ordinary cold. Fortunately, she was worried and asked Mr. Siyu to take a look. If it weren't for the fact that Mr. Siyu's family's private doctor was very skilled and was able to quickly control his condition, as well as the complete set of medical equipment that he had brought, she would have sent him to the hospital. Fu Yun smiled embarrassedly. I've made you worry. It's good that you're fine. After Xianxia confirmed that she was fine, she quickly went out and came up with a bowl of plain porridge. You haven't eaten for a day. You must be starving, right? Fu Yun actually didn't have much of an appetite, but she knew that she had to eat something appropriately to recover quickly. Therefore, she forced herself to eat half a bowl. She couldn't eat any more. Siyu and Xianxia persuaded her for a while. Seeing that she really couldn't eat, they didn't force her. Not long after, an old doctor in a white coat came in. He looked at Fu Yun with kindness and friendliness. Hello, Miss Fu. My surname is Meng. I'm Mr. Siyu's family doctor. Hello, Dr. Meng. Fu Yun greeted and thanked him again. Fu Yun couldn't help but look at Siyu. Mr. Yu actually had a family doctor? Siyu said, sometimes you need to adjust your body shape for filming. It's safer to have a doctor. When Fu Yun heard this, she felt that it made sense. Acting was very difficult. Sometimes the plot required her to be thin, and sometimes she needed to be fat. It was safer to have a doctor by her side. Then, should she also prepare a family doctor? Wen would also need a family doctor when she was filming in the future. Wen. Dr. Meng, will I recover in half an hour? She still had to fetch Wen home. Dr. Meng. The corners of his mouth twitched. No matter how good my medical skills are, I can't make a patient recover in a day. Fu Yun couldn't help but pat her head. She felt that she was going to become stupid from this illness. What kind of silly question was this? If she could recover so quickly, it would be a miracle. But what about Wen? Siyu said, just let Xianxia fetch her. Fu Yun hesitated. She didn't send Wen to school in the morning. If she didn't pick her up after school, Wen would have objections. Wen is a sensible child. If he knew that you dragged your sick body to fetch him, wouldn't he be even sadder? Fu Yun thought about it and felt that it made sense, so she agreed. She nestled in bed like an obedient and cute kitten. Mr. Yu, I'm much better now. If you have something to do, you can do it. I can do it alone. Although she didn't know how long Siyu had been taking care of her for, she was now awake and didn't need to be taken care of. There was no need to waste other people's time. Siyu's expression didn't change as she said lightly, I'm fine. Oh. Fu Yun actually wanted to say something, but at this moment, she couldn't quite say it. She thought that perhaps she was a little weak and pretentious because she was sick, so she wanted someone to accompany her. Fu Yun was still sick after all. After lying down for a while, she started to feel sleepy again and fell asleep after a while. Siyu didn't disturb her. Seeing that there was still less than half of the drip to go, she sat quietly by the side. Dr. Meng tactfully left at some point. Wen followed the teacher out and saw Xianxia immediately. He looked around but didn't see his mother. Sister Xingnan, where's Mom? Mom has something to do and can't make it. I'm here to pick Wen up, Xianxia said. Then, she confirmed with the teacher and took Wen to where the car was parked. Wen was instantly filled with worry. He looked up at Xianxia and asked, Sister Xingnan, what happened to Mom? Wen knew that if it wasn't for something, his mother would definitely have come to pick him up. Xianxia thought that she wouldn't be able to hide it from Wen when he got home, so she said, "Mom is sick. She's resting at home now." Wenwen was instantly anxious when he heard that. He quickly climbed into the car and urged, "I want to go back to see Mom." Xianxia saw that he quickly fastened his seatbelt and quickly got into the car to drive back. Although the child kept urging her to drive faster, Xianxia still paid attention to the traffic rules and didn't exceed the speed limit. Wenwen felt very guilty. His mother must have been sick in the morning, but he hadn't thought of that. She had been sick for the whole day and he hadn't been by her side. The school was only a 10-minute drive from the neighborhood, but Wenwen felt that it was so long. He anxiously waited and finally saw the neighborhood. When the car stopped at the entrance, he quickly got out of the car and ran into the house. The door was open, so Wenwen pushed the door open and ran in. Siyu saw that Wenwen's short legs were running so fast that he didn't even see her standing at the side. He only wanted to run upstairs quickly. When he passed by Siyu, he quickly scooped Wenwen up. Wenwen anxiously flailed his arms and legs and struggled. "Uncle Yu, put me down. I want to see Mom." Siyu said, "Your mother is sleeping. Are you trying to wake her up by rushing up so recklessly?" Wenwen stopped struggling when he heard that. He looked up at Siyu, his big eyes full of anxiety. "Uncle Yu, is Mom okay?" Siyu's voice softened. "I'm fine. I'm just too tired. That's why I caught a cold and had a fever. I need more rest now. Let's sneak in and take a look, but we can't disturb Mom." Wenwen nodded heavily. Siyu carried Wenwen upstairs and gently opened the door. He walked in quietly and stopped a few steps away from the bed. Wenwen opened her eyes wide. At this moment, Fu Yun's complexion was much better than it was in the morning, but she was still a little haggard. However, Wenwen had never seen her mother so weak. Her eyes were filled with tears. Was it too hard for her mother to raise him? After reading it, Siyu left quietly with Wenwen. Then, they started a conversation between men. Siyu felt that raising a child also had to teach him to be reasonable. He also had to understand that it was not easy for parents to shelter their children from the wind and rain, so he told him the reason for Fu Yun's illness. Then he said, "You're the little man in the family now. Mom is a weak woman. We have to protect Mom well and be sensible and considerate children. At this time, Mom is most concerned about Wenwen. Wenwen can take good care of yourself, right?" Wenwen nodded solemnly. "I'll take good care of myself." He clenched his little fists. "I'll take good care of Mom too." Siyu rubbed Wenwen's head and did not say anything. When Fu Yun woke up again, her head was still groggy. The lights in the room were turned on, and she saw that the sky outside the window had already darkened. Xianxia and the others came up to take a look from time to time. Soon, they knew that Fu Yun had woken up. Soon, they all came up. "Mom." Fu Yun saw Wenwen not far away. The little boy's eyes were brimming with tears because Siyu was holding the back of his collar and did not let him get too close. "Wenwen." Fu Yun squeezed out a smile. "I'm sorry. Mom lied to you. Mom couldn't send you to school. It wasn't because something happened in the garden." How could Wenwen not know that his mother was afraid that he would be worried, so she told a white lie. "It's okay." However, he also knew how to negotiate. "I won't be going to school tomorrow. I have to stay at home to take care of Mom." Fu Yun hesitated. Wenwen said, "I'll get Teacher Su to send me tomorrow's homework and study content. I can learn at home too." Siyu said from the side, "I'll teach him." Fu Yun could only agree. He could stay at home, but he could not stay in front of her for too long in case he got infected. Wenwen only had time to say a few words to Fu Yun before Siyu took him out. Xianxia brought a light meal for Fu Yun. She ate a few mouthfuls and really lost her appetite. She made tomato egg noodles for her to appease her appetite before she could eat some. Not long after eating, it was time to take her medicine. Fu Yun took the medicine without changing her expression and continued to lie down. Fu Yun's illness came like a landslide and left like silk. She did not hide it and everyone in her circle of friends knew about it. Those who were close to her, such as Tian Tian, personally came to see her. Those who were far away called her on WeChat to express their greetings. Uncle Gua also ran back. When he saw Fu Yun's appearance, his heart ached and he was angry. In the end, he was angry at himself. If it weren't for the fact that he was too old and could not help much, Fu Yun would not be so tired. Fu Yun was on an 4-drip for 3 days. She no longer had a fever and instead had coughing and nasal congestion. This cough would not recover in a day or two. At night, she would cough so much that her heart and lungs were torn apart. Perhaps it was because she had not been sick for too long, but this illness was quite serious and did not recover quickly. Wen accompanied her at home for 4 days, including the weekend. In the end, under Fu Yun's insistence, he could only go to school with a heart full of worries. Because his mother was sick, Wen was not in the mood to play at school. He also became quiet and steady. He would only be more lively when his close friends, Kong Kong, Lei, and a few others came to play. Every day, he looked forward to leaving school early and going home early to accompany his mother. Once school was over, Wen was the most active one. Today, he and his classmates followed Teacher Su as usual. However, when they went out, they did not see Sister Xingnan and Grandpa Gua. Instead, they saw a few unfamiliar acquaintances. If they had not appeared in front of him, Wen would have really forgotten about them. After all, every day was so exciting. How could he have time to think about those people who made him uncomfortable? The moment he saw them, Wen looked as if he was facing a formidable enemy. His little chubby face instantly became serious. Fu Zonghong walked in front of Teacher Su and Wen. His tone was cold and hard. "I'm Fu Wen's grandfather. I'm here to bring him home." Wen, a harmless-looking woman at the side, had a kind face and said warmly, "Hello, Teacher Wen." Then, she looked at Wen with a kind gaze. "Wen, do you still remember your grandfather?" Wen unconsciously grabbed Teacher Su's hand. His hair stood on end, but he straightened his small body and tried his best to glare over. He was not afraid of them. Teacher Su looked at the 2 beautiful strangers suspiciously. "I'm sorry, I've never seen you before. I can't hand the child over to you." When the school handed over the child to the parents, to prevent accidents, they would confirm with the parents that there would be a designated person to pick up the child. If that person could not come in time, they would have to change the person. The parents would have to confirm with the school personally. If some stranger suddenly appeared out of nowhere to claim the child, or if this relative was not a good person, wouldn't they harm the child if they handed the child over easily? Wen's mother had been sick recently. The people who came to pick her up were her assistant and grandfather, not this grandfather whom they had never seen before. Moreover, looking at Wen's resistance, it was not certain if this person was her grandfather. Fong Wanting said, "Wen, your grandpa's car broke down, so he can't pick you up. We happened to be on the way, so we came over." When Wen heard this, he understood that Grandpa Gua was already under their control. He had to obediently follow them. Otherwise, they could not ensure Grandpa Gua's safety. This was a blatant threat. Wen immediately let go of Teacher Su's hand. "I'll go with you." He could not hurt Grandpa Gua and Sister Xingnan. Teacher Su was still worried. "Wen, is this really your grandfather?" Wen looked up at Fu Zonghong and reluctantly replied, "Yes." A man who looked like Fu Zonghong's assistant passed a name card to Teacher Su. "This is Chairman Fu's name card. If you have any questions, you can contact us." Teacher Su took a few more glances and finally recognized that this was a successful person who often appeared in the finance industry. However, this was not a reason to disobey the rules. "I'd better confirm with Wen's mother first." When Wen heard this, he felt that his mother was still sick. He could not bother her with these things. What if his mother's condition worsened because of anger? He quickly grabbed Fu Zonghong's hand and dragged him forward. "Teacher Su, Mom will definitely know. We'll leave first. If you're really worried, you can send Uncle Yu a message." Wen did not believe that a famous person like Fu Zonghong would do anything bad to him if he took him away in broad daylight. Since that was the case, he would take his mother's place and barge into this tiger's den. Fu Zonghong's brows were originally tightly knitted together. When Wen's soft and chubby hand suddenly grabbed his fingers, he could not help but tremble and involuntarily followed behind them. Teacher Su watched as Wen dragged him away quickly. She did not even manage to stop him. After some thought, she felt that she should inform Mr. Yu whom Wen had mentioned. Teacher Su was not oblivious to what was going on outside. She knew quite a bit about the Fu family's dispute that was spreading like wildfire online. If Wen's mother and Wen were to face the Fu family alone, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. She hoped that Mr. Yu, who had a close relationship with Wen and her son, would be of help. Wen followed Fu Zonghong and the rest to the car. His little face immediately tensed up and he said coldly, "I'll go with you. You're not allowed to hurt Grandpa Gua and Sister Xingnan." Fu Zonghong's face, which had just calmed down, instantly darkened. He was furious. Bastard. However, when he saw the eyes that were exactly the same as Fu Yun's and the face that was 70 to 80% similar, he did not scold him in the end. Instead, he said unhappily, "What nonsense did your mother tell you? Am I the kind of person who breaks the law?" Feng Wanting said gently, "Your grandfather has always been concerned about you. He's a good person and would not do anything to hurt you or the people close to you." However, Wen was full of doubts. "Then my family's car really broke down. Did you guys do something behind the scenes?" Feng Wanting's face stiffened. Fu Zonghong said bluntly, "I got someone to stop it. He wanted to bring his grandson home and could not be bothered to argue with others." "Are Grandpa Gua and the rest all right?" Feng Wanting comforted him again. "We won't hurt you." Fu Zonghong snorted coldly. He was obviously displeased with Wen's concern for outsiders. Wen was extremely annoyed. It was all his fault for thinking too much and taking the initiative to board the pirate ship. His little face tensed up. "Then why are you holding me hostage?" He looked out of the car window. The scenery outside was unfamiliar. It was not the way to send him home at all. Fu Zonghong was furious. "What do you mean by holding you hostage? I'm your grandfather. Is bringing you home a hostage?" Fu Zonghong was furious. He heard that Fu Yun was bringing their son back to the capital to settle down, so he waited for her to express her goodwill. He had waited for so long, but he did not see her at all. If Wan Ping had not been persuading him, he would not have made this trip. She did not know what was good for her. However, when he met Wen's eyes, it was as if a basin of ice water had been poured over his anger, and it instantly cooled down. Fu Zonghong snorted coldly and turned his head to look out of the window. Feng Wanting said kindly, "Wen, don't think that your grandfather is fierce. He actually cares about you. He's just a paper tiger." Wen turned his head away. He would not admit that he had hurt his mother's heart. Wen said sternly, "I want to go home. Your mother will be here later. Be good." Was he going to inform his mother? Wen's brows furrowed tightly. How could he say that he cared about his mother and him? His mother had been sick recently, but they did not even let her go to the flower beds and allowed her to recuperate at home. If he really cared, why didn't he visit her personally? He even used this kidnapping method to force his mother to come over. Was he really trying to express goodwill and not start a feud? Although Wen reminded Teacher Su to contact Uncle Yu, what if she contacted his mother instead? Wouldn't his mother be anxious when she heard the news? Wen glanced at the woman who was smiling kindly. Could it be her idea? Wen was just a child, and it was not safe for him to go home without someone to send him home. Seeing that they would not send him home, he did not make a fuss. The car drove into a small district and stopped in front of a villa. Feng Wanting reached out to carry Wen out of the car, but Wen ducked down and got out of the car himself. Feng Wanting retracted her hand, but her smile did not change. She said gently, "This is the Fu residence." Wen looked around. Was this where his mother used to live? He looked up. "Didn't you say that this is my home?" Feng Wanting's smile did not change. "This is the Fu residence, and it's also your home." Fu Zonghong snorted coldly and walked into the house first. Wen walked in with her short legs and then heard the voice of the woman she hated the most. "Uncle, did you and Mom bring her back?" His voice was filled with joy. The next moment, Feng Shue's figure appeared in front of him. "Wen, nice to meet you." Feng Shue's face was full of smiles, and her whole body was radiating kindness. She leaned over slightly and extended her hand to Wen. Wen stared at her hand and bared her white teeth. Feng Shui recalled the pain he felt when he was bitten, and subconsciously withdrew his hand. Wenwen revealed a cute smile. Feng Shui's smile froze. In her eyes, Wenwen was a little devil. Feng Wanting patted Feng Shui. Alright, don't scare the child. Then she looked at Wenwen. Wenwen. Wenwen did not have the patience to face the mother and daughter's hypocritical faces. He turned around and walked into the house. He walked to the sofa in the living room and climbed onto it to sit down. Fu Zonghong sat on the other side and looked at Wenwen. At the beginning, he was angry with this child. Fu Yan's unfilial daughter had really embarrassed him, and the existence of this child constantly reminded him of the stupid things that his unfilial daughter had done. But this child looked too much like Yunrua. It reminded him of Yunrua's childhood, when she was still an obedient child. Later on, he thought about it carefully. If Fu Yun could not take over Fu's enterprise, he could still work for more than 10 years. It was better to train this child well so that he could take over. Since the child had the surname Fu, he was a child of the Fu family. If he raised him well, he would not be like Fu Yun. He taught the child to be close to the family. No matter whether they were related by blood or not, they were still family. When he was not around in the future, Wanping would not be bullied. Fu Zonghong had not met such a young child for a long time and did not know how to communicate. He only knew how to ask awkwardly, "Are you hungry? Have some pastries. Do you want to watch cartoons?" Wenwen blinked and shook her head. "I want to go home. Take me home, or Mom will be worried." Fu Zonghong pulled a long face. "This is your home." "Yes, Wenwen. Although your mom has misunderstood us, we are still family." Feng Shui's voice was gentle. Wenwen thought in his heart, "Who is family with you? If we really live under the same roof, I will not be able to sleep." He jumped off the sofa and ran to Fu Zonghong's side. He hid by the sofa beside him and looked at Feng Shui with a pair of timid eyes. "You are a bad person." Then he looked up at Fu Zonghong pitifully. "She brought people to bully me and Mom. She is so fierce." Feng Shui's face stiffened and she suddenly felt wronged. She looked at Fu Zonghong and wanted to say something but stopped. Wenwen's eyes were filled with tears and she looked terrified and helpless. "Nonsense. Why would Shuirua bully you?" Fu Zonghong said instinctively. With Fu Yun's personality, it was good enough that she did not bully them. Wenwen sniffled and said timidly with a sobbing tone, "Everyone knows. There are even videos online." Fu Zonghong looked at the messy information online impatiently. When he heard Wanping say that the gossip reporters on the internet used their family matters as a topic of discussion, he immediately asked his subordinates to delete them. When he heard Wenwen say this, he immediately looked at Feng Shui. Feng Shui moved her lips, but before she could say anything, Feng Wanting said apologetically, "This is Shuirua's fault. She was so happy that she finally found her sister. Coincidentally, the boy from the Chang family was also there, so we went to look for Yunrua. We didn't expect Yunrua to." Feng Wanting said it vaguely. Fu Zonghong immediately thought of Yunrua's hostility towards Shuirua. Wanping had also mentioned it to him. When the adults had a conflict, the child would side with the person close to him. Naturally, he would feel that his mother was being bullied. "It's my fault." Feng Shui looked like she wanted to get closer but didn't dare to. She said carefully, "Wenwen, I apologize to you again. Can you forgive me?" Fu Zonghong felt that it was just a small matter. It was fine to talk things out. The child was still young and could be taught slowly. He lowered his head to look at Wenwen and said in a lecturing tone, "As a man, you must have a correct view of right and wrong. Don't learn from. Your mother is prejudiced against people." Wenwen didn't wait for him to finish speaking. She sat on the ground and cried miserably. Wenwen thought to himself that no wonder his mother was being bullied so badly. Even he felt inferior to this mother and son. No, he couldn't fall. He had to return to the level he was at in his previous life. Therefore, he placed his hands on his chubby waist and said, "You're right. As a man, you must have a correct view of right and wrong. If your butt is crooked, don't think that you have the right to teach others." Wenwen's voice was crisp and clear. she said in a crackling voice, as the saying goes, the older you are, the more you learn. It's not too late to correct your crooked but while you're still alive. Although your heart and eyes are blind, it's not a terminal illness. If you can treat it as soon as possible. You're so young, where did you hear all this nonsense? Fu Zonghong's anger soared to the heavens. I'm telling the truth. Wenwen stuck out her chubby belly and said, you can't scold me just because I'm telling the truth. Do you know how to hit a child? Wenwen looked scared. Fortunately, my mother isn't like you. Although she's innocent and easily bullied, at least she won't be fooled by others and live in a fake life. Not necessarily. Wenwen rolled her eyes and said, maybe she's enjoying it. You. Old Fu, don't be angry. Children always speak carelessly. He's so young and doesn't even understand what he's saying. Old grandma, you sound like you're saying that someone else taught me to say this. Do you want him to think that it was Mom who taught me? Wenwen tilted her head and said innocently, old grandma, do you prefer a white lotus or a green tea? Is this how you talk to your elders? Wenwen looked at Fu Zonghong's angry expression and sighed in her heart. Sigh, when is Uncle Yu coming to pick him up? It's so difficult for a child like him. Siyu, who Wenwen was concerned about, arrived at the Fu family's house in no time. After receiving Teacher Su's call, he calmed her down and immediately called for the nearby bodyguards. He then got into the car and headed to the Fu family's house. In the car, he made a call to confirm that Xianxia had only been involved in a small car accident. The front of the car had been hit and she was being pestered by the other party. There was nothing wrong with her. His gaze was cold. He hadn't seen the Fu family for a day and they were already up to no good. They were even targeting his son. Siyu had a smooth journey and arrived at the Fu family's house in no time. He looked at the tightly shut door and said calmly, break the door down. Villas with tight security were usually equipped with an alarm system. Once the door was damaged, it would sound the alarm. Of course, it was impossible to smash the door. The door was thick and sturdy. Even a truck might not be able to break it open. In order to avoid trouble, 2 bodyguards climbed over the high wall and entered. One of them went to cut off the alarm system. The other opened the door from the inside. Who are you? A panicked voice came from inside. We're going to call the police. Siyu walked in surrounded by bodyguards. He walked straight into the villa, ignoring the servants who were being restrained by the bodyguards. The servants saw a group of people walking in. It was obvious that they did not come with good intentions. They shouted warily, but when they saw the faces of the uninvited guests, they were stunned. Siyu's face was recognized by everyone, regardless of age or gender. The servants were more concerned about the news on the internet than their employers. Naturally, they knew that they were here because of Little Master. After all, everyone knew that Little Master and Siyu were good friends. The servants were surrounded by the group of tall and strong bodyguards. They were frightened and did not dare to stop them. They could only retreat. However, there was a fish that escaped the net near the house. When he saw that something was wrong, he quickly ran into the house to inform the others. Sir, bad news. Outside. Fu Zonghong, who was originally unhappy, looked even worse. What's with all the fuss? A group of people broke in from outside. The servant's heart was still beating fast. She did not know what she was imagining, but her face was full of fear. When Wen's eyes lit up, she immediately jumped off the sofa and ran out. It must be Uncle Yu. Wen ran out to take a look. It was indeed Siyu. She immediately ran over. Uncle Yu, you're finally here. Wen was finally relieved. He quickly climbed onto Siyu's body. After he was in Siyu's arms, he complained, Uncle Yu, they bullied me. You don't know how scared I was when I was alone. The 3 of them bullied a 4-year-old child like me. With the support of the adults, Wen's little body straightened even more. Fu Zonghong's face twitched. The little rascal was so eloquent. Who bullied who? Siyu carried Wen in his arms. She was very heavy. Her round body was like a small stove, and it made him feel a little more at ease. Fortunately, the little girl was fine. Brother Yu? Feng Shui was surprised to see Siyu. Why are you here? Siyu ignored Feng Shui and looked at Fu Zonghong. Chairman Fu, don't you think it's not right to take the child away without her parents' permission? Fu Zonghong narrowed his eyes slightly and said coldly, this is the Fu family's private matter. Mr. C, don't you think you're meddling too much? Feng Shui explained, sister hates uncle too much. We had no choice but to do this. We just want sister to come back. Wen rolled her eyes and said rudely, you're pushing my mother further and further away. If you kidnap my precious child, my mother will only hate you more. Wen said and looked at Fu Zonghong. The person who came up with this idea definitely doesn't want my mother to come back. Even a 4-year-old child like me understands this. Don't you understand? Wen looked as if she had lived all her life in vain. Then she said affirmatively, you also don't want my mother to come back and ruin your family's life, right? Nonsense. Fu Zonghong shouted angrily. Do I have to beg her to come back? Wen looked as if she had seen through him. She was so embarrassed that she flew into a rage. Then, she looked scared and leaned against Siyu to seek a sense of security. Wen said coquettishly, Uncle Yu, he's being fierce to me. Siyu patted Wen's chubby little butt. Don't be afraid, I'm here. He looked at Fu Zonghong. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. Siyu did not agree with Fu Zonghong's actions, but he did not have time to argue with them. Moreover, it was very late and they had to hurry back. Otherwise, Yunrua would suspect something. But I hope there won't be a next time, Siyu said coldly as he looked at Feng Shui. Chairman Fu, I hope you can be more vigilant when it comes to family matters. You won't always be led by the nose. I think you should think carefully about how you got to this point. Fu Zonghong shouted angrily, arrogant brat, I don't need you to teach me how to do things. Hurry up and put Wen down. What are you waiting for? Chase them away. Fu Zonghong was even angrier when he saw that the servants were just watching from the side. The servants looked at each other. They were stopped by the bodyguards. Compared to Fu Zonghong's bodyguards, who were all tall and strong and obviously trained in martial arts, the servants did not have the strength to truss up a chicken. If a fight broke out, they would not be able to do anything. However, the boss had ordered them to do something. The result was obvious. They did not even have the chance to take a stance before they were taken down. Wen hugged Siyu's neck and watched with great interest. She still felt that it was not enough. The difference in strength was too great and it was not exciting enough. However, Uncle Yu's bodyguards were really strong. Wen went up and rubbed Siyu's face. She smiled and squinted her eyes. Siyu felt his soft and smooth face and was happy that he took the initiative to get close to her. She was in a good mood and rubbed against him. Feng Shui had been watching the interaction between the two. At that moment, she felt that the two of them looked very similar. It was as if the two of them were deeply connected by blood. Feng Shui's face suddenly changed as she thought of something. No, this was impossible, how could this be? Fu Zonghong saw that Wen was so close to an outsider and rejected him, her grandfather. He was even more annoyed with Siyu. His face turned green and he said, must you meddle in other people's business? This is not meddling in other people's business. Siyu said, Chairman Fu, do you believe that Ruorwa will distance herself from you even more if she finds out about this? Fu Zonghong's face turned ugly. In the end, he could only watch as Siyu carried Wen and turned to leave. Feng Shui called out worriedly, Old Fu? Fu Zonghong did not want to see anything. He turned around and went back into the house. Feng Shui followed him in. When she saw that Fu Zonghong's face was extremely ugly, she said guiltily, I didn't think it through. If I only wanted to bring Wen home, Yunrua would also come back. Feng Shui sighed. This time, Yunrua will misunderstand us even more. Fu Zonghong saw that she was blaming herself. He softened his voice and told her not to think too much. I know you mean well. Then he said angrily, I don't believe that she won't come back for the rest of her life. She will really abandon the Fu Corporation. Feng Shui looked down and a faint light flashed across her eyes. Then she said with certainty, she will understand. The Fu Corporation belongs to her. How can she let your efforts go to waste? Then she said worriedly, I don't even know how to get along with her. If she still hates me and Shuirua so much, why don't we leave the Fu family? What nonsense are you talking about? You are the elder. Do we have to accommodate her? You are already the mother of her child. How can you be so insensible? Fu Zonghong said with dissatisfaction. There were many people in this world who remarried. Compared to those stepmothers who abused their children, Wan Ping was already very nice. She did not treat her stepdaughter wholeheartedly, but at least she treated her two daughters equally. Fu Zonghong did not know what he was unhappy about. She was really too insensible. Feng Shui chased after them. Brother you. See you put Wen into the car and closed the door. Then he turned around and said with a cold and distant expression, Miss Feng, we are not close. Feng Shui bit her full red lips. See you, I want to talk to you. She gestured for See you to come over. See you did. Not move. I don't think there is anything to talk to you about. It's about Wen. Are you sure? Feng Shui looked into the car window. See you raised his eyebrows and walked over. What are you trying to say? Wen is. Before Feng Shui could finish her sentence, See you seemed to know what she was going to say. He interrupted her. Miss Feng. Miss Feng, you are a smart person. You should know what to say and what not to say, right? See you looked at Feng Shui calmly but inexplicably made Feng Shui feel a lot of pressure. She forced a smile. I don't quite understand what you mean. It's best that you don't understand. Wen leaned against the car window and looked out. He was puzzled. What would Uncle Yu and Feng Shui say to each other? Would they say something bad about him and his mother? Unfortunately, the car window was soundproof and he could not hear what they were saying. Just as he was wondering if he should sneak out to eavesdrop, See you walked over to the car. Obviously, the conversation had ended. See you opened the car door and got in. The car quickly drove away. Wen glanced at Feng Shui, who was still standing by the roadside. He turned around and asked curiously, Uncle Yu, what did you talk about? Nothing much. See you patted his head and said kindly, have you thought about what to say when you get back? Wen was worried. Does Mom know? Not yet, but... See you changed the topic. If you don't reflect on yourself, you won't be far from finding out. Wen blinked and cupped his chubby cheeks with both hands. He said cutely, Uncle Yu, this is a secret between us. Don't tell Mom, okay? Then tell me first. Why did you go with them? See you was unmoved. Didn't we teach you not to go with others? What if something happened to you? What would your mother do in the future? And all the people who care about you? Wen hung his head. I was wrong. He thought that Grandpa Gua and Sister Xingnan had been taken away by them. His main concern was that they wouldn't openly harm him, right? He had not thought it through. If they really had bad intentions, he was just a child and could not resist. Adults will solve their problems. You're just a child. You don't have to get involved. Wen said unhappily, I'm not a child anymore. He was a man who could protect his mother. Uncle Yu, don't tell Mom, okay? It depends on your performance. Will you be obedient in the future? Yes. Wen dragged his voice. See you nodded in satisfaction. He reached out and pinched his chubby cheeks. Wen was guilty and did not dare to resist. He could only pout and let himself be trampled on. It was too difficult for him. Sigh. When Wen and Siyu returned home, the sky had already darkened. Uncle Gua and Qian Xingnan had also arrived home. Where did you go? Fu Yun saw that it was already dark, but they had yet to return. She couldn't help but go downstairs and wait in the living room. When they finally returned, she couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. If it weren't for Siyu's call, Fu Yun wouldn't have been able to resist going out to look for them. When Uncle Gua and Xingnan's car got into an accident, Fu Yun was shocked. However, Siyu went to pick up Wen and didn't come back. She didn't know where he went. She couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. What if he also got into an accident? Fortunately, he came back when she couldn't help but call. Mom. Wen ran over. Mom, I missed you so much. Fu Yun caught Wen and pinched his rosy cheeks. You have such a sweet mouth. Did you do something bad? No. Wen acted coquettishly. I just haven't seen you in a long time. I missed you. Ahem. Fu Yun wanted to say something, but she felt an itch in her throat and couldn't help but cough a few times. She was wearing a mask to isolate the germs, but when she coughed, she still subconsciously turned her face to avoid Wen. Wen immediately stood on his tiptoes and patted her back to make her feel better. Siyu went to pour a glass of water for Fu Yun. She took it and thanked him. Fu Yun turned her head, pulled down her mask, and drank a few mouthfuls of water. After she felt much better, she put the glass down. Siyu then explained, the little guy was greedy and insisted on eating the cake, so he took a detour to buy some back. Wen. In order not to be exposed, he reluctantly admitted that he was greedy. The cake is so delicious. Huh? Fu Yun immediately looked over sharply. You didn't eat a lot, did you? Children did not know how to control their food. If Fu Yun had been controlling Wen's sweet food intake, she would not have tooth decay or toothache. She could turn a blind eye if he occasionally ate a little more than usual, but she couldn't do it if he ate too much. Don't worry, I only ate half of it. Siyu pointed to some desserts on the table and said to Uncle Gua and Xianxia, I bought these for you. As for Fu Yun Rua, she was still coughing and could not eat sweets. Siyu bought her a cup of snow pear water to soothe her throat and stop her coughing. Although Xianxia had a carefree personality, most girls loved sweets. Therefore, she happily thanked him and prepared to eat it as dessert after the meal. Seeing that everyone was back, Uncle Gua said, hurry up and eat. It was already 8 o'clock, which was way past their usual meal time. Ever since Uncle Gua knew that Fu Yun Rua was sick, he had been staying at home. He left early and returned late every day, leaving the flower bed to him. Fortunately, he had recruited 2 more employees, so he had enough manpower. If Fu Yun Rua was not at the flower bed for a while, it would not affect anything. It was just nice that she was not there during this period of time. In the past few days, many of Fu Yun Rua's fans had come over and clamored to see Fu Yun Rua, so she had avoided them. These irrational people did not look like real fans. Instead, they wanted to ride on Fu Yun Rua's fame. Fortunately, Weiwu Kingdom was capable enough to chase the troublemakers out of the flower bed and protect the inner area of the flower bed, preventing outsiders from sneaking in. They had all kept these troublesome matters from Fu Yun Rua so that she would not feel uneasy while recuperating. As expected, Fu Yun Rua did not suspect anything. After a few words, she covered up the matter of them returning late. Wen was extremely impressed. No wonder uncle you stopped halfway and asked someone to buy some cakes and desserts. As expected, her mother did not suspect anything at all. Of all things, why did she have to say that he had already eaten the cake? He had clearly not eaten a single bite. She just said that he had not started eating it yet. This way, he could eat it. Wen looked greedily at the small cake on the coffee table. In order to cover up his lie, he had to pretend that he had eaten it. Her mother would definitely not let him eat it again. Siyu Rua had some time recently, so he took on the task of sending Wen to and from school. This also saved Uncle Gua the trouble of running back and forth at his age. Fu Yun Rua thought about it. In the end, her heart ached for Uncle Gua, so she acquiesced. Wen and Siyu had a common secret. The relationship between the two of them took a big step forward and became even closer. Fu Yun Rua sometimes felt jealous when she looked at them. She was recuperating at home, but she was not idle. After she got a little better, she started to make videos. The 11 pots of orchids she carefully raised had already bloomed. However, she had been busy with the house and the flower bed some time ago, so she had forgotten about the videos and photos. Now that she was free, she started to edit and make videos. The effects of the first 3 pots of orchids were so amazing. Everyone was looking forward to the other orchids, especially the mutated lotus petal orchid. It was even more eye-catching. She could not let her fans down. When she was tired from looking at the computer for a long time, she went downstairs for a walk. Occasionally, she would water the flowers and check on the orchids. After recuperating at home for more than half a month, Fu Yun Rua felt that her illness was almost cured. Occasionally, she could not help but cough a few times when she slept at night. However, she did not cough all night like before. However, everyone at home was worried about her. When she showed that she was going to the flower bed to do a live broadcast, Wen's eyes were filled with tears. Even Uncle Guo looked at her with disapproval. She could only follow their request and stay at home until she fully recovered. She felt that she had regained all the flesh on her face. She estimated that she would gain a few pounds after she recovered. After Fu Yunrua finished making the video of the third pot of the jade orchid, she clicked to save it. Then, she stretched, put on a mask, and prepared to go out for a walk. The temperature in the capital rose very quickly. In half a month, the transition from down jackets and cotton-padded jackets to spring clothes was completed. Fu Yunrua put on a thin jacket and walked out of the villa. She walked on the sidewalk outside. It was time for work and classes. The villa area was relatively quiet, but she could still see people in twos and threes. She was quite popular in the villa area. When she saw people, she could chat for 2 to 3 minutes. Unknowingly, she walked to the entrance of the residential area. Fu Yunrua heard some movement at the entrance of the residential area. She looked over curiously. The security guards of the residential area seemed to have a conflict with someone. It was noisy. Fu Yunrua walked closer and heard the security guard's voice. "I've already said many times. We don't have the person you're looking for here. Please don't disturb our work." "How can that be? They live here." "Please ask again. How can we not know who the owners are? If we say we don't have it, then we don't have it." Fu Yunrua stood for a while and heard the general idea. Just as she was about to leave, she heard another voice. "Brother Security, can't you make an exception?" She seemed to have heard this voice somewhere before. Fu Yunrua turned her head and saw a woman wearing a hat and sunglasses that covered most of her face walking out of the car. "My sister really lives here. Can you ask again? I really want to see her." Fu Yunrua took a closer look. Wasn't that Feng Shuirua? Only then did she remember that the other woman looked a little familiar. She was Feng Shuirua's manager. Why did they come looking for her? She was surprised. If it weren't for her sudden appearance, Fu Yunrua would have really forgotten about these people. However, since they were all in the capital, she was already prepared to meet them. She just didn't expect them to come looking for her now. Fu Yunrua didn't have the patience to deal with her now. Since the security guards didn't inform her, she would just pretend that she didn't see them. Fu Yunrua quickly turned around and left when they didn't notice her. After seeing them, Fu Yunrua wasn't in the mood to continue walking, so she slowly walked back. She didn't know who it was that told the security guards in advance that if these people came looking for her, they would be rejected at the door. They didn't even need to inform her. However, this was out of good intentions. Fu Yunrua felt that no matter who it was, they did the right thing. This neighborhood was indeed very strict. Even if it was a big star, as long as she wasn't a resident or a guest confirmed by the resident, she was definitely not allowed to enter. The owner's information was also not revealed. If it weren't for this, she probably wouldn't be so free. It was quite annoying to have annoying people come looking for her every day. Fu Yunrua walked for a while before she saw her house. Before reaching her house, she had to pass by Siyu's house. Although they were neighbors, there was actually a distance between the two houses. They could see each other's houses, but they were very protective of privacy. Fu Yunrua always knew that Siyu lived here, but she had never been to his house. Basically, he was the one who came over every time. She couldn't help but take a few curious glances. Then, she realized that the door of his house was ajar. Was Mr. Yu at home? Fu Yunrua hesitated for a moment, then slowly walked over. Should she talk to him? Fu Yunrua thought of Mr. Yu's meticulous care when she was sick. She was very sure that he really had a good impression of her and wanted to pursue her. With such an outstanding man having a good impression of her, especially when he was the dream lover of thousands of girls, she had to say that it really satisfied a girl's vanity. However, she was already past the age of dreaming. She knew that with her qualifications, she was not worthy of Mr. Yu. Fu Yunrua always remembered that Wen had been very resistant to her finding another half since she was very young. No matter how good Wen and Siyu got along, once their relationship changed, it would definitely be different, right? Fu Yunrua also didn't want Wen to lose this big friend. She could tell that Wen really liked this friend. Moreover, the original body had also lived in a reorganized family since she was young. Fu Yunrua couldn't imagine what it would be like if Wen experienced everything that the original body had experienced since she was young. One could know a person's face, but not his heart. Who knew what kind of person he would be in front of others? She didn't dare to take the risk. Even if Siyu wasn't such a person, marriage wasn't just a matter between two people. Even if he didn't mind, would his family not mind? She couldn't accept the possibility of Wen being wronged. Moreover, Fu Yunrua had decided from a long time ago that in this life, Wen was enough. In other words, even if she got married in the future, she wouldn't have children. This was very unfair to that person. Fu Yunrua decided that she couldn't wait for Mr. Yu to make it clear. She had to explain her thoughts to him first. This way, he could understand what she meant and then maintain an appropriate distance. She couldn't delay him. It was better to make it clear as soon as possible. Fu Yunrua's thoughts were in a mess for a while. She had already walked to the door. She was about to knock on the door when she heard a faint voice coming from inside the ajar door. Siyu, how long are you going to hide it for? Fu Yunrua heard Yuan Xian's voice. She was afraid that she had heard something she shouldn't have and was about to leave. She had just taken a step when she heard the next sentence. She stopped in her tracks. When are you going to make it clear to Yunrua and the rest that Wen is your child? In the courtyard, Yuan Xian looked at Siyu with a complicated expression. Sensing that the aura outside the door had disappeared, Yuan Xian asked, "Why did you want to let her know?" Siyu said, "It's time for her to know." Siyu was worried that she would not be able to accept the truth if it was revealed to her face. Hence, he wanted her to hear it in this way so that she could be mentally prepared. Siyu thought that rather than letting Fu Yun hear about it from other sources, he might as well tell her personally. Although Siyu had eliminated the possibility of Feng Shui getting close to Fu Yunrua, there were always loopholes. He could not trust this woman. The same thing had a different meaning when it came out of her mouth. He did not want Fu Yunrua to misunderstand again. When Yuan Xian knew that Siyu did not want to continue hiding it, he heaved a sigh of relief. He had been suppressing this matter in his heart. If he and Fu Yunrua were not close, he would not feel any pressure to help hide it. However, he and Fu Yunrua got along well and were already friends. If he continued to hide it, he would not feel good. Hence, when Siyu asked him to help put on a show, he agreed. Now, his task was completed. Yuan Xian retreated and instructed, "You still have to explain it clearly in person. It's good for everyone to clear up the misunderstanding." He thought that it was quite good. Siyu liked Fu Yunrua, and Fu Yunrua obviously had some feelings for Siyu. However, she had her concerns. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Fu Yunrua was worried about Wen. However, it was a coincidence and also a gift from heaven. Wen was the biological son of the two of them. Fu Yunrua's concerns were not a problem at all. Even if he was not her biological son, Siyu would fulfill his responsibility as a father. He also had the ability to make Fu Yunrua trust him. Fu Yun would be more at ease if they had a strong blood relationship. No matter what, it all depended on Siyu's performance in the future. He was looking forward to attending the wedding banquet. Yuan Xian came here for another reason other than to cooperate with the acting. Hence, he said, "Oh right, there's one more thing. Are you sure you won't be quitting the entertainment industry for the time being?" Siyu's original plan was to announce his retirement from the entertainment industry after winning the Best Actor award again last year. But until now, there were no signs of him retiring. After Yuan Xian confirmed his thoughts, he said, "There's a movie script that's pretty good. Do you want to give it a try?" The officials are also involved. It's a sci-fi film about the future, but it's also a little risky. After all, you know that our domestic sci-fi films don't have an advantage in the international market. If something went wrong, they would be ridiculed by everyone. There's also a little girl in the movie. I'm going to let Wen make a cameo appearance." Siyu, who had originally wanted to decline, said, "Let me take a look at the script." Invest a sum of money in the company's name and try to give the little girl more screen time. Xianxia said, the little girl's role is considered the fourth male lead. She has a lot of screen time. Originally, I thought that if the little girl couldn't act well, she would have less screen time. But I believe that Wenwen will definitely be able to act well. Xiyu nodded in agreement. Of course, his son was amazing. She didn't hear the rest of the conversation between Xiyu and Xianxia. Fuyun didn't know how long she had been listening. She also didn't know how she left. She was in a daze. When she got home, she didn't react. Her mind was in a mess. What happened back then was an accident. It wasn't your fault. I've always wanted to talk about it, but I didn't know how to say it. This kind of thing is indeed very difficult. But you don't want to be absent from the role of a father, right? She knew every word of those words, but when they were put together, she didn't understand what they meant. She felt that she had misheard. See you? The child's father? How was that possible? Fuyun tried to find some clues, but she really couldn't remember. She deliberately tried to forget, and her memories of that year were already blurry. She really couldn't connect Xiyu to that person. How was that possible? She didn't dare to believe it. However, she had no choice but to believe it. She knew it. Xiyu was a big star. He was so busy all day. How could he have the time to take care of a child? No matter how much he liked her, he wouldn't go to this extent, right? Fuyun was silent for a while before she slowly digested this news. Her messy thoughts were then sorted out. So he got close to her because he wanted to get close to Wenwen? The reason why he was so good to her was because of this relationship? She knew it. The great best actor had so many beautiful women around him. How could he fall for her, who had a child? Fortunately, she hadn't laid her cards on the table with Xiyu. Otherwise, she would have been overthinking. Fuyun's feelings were extremely complicated. Wait a minute. Was Xiyu going to snatch the child from her? He kept trying to impress Wenwen. Was he trying to take Wenwen away from her? Fuyun quivered. Absolutely not. Wenwen was her child. Oh, right. She had to go and fetch Wenwen home. During this period of time, she had let Xiyu pick Wenwen up. She had really lost her mind. She had taken the initiative to let them cultivate their relationship. What if he played tricks and directly took Wenwen away? Rationally, she felt that Xiyu wouldn't do such a thing. After all, he had been picking her up for a few days. However, when it came to Wenwen, Fuyun easily lost her rationality and couldn't help but think wrongly. This matter had a huge impact on Fuyun. Fuyun was about to go out. She looked at the time. It was already past 4:30 p.m. She had been in a daze for so long. At this time, Xiyu should have already gone to fetch Wenwen, right? Fuyun couldn't sit still. She paced back and forth in the living room. In the end, she couldn't help but walk out of the house. Just as she walked out of the door, Wenwen jumped out of the car. When he saw Fuyun, he ran over happily. Mommy. Wenwen hugged her thigh and couldn't help but smile. Oh my, Mommy had specially come out to welcome him. He was so happy. Fuyun carried Wenwen. She felt the warmth and weight of the small stove in her arms. Her heart only calmed down. Wenwen hugged Fuyun's neck. His face was red. He felt that he had already grown up and couldn't let Mommy carry him. However, it was just a short distance, right? Mommy hadn't hugged or kissed him since the day Mommy fell sick. Wenwen couldn't help but lean over. Fuyun carried the child into the house. The moment Wenwen entered the living room, he wanted to get off the ground. Then, he took out a book from his small school bag and opened it for Fuyun to see. Mommy, I got 3 little red flowers today. Wenwen, you're amazing. You're amazing. Fuyun praised. Why did you give this to the baby? First place for my handicraft homework. Wenwen said proudly. Fuyun. If she remembered correctly, Wenwen's handicraft homework was done together. With Xiyu. Wenwen's chubby little finger pointed at the little red flower in the middle. This is my reward for my outstanding performance in kindergarten. Wenwen was very happy. He was the one who received the most little red flowers in class. Fu Yunrua tossed aside her complicated thoughts and complimented him. At this moment, Siyu walked in from the door. The moment Fu Yun saw him, a sentence appeared in her mind. He was Wenwen's biological father. At that moment, Fu Yunrua's feelings were complicated, and finally turned into a thick awkwardness. Fortunately, at that moment, whether it was Wenwen or Siyu, neither noticed her expression. The little guy's performance has been very good recently, even teacher Su praised the child. Siyu's voice contained a smile. He reached out and touched Wenwen's head. You deserve a reward. When Wen's tail was about to reach the sky, he asked reservedly, what reward? A pair of big round eyes sparkled as he looked at Siyu. What reward do you want? He could actually choose by himself? Wenwen was very happy. He seriously thought for a moment. He couldn't think of anything for a while, so he said, I'm fine with anything. Then I'll have to think about it carefully. When the time comes, I'll give our Wenwen a surprise. Wenwen nodded again and again, smiling so widely that one could see his teeth and not his eyes. Fu Yunrua looked at the interaction of their family, her expression inexplicable. How blind was she in the past to not see it? Siyu's attitude towards Wenwen, and the way the two usually interacted, was no different from a biological father and son. Fu Yunrua controlled the urge to pull Wenwen to her side and let them keep a distance. She looked at Siyu and said politely, Thank you, Mr. Yu. She tried hard to pretend to have a normal attitude, but even she herself didn't realize how stiff her smile was. I won't trouble you starting tomorrow. I've already recuperated. I'll continue to send Wenwen to and from school. Wenwen noticed that Fu Yunrua rarely coughed or sneezed these 2 days. He was very happy. His mother recovered. She didn't have to suffer anymore. Mom, you have to be more careful in the future. You can't tire yourself out, otherwise, all of us will be very worried. During this period of time, their mother was sick, and they were also very sad. Especially Wenwen, he wished he could take her place. He was really too worried. Every day when he went to school, he still had to worry about whether his mother was obediently recuperating at home. Got it. Fu Yun laughed. I'll be more careful in the future. The little fellow lectured seriously. Fu Yunrua and the little housekeeper, Wenwen, repeatedly promised. They inadvertently raised their heads and saw Siyu smiling at them. Fu Yunrua was slightly stunned, then awkwardly looked away and stared to the side. I've really troubled you during this period of time. If you need my help in the future, I will definitely help. Fu Yun wanted to repay this kindness, but she couldn't think of a way to do so. If they were to treat each other to a meal or something, there would be more conflict between them, and Fu Yun would feel even more uncomfortable. Of course. When is my... Fu Yunrua's heart suddenly rose high. She's my good friend, isn't she? Siyu smiled. Good friends should help each other out. Why, you're right. By the way, I was just about to tell you something. Siyu changed the topic. Yuan Xian came to me during the day and said that he has a movie and hopes that Wenwen will also act in it. Do you want to consider it? Movie? Fu Yunrua was stunned for a moment before she reacted. Wenwen had told her that he liked to act and had even signed a contract with Apple Entertainment. Although he was free and could act if he wanted to or not, there would still be resources coming to him. After Wenwen finished filming that variety show, he didn't come into contact with the entertainment industry anymore. Brother Yuan also didn't come looking for her because of this matter. She almost forgot about this matter. On second thought, Fu Yunrua felt that it was very normal. Previously, Wenwen was in a remote mountain village, and it wasn't easy for him to come out. Fu Yunrua would also be worried that he would go out to film at such a young age. Brother Yuan knew that she wouldn't agree, so he didn't even ask. However, now that they were in the capital, it would be very convenient for them to film and accept advertisements in the future. However, was it good for Wenwen to film at such a young age? Fu Yunrua was conflicted for a long time, but Wenwen was very happy to hear this. He clung to Siyu's leg and looked up excitedly to ask, what movie is it? Uncle Yu, will you act in it too? Of course, I'm the male lead. To be specific, this was a group movie, a sci-fi movie about heroism. However, he had the most scenes and could be considered the main male lead. I want to act. I want to act. Wenwen immediately said excitedly. Acting in a movie with his idol was too exhilarating. To have this opportunity was simply a miracle for him. Wenwen was so happy that he couldn't help but jump. I want to act. Then he asked curiously, what movie is it? In order to imitate Siyu, Wenwen had learned his acting skills. He was already familiar with all the movies he had acted in and his experience in the entertainment industry. If he remembered correctly, Siyu had already announced his withdrawal from the entertainment industry at this time. The sudden withdrawal of a giant who stood at the peak of the entertainment industry caused a huge wave for almost a year before it subsided. From this year onwards, he had not acted in any movies or television dramas. Wenwen didn't know which movie it was at this time. The development of this life and his previous life were completely different. At the same time, Siyu still had not announced his withdrawal from the entertainment industry and would even continue to act in movies. Could it be that Uncle Yu didn't withdraw from the entertainment industry because he wanted to continue to protect him? Wenwen couldn't help but hold his face. Although this guess might be wishful thinking, if it was true. He was so happy. Fu Yunrua was a little hesitant. Seeing Wenwen so happy and his entire face glowing, she couldn't bear to disappoint him, so she asked, what movie is it? Will it be very difficult to film? Will there be many scenes? How will it affect Wenwen? I've seen it. The overall situation is quite good. Later, I'll get you on Xian to send the script over for you to take a look. There's a child character in the movie that is very compatible with Wenwen. If the movie is a hit, Wenwen's popularity will probably be world famous. A script that could be approved by Siyu probably wouldn't be too bad. But if that was the case, wouldn't Wenwen's starting point be too high? Was it a good thing or a bad thing? Fu Yunrua felt that she was in a difficult position. This matter had a huge impact on Wenwen's life. She was afraid that if she didn't make a good decision, Wenwen would go down the wrong path. Wenwen saw Fu Yunrua's hesitation and thought that she didn't want him to act in the movie. He was disappointed, but he still said sensibly, Mom, if you don't think it's good, then I won't go. There would be more opportunities to act in the movie in the future. He didn't want his mother to be unhappy. Fu Yunrua saw this and couldn't bear to make him sad. She said, wait for your Uncle Yuan to bring the script over. After we see that there are no problems, we'll accept it. Wenwen was about to cheer when Fu Yunrua said, but we have to agree on 3 things first. We can't affect your studies. Wenwen patted her chest and promised, no. I'll study hard. Siyu also said, don't worry, I'll watch over him. Wenwen's scenes will be filmed during the holidays. Just treat it as going out to play during the holidays. Fu Yunrua. Whose child would be so high-class on the weekends? Going to film a movie for fun? However, Fu Yunrua didn't say anything. Even though she knew that Siyu was Wenwen's biological father, she didn't know how to face this fact. In the end, she would rather be an ostrich and pretend that this matter didn't exist. She really didn't know how to deal with this situation. The more she knew, the more conflicted she felt. She didn't want Siyu to reveal this matter. She didn't know what would happen if that happened. If only she hadn't accidentally heard about this matter. She could have thought that the child's father had already gone to heaven. The next day, Fu Yunrua personally sent Wenwen to kindergarten. Then, she went to the flower nursery. She hadn't been to the flower nursery for more than half a month. The flower nursery's business was on the right track. The daily income was considerable. Fu Yunrua finally didn't have to worry about owing the bank a loan. The flowers in the flower nursery were well taken care of by Uncle Gua. Moreover, the other employees in the flower nursery would help with some basic work. For example, Wei Wugua and Zhang Dongmei cherished this hard-won job very much. Whenever they had free time, they would learn some knowledge about flowers and help loosen the soil and water the flowers. Now, they basically recognized most of the flowers in the flower nursery. There were also the 2 newly recruited employees, Zhang Kuke and Liao Xiaoting, who quickly got the hang of it. They were all young girls. Their personalities were lively and cheerful. They matched well with the flowers and looked even more youthful and beautiful. It made people feel happy just by looking at them. Sister Wang also took care of the flower nursery in an orderly manner. Fu Yunrua saw that all of them were very capable, so she decided to promote them in advance. She even took the initiative to increase the benefits that they had originally agreed on. They were so easy to deal with and had helped them so much. Naturally, she had to repay them well. After not looking at it for half a month, the entire flower nursery had become much more beautiful. Many flowers were blooming one after another. The flowers swayed in the wind and were full of green. The vines meandered on the wooden shelves, and the white and purple flowers dotted the landscape. There was also a field of roses in full bloom. They were bright red like fire and were indescribably beautiful. Everywhere was pleasing to the eye. Fu Yunrua admired it for a moment, and her mood also improved. The scenery also attracted some tourists. Some people even specially came over to take photos. Some people posted the photos and videos on social media, and it even became popular. Because of this, there were also some wedding planners who specially contacted them to discuss cooperation. They wanted to rent this place as their store's outdoor wedding shoot location for a long time. Fu Yunrua felt that this was also a source of income, so she agreed. However, it could not be used too frequently. If the wedding planners were here all day long, it would also affect her side of the business. She left the rest to Sister Wang to discuss. Fu Yunrua looked at the scenery outside. The flower nursery took up a large area. Other than the private area that was enclosed, there was also a large area full of flowers. According to the popularity that was increasing day by day, she felt that this place would develop into a tourist attraction. Yuan Xian ran over to Huapu at 2:30 p.m. and brought the movie script that Siyu had mentioned yesterday. Fu Yunrua exchanged a few pleasantries and picked up the script to flip through it. Yuan Xian was very considerate. He had included all the scenes of Wenwen's character. It was especially eye-catching. She roughly looked at the story outline. From an audience's perspective, if there was such a movie, she would be happy to contribute movie tickets. The small role in this movie seemed to be tailor-made for Wenwen. She was also 3 or 4 years old and had many scenes. The character design was also very likable. When Yuan Xian saw that she had finished reading, he said, "You don't have to worry about any messy things happening in the production team. The company is also an investor." Fu Yunrua heard that Apple Entertainment was an investor and Siyu was the male lead. Wenwen could do whatever she wanted in the production team. But even so, she still had to follow the production team. "Oh yes, there's another program. See if you're interested." Yuan Xian took out another program invitation. "Do you still remember Director Peng?" Fu Yunrua nodded. "Wasn't Director Peng the director of the variety show in the village?" Fu Yunrua didn't have much of an impression of Director Peng. His previous actions were normal and there wasn't anything wrong with him. She didn't have much of an opinion of him since he didn't stand on Feng Shui's side. However, if she didn't like him, she didn't like him. Interactions between people also depended on whether their auras were compatible. According to the news from Xian Su, the show had finished filming after one more episode. Director Peng had gone to study other variety shows. Could it be that he wanted to invite them to a new variety show? Sure enough, Yuan Xian said, Director Peng is planning to film a variety show and he wants to invite the children of famous celebrities to participate in the show. Director Peng had tasted the benefits of Wenwen and spent half a year planning to invite celebrities and their children to participate in the show. Wenwen's performance on the show and the netizens' attitude towards it made Director Peng want to invite Fu Yunrua or Siyu to bring Wenwen to participate in the show again. Yuan Xian could tell that the show was well planned. If nothing unexpected happened, it would become popular. If Wenwen participated in the show again, his popularity would instantly reach the A-list. Wenwen's popularity previously went to Fu Yunrua because he didn't have a separate social media account. However, after Wenwen participated in the movie, he could create an account for Wenwen and promote it in one fell swoop. From the standpoint of a manager, he hoped that Wenwen would participate. However, in his heart, Wenwen was still his nephew. After becoming popular, it would definitely bring some trouble. He hoped that Wenwen would have a relaxed and happy childhood. Yuan Xian was 100% confident that he could make Wenwen the youngest superstar. But now, he felt that Wenwen was still too young. He needed to slow down a little more. However, this still depended on Fu Yunrua's opinion. Fu Yunrua hesitated for a moment. Wen should focus on learning how to have fun. Even if she was going to act in a movie, Fu Yun only wanted Wen to participate in it with a playful attitude. She did not need to care about the so-called fame as long as she was happy. Yuan Xian's attitude was genial. Hearing this, he nodded, indicating that he understood. Fu Yun heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that Brother Yuan was so easy to talk to. If that's the case, then I'll go and make some preparations. I'll contact you again after some time. When the time comes, Wen can directly join the cast. Wen was still so young, so there was no need to prepare for the early stages of publicity at all. In fact, in order to avoid the heated discussion during this period of time, he even had to sign a confidentiality agreement. He only needed to finish filming his scenes. No matter if it was the early or later stages, he did not need to participate in any publicity. Fu Yun nodded. Yuan Xian did not stay for long. After he finished speaking, he quickly left the flower bed. However, the script was left in Fu Yunrua's hands. In the afternoon, she went to the kindergarten to pick up Wen. As soon as Wen sat in the car, she stared at Fu Yun with sparkling eyes. Fu Yunrua pretended not to understand what she meant and then asked her about her performance in the kindergarten. Wen answered patiently. Seeing that Fu Yunrua had no intention of mentioning it, he could not help but ask, "Mom, have you brought the script over?" Fu Yunrua nodded. "Yes, I brought it over." "Then can I take a look at it now?" Wen could not wait. He really wanted to see what kind of exciting script it was right now. "You can only see it when you get home," Fu Yunrua said with a straight face. "All right." Wen thought that since his home was very close, it would be over in about 10 minutes. Hence, he happily swung his chubby little legs. Fu Yunrua saw that Wen was so happy and could not help but think about it. In the past, she saw that he liked acting so much. After all, in the original novel, his achievements in the entertainment industry were not low. He even had the title of Best Actor. Now that she thought about it, perhaps it was hereditary? Siyu also liked acting and was so talented in acting. Wait, was the Wen in her previous life also Siyu's child? Fu Yunrua was a little confused. She had already forgotten what happened that night, but she still remembered that she had dodged. Could it be that whether it was her or the original body, they had both dodged the person with bad intentions in the end and then bumped into Siyu? Back then, she had written down all the plot of the original novel and kept it, afraid that she would forget it after a long time. Occasionally, she would recall it when she thought of it. After all, it still involved Wen. She remembered that in the original novel, the original body did not manage to leave in time. After being filmed, she was slandered and her reputation was completely ruined. If the person in the original novel was also Siyu, the book should have mentioned him. After all, his reputation was not lower than now. Furthermore, the original novel did not specifically mention that person's identity, but it also said that he was not a good person. Fu Yunrua felt a little dizzy. She was really not suitable for reasoning. "Mom?" Wen noticed that Fu Yunrua was in a daze and could not help but call out a few times. Fu Yunrua suddenly regained her senses. "Ah? Wen, what's the matter?" Wen blinked. "We're home." "Oh." Fu Yunrua nodded in a daze. "So fast?" They had reached home and were about to get out of the car. Fu Yunrua and Wen got out of the car one after the other. Wen pulled Fu Yunrua's hand and quickly ran into the house with her short legs. Mom. Wen sat on the sofa and her eyes lit up. Fu Yunrua shook her head. She took out the script that Yuan Xian had brought over from her bag and handed it to Wen. After Wen took it, she could not wait to flip it open and read it. Fu Yunrua laughed and said, "Can you understand it?" Wen was not convinced. "I know a lot of words." Fu Yunrua laughed. "Sometimes, even if you know a word by word, you might not know what it means when it is put together." She knew that her son was smart, but she did not think that he could understand much. However, she did not bother with him. She poured a glass of water and placed some fruits on the table. Then, she went to the kitchen to start cooking dinner. When Wen saw the contents of the script, she was stunned. Never would he have thought that Uncle Yu would choose the worst movie in history instead of the most classic movie in the future. This sci-fi film was still known more than 20 years later because it was always nominated when it was one of the worst films in the history of the movie industry. In the past, in order to make a living, he took on any roles that were available. Therefore, he had also acted in many bad television dramas and movies, although he was just an extra or a supporting role. Therefore, he had paid attention to these reviews. Because this movie would definitely be on the list of the worst and worst movies, he had a deep impression of it. If he remembered correctly, the male lead of this movie was not Uncle Yu, but another male star who had a good reputation in the industry. However, this movie was a little bumpy from the beginning. Although the officials had invested in it, it was as if it had been cursed. First, a few of the big leads got into trouble one after another. Then, the biggest investor lost his investment and went bankrupt. Even with the official involvement, under all kinds of circumstances, it could not save the movie's reputation. Even if the movie was successfully released in the end, because of the cheap special effects and because the actors were changed back and forth, the script was changed beyond recognition and the plot was very awkward. In the end, this sci-fi movie became the worst movie in history. If Wen did not see the name of the movie and the names of the characters in it, he would not have thought of that movie. Although he did not really remember it. But if the original script was so interesting, how could it fail so badly that even its parents could not recognize it? Wen saw his character. He remembered that the child at that time was a 7 or 8-year-old child. So the original script was for such a young child? Wen thought uncertainly. If Uncle Yu acted in it, it shouldn't fail, right? The movies and television dramas he acted in had never failed. And that curse-like failure. Wen was very worried that something would happen to Uncle Yu. Wen jumped off the sofa and ran into the kitchen. He looked up and asked, "Mom, will Uncle Yuan come?" "No, why?" Wen's little face was serious. He said seriously, "About the script, I want to talk to Uncle Yuan." Fu Yunhua could not help but laugh. Little brat, as expected, he did not understand. Thus, she said, "Mommy knows everything. I'll tell you more after dinner." Okay. Wen walked back to the living room with his head down. He sat for a while and saw his mother's phone on the table. His eyes turned, then he unlocked it and made a call. He knew his mother's phone password. Wen dialed Siyu's number. "Rua?" Siyu's deep voice came through. Wen said, "Uncle Yu, it's me. Are you home?" Wen, "I'm here. What's up?" "I'll come over to find you." Wen hung up the phone, picked up a small stool and ran out with the movie script. He put the stool on the ground behind the door, stepped on it, and tiptoed to open the door. Then he jumped down, opened the door, and ran out. Siyu had already come out to pick up Wen. "Uncle Yu." Wen ran over. Siyu picked him up and threw him up a few times before catching him firmly. Wen was so happy that he laughed out loud. Siyu carried the baby back to his room and asked casually, "Why are you looking for me?" Wen pushed the script in front of Siyu. "Uncle Yu, are you sure you want to act in this movie?" "Yes, what's wrong?" Wen's voice was full of worry. "Who's the investor? What if the movie goes bankrupt before it's finished? Will it be able to support the movie? What if something bad happens to the other actors? Will it affect?" Siyu pressed his hand on Wen's head and rubbed it. "Who told you so much nonsense? You're so young. Be careful that you don't grow up to be tall." Wen pressed his hand on his head and widened his eyes. "Isn't that reasonable?" Siyu laughed. "If everyone thinks like you, then there's no need to film a TV series. High returns mean high risks. Every movie has to be prepared to bear all kinds of negative consequences. The worst-case scenario is that the movie can't be released, the millions of investment will go down the drain, the efforts of the staff will go to waste, and the actors will be affected." Siyu saw that Wen was listening with great interest and felt proud. He was indeed his son. He was so smart at such a young age. "What you said could happen, but..." He changed the topic. "This is not something that you should worry about. You just have to film it happily. To reassure him, Siyu said, the biggest investor for this movie is Apple Entertainment. Are you relieved now? If Apple Entertainment went bankrupt, the actors under the company's name would naturally be affected. At that point, no one would care about whether the movie could be made. Moreover, Apple Entertainment would not go bankrupt. It was that rich. When heard that Apple Entertainment had not invested in the movie in his previous life. It seemed that the company had invested in the movie because Uncle Yu had become the lead actor. Apple Entertainment was still standing at the top of the entertainment industry more than 20 years later. It would not go bankrupt. It was indeed different now. Then, this movie should have a different future, right? Fu Yun came out of the kitchen after cooking dinner. She scanned the living room but did not see Wen. She shouted a few times but did not see Wen appear. Xianxia heard her and said, Wen went next door to look for Mr. Siyu. Fu Yun was speechless. In the end, Xianxia went next door to pick up Wen. Fu Yunrua saw Wen jumping around happily. She suddenly wondered if Wen would be even happier if he knew that he was his biological father. Fu Yunrua's heart was heavy. She was even absent-minded when she ate. After listening to Siyu's analysis, Wen no longer had any worries and happily accepted the script. However, when he spoke to his mother was obviously distracted. He had already finished a full bowl of rice, but his mother still had half a bowl left. Wen couldn't help but ask with concern, Mom, what's wrong? Wen recalled that during this period of time, his mother would sometimes be in a daze, as if she was hiding something in her heart. He couldn't always be by his mother's side when he was in school. They only had time to interact on the nights of the holidays. During this time, he didn't know what his mother had encountered. Wen was extremely concerned. Ah? I'm fine. Fu Yunrua saw that his bowl was empty. Are you full? I'm full. Wen rubbed his round belly. Then, when he saw Fu Yunrua put down her chopsticks, he immediately said, Mom hasn't finished eating. Fu Yunrua looked down at her bowl. She really had no appetite, but under the little guy's bright gaze, Fu Yunrua still ate it all. Xianxia was the one who cleaned up the dishes for dinner. Fu Yunrua washed a plate of fruit. Wen sat on the sofa and watched cartoons with relish. Fu Yunrua said, Go take a shower in half an hour and then start doing your homework. Okay. Wen watched cartoons for half an hour and then went to take a shower. After going to kindergarten, Wen felt that he had grown up and wanted to bathe by himself. However, he was mercilessly suppressed by Fu Yun. She felt that a child like him could not bathe at all, especially when the weather was cold. If he did not pay attention, he would easily catch a cold. After taking a shower, Fu Yun helped Wen put on cute panda pajamas. The panda pajamas were for spring and autumn wear. It was moderately thick and had a hood. After putting it on, there were 2 fluffy ears on the top of Wen's head, which made Wen look even cuter. Wen began to do homework with Fu Yunrua. Most of the homework in kindergarten had to be completed with the help of parents. Although Wen felt that the homework was very childish, she enjoyed the process of completing it with her mother. Wen sat on a small chair and leaned over the small table. Fu Yunrua was teaching him how to do his homework. Fu Yunrua looked at the side of Wen's face. Her chubby baby fat bulged in an arc. It was so cute that it made people's hearts tremble. In the past, she felt that Wen had inherited all of her looks. However, looking at her now, she could not help but think about it. She felt that she could see some of Siyu's shadow. She heard that some children looked like their mother when they were young. However, as they grew older, they would slowly look like their father. Could it be that Wen was also in this situation? From her point of view, she naturally did not want Wen's blood relatives to compete with her. After all, their relationship was different from that of an ordinary husband and wife relationship. However, from Wen's point of view, a father was an irreplaceable and indispensable role. Although he had never mentioned this role since he could speak, as long as he was a child, he would yearn for it deep in his heart, right? If their relationship was made clear, what would happen when Siyu got married and had children in the future? Both Wen and her identity would become awkward. What would they do at that time? Fu Yunrua would rather Wenwen be from a single-parent family than bear the reputation of an illegitimate child. Fu Yunrua did not know what she should do. No matter what choice she made, it would be a difficult and heavy decision for her. Fu Yunrua looked at Wenwen. She hesitated for a while before asking tentatively, Wenwen, do you like Uncle Yu a lot? I do. Wenwen nodded. Then, he looked up at Fu Yunrua. He wondered if his mother was jealous because he had been talking about Uncle Yu recently. Hence, he hugged Fu Yunrua. I like Mommy the most. Fu Yunrua's lips curled up, but she quickly straightened her back. She wanted Wenwen to keep a distance from Siyu, but seeing how Wenwen relied on and liked Siyu, she could not bring herself to say it. If Wenwen asked why, she would not be able to find a reason. After all, Siyu did not do anything wrong. If she suddenly made this request, it would be unreasonable. Then, she asked tentatively, our baby is so smart. You should know that other children have parents. Wenwen also has a father. If your biological father appeared, would you accept him? When Wenwen heard this, his soft eyebrows furrowed. He had a serious expression on his little face. His chubby little face puffed up even more. I don't need a father. Mommy is enough for me. Even if he appeared, I would not admit it. He would not admit that he had a relationship with a scumbag who cheated the feelings of an innocent girl. It did not exist. What if that person was the Uncle Yu that you liked very much? Fu Yunrua opened her mouth, but in the end, she did not ask. She admitted that she was afraid that the future would change unforeseen things after this matter was revealed. Wenwen lowered his head and continued to do his homework, but his eyes were gloomy. Why did Mommy suddenly ask about this? Could it be related to the fact that she had been troubled recently? Could it be that they had come from a remote mountain village to settle down here and bumped into that man? That man had been pestering her recently? Wenwen's chubby little hand that was holding the pencil tightened. He did not show anything on his face. Instead, he picked up his homework book and showed it to Fu Yunrua. Mommy, I'm done. Fu Yunrua put aside her thoughts and praised, Wenwen is great. Let Mommy check. Yes, there are no mistakes at all. You're really smart. She praised Wenwen once, and Wenwen's little face was full of pride. He was so happy that he could see his teeth but not his eyes. Wenwen said coquettishly, Mommy, can I go and play for a while? Fu Yunrua looked at the time and saw that it was still early before bedtime, so she allowed it. Wenwen cheered and then pulled Xianxia up to the second floor. Fu Yunrua said from behind, don't play until you're sweaty. There was Wenwen's exclusive entertainment room on the second floor. The floor of the entire room was covered with a clean carpet. They took off their shoes at the door. Basically, all of Wenwen's toys were on the carpet. There was also a little horse rocker that could sing. After he rode on it, the little horse would rock and sing, and the surroundings would sparkle. Wenwen noticed that his mother did not appear at the end of the corridor. His bright eyes darted around, and then he looked up and spoke sweetly to Xianxia. Sister Xingnan Wenwen, what's wrong? Xianxia's voice was gentle. Has there been any strange people around Mommy in the past 2 days? Wenwen thought that Sister Xingnan was almost inseparable from Mommy. If there was anything strange around her, she would definitely know. She would be the best to ask her about the situation. Xianxia thought for a moment and then shook her head. No, Wenwen. Why do you ask? No? Could it be that he had guessed wrongly? Wenwen thought for a moment. Then, is the business of the flower nursery not good? Did someone come to cause trouble for Mommy? Wenwen sighed sadly. Mommy seems to be a little unhappy recently. Although Xianxia was carefree, she also noticed that Fu Yunrua's mood was a little off these few days. She also asked about it, but she didn't get anything out of it. The business of the flower nursery is also very good. No one is causing trouble. Even if someone came to cause trouble, it would be a small problem. There was no need for Fu Yun to appear. The people in the flower nursery could handle it themselves. Sister Xingnan, then you have to help me pay more attention. Don't let strange people get close to Mommy. Xianxia promised, don't worry, I will protect your mother well. This was also her responsibility. Wenwen didn't get anything out of Xianxia, but he wasn't discouraged. He didn't know this, but perhaps other people would know. If he asked a few more people, he would definitely be able to find out. Wenwen thought that when he was on vacation, he would definitely observe carefully. The next day, Wenwen ran out of the door to wait for school after breakfast. When she stood by the roadside, Siyu happened to be back from exercising. Wenwen waved her little hands. "Uncle Yu." "Wenwen." Siyu stopped in front of Wenwen. Wenwen looked up at Siyu and then whispered, "Uncle Yu, lower your head. I have something to tell you." As Wenwen spoke, she turned her head to see if Fu Yunrua had come out. Siyu squatted down and leaned over cooperatively. Wenwen tiptoed and whispered, "Uncle Yu, help me pay attention to whether there are strange men around mommy." Siyu raised his eyebrows and looked at Wenwen. His chubby little face was very serious. Wenwen reminded him, "If there are any, you have to tell me." He thought to himself that Uncle Yu was so reliable. If he saw mommy being bullied, he would definitely help. Fu Yunrua walked out and saw Wenwen talking intimately with Siyu. Her expression froze, and then she walked over as if nothing had happened. "What are you talking about?" She pulled Wenwen over and held her hand. "It's time to go to school." She tried hard not to look in Siyu's direction. The car stopped in front of them. Fu Yunrua brought Wenwen into the car. Wenwen turned around. "Uncle Yu, don't forget what I said." Siyu stood up and nodded, but his gaze was on Fu Yunrua. Fu Yunrua avoided his gaze. The car quickly left. Fu Yunrua looked at Siyu's image in the rearview mirror and then disappeared. She didn't ask Wenwen what they talked about. After sending her to the kindergarten and handing her over to the teacher, she went straight to the flower garden. She kept herself busy so that she wouldn't think about other things. Not long after, the employee, Guan Kiki, found her and said that someone was looking for her outside. Seeing Guan Kiki's complicated expression, Fu Yunrua asked, "Who is it?" "It's that Feng Shuirua." Very few young people nowadays didn't pay attention to the hot news. Last year, the news about the Fu family and Feng Shuirua was all over the place. Guan Kiki had heard a little about it, especially now that one of the parties involved had become her boss. She could also hear some gossip here. Therefore, Guan Kiki also knew about the dispute between them. She just felt that since their relationship was so bad that she could even steal someone else's fiancé, shouldn't she consciously avoid appearing in front of the victim and be as quiet as a chicken? Wasn't taking the initiative to come to her door again and again to show her presence poking at people's hearts? Even if she didn't mind, she still felt disgusted, right? This best actress Feng was really hard to explain. When Fu Yunrua heard this, she subconsciously frowned. Did she come here because she couldn't block her at the entrance of the villa district and couldn't enter? Fu Yunrua said, "Just say that I'm not here." Guan Kiki said with a bitter expression, "She said that if you're not here, she will keep waiting until you appear." They were open for business. If Feng Shui stayed in their office and didn't leave, what if she bumped into customers and exposed her identity and caused chaos? Then, how could they continue doing business? Fu Yunrua obviously thought of this as well. She took off her gloves and walked out. She wanted to see what Feng Shuirua was up to. Fu Yunrua went to the office. Feng Shuirua sat on the chair, and her manager, Ms. Wen, was there too. Guan Kuku was worried and followed them in. If there was a fight, she could help in time and prevent herself from being bullied. Fu Yunrua sat on the chair behind the desk. "Sister." Fu Yunrua interrupted her. "Don't call me that. It's disgusting." Feng Shuirua looked at her and said softly, "Uncle has always hoped that we can get along well." Fu Yunrua snorted and looked indifferent. "Don't talk nonsense. Let's get straight to the point." She looked at the time. "I'll only give you 5 minutes to tell me your purpose. After that, you don't have to make your presence known in front of me." Feng Shuirua looked at Ms. Wen. Ms. Wen nodded knowingly and turned to leave. When she passed by, she glanced at Guan Kuku and asked her to follow her out. Guan Kuku stood still and looked at Fu Yunrua. Fu Yunrua said, "You can leave too." Guan Kuku went out worriedly. Only Fu Yunrua and Feng Shuirua were left in the office. Feng Shuirua said, "I know that you don't like me, but no matter what, you're still my sister in name. So, after I accidentally found out about something, I couldn't sleep and eat in peace. I felt that I had to tell you. Fu Yunrua didn't say anything and waited for her to get to the point. Siyu is famous in the circle for not getting close to women. Back then, when we were in the countryside, he didn't care about the impact on your reputation and insisted on pestering you. I found it strange, but I didn't expect. So. Feng Shuirua stuttered. Fu Yunrua remained calm. So he likes me? She held her chin and sighed in distress. I can't help it. I'm so likable. Some people who are hated can't help but be envious. Feng Shuirua choked, but her expression didn't change. Sister, you must be joking. I only found out later that he was so nice to you and Wen because he had ulterior motives. I know. Wen is too likable. There are a lot of people online who want to be Wen's stepfather. Is Mr. Yu one of them? Feng Rua. Don't you want to know who bullied you at the hotel that day? Fu Yun, she went straight to the point. So Feng Shuirua always wanted to talk to her because she wanted to talk to her. Was Wen you? Could it be that he wanted to sow discord between her and Siyu? Her heart was as clear as a mirror. That night was an accident, and she couldn't say who was right and who was wrong. Although she was drugged and unconscious, to a man, it was normal for him to not be able to control himself when a beautiful girl threw herself into his arms. How could he blame others for taking advantage of her? At most, because of this incident, she realized that Siyu wasn't a gentleman and her impression of him dropped. After she found out that the man's identity was Siyu, she was worried that he would snatch the child away from her. She also felt awkward. It was as if she had accidentally slept with a friend of the opposite sex after getting drunk. They didn't have any feelings for each other other than friendship. Then, they had an intimate relationship and they were neighbors who would see each other from time to time. Fu Yunrua didn't react. Feng Shuirua. When did Fu Yunrua become so good at infuriating people? After not seeing her for so many years, her personality had changed completely. She wasn't as brainless as she used to be and would explode at the slightest provocation. Or was she just pretending in the past and this was her true nature? Fu Yunrua looked at the time and reminded her, you still have 2 minutes. Feng Shuirua stroked her hair and looked at her disapprovingly. She said gently, I know, because Brother Chong. She didn't finish her sentence. That day at the hotel, your man was Siyu. He appeared beside you with ill intentions. He already knew that Wen was his son, so he deliberately approached you and nurtured his relationship with Wen. When the time is right, he will snatch Wen away from you. By then, even if you go to court, you won't be able to snatch Wen back. Feng Shuirua stared at Fu Yunrua, trying to see anger in her expression. However, Fu Yunrua's expression was calm and she looked at her as if she was looking at a monkey. Fu Yunrua blinked and said lazily, why would I think that he bullied me? You're not the person involved. Can't I be lustful and sleep with him? After all, Mr. Yu is the dream lover of millions of girls. Fu Yunrua touched her chin. Now that I think about it, I'm pretty good to be able to sleep with him. Or are you saying that you were watching me in the dark at that time? Fu Yunrua smiled. Tell me, if my good father knew that his good stepdaughter watched his biological daughter being taken away by a strange man, how would he feel? Feng Shuirua's complexion changed drastically. She was about to cry, with an expression of being wronged and hurt. Fu Yunrua said lightly, there's no third person here. You don't have to act in front of me. To be honest, after reading for so many years, you've always been like this. I'm tired of it. She wasn't the original owner, who would lose her mind after being provoked. She suspected that the original owner was influenced by the plot of the book, which caused her to lose her mind. Or did you secretly record it or secretly broadcast it? Feng Shuirua forced a smile. Sister, what are you talking about? It's best if you don't. Fu Yunrua didn't want her private affairs to be discussed by hundreds of millions of netizens again, pushing Wen to the forefront of the storm. Even if she took Fu Yunrua out of context, she wasn't afraid. There were surveillance cameras in her office. Fu Yunrua leaned back on the black chair. As for you saying that he wants to snatch Wen? Do you think you know him better or I know him better? Feng Shuiruo's heart twisted. She felt that her trip here was a joke. Fu Yunruo looked at the time. 5 minutes are up. Take care. I won't see you out. Oh. As if she thought of something, she reminded her. Wrap yourself up tightly when you go out. Feng Shuiruo stood up. Since sister knows, then I won't say any more. Goodbye. She put on her sunglasses and turned to leave. Her high heels made a crisp sound on the floor. Her face under the sunglasses couldn't hide the distortion. Fu Yunruo was really stubborn. She was getting more and more difficult to deal with. She didn't look surprised at all. In the past, she didn't seem to know anything. Or was it that she already knew and just pretended not to know to deceive them? Fu Yunruo was actually such a scheming person? Did you know? Fu Yunruo wanted to use the child to climb up the social ladder? Feng Shuiruo sat in the black limousine. Sister Wen asked with concern, how was it? Feng Shuiruo sounded disappointed. I reminded her out of kindness, but I was ridiculed. Sister Wen suddenly felt indignant. She really doesn't know what's good for her. She scolded for a while. Feng Shuiruo frowned and interrupted her. Okay, sister misunderstands me too much. It's normal that she doesn't believe me. Let's go. She looked tired. The limousine drove away silently. Feng Shuiruo suddenly asked, how's CU's schedule recently? Sister Wen looked troubled. It's hard to find out his schedule. There were no secrets in the entertainment industry. It was easy to find out the schedule of many famous people, but it depended on the person. CU's schedule was within the range that couldn't be found out. Feng Shuiruo looked at Sister Wen. Before tonight, I want to know his schedule. Do you understand? Sister Wen felt bitter in her heart, but she could only agree. Feng Shuiruo nodded in satisfaction and said, what about my schedule recently? After the new year, the incident last year didn't affect her that much. Netizens were forgetful, and there was an endless stream of new news every day. Everyone gradually forgot about this incident. So recently, they started to contact some good resources. Speaking of this, Sister Wen felt even more troubled. Netizens were easily forgetful, but this incident left an impression in the hearts of many industry executives. It wasn't easy to erase the negative impression. Feng Shuiruo's resources plummeted. It was better than before the new year, but it wasn't much better. She still only had resources from the Fu family, the Cheng family, and the company. According to the information that she found out, Feng Shuiruo had been blacklisted by many big brands. The company recently invested in a TV series. The cast is not small, and the company wants you to be the female lead. What she didn't say was that the company's other female lead was the second female lead in the TV series. Perhaps the company wanted to use this opportunity to help other female stars. No one knew how miserable Sister Wen felt. She clearly understood that if it weren't for the Cheng and Fu families, Feng Shuiruo would have been completely suppressed and disappeared from the entertainment industry. The company also needed to make money. In the past, Feng Shuiruo dominated the industry. Her luck was unstoppable, and she also had a strong background. The company was happy to give all their resources to her. But now, Feng Shuiruo was half-banned. For the sake of the Cheng and Fu families, the company didn't turn hostile and freeze her. However, they had already started to nurture other female stars. If this was in the past, how could other female stars have a chance to shine? Feng Shuiruo said calmly, accept it. She hadn't produced any works in a long time. If she didn't produce any works, her fans would leave her. Feng Shuiruo's lips curled up. So what if Fu Yun hooked up with CU? Even if CU said that she would never work with her in the industry, her resources were still better than most A-list female stars. After Feng Shuiruo left, Fu Yun frowned. She was thinking about a problem. How did Feng Shuiruo find out about this? Since she knew, it wouldn't take long for the whole world to find out. She didn't think that she would keep it a secret. This time, she didn't succeed in sowing discord. Who knew what else would happen next? What should she do? If Fu Yunruo knew how many fans CU had, she and Wenwen would be the first to bear the brunt of the news. How much criticism would they receive then? It didn't matter to her, but what about when? How worrisome. How did this woman find out? Fu Yunruo was extremely distressed. Little did she know that Feng Shuirua wanted to use this opportunity to sow discord because she couldn't make an issue out of this. Fu Yunruo walked out of the office and was instantly surrounded. Many pairs of eyes looked at her with concern. Fu Yunruo smiled and comforted them, "Don't worry, I'm fine." When they saw that Fu Yunruo was indeed unaffected, they left worriedly. Fu Yunruo returned to the flower shed and looked at the vibrant and colorful orchids. Her slightly depressed mood instantly lightened up. Indeed, flowers and plants were very healing. In the afternoon, Guan Kiki came over with a bitter expression and said that someone was looking for her. Fu Yunruo thought that Feng Shuirua had returned, but Guan Kiki said that it was Chairman Fu this time. Did she hit the young one and the old one came? She hadn't even hit her yet, and she couldn't wait to settle the score? Fu Yunruo was angry. She threw her gloves away and walked out aggressively. End of chapter 79. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.